over because that's the way it looks optically. But in reality, it's just going away. And as it's going away, it starts to disappear bottom up. And the further it goes, then it'll be, you won't see it because the angle is just way. We call it the vanishing point in art class, right? You learn what the vanishing point is, where something's so far away, and the angle is so small, it disappears into the horizon. And it doesn't mean that it went behind a globe of water, a water mountain. No, that's not what it is. It's just going across a flat surface of body, just like these videos here. And if you think that a RC boat can disappear at that short of a distance, like, do you think this is like a 5 mile away RC boat? Like, this is like a lake, bro. Like, they're not. Actually, let me look for you. It's in Skyfree's video. They have the distance. Unless DJ and old dude, unless you know the distance of those. But I would have to watch the Skyfree again.
Do we have the temperature grading?
Yeah, DJ, go ahead, bro.
Do we have what temperature gradient?
If he's pulling up the RC car thing, or not car, boat. I assume that's what the thing that DJ posted at 7:36 or whatever time frame you're in. I don't know. That 36 minutes after the hour, I should say.
Which one? No. That's just a toy boat, right? Sitting on the ground, right? On a flat section.
You're talking about the
right, and you've got a superior mirage, inferior mirage taking place because the ground's hot, right? And then that's when an inferior mirage happens, when you got a warm layer of air above a warm surface, right? Heats up the air just above the surface, and then it gets cooler as you go up in altitude, and that's what creates an inferior mirage. And that's what you see there, right? So it's not actually over a curve or anything like that. It's just an optical effect due to the temperature gradient, right? It's a type of mirage. It's just showing how something can appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface, right? It's not actually obstructed behind a physical horizon. If that's the one you're talking about at 36 after the hour, oh, you're looking at, yeah, and then the one, yeah, old dude posted, right? So look, most of the time things just disappear due to angular resolution limitations of the human eye, right? Like a boat getting smaller and smaller. Once it gets down to 0.02 degrees, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. It's like a law of optics. Okay, it's angular resolution limitation of the human eye. So you can bring it back to view again if you increase the zoom, right? If you increase the angular size by zooming in on it, right, you'll be able to resolve it again. But when a ship goes out, right, it looks like it disappears. You can still see the horizon. You can't see the ship anymore, right? Because the ship got too small due to its angular size, but the horizon obviously is giant. So you can still see the horizon, but you can't see the ship, right? You can zoom in on it, right? And then there's some situations where you have ocean swells, right? Obviously, that's going to block the bottom of a boat as well sometimes, right? And you can't zoom back into view again because it's behind physical obstruction, right? So sometimes, right? Sometimes you can have different types of mirages, though. So sinking, right? Sinking's defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon, apparently sinks beneath the horizon, right? And it's the opposite of looming. You might have seen images of where it looks like boats are floating, right? That's a looming. That's the opposite of sinking. So when you have an inverted temperature gradient, you have one or the other. So, yeah, that's another thing that you need to take into consideration as well. That can happen sometimes. So, yeah, we can recreate all of these things on a small, flat surface, right, to show that it's not actually proof of curvature. And these are just like mainstream explanations as well. It's not like some flat earthers made up these explanations. It's all citable.
Just real quick, DJ. The last video I posted, since you kept asking for like the temperatures and stuff, that video I posted, they have like diagrams that show like I think maybe you're looking for that, like the data that you might be looking for. Does that make sense?
With water and air temperature, yeah, something like that. Like
I figured you might appreciate that because you kept asking for you have the gradient, all that stuff. So if you watch the video, they have like other graphs, like other information.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's good that they put that down. Yeah, usually if you've got like that's why sinking usually happens like early in the morning or during the night or very very late in the afternoon, right? So it happens when you've got the water is warmer than the ambient like air temperature. So the water will create like a layer of warmer air above the surface of the water, and it will slowly get cooler as you go up in altitude, right? And that's when you get sinking, right? And sinking is just like a less extreme version of an inferior mirage, like you saw with the little toy boat on the concrete, right? So it doesn't go drastically from really warm air to really cool air. It's just like slightly warmer air because the water would be slightly warmer than the air. So it'll just create a small gradient and you won't get the extreme mirage effect, which is really noticeable, right? That's why they say sinking normally happens on a clear day, early in the morning, right? And it makes something that would normally be visible on the horizon look like it's sunk below the horizon. It makes the horizon appear much closer than it would normally appear in the absence of the mirage. And yeah, you can look up that on any website. I put citations in the side chat earlier from American Meteorological Society and Oxford. So all I'm saying, right, is that these can be explained easily on without needing the Earth to be a globe. That's boats over the horizon isn't necessarily a good argument for the globe side. I would say that even if I was a globe earther, many globe earthers do admit that.
I'd argue it's a horrible argument for the globe. Because if I'm witnessing the boat disappear front to back over curvature, I should be able to witness some left to right curvature as well, plain and simple. And they always like to say, well, yeah, you watch the boat go over the curve front to back, but you don't see the left to right curve because Earth's too big. Well, you can't have it both ways, you crayon munching numpty dipshits. It's one or the other. It's either not curving or it's curving.
Yeah, see you're right. That's a good point too, because the left and right curvature is up. Like if you look to the distant, right, if you're in the front of the ocean, right, the distance to the left is like 2-3 times way further, right, and you would expect to see the curvature. If the front of you, right, it's curving, then the left and right should be curving too, but that's not what we see or observe.
Exactly. Not only to mention, complete that front to back curve. You're going to come up behind you pretty quick. You're going to be on a pretty small ball if you just watch that boat go over the supposed curve. Like, think, man.
So when a
Does
boat
that
goes,
mean,
goes over,
I don't mean you specifically that kicked into what I'm saying. I mean all you globy dipshits. Pull your head out of your fucking ass, start breathing and thinking, and yeah, if that boat just went over the curve, you're on a pretty small fucking spinning water ball in space, motherfucker.
is that tiny earther? Is that what you call tiny
Well,
earther?
Zenoda was trying to say something. What were you going to say, man?
yeah, thanks. So when a boat has like some big sails or something, and we have we'll put a camera on it, and half of it's under the horizon when you zoom in on it. Is that just refraction in your guys' minds?
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often, right? It does happen occasionally, and when that does happen, you can't zoom back in and bring that boat back to view again, right? That's because that's like a mirage that's taking place, or ocean swells.
Okay.
Here's an example, right? So here's just like a GIF that I'm uploading now, right? So if you're low to the surface, right, and you're observing out into the ocean, and you've got like just even if it's small waves, right, the small waves in the foreground can block something large in the background, and as that object keeps moving further away, it's going to get blocked more and more, right? So have a look. Here's just like a little animation just to give you an example of what I'm talking about, right? And this can work in combination with that sinking mirage that I was just talking about a moment ago. Right, even if you don't have the waves, you can have the sinking mirage, which I'll give you an example of. Okay, so these things need to be taken into consideration. All right, I got something else here. I'll show you. Yeah, here we go. All right. Can you see this ship in the side chat? Yep, big ship. It's called the Mandarin Arrow, and that's the ship that's used in this observation, right? So this ship is anchored out in the ocean in this observation. The GPS tracking data says that it is 12.9 nautical miles out, I think, about 12 miles. And it's anchored. Okay, so in the morning, this is what, right? So someone went out to observe this ship throughout the day to see what happened with it, right? Because in the morning, it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, right? So if you went there and you were like, oh, yeah, I saw a ship, you know, it looks like it's behind the horizon, the whole bottom of the ship was missing. Earth curve, right? But early in the morning is when the water temperature may have been warmer than the ambient air temperature, right? So it's creating this sinking effect. Okay, so this guy hung around for like 3 or 4 hours, right? So these are just snapshots out of a video, which I'll post. A few hours later, right, you start to be able to see more and more of the ship. Here's a slightly more zoomed out look at it. And in the video, you'll notice that 3 hours later, right, you can slowly see more and more of the ship as the mirage starts to wear off. And then you can see the entire ship, right? So this third image that I posted is the same ship in the same spot, just 3 hours later. So yeah, it's actually changed to a slightly different type of mirage there with the third image. It's called stooping, where it kind of like makes things in the distance look a bit compressed. But yeah, you can see the whole ship. So it just goes to show, right, that this is an optical effect, right, due to, just to weather conditions, temperature gradients, mirages. And this can be recreated on a small surface, right? There's a YouTube channel called Skyfree, and they do this over and over and over again. They got so many videos where they'll set up this same situation on flat surfaces, like their lounge room floor or the kitchen floor or something like that. And they'll manipulate the ambient temperatures in the room, which makes the temperature gradient change, which changes the type of mirage effect that you've got, right? And they'll make things do this same thing, right? Disappear bottom up. You can see it 1 minute, 2 minutes later, it's completely obstructed. So yeah, I mean, I'm just saying these things need to be taken into consideration if you want to use this footage as like a claim of something being behind a physical horizon.
Yeah. And like, had the atmosphere, like.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, man.
If we had the atmospheric data, do we have the data for? This one's actually what did you post here? I don't know what that is. That's not the boat. It's something else. You post after the picture of the boat. Those two images after actually, that third one's the same thing, right? No, that third one's something different.
So the top one's the boat, right? And then the second one is just zoomed out a little bit further, right? So you can just see it from slightly zoomed out a bit further. And then the third one is the entire boat in view again, hull and all.
Yeah, if you were listening, all 3 photos are of the same boat at different times of the day. Holy man.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So 3 hours later, like in the morning, right, you couldn't see the boat. Most of it was obstructed behind the horizon, and then 3 hours later, you can see the whole boat again. Yeah, I'm just uploading the small video that goes along with that. Okay. Right. Now, what we don't have. Okay, so you don't just need the temperature data, right? You would need like a thermometer, or a barometer, right, low to the surface, and then another one above it, right? Every like 10 meters or every 50 meters all the way out to the boat, right? It's not practical for anyone to do that, to take that, so you can know exactly what's going on. But what we do see is that it fits the definition. It has all the characteristics of a sinking mirage, right? And the fact that, it doesn't remain behind the horizon, right? It just goes to show that it's definitely likely that it's just a sinking mirage, right? Because the Earth can't change size, obviously, and the horizon can't just disappear like that. if the
Right,
boat
it's just-
doesn't change directions.
Yeah, it's just optical effects. That's all it is.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that these, like, if someone says this boat over the horizon video proves that the Earth's a globe, you need to negate those factors that, firstly, you would want to know the distance to that horizon by some type of distance marker. And then you would want to know, like, if there is a mirage taking place, what the temperature gradients are doing, and what the ocean swell is like. Right, because sometimes it can look from the shoreline, it can look like there's not much swell out there. But once you actually get out there, it's like really big swell. Like I used to go out in the ocean and I would look in the morning, I'd be like, oh, it's nice and clear and calm out on the ocean. And I would go out on my little boat and I would be like, what the hell? There's freaking giant ocean swells everywhere. But they all blend into one when you're looking at it from the shoreline, so it doesn't look like it's big waves. But yeah, so hopefully that makes sense, right? And sinking's just a type of inferior mirage. So it's just when you have warmer air, a layer of warmer air closer to the surface, and then it gets cooler as you go up in altitude, right? So it makes what they call an inverted temperature gradient.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, you can look into all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I love it when there's the data. And there's you guys have showed got a couple of those with actual data, so I'll look at those that have the data. And yeah,
and the one with the RC boat that Apocryphon posted, you know, the data's there, which is good, but I mean, there can't possibly be any curvature over that distance anyway, right? Even if the Earth was a globe, there wouldn't be enough curvature there would be like basically no curvature over that particular distance of a little pond like that. So we can guarantee that it's just some type of optical effect taking place.
Yeah.
Not Earth curvature.
Yeah, I mean, the observer heights is a little bit out, but yeah.
Yeah, even if you were right on the surface. I mean, I guess it depends how close you get. But yeah, I mean, there's just the main thing is we can recreate this on a smaller scale, on a flat surface.
Yeah, the refraction will do that, and I'm not objecting to that, obviously.
Yeah,
and the refraction is kind of a double-bladed sword, because I know flat earthers use it, and I guess globe earthers will use it. So, you know, who's right? Well,
the thing is, I mean, so many globe earthers misuse it. They've been taught, they've watched like a debunking video and they've learned that, you just say the word refraction sorts it out, right? But they don't really know what they're talking about, right? But when I'm talking about mirages, right, like this is all mainstream information. I can provide citations. I can provide demonstrations on small, medium, and large scales, right, that back the citations up. And, you know, when they say it, you know, there is no type of mirages that account for these long distance observations that we're showing, where the horizon will be like 10 or 20 times further away. There's no type of mirage, there's no type of citation, or no type of category of refraction or anything like that accounts for that type of discrepancy. Like, not even close. So, I mean, that's, once you start digging into it, yeah, it might sound good if the globe earth is saying refraction. They don't realize when they're saying refraction that that's kind of like the worst nightmare. Atmospheric refraction makes it very difficult for a globe earther to make a geometric horizon claim or to use a boat over the horizon argument and that sort of thing.
well, we never see a geometric horizon. It's always optical.
Yeah, exactly. There's no geometric horizon present in these observations that we're making, right? But there's no type of refraction that can hide the geometric horizon like the way that we're seeing in these observations. There's no small scale demonstrations of it being possible. There's no formulas. There's no citations, right? Because what you're talking about here, like, okay, so when people say refraction, right, there's different categories of refraction, right? So you've got the law of refraction, which doesn't apply here, right, which is called Snell's law. And Snell's law requires two transparent mediums with a sharp boundary layer, like a glass of water right? And like put a pencil in a glass of water, right? You'll see the pencil will change angles visually when you look at the pencil when you sit it in the glass of water. Or a fish, you're looking through the water and you see a fish, right? That's Snell's law. Okay, that doesn't apply to one medium. You need two transparent isotropic media, and they need to have a sharp boundary layer, and then you're kind of calculating the angle, right? Because the air has one refractive index, and then the water has a much higher refractive index, right? So the light changes angle when it goes past the boundary layer, right? So that's Snell's law. A different section on a website, right, that talks about Snell's law, like a .edu website, will have a whole different section on atmospheric refraction, right? Now that's the category of refraction that Globers should be talking about here, right? And that's defined as when you have different temperatures, right? It changes the refractive index of the medium, the single medium, which is the air, right? So the cooler area of the air has a higher refractive index because when gases are cooled, right, obviously they condense more. The gas particles are closer together, right? And then the opposite in the warmer sections of air. So you have a slight difference in the refractive index, and then that makes the different types of mirage effects, right? So it makes the light bend as it travels through the different refractive index. So depending on the temperature gradient, whether you have warmer air closer to the ground or cooler air closer to the ground, it will make objects in the distance look like they're up or down or stretched or compressed, right? Depending on exactly what's going on with the temperatures, right? So then you start looking into, okay, like what are the different types of mirages? Okay, because that's what atmospheric refraction is talking about. So then you've got the inferior mirage, superior mirage, fata morgana, stooping, sinking, looming, towering. And that's it. That's the types I just mentioned there. And you can look into how they work. And then once you do that, you'll realize that there's no type of mirage that will account for what we're seeing in these long distance observations, like not even close. So that's why these long distance observations are so powerful against the globers, the globe earthers. But yeah, don't take my word for it. Look into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro. I tried to send you some flat Earth 101 info and stuff, but I guess you don't accept any incoming messages. So maybe I should post in the side chat, and you save them if you're interested. I could send it into the side chat.
Yeah, let's put them on the side chat. Sure, I'll look at them.
Yeah, save the link somewhere where you can have access to, right? And whenever you're ready to check it out, yeah, you have access to it. Yeah, I'm gonna post 2 links. Yeah, it's just simple, man. And you check it out, you come to your own conclusion, see what's reality, what is just BS. You'll figure it out on your own. Because I don't think you're a dumb person. I think you sound pretty damn smart. It's just that all this information is just pretty new to you, so you can't take it right away, and you're not supposed to. That's the whole point. Don't take our words for it, right? Use your God-given sin, use your brain, and check it out and come to your own conclusion.
Yeah, I've been following the whole flat Earth thing for 5 to 10 years at this point. Actually, I mean, I'm not very new to this.
Holy shit! And you still a Globie? Holy fuck!
Yeah, I still think flat Earth is pretty dumb, but I still enjoy. I love talking to flat Earthers. This is just a fun hobby of mine. So.
Well, I mean, if you've been around, you've been following everything for 5 to 10 years. I would say it's going to be very hard. I mean, the best thing to do if you. Okay, this is what happened. This is my observation for years now. What happened to people, right? If let's say they hang out with anti-flat earthers, or they checking out anti-flat earthers information every day, right? Because they want somebody to agree with, or somebody come up with a different explanation. I don't think it's going to be easy for you to to determine which information is correct or not, right? Because you being influenced by these so-called anti-flat earthers. But what I would say, what would works, right? Like just forget about everything. Every time you want to check out this information, just do on your own time. You don't need anybody influence, right? And
I don't give a shit about what people say. I care about the evidence.
exactly.
Well, how are you? Why are you talking to flat earthers then? Why would you just go right to the evidence? Why would it be entertainment?
Well,
Why would you go right?
it's
This is the interesting
entertaining.
part. You broke your worldview there. Yeah, it's a game for you. You tried to win.
Not a game, no. But
Did
if
you
you
say
can,
that it's a game?
no,
Say it's a game.
I don't think I said it was a
5
game.
years later, can you still? How about this? After 5 years, are you able to present one argument for the flat Earth?
Like I can just say we see too far at refraction.
That's a globe argument. Once a black swan, they said the bolts disappear bottom up. That's proof of the globe. Like, well, I can see past that. Then the globe said, "Oh, refraction allows you to see further." Well, how much refraction and how far? Give us a goalpost so we can kick the ball through the goal and settle it. What is the absolute limit on the globetard that you would be able to see? And they came out with enough refraction and a powerful enough telescope, you would see the back of your head on the globe.
The back of your fucking head. Let that sink in.
They said what they did was they made this model and they tried to put an unfalsifiable sticker on it and a science sticker on it at the same time. It doesn't work. That doesn't work. To be science, it has to be repeatable, observable, measurable, and falsifiable. If you say on your globetard you could see the back of your head, no distance at which things will disappear, and things disappear bottom up, direct contradiction. And then we got this guy, the Ruhif. That was a Rumpus. Then we got the Ruhif came in, and like, well, would you still disappear bottom up if you could see the back of your head? And he's like, no, you could actually see your own ass.
Ruhif? He said that?
Ruhif came out.
Oh my god.
He leveled it up to a little more degenerate. And you're like, what about your feet? Could you see your feet? And at that point, they stopped entertaining it because they realize how ridiculous they are.
So who says? Well, I guess if you had a strong, some like magically strong refractive index, you could probably.
Say it. Say the weird thing. That's true, right? In your worldview, it's true. With enough refraction, and a telescope, you would see the back of your head. Say it. Be honest. It's your worldview.
Well, yeah. Do you not agree that light bends, and if the refractive index was strong enough?
Oh my fucking god! You are like so trolling, man. Seriously,
bro.
You
We're not denying these.
You can see the back of your fucking head. What the fuck are you talking about, mate?
This is right on the heels where I said, hey, give me a flat earth argument. He's like, oh, I see too far. Oh, really? How far do you see? Well, on my globe, I see the back of my head. I'm like, holy shit.
I don't think I said that, but okay, you keep strawmanning. That's fine.
Okay, what is the limit? Give us a goalpost.
You just said it.
I said, oh my God. Wow. Okay. So, in a hypothetical scenario where you were in a situation where somehow the refractive index was so strong that light was bending in perfect accordance with the Earth's curvature.
Yeah, Narnia Land. Yeah, we could go to Mars in Narnia Land too.
Hey, Flatman, let him get out.
let me finish, or shut the fuck up.
Let him get the whole thought out, okay? Don't interrupt him.
In that hypothetical scenario, would you not agree if light was following the curvature of the Earth, the perfect refractive index to follow the curvature, that you would be able to see the back of your head in some hypothetical situation? If it was like a small, I don't know the circumstances, but obviously that would make sense, right?
No,
You think
no, no. Like even okay. So let's go there. I'm with you. Yeah, light bends. Da 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 da. No, I'm not going to agree with you. Light could bend enough that we could see the back of our heads. I wouldn't agree
I
with
don't
that.
know if it could or not, but if we were in that
No, no, it
situation,
can't. I'm telling you, I would not agree that it could.
Why, after 6 years or whatever, why is your best flat Earth argument you can see too far when it's also your best globe argument?
I mean, I think if you had the data, it would fit the globe model. But that's whatever. I think refraction in general is just a horse that's been beaten so long and so hard for years and years and years. It's just whatever. But it's always fun to talk about it.
Is DJ still here?
Yeah.
DJ already showed him.
I just wondering if you heard that or not.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and even if it's worthless to hear that, and it's some kind of disappointing because DJ already explained the thing to the guy and showed him the demonstration how we can reproduce what we see, so that surface, that horizon appearing behind the object and appearing in front of the object. We are not denying that light can bend or can diminish with the dependent to the medium. So we understand those things, so we can reproduce the observations that we see in a smaller scale. But the claim of stretching a surface, not stretching, but flattening a curved surface, that's the thing that we can't reproduce. We can't go to a hill, change the temperature and the humidity in the air and those elements that can bend the light and make the hill flat.
Okay.
We can't do that, but we can reproduce what we observe in reality, like that black swan, the horizon in front of the oryx and the horizon behind the oryx. DJ just
come back later, or just come back later when the refractive index is normal and you don't have that. But
Sorry. Sorry, what you said? I didn't hear what you said.
Or you could just come back and look at those oil rigs later, and when there was not a large refractive index, and it's more.
Like I said, we can reproduce the effect that we see in smaller scale. So an oil rig in a flat surface, like the paper boat that DJ sent, the video of the paper boat in the road, having the horizon or the surface stretching behind that paper boat, and you see the base of the paper boat. And when changing the conditions, you don't see the paper boat anymore, but the horizon obstructs the paper boat from bottom up. We can reproduce those effects on this flat surface, and we can claim bending light and those things, but we can't do that on a curved surface. Like having a curved surface, like a small hill, whatever the scale that you can choose, small curved surface, and an object behind that curved surface being obstructed by the edge of that curved surface, and changing the temperature and the elements that you claim making the light bend, and stretching that surface till we are able to see the horizon, which is the edge of that curving surface, behind the object that was behind the curved surface, like we do with the oryx.
Yeah.
No one can do that. So the claim is just baseless. No one demonstrated that it is possible. We can make surfaces, curved surfaces, appear to be flattened up by the bending light. We can't do that, so it means that it's just a dream.
Yeah, I understand that's your position.
Hey, Zanoda, can you hear me? All right, Zanoda. Hey, dude, this whole time that DJ was talking to you and, all this stuff, I've been trying. Oh, Matrix just texted me and check the Wayback Machine. Dude, I've been trying, bro. Cannot find. All of them are like error 404, like not found. Like I was checking like all the different EDUs, you know, all the colleges that used to have these. Even the NGS.
So I was going to ask, but by X and Y, do you mean longitude and latitude, or is that something different, like something different from that?
No, showing. Well, technically, it's along those lines, but it's showing depth. Like the thing I was looking for, it's almost equivalent to like looking at, you know what oscilloscope is, right? Or a oscillator.
Yeah.
Okay, it's equivalent to that. They pull data readings like that, and then they convert them into the software to give you that visual imaging of it, like, you know, traveling like in a, if you picture like a wave, right? They literally like they'll show it like going like down, across, and up, and then some. But what I realized though is crazy. They changed it. They a lot now. All of the graphics, they show them like a wave, like bending out and then hitting it like a sonic boom, if you will, like, you know, like imagine like a ring going towards the surface and then hits it. And want me to show you what I'm talking about?
Sure.
Okay, I'll show you. Like they changed them all to like this style. Watch. Let me show you. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, come on, bro. They used to have it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it again though. So now I gotta go through them. Nope, found. Dude, I went through like close to 20 links. I was like, what the fuck? They're all no good, broken, taken away. Like, what the fuck? Why would they do that? It's because now they have this representation. Let me show you. Hold on. I'll get it for you. It's really like, dude, that should tell you something, bro. Like that should raise a red flag for you. Like, why would they do that?
We're just trying to give a goalpost. How far is too far? And it's not. So what's the next proof? Okay, what's your next best proof for a flat Earth after 6 years?
Who are you asking, Dre?
He said he's been here for 6 years.
Oh.
I mean, not in just kind of in the community. I don't know, but yeah. I mean, what evidence do you have that the Earth is flat aside from like the distances?
So I mean, what is after 6 years? Is there one flat Earth argument that you can represent?
He actually just asked that. What evidence do you have the Earth is flat after hanging out for 6 years? Seriously, bud?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any good arguments for a flat Earth. I mean, I think they're all. That's why I'm not a flat earther, obviously.
Go fly a kite, man.
Okay, it's not not your adjudication. It's not like you got some balls and strikes, and you're like an umpire who's like looking over. Okay, pitch, and you're like ball. Okay, finally the pitcher's like, dude, what is a strike? What would be a strike for you?
I don't know.
So your first one was you see too far, and then you contradicted yourself. Okay, what's the next one?
Well, so you claim it. Okay. I mean, I don't know what happens if the Earth is flat aside from the distances.
Okay, yeah. So that's your argument. What happens if the Earth is flat? What would be your argument? The Earth is flat, then.
How do you know?
Okay, then what?
How do you know the Earth is flat?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're presenting your best flat Earth argument. After 6 years of hearing flat Earthers, what's the best one that you would present?
I'm not convinced there's a good one.
Okay, then what is the best one?
I think they're all not good. I mean, I don't know. Give me a good flat Earth argument.
You've heard them for 6 years. There's no point repeating again. What is the best one you've heard?
They're all not great. Give me your best.
Okay, what's the best one?
I don't think there's any good ones.
What's the one that got closest to being a strike?
Give me your best flat Earth argument, dude.
Yeah, you've heard this for 6
Right.
years.
He's trying to get you to say something like water lays flat, the horizon rises to eye level.
I think even Flat Earthers will like.
And all
No.
you keep saying is there isn't a good one. There isn't a good one. You're not mentioning one.
I don't know all of your arguments. Give me your best.
So wait, this is a you
After
contradict.
6 years, you don't know any flat Earth argument.
No,
You're
he contradicted
made.
again. He said he heard them all, and they're all bad. And like, okay, which one did you hear that was the best? And he didn't even know. He doesn't know.
I don't think I said I heard them all. I have heard a lot.
After 6
And
years, he must have
none of
heard
them have
everything
piqued my interest.
right now.
Yeah.
This is flat Earth is a topic mastered by cavemen 10,000 years ago.
So
Yeah, keep thinking. What's your best flat Earth argument that you heard? You must after 6 years, you must have heard something.
I'm not convinced there's a good flat Earth argument.
The best one.
They're all bad.
Okay, so which is the best one?
That's why
Right, tear them up. Tier like A tier, S tier.
I don't know. I don't know all the arguments. So
Okay,
So,
the ones you
I
heard.
think the most interesting one is when flat earthers play with refraction. They say we see too far. That's the most interesting to me.
Yeah, that you already contradicted on that one.
Sure. So give me the next most
That's you.
coolest flat Earth argument. You got.
Okay, what's any other flat Earth argument after 6 years? Can you say one other one that was discussed today?
Well, can I say the ones that? Yeah, I mean, okay, well, yeah, I can do that. I can just name an argument.
Yeah,
I'm not
so
saying it's
present it.
good.
Yeah, present it.
Present it. Gee, okay. I mean, what did Flash like to say? I mean, we see too far. I don't know.
Yeah, you contradicted with that one.
They like you guys like moon landing.
That has nothing to do with flat Earth. That's if you want to talk about the moon landing hoax. The majority of the people like Bart Sabel, Alex Jones, they hate flat earthers more than you do. Bart Sabel said, without exception, all flat earthers are CIA operatives. So if you want to talk about the moon landing, has nothing to do with flat Earth at all. You can go talk to people who think the Earth is a globe.
Well, aren't all flat earthers inherently moon landing deniers?
No,
No.
there's some flat earthers that say the moon's closer and easier to get to.
Wow. But how are they? How
Yeah.
are the astronauts
Go
sticking
talk
to the
to 'em.
moon if there's no
Yeah,
gravity?
Go talk to them.
Okay.
So try again. So now, after 6 years, the best thing you could come up with is a conspiracy theory inside the globe and a hard contradiction about seeing too far. Dude, this is a bad showing for you right now.
If you say so, buddy.
Yeah, you can't 6 years and nothing. You can't shake your head and
Yeah,
something fall out.
Because flat Earth is just ridiculous at this point.
Okay, so what is the best argument that they've given?
So again, there are no good arguments for flat Earth.
Okay, so what's the best one? After 6 years, 6 years of listening to flat earthers talk.
Oh, I don't get it. So every time I tell you that there's not a good one, you're like, okay, give me a good one.
Yeah, what's the best one?
There's not a good one. Then you say, okay, give me the
of
best of
all
the
the
worst.
ones you've given. What's the best? You put
They're
in all the bucket.
equally
You've
bad.
got all the arguments that Flatter's ever said. What is the one that's the best? What's the one that would rise to the top?
They are all equally bad.
Name
But you
any.
can't name them.
Name
You can't
any.
name them. Yeah, you can't name any. You're full of shit, dude.
What is a flat Earth argument at this point? Is it like, oh, the stars are this little dots
That's the
in
sky. Okay, you failed again. You
the planet-
failed. You
the planets
failed.
are
Shut
just
up. You failed.
dots of
the
light.
sky is not the ground. No flat earthers using the sky.
Oh,
as
you
the
can't use the
ground is.
sky to know where you live, right?
You
That's what
failed.
guys like to
You
say.
just failed again. The
Okay.
sky is up. The ground
Yeah.
is down. Flat earthers use the ground as proof of the ground. So no flat earther made an argument that the sky is actually the ground.
So do you
Try
disagree
again.
that we can use the
Don't worry
sky
about what the
to
disagree or
determine what the
disagree.
model is?
Your job right now is to prove that you're able to listen to anything presented to you. What is the best flat Earth argument? You
There are
failed
no
3 times
good
in a
flat
row.
arguments, buddy.
Okay, of all the ones you've heard, what's the best
Listen,
one?
can you give me a good flat Earth argument, or are you just going to keep asking me to tell you what a flat Earth argument is?
Yeah.
Oh, listen, hey, listen. He's asking you to repeat something you've heard about the flat Earth over the last 5 or 6 years, and you keep saying, "Can you tell me a flat Earth argument?" instead of giving one that you've heard. Like,
I'm
are you
convinced they're all fucking
bent or
terrible.
what? That's a rhetorical question.
Since I'm convinced they're all bad, you mind giving me the best of the ones you think are good?
No,
You
for you.
have to present anything. What have you got?
So far, just to recap, his first argument is that the best flat Earth argument is you see too far. Then when he got exposed on that was actually his globe proof, then he's like, oh, I contradicted. Then he went, oh, I guess there isn't any good flat Earth proofs. You're like, well, okay, there's got to be a best one. What's the best one? Then he's like, oh, Apollo, the Apollo program. No, that's actually
I
the
did
globe.
not say I was best.
That's the globe.
You fucking liar.
That's the globe argument. You could say no photographs from space or something like that, or try at least.
Well, no, because all photos from space are CGI, according to you.
Well, you said it, not me.
Well, I'm just covering your base for you. You know.
Yeah, so there's an argument. Photographs from space.
Yeah, and they're all
Represented.
CGI.
Well, there you go.
According to
Present it.
Yeah, your second best flat Earth proof was the moon landing, which is a space program issue.
I didn't
It's
say
not
it
a
was
flat
that's
Earth
flat Earth
proof.
proof.
It's not a flat Earth proof.
It's not any. Yeah, of course it's not. All
So he's asking you for a flat Earth proof, and you're not giving any. So you haven't listened to nothing.
And then the sky, like basically look up at the sky, and that's your proof of what flat Earth is. Like, holy shit, dude, you're worthless.
the sky is a great way to determine the shape of where we live.
How about this? Here's a flat Earth argument. The word flat is an adjective, not a noun. So when someone says flat Earth, that's adjective describing the noun.
Okay.
If you're on the globetard, flat means noun, which is a noun, and that's retarded.
Flat means down, which is what?
Flat is an adjective.
That's
The
correct.
word flat. On the flat Earth, so if you want to say, hey, how do you parse out the two models? On the flat Earth, the word flat is an adjective, and the noun is Earth. So you got adjective, noun, description of a noun, adjective, noun. If you on the globetard, you got something called a noun.
I don't understand.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but
Yeah, you said shape. So is the word flat a shape? Can you draw it?
is the word flat a shape?
Yeah. Is that a shape? Is that a noun? Shapes are nouns.
I mean, flat
Is
isn't
that-
a shape, but
Well,
it's a
you just said the
descriptor.
shape. You go, if a flat Earth has no good arguments, because I can look up in the sky to determine the shape of the Earth.
You absolutely could.
Okay, so is flat a shape?
No.
Okay, so how is looking up in the sky going to determine if it's flat or not? If flat's not a shape?
How it's looking, because you don't need.
Yeah, this dude's too fucking retarded. Oh, does someone else want to talk to him?
Yeah, I'm putting together this video for him.
He's
so
not
you
going to
can
understand it,
see
dude.
what I was
6
talking
years.
about.
I mean, you've got some of the most hard-head anti-flat earthers are still able to present what they thought was the best flat earth argument. And they give a counter argument. When you write like just high school papers, like argument papers, you write a paper, present an argument, give the counter argument, give the conclusion. This guy, after 6 years, he can't think of one single thing that he's heard. That he would say, hey, if I were to advocate for the flat earth, this is what I would use. This is the best one. They're all equally bad. Okay, if they're all equally bad, just randomly pick one then. Can't do that either. I mean, what good do you think it would be? Like, you're talking to I've talked about people being bricked. This is about extreme bricking as you can get.
Yeah, like he can stop playing stupid because he won. Even I understand the question Crit's presenting to him. It's like if he was to ask me, "What's your best globe proof?" I could at least respond with something like, "Well, how about the axial tilt being 23.4 degrees off a 90-degree angle?" Like I could say something about the globe. This guy can't say nothing about flat Earth, and he's been around for 6 years. Just a numpty dipshit crayon munching fucking knuckle dragon idiot.
Yeah, tribalistic.
Wow.
He picked a tribe that he thinks is a winning tribe, and that's it. It's all you'll ever get from him. The globe wins because God bless America. We landed on the moon and stars for some reason. And you see too far, but that's okay because even if you see too far, you can see the back of your head. It's a religious zealot.
All right, I finally got it. I had to reduce it down to fit because I could only upload up to 10 megabytes on Discord. Is he still here? Did he leave?
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay. So this is what I was talking about. If you'll see their diagrams, they show them the way they travel. But the way they are, whatchamacallit? Oh shit! Did I delete it? I did. Here you go. Check this out. You it's uploading. Did you see it?
He left.
Oh, he fucking left. Fucking A.
Yeah.
I took
That's
all
all right.
that time
It's
to
good.
fucking do this for him.
No, it's good because now I'll just DM it to him.
Okay, cool. I don't think he doesn't accept DMs from anybody.
Okay, well,
No worries, dude. No worries.
yeah. He's useless anyway.
Yeah. I'm trying to show him how it's all XY, dude. It's not fucking globe earth shit, bro. Like, ugh. I don't know. I tried. I was fucking like a minute too late.
You could just this one topic go over it with him for 6 years. Nothing will land. The guy's brick. I mean, I talk about being bricked a lot of times as a joke. This is extreme bricking. This is 6 years of bricking.
Yeah. I
mean, nothing's going to work here at this point. Like after 6 years, you can't give one argument. Not one?
Yeah, after 5 or 6 years, Crit says, "What's your best flat Earth argument?" He goes, "Well, you guys think the moon landing was fake?" Yeah, that's a lose. That's a lose right there.
Yeah, his best thing is that, it's a conspiracy theory. And flat's a shape. Well, he meant to say, after 6 years of watching bullshit on YouTube, I finally joined a Flat Earth channel, and now I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've been brainwashed so spectacularly that there isn't any way for me to even understand. I mean, he must have watched some Flat Earther present something at some point on one of these anti-Flat Earth channels.
Another example. What's your best flat Earth proof after 5 or 6 years of looking at it? Well, I can definitely say the only time I've seen the horizon curve is through a fisheye lens. So that's one thing I could say that I've learned from the flat earthers, from flat earth people, from flat earth evidence. If I was a glober, after 5 or 6 years, I could say something like that at least. But nope, this guy's got nothing.
So you
After 5 or 6 years, I could honestly say the only time I've horizon curve left to right is through a fisheye lens. I could at least say something like that. Nope, this guy's got nothing.
Yeah, how about the? Can you even define it? Okay, the flat Earth is what? What is that? You must have heard somebody define it at some point, and you're arguing against it. You must be able to define it. Agree with this thing. Okay, what is it? I don't know. Well, what did you disagree with? What's the best argument that you heard? I don't know. You should ask him if he's an atheist. Here's your best argument. Flat earthers lack belief in models. Done.
I think the scary part is that guy's going to go outside without a helmet later on today.
the totality, right? Like all of it, like all the evidence, all the facts, all the data. It all drives to one conclusion. How come you don't do that when something sticks out, like that doesn't match, it doesn't add up? Like your
No, it's totality, Chris. It's everything. So there's no exception here.
No, you got the bike, dude, in Eratosthenes. That's out. You know that's out, right?
No, everything's in.
no, that's
Everything's
out.
in.
That's out.
It's in.
Okay, because you can create the same effect by manipulating the size and distance of the light source, and your bike, dude, got the
that's in there too.
Answer.
See, you're just putting more. You're just exposing more stuff. Is what you're doing.
Hey, you're a pile of bullshit. Would you call the two Canadian guys on bikes and sticks riding around their results? Would you find that to be counterintuitive or just regular old intuitive?
I would call it intuitive at this point. It would be intuitive for his world.
A lot of things need to be interpreted under the idea that counterintuitive is the way to go. You do know that, right? Someone told me that about 45 minutes ago.
Some things are counterintuitive.
Some things, okay, yeah, I would agree with you there.
Everything's in, so I don't know what Crit's talking about. Everything's in. It's all at play.
You know, I would say that there's probably more people who ride a bike all the time are doing it out of necessity more than just sheer enjoyment of bike riding.
Yeah, if people are riding
the times of my life where I rode my bike everywhere, it was because at that point in time, that was just logistically what was doing it. I wasn't.
Well, you're talking about bike boys, though. That's like 12 o'clock boys. Those kind of boys,
Well, those guys, those guys who are wearing spandex and pretending they're in the Tour de France, they look more as if they're suffering a mental illness than enjoying bike riding. Spraying water in their faces, getting aggressive with the cars. I mean, anyone who enters a road with moving vehicles, they're playing some kind of game. I know it's the law in a lot of places, but anyways. But that's just another thing that's maybe counterintuitive. That people who are solely bike riders aren't doing it just out of enjoyment.
No, they're trying to prove a point. It's like even more hardcore than vegan.
When we're talking about those guys, yes, I agree with you there. Those guys are trying to prove some sort of point.
Like, fuck you, man. I'm suffering out here pedaling. You're in your bitch ass car. You're probably a piece of shit.
They're not suffering. They think they're. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of different types of bike riders. Anyways, I just think it's weird. You have a Greek guy, two guys on bikes, and these are the things that keep. The idea that we're on a globe, living on a globe, seems very important to you, and then you have an ancient guy who predates Christ. And two guys in Canada with sticks riding around. It's weird. No offense.
Well, you act like I'm responsible for these things. Like I'm just an observer.
Well, you're bringing them up.
So they're
I'm observing that you brought them up.
I didn't bring them up. I think Crit brought it up.
Yeah, you started talking about shadows, interpreting shadows.
Crit brought up Eratosthenes. I didn't even know he was Greek. I was like, is he Roman? And then Crit went off on Apollo.
It started before Eratosthenes' name. Anyways, Mush King. I don't know, dude. It's just weird. It's like you have this. There's this vibe that it's very and very important to you that it's a globe, but everything you tell us about it being a globe, it doesn't hold much water. I mean, you even sort of, after a while, you're kind of like, yeah, I guess, I don't get this. And we have to just appeal to people the experts who would know. And yeah, it's life. C'est la vie.
In some aspects, yeah. Yeah, some aspects,
You're hearing an awful lot. Yeah, you're hearing an awful lot to... It's either like you would lose the sense of importance that it's a globe, or you would come up with better evidence that it's a globe. But it's just neither.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. Unless you're hiding unless your words aren't matching what you're thinking in your brain. Huh. I guess it is ridiculous. I just brought up 2 Canadian bike riders.
Again, I didn't bring it up.
Okay, whatever. But the whole shadows thing, you did start that whole thing.
Yes, I said that you can measure a sphere with a certain type of ball math that uses shadows. Yes, I said that.
I mean, I agree. The whole presentation of the globe, my entire life, there's a shock and awe value to it, where it's like, whoa. But then when you take it apart piece by piece and look at all the things that when it just all hundreds of these things that get thrown at you at once, each one of them, though, there's nothing to them. How did you find, you've been here a while, but how did you even start, how long have you even been into the topic?
So I found out about this Discord, like Halloween, right around Halloween last year. So like 5 months ago.
So this Discord is the only time that you knew this was even being discussed?
Yeah, I didn't know that this was being discussed like this.
Okay, well, it's a little bit weird to try and have to solve it on the fly, and I was being rough with you earlier, and I'm an a-hole sometimes, most of the time. But, it does take bravery to have this discussion on the fly when you basically just found out about it. When people hear, I'll speak for myself, I knew something was rotting in Denmark decades ago. I was looking at the outer space story and the images of Earth, and I saw them sort of, even before the whole flat Earth conundrum, they had started backing off of a lot of these images, and they started recategorizing them as these are no longer photos, these are just images, NASA photo credit, image credit, NASA. And a lot of them are, if you've been in I don't know, I guess this is, outer space is a little different than flat Earth, but yeah, so I don't know what your intentions are, if you're actually trying to figure out if what you were told is real. Good on you. But if you're defending the globe with like enthusiasm, yeah, every time one of these, I don't know, the arguments, do any of these globe arguments raise any red flags to you?
Globe arguments that raise red flags.
Yeah, you seem to be okay with these sticks and shadows.
I hear people coming here with bullshit all the time. The sticks and shadows isn't necessarily bullshit, but it's not a definitive proof of curvature or the shape of the Earth at all, because it is possible flat Earth too, but
Correct. So why is that in the lore? Why is that something that requires an assumption to begin with? Why is that in the lore of why Earth is globe?
because when you take the measurement, if you do assume a distant sun and parallel rays, then the results are
so it's
that,
a stack of assumptions.
well, yeah. That's why I say it's not definitive proof.
Is the entire lore just one big assumption?
No, but a lot of parts of it do have assumptions. Yeah,
and that doesn't raise a red flag.
No, like I said, it's not definitive proof. That is the red flag. It's like, okay, that's
So where
nice.
is the definitive proof? When's that coming? When's that part of the parade?
Say it again.
When is the definitive proof coming? When part of the parade is that?
Okay, this is my personal opinion. Again, I'm not a fucking scientist.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everyone. When is someone going to come up with something that doesn't require a stack of assumptions? Not just talking about you.
Well,
I had the same story that required all these. Well, I don't know, man. Just if you're really trying to figure this out, good on you. And you, relatively speaking, you just found out. I mean, Halloween feels like, yeah, it was a little while ago, but a lot of people out there still have some Halloween candy floating around. The stuff they didn't want to eat. Some raisins or something. So yeah, you just I don't know, man. You seem real proud of the globe, and I get it. I was proud of it too. I was proud of outer space.
Oh no, I have no sense of pride about the globe. I'm not married to the idea.
Yeah, but it's embedded in your subconscious. It's
it's embedded in all of our.
There's no way around that.
Yeah, I don't deny that.
I mean, it's everyone. That's how it exists. It was implanted early in our life, and everyone just kind of goes with it. It's weird.
Yeah, society must have been well, we know it was a lot different, but that also, to take that into account that, space wasn't a thing, it was just like God. Like God is real. Now we live in a world where no, God is fake.
Well, that's better than people saying they see something that's hundreds of light years away. That's insane.
But then a lot of people will say, but when God is real, then you got all the sacrifices and the killing and all that. But then it's like, well, when God is fake, we also have it war. So I don't know. You get it either way, really. So flat Earth or round Earth, there's going to be killing.
Well, no offense, but
What don't you like about the just acknowledging the nature of water argument, Mushgame? Is that too simple? Because that was something that wasn't controversial prior to this whole flat Earth thing.
I don't disagree with you about the nature of water.
Well, they say the Earth, though, is covered at its surface 70+%. But water doesn't do that. It only does it on the textbook, like on the cover of the book, which not to mention is a billiards ball, when now they're telling us that this thing is chubbier at the bottom. That's, yeah.
Well, the textbook doesn't matter.
Well, sure it does. That's what got us all in the outer space religion.
That's what all the experts read for their expertise.
No, textbooks are just like what the general education, you know, when you're going through the ropes. Once you're an expert and in the field, you're doing experiments.
So the experts have the pear-shaped. Do the experts have the pear-shaped Earth images? Because they keep feeding us these billiards balls. I mean, they're the ones that opened their big mouth and said it was an oblate spheroid.
Well, that's just a property of something that spins.
So why are we being shown billiards balls?
I didn't show you a billiard ball. Who cares about a billiard
Not
ball?
you, they, them. And how the hell do you even know the Earth is spinning?
Measure it.
I'm afraid to ask.
All the measurements together. Not one individual measurement, just start adding all the measurements up.
Yes.
Yeah, these ones, these also sound also the non-counterintuitive type. That's funny.
Crit really understands me. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, Crit's good at understanding special people. I think he actually even understands me a little bit. There was no confirmation of that, so who knows?
What are you guys up to tonight?
Again, these I remember now I'm looking at these new photos of the Titanic. Some kind of 3D scan that shows broken windows.
What's your opinion on the Titanic, Kurt?
Here's an interesting one. This kind of goes into our topic. They said the
Jews did it.
The replica. Okay, someone tell me who that was. They gotta get banned. You have to go back to the live stream to see who said that.
It was me, but I meant it as a joke. It wasn't serious.
Okay, yeah,
I was just trying to lighten the mood.
We can't joke about stuff like that. No JQ in here is allowed at all.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't know it was that strict in here.
Yeah, no, it's not strict. It's one of our rules about protected social classes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to say any protected social class did it. That would be a straight up TOS violation. I'll let it go though, because you said you were joking, but yeah, some things you don't joke about, dude.
Yeah, no, my bad, man. I'm sorry.
What happened is someone's going to clip it and be like, "Oh, look what the flat earthers are doing in their channel," and would say, "Oh, that guy was joking. That guy was an idiot. We banned him." This, it's a pain in the ass. So yeah, just leave it alone. Okay. Anyway, so look at these new photos from Titanic. The boilers. Okay, what would happen to the boilers? Do you guys think, like intuitively?
What, the Titanic sank in icy water and the boilers were running? Like,
Yeah.
Crack up, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would like.
They were made out of iron. Yeah, I mean, extreme high heat,
and then crack. They just get rusty.
I mean, the Titanic, it was like floating in a big blast of ice water. Yeah.
I mean, it kind of goes to the point where the whole gas pressure requires a container and seeking equilibrium.
Yeah, but wouldn't some of the boiler rooms have gotten sealed?
The 3D scan where they were able to, like, the same thing they did with those. I'm reading the story so far, but I'm guessing it's the same thing they did for that pyramid where they were able to, like, use sound in some way to map it out.
That's what that dude at work was talking about the other night, too. He was talking about... I haven't looked into it. I guess they found out there was a bunch of chambers under the pyramids or something. I don't know.
The boilers are probably like well out before it went underwater, because how long did it take to sink? Like 6 hours, 7 hours?
No, like 2 hours.
Oh, really? Only 2 hours?
Yeah, it sank really fast. I just remember Alex Jones back in the day talking about it catching fire or something. I don't know. But I've also heard there was like nobody actually on it, because the Titanic and the Queen Mary and a couple other White Star Line ships all look exactly identical.
Mesopotamia.
Yeah. The only thing I know about Titanic is from the movie. I don't care what anyone says. That bitch should have slid over. There's plenty of room on that door.
Who's traveled all the way across the ocean in one boat trip? Like for real.
I feel like lots of people have.
Across the ocean, the whole ocean in one boat trip?
Well, the Titanic wasn't going across the ocean. It was just going from, like, the UK to the United States. The Pilgrims did that. Shit. Get out of here.
No, the Pilgrims supposedly did some shit. I'm saying, do you honestly believe you and I can get in a fucking boat and go wherever we want on this planet, no matter what?
Oh, he said the P word. Shut up. Just like damn dogs on their side that wanted to be idiots.
Just saying though, do you think somebody can traverse the whole waterway of like the biggest portion body of water, like between any land mass that we ever like? You need a lot of fucking gas in that boat. Unless it was like a Star Trek boat. These are the men of this Voyager. We have our babies on the boat and they just keep going and row. Like,
yeah, but boats stop at ports and like refuel and shit.
No, you can't do that with this one. You're in the center of the biggest part of ocean that ever existed. The center, brother. Little bitty microscopic you traveling through that water. You're in the center of that big body of water. You ain't met it all the way across yet.
It could be, I don't know. Well, yeah, except the fucking Pilgrims didn't worry about gas. They had sails.
Well, they didn't go that far. Yeah, but more.
what you would be talking about is islanders and shit too, because like if islands are everywhere and they're like, man, I just went from this place to go fishing and there's another land here and I went back and there's another land there and I went back, they would probably think there's land everywhere that they can get to eventually, but it doesn't mean there is, because you know, as you and I know, some mud puddles are just bigger. Some mud puddles can sink your car. Some you can just walk right past with a duck. So it just, yeah. I'm just saying, wherever the Titanic is, you think you think you and I can row a little boat past it and be like, "See you later, Titanic," and just go into the cold waters, me, the Antarctica water in our little boat. The minnow would be lost.
People have done it supposedly. Whether you choose to believe it or not.
They haven't.
You know, old rich white dudes from Connecticut that have like sailboats, like the dad on Step Brothers, you know, he went sailing.
Hell no. Them old rich motherfuckers with their little bitty boat. That boat would have to be full of gas 3 different times. The whole boat.
It's a fucking sailboat, bro. They don't use gas.
Well, then it doesn't matter. How do you know what the wind does? How do you know that the wind don't blow you in a fucking little, like, okay, like in your backyard, you see like a little wind tunnel build up in one certain part all the time. How you know the ocean ain't got something like that? To where just to fuck you, no matter what you're doing, I'm putting you over here. How do we know?
I mean, that's possible. I mean, the Vikings travel a lot. They went from fucking Iceland all the way up through Russia.
How'd they get there? Did they go through water that had no land around it? Or did they try to go along coastlines?
Well, I mean, they've also been found in Canada, too, so I mean, that would suggest that they were out of sight of land for a couple weeks.
So a warm Viking or a cold Viking goes to the cold place and it doesn't even bother them at all. And then they go back to a cold place and then to a warm place, but, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like when people go from Alaska to Texas and they don't just spontaneously die.
Yeah, I know, but are you thinking in the 1400s they were doing that?
I mean, whether it was actually the 1400s, well, it was more like 800, but...
What about 0 Yeah, I'm saying, do you think, like, I'm just saying, bro, I don't think we're going to Death Valley, through Death Valley, and doing good because we came from an ice-cold place. I don't think Death Valley would treat us the way we felt in a cold place. I don't even think our body would be that adapted to it that good right away. And then to go back from that, through that, and then to get back to the cold again, like, I don't know, man.
No, I mean... If you're from, like, Saudi Arabia and you go to Death Valley, it's not going to be that much of a difference.
No, because you're in the region you came from. If you're a cold motherfucker going to the cold, it might not be as weird. But my thing is how can these dudes, like, it's just weird. So who in their right mind would want to be like, I am a cold human. I am in the snow. I have no fire, no nothing. I woke up in a bed of wetness of blankets of snow, and like, where do you get your food and stuff at? Where do you get your fire?
But just because it's cold doesn't mean wood doesn't burn.
What do you mean? You see wood in the winter places of Alaska and Antarctica?
Alaska, yes, but not Antarctica. I'll give you that one.
Well, I'm just saying, brother, I'm just looking for the negatives. So, like, if the trees can't grow and the flowers won't show, what are we gonna mow? What can we use for fuel? The wind still? In icy water, the wind is not gonna. I don't think the wind's gonna chop through icebergs for you or whatever.
Well, it's not like a frozen lake.
What's not? The frozen Antarctic or the frozen North Pole? It's not like a big frozen ocean. Portions of it.
I mean, some of it might be. I mean, the ocean's pretty salty. It takes a lot for the ocean to freeze.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, where's your heat on the boat? Where's your heater at on a sailboat?
It killed a bunch of like reindeer and wore their skins and shit.
Hold on. So you mean all you gotta do is put on a reindeer skin and you're good?
Yeah, works for the reindeer.
That's not all that works for the reindeer. The reindeer has a whole different diet and a different metabolism. That is not all that works for that. That reindeer probably gets 200 degrees.
Oh, I was listening to a guy that does a lot of camping and stuff, and he has like a bear pelt, and he said it's the best thing because it doesn't get wet. Like it's always dry, and if it does get wet, you could just shake it off, and it's pretty much instantly dry because of what the skin and the fur is made out of. Animal fur is pretty. I mean, there's a reason why we wore it all this time. I mean, people were wearing it up into the fucking 80s.
Brother, I don't give a fuck what kind of animal skin coats you got. If I sit your ass out in the cold and it's cold, you're gonna freeze.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I used to spend hours and hours outside at 0 degrees Fahrenheit and lower with just a fucking Walmart jacket when I was a kid.
But your toes didn't about, and your fingers and your ears didn't about get. Come on now. I understand what you're saying. I used to go shoveling as a kid too, but my ears and fingers still eventually after about 9 hours or it would start to get dark, my fucking shit would be cold.
Check out Outdoor Boy's YouTube channel. He survives in -30 and stuff like that.
For how long?
For multiple days.
Bullshit. With what? How? I know he ain't sitting there in no shorts.
No, of course not. He builds a shelter and a fire and everything.
Oh, well, fuck. He builds a shelter. Okay. What, does he have wood and stuff?
Yeah, he cuts down wood.
Well, tell him to go do one where there's no wood. What's he going to use for heat?
Plus, you didn't realize
you're talking about surviving in Alaska, or I mean in Antarctica.
No, I'm talking about telling you there's no wood to use. So there's no wood.
Where is that true?
How are you going to make it? Huh?
Where is that true?
Where it's true at? In the middle of the desert? In the middle of Antarctica? Places where there's no wood? Trust me.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so are we talking about surviving in Antarctica?
No, where there's no wood. Doesn't matter where, brother. Anywhere super cold, no wood. You're a little guy. You got no wood within your area. How are you keeping warm? It's not a fucking hard concept to understand that wood's not every fucking where.
Yeah, no, you probably wouldn't survive if you couldn't get some wood and make a fire.
Okay, so on these sailboats, they're not going to make it.
Sailboats going where?
Without a fire. No heat.
Well, you have shelter in the boat.
Well, how hot is it in a frozen boat?
If you have a lot of people in like a small area, the body heat will keep it warm.
So your body heat will do. So 3 guys on a boat, 5 guys. How many guys need to be?
Yeah, if you have like a whole crew, like a whole small crew, and you guys all stay in like shelter in the bottom, and you have like clothes, good warm clothes, you'll probably be all right.
You guys don't move. Lay on top of each other naked and don't move, or else we're gonna die.
Yeah, this is such a contrived scenario. You see that, right?
No, I'm asking. No, you see it. I'm trying to get out. Who the fuck is traveling through these places?
I just got here. I don't know what the beginning of the convo was.
It's brother. I'm just saying. Like, do you honestly think you and I, as dudes, way back when, in some skirts and sandals, are going to get on this big wooden boat and just be safe to travel thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of miles to where we don't know where we're going, where everything's different than we've ever been, and it's cool? I just don't. I'm not buying the shit.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely, we did that.
Nah, hell no, not like that.
Bro, you know, I know it's weird because we just sit on Discord and we're comfortable in our room, but like if you put a human being in like hard situations, the survival instinct kicks in and you become like a beast, bro.
So you're just a bum on the corner?
What do you mean?
I mean, you survived the winter, a bum on the corner asking for change. Those motherfuckers are resilient. They don't go in, they don't go to sleep. They just got that little windbreaker, like you said. And they're like,
No, I never said that.
but that's what you're describing. You're saying we're all a really good bum and we'll never die standing on the corner asking for change.
Mark, you ever seen Wim Hof?
Wait, I don't know. Are you trying to say like humans never made boats and explored the oceans and stuff like that?
Holy fuck.
Like, what are you saying?
No. I'm saying you are not going to get in a boat back in the day with no type of motor and no type of resource because you're just, do it right now. Do it fucking right now. Is why
I mean, if I knew somebody, if I knew how to like work the sails and everything, I knew how to sail a boat without a motor, I would. But I don't know how to do that.
How the fuck do you know how to sail where you've never been? Come on, man.
What are you talking about? You just sail and then you find places. It's called exploring.
Never mind, man. Never mind. Never mind.
Holy shit, dude! What are you rambling about?
Holy fuck! You said if you knew the way. A guy who's never sailed anywhere but the place.
I said if I knew how to sail the boat, dude. Work the sails.
What the fuck are you talking about? The wind blows.
How drunk are you right now, dude?
You just said you're in the bottom of the boat keeping warm. How are you going to control it from there?
Dude, you set the sails and then you do whatever you got to do.
Set the sails and go in the bottom of the boat. And
I mean, do you not even know the basics about sailing?
No, you get naked with your buddies in the bottom of the boat, you said. That's how you get there.
Okay, dude, you're hammered.
You got to keep warm. That's not fucking being on top of the thing, sailing, is it?
Dude, you were just asking me how would I keep warm, that's all.
So what else would you be doing other than keeping warm? If you stop keeping warm,
now we're talking about would I sail a boat, and I'm telling you, yes, I would, if I knew how to sail.
Where? To where from where would you sell it? Would you sell it 14,000 miles nonstop for me?
Probably not.
Okay, nobody probably would.
If we didn't know like what the world was and like you wanted,
and you wouldn't know how far you sailed, and you couldn't.
You'd be like, holy shit! Like what's on the other side of that ocean? Like,
to mark nothing down.
What brave souls are willing to do that? I'm not saying it's like, dude, there's a lot of people that wouldn't do it, but there are definitely human beings that would be more than happy to take that challenge of building, sailing a boat into the unknown, dude. That's actually incredibly epic and legendary.
Buzz Aldrin did it. Supposedly, 2 astronauts do it every day when they go into the unknown of space air.
Just because you're a cowardly Discord person doesn't mean there aren't humans that are willing to do that.
Willing to do what? I got a black hole in my backyard. Are you willing to go in it for science? You might not come back out.
No, you could. Well, if you go in there, I might follow you.
Asked you. Tell me how many people are going to go in my back hole and have a chance, 50-50 chance to not come back. When you jump in, smiley face. Are they ready to do that? Wim Hof?
For what?
For fun, like these guys do. For science. For fun, like you said.
You actually
guys are willing to do that. Now they're not? Holy fuck.
Yeah, somebody, I don't know, dude. You're making up some schizophrenic scenario. Dude, you're getting like schizo on me right now.
I'm asking you to validate any of the shit you're saying and you can't. And you're telling me I'm fucking stupid for believing it's not right. No, it's not going to work that way. If you think a guy in a fucking wooden boat or a sailboat went and traveled 13,000 fucking miles to who knows where, you're crazy as fuck.
There are people that would do that.
Where are they at?
Dude, there are people that are still willing to like go like do crazy shit, like go to space and do all that. Would you do that?
None of those people are doing nothing but going up in the fucking air.
Yeah, would you try to go all the way up into the air as high as you could?
What's that going to do for you?
Okay, well,
how cold does it get up there? What are you going to need? Snacks? You're going to need heat? What are you going to need?
Yeah, you're going to need all that.
How cold is it up there?
It's cold, and there's no air. So
and there's no air, and it's cold.
Yeah, you wouldn't survive very long.
There are trees up there for you to burn.
The radiation without the atmosphere protection would actually also fry you, and you get cancer.
So now you're going to get fried for fun. Now it's fun to get fried, and you're going to be right back, right?
Well, you'd have to account for all these things.
How do you account for things you've never experienced in your life?
Other people have experienced it.
How do you account for them?
Other people have experienced it, and I learned from that.
I said, listen to me clearly, dumb fuck. How do you account for it, motherfucker?
I just told you, motherfucker.
You dumb son of a bitch. If you know how they did, retard, fill us in. You fucking idiot.
Dude, that's how we know. That's how knowledge accumulates, retard. What are you talking about? Other people did things so that we know the consequences of things because other people did them. That's how how stuff works.
Yeah, but bums don't die in the cold, remember? They get their zip up jacket and they're fucking good to go, right? In the space in the winter. They just sit outside in a bum coat and they're good, 20 below, right?
No. I never said that.
No, they don't. Yeah, you did.
Dude, I never said anything about a bum standing, anything. You made that all up in your head. You're schizophrenic.
So, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature? No.
Wim Hof. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, that guy, the ice bath guy.
So, do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured the Earth and detected curvature?
Me personally, no, I don't.
So then you admit it's just a belief, like it's not like knowledge on your part then?
No, it's knowledge.
Well, then how do you know it's curved?
All observations match the model.
Sure, but let's bring it down to the one final thing that involves the least amount of interpretation, which would be a direct measurement of surface curvature.
It doesn't matter.
It does if you have a reasonable standard of evidence.
That's your crutch, buddy. It doesn't because all observations match the model, so it doesn't matter.
Do you know what it means to have a high standard of evidence and what it means to have a low standard of evidence?
No, it's a very high standard of evidence.
You're not answering my question.
Yeah, we have a very high standard of evidence for the globe.
But you don't, though. I've just illustrated that.
We absolutely do. You didn't illustrate anything. You want to talk about direct measurements because that's your crutch.
So it's the best.
It's because everything in reality agrees and with the idea that we live on a globe, and it's a wonderful thing.
I mean, we are talking about geometry, are we not?
We're talking about the model of the fucking planet we live on, moron.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is since we're talking about something that involves geometry, and you're saying
a lot of fucking things, idiot.
I was still talking. Since we're talking about something that involves geometry, and you're saying one thing is one thing, and I'm saying that same thing is another thing, it seems to me like the best way to settle this discussion is to measure directly the thing in question.
Are you a broken record?
Could you not comprehend what I just said? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you, dude? You're a broken record.
Yeah, and you're a guy who has a blind belief that the Earth is a ball.
It's not blind. It has a high standard of evidence. Remember that part? Did you have short-term memory loss?
Yeah, dude. You weren't even thinking of that term until
you're the type of person that we call an NPC, dude. You're the type of person. You match that description.
All right, bros. Get it out of talking about each other and start talking about the facts of the matter.
Sure, I'd be happy to talk to anyone other than this guy. He sucks.
Well, I'll give him a second to recompose his question. Maybe it'll make it more interesting for you.
I'm done schooling him. Anybody else? I think everybody was listening, so that's about enough for tonight. I'll mute up.
We asked you for a direct measurement of surface curvature. You said you didn't know of any, and then you say that's schooling me? Like, oh yeah, I'm schooled. You schooled me with your big pile of nothing.
Exactly, like his claimed high standard of evidence, but didn't make any statements as to what constitutes as evidence at all, or any examples.
You're Oblivion. It's so cute how scared you are.
I did, and I said twanger, and
oh, you addressed who? Are you being a side chat demon right now? What?
No, then I got overspoken.
Okay, go ahead.
When I chimed in, and then you heard what I said.
What's your gripe?
Who cares? Who cares? Yeah, exactly. Move on to the meat and potatoes.
None. He has none. That's my point.
I just explained it to him. You weren't listening. Clean out your earwax.
Oh, I heard what you said, and I already repeated what you said.
Okay, so give me an example of something that goes against the globe model. Go ahead.
You had a higher standard of evidence, but yeah, you have
nothing.
Example. Exactly.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Look, what's on the table is he said all observations match our model. So the rebuttal is either a model doesn't exist, or here's an observation that doesn't match. That's the appropriate rebuttal.
Right. So give me one.
So both Oblivion and oh man, I forget this kid's name. He's changing it.
Ryan.
Whatever. Both Oblivion and the other kid, they both know of examples that supposedly fit that bill that they can present. So maybe they should.
I'm not a kid, by the way.
You're not the dude I'm talking about, doofus.
Oh. Quantum Eraser. He is a certified retard. Lols. Good one.
Right. We don't pick on the special needs here. Okay, he has a formally submitted 504 plan, and we accommodate his disabilities. Okay.
Slim pickings, I guess.
I don't know. I'm waiting for the flat earther dudes to present you the counterexample of an observation that doesn't match the model.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'm going to have to give this round to you.
Won't be the first and probably won't be the last.
Oh man, I guess silence is acquiescence. You get 1 point for this victory. That equals 5,000 points in the Flat Earth merch store.
I gotta say, it's good to be back, boys. I'll see you in a bit when we're for the fire. Gets back. Maybe Demok will want to talk again. Why is he muted?
Let me just ask you the question. I love this question because it illustrates what zealots people can be. What would prove wrong the globe for you, if anything at all?
Yeah, it would take something truly extraordinary. It would take an extraordinary amount of evidence, and you guys can't even come up with
nothing, right?
Tidbits.
Like, it would be what particular thing, though? What specific thing? Anything or nothing specifically?
No, yeah, it would have to be many, many, many things. Just like how the globe is supported by many, 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 many things.
Yeah, but
many mountains of evidence. Name one. Name one.
This illustrates that you don't have any standard of evidence for debunking the globe, which means it's an immovable
one.
You sound really cute right behind Quantum Eraser.
Name one. Many, many, many mountains and mountains.
You're not going to come over here and erase all the hard work I just did, dude. Okay? That round's over.
Name one.
Yeah, that round's over, brother. So now hold on, bro. Your old proposition's off the table. He's now asking you to provide an example of what you said. So how's that unfair? You should provide it.
Okay. Well, he can ask Orion or Oblivion.
Why? He's asking you about the globe. He's not asking them about the flat Earth. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he can ask Orion or Oblivion.
Yeah, I didn't hear shit. And I pointed that out that you didn't say shit. And now Quantum Erasers are saying, name one.
Two. It was a question for a glober, not a question for a flat earther. Do you remember what the question was? What would prove wrong the globe for you? Name one thing that would do that.
What would prove wrong the globe? It's not been proven.
I mean, they had like
wrong. You'd have to have
in his mind. Yeah, like what I mean is in his mind. You know what I mean?
No, we don't want to get in his mind. So, name one proof of the globe tart. Is it scientific evidence?
You ain't got nothing for me, buddy.
You got science? I'm not your buddy, pal. Name one. Many horse shit. It's just hyperbole from a retard.
Horse shit. That's what I put in my garden.
Horse shit.
That's yeah.
You ain't got anything. You're a pretender clown fraud. Name one.
No, I'm not a pretender or a clown or a fraud.
First, let's see this globe model posted inside chat. That's what you're getting your information from. Let's see the globe model.
I'm not going to do your homework for you, pal.
Hey, counselor. I don't provide your evidence, fucktard. So post the globe model and then post your evidence.
Go do some homework on the globe, and then when you're ready.
Not my homework, counselor. Your evidence. You're presenting to the jury.
I've done my homework.
Bag. You didn't do shit. Just vomit diarrhea projectile right out of that blowhole of yours of nothing.
Yeah, so the appropriate ejection on the table is failure to prosecute. I'm going to have to throw you out of the courtroom.
Yep.
We don't need you here. If you're not going to provide any content, then what do we need you here for? Like, you got to at least give an example.
He didn't provide any content, so I match. I'm only here to meet you halfway. If you don't meet me halfway, then you can go do whatever you want.
Provide your evidence, counselor, or be held in contempt.
Meet me halfway or stop yapping.
Meet your fucking halfway. Meet your halfway sister.
What does that
mean? Fucking clown, counselor,
the hell does that
counselor.
He is meeting you halfway. That's the problem. You said
no. He's not.
All these. You said all of these.
He has to make it like a room, and you're somehow the juror. And
shut the fuck up.
This is funny.
Nothing burger. You're a pretender clown fraud. Go back to your cake decorating forums. Go back to your cake decorating forums. Probably get laughed out of there.
All right, so nobody so far provided an example when asked. So that's a problem, Mr. Twanger. If you say I have all these evidences and somebody joins when you're saying that and they say, oh, could you give me an example? You know, you might say, well, I just gave several, so I'm kind of tuckered out, but you didn't give any before either. So you really have no excuse not to do it now. Keep in mind, if you're upset about giving it.
So if you think that the Earth is flat, like how do you suppose?
Hey, White Knight, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, White Knight. We'll get to you.
No, I'm just asking.
We'll get to you in a second.
Patience.
We're dealing with dumb fuck counselor down here. We'll get to you in a second. Just relax. So Twanger, counselor, provide your evidence or get thrown out. Get drugged down the courthouse steps by your fucking ear by the bailiff. Provide your evidence, counselor. Go.
Where do you get thrown out by the sergeant at arms? Because I like that one better. I like that.
In college, in Animal House.
Really? All right. Man, it's going to be a real boring show.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah, we'll let
if he's not answering.
Yeah, he's not gonna. So it's gonna be too boring.
No, I'm just like curious. Like, what's the
Holy
flat
crap,
Earth?
dude.
I just have a couple questions. Like, what's the flat Earth explanation for like time zones and like the fact
time
that
zones? Did I claim anything about time zones?
Sorry, not time
Did
zones.
Did I claim anything about time zones?
Like the fact that like if you have a friend in New Zealand and Australia, it is like either it'll be light or dark at different times of the day.
That's just shit. I didn't make any claims about friends in Australia.
No, I'm just asking.
I'm just.
Shut up! No, shut up! You're just yelling.
What's
nonsense.
your bestest scientific evidence for your globe?
I'm just asking a question. What's your explanation?
I'm just asking you, like a coherent question. What's your best
satellites? The fact that satellites work. The fact that Starlink works.
Scientific evidence for your globe? Diarrhea of the mouth, dumb fuck.
You're stupid. You're absolutely stupid.
What's your bestest science? Don't ask me to explain.
Starlink works. You can fucking buy Starlink.
Don't fucking overtalk me.
Talk you all I want because you're being an idiot.
Shut your fucking mouth.
You're being a fucking jackass.
Shut the fuck up.
You're a jackass.
Shut up.
That's you.
All right, Loof. You started this whole endeavor by talking straight through me when I was trying to transition the convo. So you earned exactly zero respect and were dealt with in the exact manner of zero respect towards you. So your submission for evidence in the scientific category of a globe was Starlink works. That was your submission.
Who was it?
Starlink works. That was his submission in the scientific evidence category.
Luke, he left.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's what he submitted.
Starlink? That's a concrete noun. That's not evidence. It's a concrete noun. What about underwear?
Yeah, but he said it works. So that's a verb.
It works. Like that's a pragmatic fallacy.
It'd be like more Fruit of the Loom.
How does the moon work?
Exactly.
So, yeah, it'd be like explain. Okay, it'd be like explain underwear on flat Earth. You're like, I didn't make a claim to it. Okay, Fruit of the Loom and Calvin Klein. The fuck's wrong with you, dude?
Dude, explain Mormon space underwear on Globe Earth.
It's holy.
Man, those kids probably weren't spanked when they were kids.
Bet they got flatheads. Let me show you what I mean. It's an uncanny coincidence. One.
Oh. I wasn't expecting that, actually.
Something's going on here. You tell me.
Dude, my mom did the, so there's this supposed thing you do with your babies where you massage their head in a certain way to give their head a beautiful shape as they grow. She did that with all those kids.
What's up, guys?
Sister's ankles.
All right, what's up, bro?
Good.
Got any of that sweet scientific evidence of a globe, or are you not a globe proponent?
That's sweet scientific.
No, actually, NASA Shield and Omnivore are up my ass trying to convince me, but
that's not a surprise.
I keep messaging NASA Shield that debate you did with them. That shit is hilarious, dude.
Oh, NASA Shield with the bouncing biscuits.
Yeah.
Nice. I got a question for you. How long does it take 5-minute mud for patching plaster? 5-minute patching plaster mud to dry.
Fuck, I don't know. I used to load up. I used to work on a bricklaying crew back in the day. All they'd say is mud, more mud.
Yeah. Exactly.
Mud. That's all mud. Up your ass. Mud.
Up your ass, mud. Well, I'd say longer than 5 minutes because 5-minute epoxy takes longer than 5 minutes.
Exactly. It never takes 5 minutes, dude. That's what I'm trying to point out, bro. The directions say 5 minutes. It says if you mix this and you mix that, you got 5 minutes working time. But it's always like 5.5 or 6.
Communist lying bastards.
That's it. It's working time. Ah, okay. I thought it was cure time. It's working.
Well, that's what it kind of. Yeah, it's kind of similar. But yeah, you could like put it in a hole in the ceiling, and it's like falling down all goopy. But you just keep forming it, and eventually it'll start to stiffen up, and then you'll have it set in. But the point I'm trying to make is if they can't even tell you when plaster that they're literally designing in the present day, how long it takes to cure, how are they going to tell you anything about anything else that ever happened in the past? Think about it. If you believe that they have that ability, you're a retard.
Well, that just made me wonder whether they're claiming it's cure time or working time. It might be working time. I don't know.
I once told a Glober that concrete buildings are largely made of water, and he laughed at me. I'm like, well, how do you think they make the concrete? They mix the water. Where do you think the water goes? He's like, oh, it just dries off. I'm like, wow, dude, you're dumb. Although it's not an unreasonable assumption that you get it wet and then the water dehydrates and that's what causes it to become solid again. But the problem is that concrete is a chemical cure. It's not a dehydration. So the water becomes a permanent part of the building.
All right, these guys are ganging up on me. I want to tell them to come in here. Fuck this.
Where is it happening at?
Omnivore and fucking NASA Shield.
Tell them we'll give QE a sedative so they can feel safe.
Yeah. They're. I'm gonna tell them to come in here because they keep fucking
Omnivore. No, he's too much of a retard. He's been exposed so many times.
Keeps going on about gravity and.
No, I'm not speaking to him. He's a fucking abject retard. NASA Shield is also, but it's been a while. Bring his dumb ass in here.
Yeah, maybe he's got some new scientific proof.
Not the sweet scientific proof.
Yep. Where's this happening at?
Probably in his DMs.
Well, I'm saying if it's on Gammas, just leave it there. Don't mention us. Don't do anything. It's like we're divorced at this point. Okay, we don't want anything to do with them because they clearly don't want anything to do with us. It was a complete meltdown. It was like 5-6 hours of negotiating, trying to get them to come over here, and they didn't even do it. And they eventually just melted down in the text chat. So we're
it's not there.
Okay, as long that's what I'm saying. If it's there, leave it alone.
It was on Geos and Gem Pandas.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying. Dude, if it's on Gem Pandas, don't mention us at all. Don't mention the server.
No one's mentioned anything here.
Okay. Because it's later on they'll be, well, Guguchi was over here talking about, oh, check it out. They want you to come over to politics. And then the globalists will hear something that we're inviting them over again. Nope. That boat sailed. We gave them a golden ticket. They burned it. They gave it to their gerbil. Who knows? They fucked it up. No thank you. Hard pass. It's not worth shutting the server down, shutting the conversation down, all focused on trying to get them to engage in a topic they said they want to engage with, and they just don't anyway. They can sit over in their corner and just like in their own crap. Just do whatever they want to do it over there and as far away from me as possible. No thank you.
It'd be nice if All Glory comes in here too. We could ask him some stuff about Concave Earth.
Holy crap, dude.
Old Glory, we got Salt with him too. He's supposed to make his own channel down below, like we did. Like when we got on this server, the reason why it happened the way it did was we made our own channel and people were interested in the topic. You have a user-defined channel. Right down below, you can click that, open up any channel you want, any topic you want. If it gets big enough, the founders will say, hey, would you like a permanent guest channel? You can say yes, no, or whatever, set up the terms and conditions. So Glory wants to come into the Flat Earth channel after we worked like years and years of developing a relationship here. Okay, now he has to do the legwork on his own. If he wants to talk about Concave Earth, go make his own channel. If people are interested, they'll join his channel, and then someone will say, hey, let's make a Concave channel alongside a Flat Earth and Globe Earth channel. By the way, the Globe Earth channel doesn't exist either. So that's how they could do it. The next time we're going to combine powers, they're going to have to be on equal footing as us. We're enough of this, like, bringing the riffraff around. Okay, they're going to have a channel, they'll be established, they'll have roles, they'll have perms, and they'll be like, okay, here's the event we're going to do. At this point, it was just a icing. You're like where you say like, oh, hey, we got delay of game in progress. It shouldn't take 4 or 5 hours to get someone to click a VC. Like, they are shit scared to have this conversation, so leave them alone. Yeah. Let them do their own thing in their own spaces, and when they get bored of it, they'll venture out. Let them maintain their echo chamber for as long as they find it entertaining. Because that's what their goal is. Their goal is infotainment. So as soon as they get bored of hearing the same people say the same shit over and over and over again, they'll be like, let me go click this channel, and then we'll have them here. They get this concept like they're being invited or they're being offered something, then all they try to do is get more. They always want more. It's never enough. It's never enough perms. It's never enough conditions. As soon as you give them one thing, they want something else, and then something else, and then something else, and then something else. And when you finally say no, they say, ha, gotcha, bitch. You really didn't want to come here anyway. And you're like, holy shit. Are you like, okay, enough's enough. Stay over there in your own swine and filth. Talk about anal and all the other crap you talk about, and leave us alone. we'll leave you alone. And if you ever feel like you want to actually discuss a topic that you named your server over, you know where to find us. It's a giant public server, thousands of people on it. You'll be ready, and you'll be able, and you'll be willing. That's the end.
But they won't leave us alone, Crit, because they're literal stalkers.
Yeah, that's a catch-22 on it. That's what I'm saying. They'll eventually come over here anyway, so we don't need to invite them. They're compelled. Somebody's wrong on the internet, and they just won't be able to help themselves. So Guguchi was over there talking about, let's invite them to come over here. No, don't do that. They'll come they'll eventually come because they're compelled. They're obsessed with flat Earth and flat earthers. They'll come here all on their own.
Yeah, normally when people are stalked like we are by these weirdos, it ends in a restraining order, but for some reason, just because we have flat Earth as the discussion, stalkers are okay. It's weird.
Well, the reason I brought that up is because when you go in those servers, they fucking gang up on you because they're all Globers sitting there. And they don't like it when it happens to them and they can't handle it, right? And there's a guy in there, like, he fucking literally lost his family because he became a flat earther. They all disowned him. And they sit there and run their mouths to that guy. It's weird, man.
Yeah, that's a troll. See, what happens is they get somebody in there who it takes a piss out of them. They know the guys are really triggered by flat Earth, so people go in there and pretend to be flat earthers, mostly like Christians, because they know that server's all full of atheists too. Atheists, sort of anti-flat earthers. So they go in there and pretend to be a flat earther just to make the milk squirt out their nose. They get a kick out of it. They get a kick out of making like Omnivore and Paid NASA Shill. They get a kick out of making those guys screech. So yeah, just let them. If you want to go fuck with them, and go right ahead, but they'll come here eventually anyway.
Yo, is there a flat Earth map or model we could look at?
In what context?
No, I'm just curious. Like, is there like
what context? Like, can you show what type of model you're referring to?
I know, I'm just asking. Like,
yeah, I get it. You're asking. Like a map. The word you said, a map and a model. Can you show me
just a map, like a map?
Okay,
I'm just curious.
A map. Can you show me what map you're looking at? What to you is a good map that you
like a world map? I guess he's asking.
Let's see that, Bunky. Which one is that? Which projection do you think is the best? What projection?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Oh, you don't know? Okay. So go figure that out first so you know what the fuck you're asking for.
But why are you mad about me asking that?
No one's mad. It's just a fucking waste of time. You interrupt the conversation we're having to ask about the map, and you don't even know what it would look like if someone presented you one.
I just got here, so I wanted to ask the question.
Yeah, you don't even know what you're asking.
I'll ask you later, maybe.
What map are you talking about? What is a map to you? Let me see what a map of what. Let me see that, Monkey. What does it look like?
He's referring to the world map.
Which projection? There's lots of different projections.
Oh, I got my favorite one. I'll post my favorite one. Hold on. Give me a second.
Well, he wants to see a map where you have the countries' names and their shapes.
Political map. Just some random political map.
Let me give you my favorite map.
Are you mind reading this guy, Kikuchi? Are you able to mind read this guy, or what?
No, but I think that's what he was asking. I could be wrong. He could answer it himself.
You're wrong.
All right, here's my map, homie. You like this map? Love it. You know why it's the best map? Because London is at the center. These are called air age maps. They're basically a projection of the world from the center point of a essentially, a hub of transit. So you can pick any center point and then do the projection from the center point.
So is this the projection of the globe?
No, it's a projection of the flight routes.
Yeah, but this looks like a globe Earth map.
Ow. Looks pretty flat to me.
Well, Antarctica is the same size they're telling you it is. That's the big factor.
What? You think Antarctica is the size they're telling you it is in this map?
No, I'm saying if you look at the globe map, this kind of matches their model, kind of.
Okay. And then what happens?
Nothing, I guess. We go based
on the moral of the story is that you can make an infinite permutation of maps and models about a terrain system or a coordinate system, and you can use mathematical transforms to transform it into any permutation.
So then, is that the official map then? Like, is that what every flat earther claims?
No, that's an air age map, a London-centric air age map, dude. That's what it says right on it.
It's the size of Antarctica, though. That's the only issue.
Really? You sure that's the only issue with this map? Look at the size of New Zealand, bro.
Yeah, everything's distorted.
Yeah, but so the globe says they could measure Antarctica, right? So it's not this infinite place.
The globe says you can. Let me rephrase it. The globe says it can measure Antarctica. It's not an infinite place. That doesn't even make sense. Maybe reword it.
Like in the globe map and the model, the Antarctica is actually not that big. It's pretty small.
Okay, then what?
Well, I don't know. Is it accurate or not?
How would I know? Did I sail around it and find out?
Yeah, that's fair. So those guys who went to the south, are they gonna ever come in here or no?
No, they're dead, dude. Frickin' Admiral Byrd is dead, Holmes, and so is all his crew members.
No. I'm talking about the people who went to the final experiment.
Like,
No.
Jeranism, Witsit, those kind of guys?
Yeah, those guys, yeah.
No.
Well, Witsit does used to frequent our other server, but I don't think he's been in here anytime lately. And he currently has, like, a GoFundMe or something running.
Yeah, he posted a GoFundMe.
Emergency.
What's the GoFundMe for?
He's asking for $10,000 or something like that because he's having some emergency. Let's state what it is.
Yeah, but in there it did say he might. Yeah, the important part about that is it said in there he might have just I don't know if it said quit or leave, like in the sense that he would leave the community because he's got to focus on his personal life or something. So maybe he might not come anywhere in the future. Who knows? But But why do you ask? Do you want to talk to them?
Well, I've heard a lot of flat earthers lose their families because of it.
What?
I don't. I know there are people that have, but I know many flat earthers, and I would say that the majority of them don't, because the majority of families aren't actually soulless Glober scumbags who would disown their family member for believing in flat Earth.
You make it seem like flat Earth is like coming out, or in like out of the closet or something. Like a lot of atheists lose their families. They go, they're like Christian fundamental Christians in America. A lot of right wing Christian conservatives. No way. There's no way they would tolerate such disrespect to God and country. So you could be like, hey, if you go against the norm and you say, like, how do you go to like a family meeting for like Easter? Easter's coming up, and you got Uncle Bob over there, and he's an atheist. How closely do you watch what he's doing?
Yeah, so what were you interested about those other guys? So, like, for example, Jeranism, he's got his own show and channel, and he wouldn't come into our stuff because we would eat his lunch for breakfast and then puke it out and feed it to him. That's how that would go, because he's got absolutely no ability to argue. But anyway, what would you want to talk to those guys about?
Well, from my understanding, he's saying it's a globe now, but the other guy, Whitsitt, didn't say it's a globe, right? Even though they saw a 24-hour sun.
Well, yeah, so you said even though they saw a 24-hour sun, as if that has some kind of consequences beholden to it that should make somebody think something in particular. So what would that be?
Well, the globe claims because there's a 24-hour sun, that's the proof for the globe, right?
No.
No, quite the opposite. We've been told for years, now almost a decade, that the sun would not set on the flat Earth. That was their proof. The sun sets, therefore the Earth is a globe. The sun doesn't set, that would be proof of the flat Earth. Then they go do a final experiment demonstrating the sun not setting, and then said, oh, it's a globe anyway.
Not exactly how to frame it.
Yeah, that's exactly how they frame it. They said for years and years, almost a decade now, that flat earthers can't explain how the sun sets because on the flat Earth, the sun wouldn't set. And you're like, what? It has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. And they're like, yeah, it does. You're like, okay, well, sure, go conduct your final experiment. The sun didn't set, and it's a what then? If the sun doesn't set, which model was that predicted on?
I don't know. It feels like two different arguments that a glober might bring up against two different flat earthers.
One argument. They're internally, they said flat earthers can't explain the sunset. On the flat Earth, the sun would not set. Then they tell you the sun didn't set. Which model was demonstrated?
Well, neither, I guess, because...
Let's go over it again. They said on a flat Earth, the sun wouldn't set. The sun could not set on the flat Earth. They demonstrate the sun not setting. Which model is that?
Well, it's just one instance of the sun not setting.
Okay, so which model this one instance would demonstrate which model?
It wouldn't, though. It wouldn't demonstrate.
Okay, on their their worldview, internally, the internal critique of a globalist worldview said they know the Earth is a globe because the sun sets. They would know it's a flat Earth if the sun didn't set. The sun didn't set. What model did they demonstrate?
It's hard, bro. Flat.
It is because the framing isn't how a glober would present it.
That's exactly how they presented it. You see it all. It won't be long. It will not be long. Someone in here, explain sunsets on the flat Earth. And you're like, are you trying to say the sun could not set on the flat Earth? Yeah. Okay, we'll explain the final experiment then. This is the trick. They walked themselves into a contradiction. They tricked themselves into making a straw man and then demonstrating their own straw man and saying, well, actually not. Because you'd say on their model, they've said these things. This is what you would do. So can the sun set on the flat Earth? No. Okay, the sun would not set on the flat Earth. Okay, got it. So how did you adjudicate the final experiment? Because on the flat Earth, the sun would set. Okay, you broke your... Okay, that doesn't work. Because you just said the sun wouldn't set on the flat Earth. It'd always be above the horizon. And then said you're going to adjudicate this by demonstrating the sun setting on the flat Earth, which would be going to Antarctica and watching the sunset. So which one is it? Does the sun set on the flat Earth or not? Bueller, is he there?
So within that, it wouldn't set on the flat Earth.
So the sun would not set on the flat Earth. Perfect. Now explain the final experiment.
Yeah, where the sun does not set. Well,
okay, welcome to flat Earth.
No, that's kind of affirming the consequence.
Yeah, your logic. Your logic here. No one else's. Yours. You said the sun would not set on the flat Earth.
Yep. Right, so hold on, Trent. So you correctly identified the problem. Regardless, it's affirming the consequence for both camps. If the flat earthers attempt to use it, it's affirming the consequence. If the globe earthers attempt to use it, it's affirming the consequence. So it doesn't possess the ability to prove or arbitrate the proposition in itself. So it can't be the final anything.
Right.
It can't decide the issue.
Circumstantial. I could give it a circumstantial point for flat Earth in that instance. Yeah.
Well, you could say in either case that it's congruent with this concept or paradigm.
Right.
But it doesn't make that necessarily the case. If you take it to it necessarily is the case. So, for example, you say, if it happens, then therefore the Earth is a globe, or therefore the Earth is flat. And then you'd be committing the affirming the consequent fallacy. So at best you could say this is congruent with my expectations of what I think is going on. That's about it.
Right. And I agree with you completely on that. Congruent is the way I describe it. Yeah, the sun not setting is congruent with flat Earth. So.
Well, depends on what you mean by flat Earth, because an object, let's just say, for lack of a better term, being flat, has nothing to do with the sun. Like, it's either flat or not flat. Like, what the sun is doing is highly irrelevant to the properties of another object that's not the sun.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. But I usually don't really get into that because, I don't know, it seems like flat earthers have different ideas of how the sun works, and it's really hard to really narrow it down.
That's why we're using your idea. We're using your idea to do an internal critique of your own idea. Don't worry about flat Earth yet, because flat Earth said the sun and the sky and the ground, two separate things. You've connected these two things, so let's do an internal critique.
The only thing is the Globers will say it's only for 2 to 3 days. It's not a whole year around, right?
So 2 or 3 days, you got the flat Earth. Gotcha.
No.
Well, you don't have the flat Earth. You got the sun, right?
Okay, so not the Earth. Okay, gotcha.
Well, you have the sun being visible from an observer at a point on the Earth 3 days.
Which is flat.
Well, no. I mean, okay, I don't think that necessarily follows from anything.
Which is curved then, or flat?
Again, I wouldn't say that
based on the sun.
I'm just saying that it's congruent with the idea of the globe and how the idea of the sun works within the representation model. I wouldn't say that it proves it one way or another, just that it is congruent and doesn't seem to lead to any.
That makes no damn sense.
Other parts of the idea.
No sense. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm saying that the idea is consistent and is congruent with reality.
What's the congruency, horse shit?
What's wrong with what I said?
What's the congruency? You're back here for another attempt at it, huh?
Yeah.
After your train wreck last night.
Yeah, I don't really have much of an ego, so I'm just.
Well, I didn't mention anything about your ego, dude. Jeez, oh man, what are you, some type of Nancy?
I'm just saying.
Okay, how do you have a horizon on a globe?
How do we? It would be the point at which the ground starts to curve away from you.
Yeah, I didn't ask you that. Yeah, it's not curving away because according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. Unfortunately, curvature is defined by the United States Naval Academy as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how can we see in reality, everywhere we go, horizons everywhere, but yet be told by the fairy tale fuckwit heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion that there's a rate of change of slope of non-zero along a tangent from our feet in every fucking direction?
Rate and change of slope of non-zero.
You can't change slope. You're a moron.
So, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
That should be the title of your autobiography.
Yeah, I mean, so you contend that there is no point where the ground would.
My contention is there are no horizons on a globe-tard because it's contradictory and paradoxical to the definition of horizon.
And that would be, can you define horizon?
What?
Can you define horizon and explain why it's not possible?
I just told you. Are you
didn't define horizon?
Doing hard time, or are you drunk, or what?
No, you said the rated change in slope of the ground, yada yada yada, but you didn't define.
Yeah, no, I didn't say yada yada yada.
Well, it didn't make much sense to me.
Well, I know because you'd fail intro to junior high functions and graphing.
Can you
No,
another way you can explain it? Can you write it down in the chat?
No, I can't. No, not going below junior high.
All right,
start over again in primary school. Right?
You got this one. We can
start over again in primary school. Everyone understands it who's past junior high school.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fine with me not understanding, yeah,
I'm fine. You're exposed.
Yeah, you take the win.
It's not a win. It's just I exposed you as a thundercloud.
Pointed out that I didn't understand what you said, and you won the argument. So,
well, no, I didn't win an art. That's not a case of winning or losing. That's not what it is, Mr. Ego. That's not it. So you just contradicted yourself again by mere implication.
That I care about winning or losing.
You're really knocking it out of the park tonight.
I don't really care about winning or losing.
Yeah, I can tell you don't care.
That you got me. So
it's not a gotcha. It's not that. Dude.
It seems like you got me. I don't understand what you mean by the rate and change in slope and how that goes around, goes against the idea of the horizon being an optical phenomenon where the ground is turning
phenomenon. I'll help you out, bro. So in the globe Earth daydream, the horizon is curved. And in reality, all horizontals are straight.
Okay, so I think I know what you're saying, right? You're saying that if I stand at a position and I turn around, I should see the horizon being a continuous straight line for us, right? like a complete circle around me. If I
Is he talking to
look
me?
at the horizon at different.
Or is he
Yeah,
talking to
I'm
you,
trying
AI?
to.
He's talking to his notepad, so he's taking good notes.
I'm trying to clarify. So
Yeah, there should be no horizons, no horizontals on a globe. Simple.
yeah, and the horizontal is just an optical illusion.
Oh, really? It is. And so the horizon's an optical illusion. Go ahead and I want you to
it's an
cite
optical
that.
phenomenon.
Go ahead and cite that. Go ahead and cite that right now.
Cite that it's an optical phenomenon.
No, you said optical illusion, glue sniffer. I want you to cite that in text.
Yeah, I misspoke.
Yeah, he retracted that.
Did he? All right.
Yeah, I misspoke. Sorry.
Can we agree that everything you see is optical? I mean, good.
Yeah, I mean.
Hey, hold on. I got one for. He may not know this one, QE. Okay, so put your hand in front of your face and look at it. Are you looking at your hand?
Oh, God. That's a serious question, Exceptional.
Yeah, it's a serious question.
Okay. I'm following. I haven't done this either. Okay, I'm looking. Yes.
I mean.
Right. So is that your hand? Is that your hand you're looking at?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. Quote unquote. Retarded Glober 2022.
No.
What is it that I'm looking at then?
According to Fight Earth, Fight the Flat Earth, that's not your hand you're looking at. You better call him or get on the same page.
Okay, so is it about like delay in perception, right? I'm viewing my hand in the past. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah. I can't remember exactly what his nonsense was, but it was some gobbledygook nonsense like that for sure.
Was that Sonny laughing?
Yeah, that was a good guess.
No, he said it was refracted.
Yeah, refracted,
Okay.
delayed.
Okay, now that makes sense to you. Yeah?
I mean, it does, but it kind of
Really?
seems.
How does that make sense?
Somehow he missed the whole joke.
Let's see how it makes sense. Define refraction.
You got my answer exceptional. Don't retract now.
Hey, old Haas, just relax.
No, I get what they mean, but I wouldn't agree with them in how they framed it there. Like, I'd say I'm still seeing my head.
It's not an agree-disagree issue. It either is or it ain't. So it either is refraction or it ain't. So what's refraction?
Light bending through a medium, or passing from one medium to another, or just
one medium to another medium. So where's the light from your hand passing from one medium to another?
It's like not really a medium in any significant way. Like it's just one medium.
Holy crap, you had your chance. You had your chance to foil Quantum's plan, but you failed. I'll give you the answer in DMs for $50.
$50.
I
am what
aware. Well, you did say there's only one medium layer.
Yeah.
Ding, ding. Wait a second. We need to take note of this. He just said air is one medium.
That's correct. He's right.
He was wrong.
So he's right.
We have a winner.
But what AI will do will muddle the composition up and tell him that the lens is the other. You fucking guy.
So.
Right. I was also answering with like assuming you guys know that if the same medium is denser in one region and less dense in another region, and they can be considered two different.
No, they're not.
Mediums.
No. Citation, please. Citation, please. Citation, please.
Atmospheric refraction.
Atmospheric refraction. Yeah. Atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air, is gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You can't cite it. You just made that shit up. There is no refraction in the fairy tale atmosphere or in the Atmo. No refraction whatsoever. None. Zero. It's a category error.
Refraction.
Oh, by the way, before we go on, you have to have two different optical densities, not just two different densities.
It's not two different densities either. It's two different materials.
So gradient index off. That's
gradient
start here.
makes no fucking difference. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface. Gases have no boundaries or surfaces.
Right, but here's a source here.
Here's a source here.
Right, it's the gradient of the refractive index of a material. So, single material with a varying refractive index.
Yeah.
So that's one
two materials with two refractive indices, and the refraction occurs at the boundary or surface. There are no boundaries. Again, don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface. Do gases have boundaries or surfaces?
No.
Exactly. You're in a category error.
They have both.
Who says that they have both?
Okay, so let's say that you were in. Let's say that we.
No, we're not going on your fucking retarded tangent. Do gases have boundaries or surfaces? No. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface. Don't fucking talk through me. I told you about that before.
You already spoke, and I didn't respond.
Shut the fuck up.
You already spoke.
Shut the fuck up.
You're triggering Pewie's PTSD.
All right.
You fucking retard. There's no scenario that you can come up.
But it's okay.
There's no fucking scenario that you can dream up in that imagination, that fuckwit imagination of yours, that will make gases have boundaries or surfaces. None.
If light originates.
Shut the fuck up.
See,
you don't know what light is. Shut the fuck up.
I can't even respond. Okay, you got me.
You ain't gonna respond with anything, dumbass.
Okay, then you won't have.
The only thing you can respond with is to show gases having boundaries or surfaces. That's the only thing you can do. Do it.
Or you could hear me out.
No, it's not or. This is the standard, dumb fuck. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface.
But it can also happen within a material.
No, it cannot. Citation,
what I showed you.
Citation, please. You can't show shit. You don't know what fucking refraction is. You're a moron. You could fucking overtalk me, glue sniffer, but I'm going to fucking bury you with your death notice right here.
Showed you continuous refraction.
I'm going to bury you right fucking now. You don't know what refraction is, son.
Can you address my source, please?
I'm not going to address your fucking source. You don't know what your source is fucking saying. It doesn't know. Your source doesn't know what Snell's law is.
We can move on. We can move on then.
Your source doesn't know what is Snell's law.
It's.
Oh my goodness, dude! Wikipedia.
No, I'm not going to search it up. I can remember it. Trust me. It's an equation that describes how light refracts as it passes from one medium to another.
Yeah, now light refracts.
To another.
You use refracts in the definition of refraction. It's fucking idiotic.
Snell's law isn't refraction itself. It just describes.
Snell's law is refraction. You're a fucking imbecile pretender clown moron. You just exposed yourself, dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, you fucking goober.
Right, and I said
right. You just said it's not. You just said right, and it's not. You compromise yourself.
A law and the actual phenomenon are different.
Really? Citation, please. Citation.
You got anger issues, bro.
Citation. Shut the fuck up. White Knight, shut your fucking mouth. White Knight, NG77,
anger issues, Quantum Eraser.
Well, I take his fucking. I'll tell you what issues I got. I got issues with pretender clown fuckwit White Knight frauds. And you're going to feel it right after I'm done with this idiot. You just fucking contradicted yourself. Okay. Again. Okay. Dumbass. Read the definition at fucking 10 minutes after the hour. Both of them.
Okay, Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes' law, and the law of refraction. The formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and
Dude, it's like, oh, we don't have enough money. It's like, but this is a universe you're talking about.
You tested a
Like,
squid
you
in
make
space?
it.
Or a whale
Sorry?
or anything? Have they tested anything in space that belongs underwater? You know how they keep going scuba diving, water, test
Yeah, I
water,
see that all
water.
the time. Yeah.
So why the hell are we not sending some fish up to space to see what they do? Because
Literally.
so I mean, if they're just in fish air, and fish should be good to go, and fish should be just swimming around in space, no problem.
Yeah. They should be able to. They should be able to. What's it called?
Produce their own oxygen from moving and swim around and
have no problem with the no gravity at all. Just float in the air. You know, do their thing.
right, no orientation for certain fish creatures and stuff.
Yeah, they should be fine. Send a whole ass whale and shark up there. They'll be fine.
So I'm saying, I wonder what would happen to a real big eyeball at 700 miles an hour compared to how ours will explode at 700 to 800 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Or something like that. I mean, I don't
That's the thing too. Like
numbers, but
all these rockets that Elon's freaking launching too, they keep blowing up. It's just like, what a waste of money. He's like, oh, we're going to Mars. They've been saying that for how long? I remember when I was in like, I'm 23, and I remember when I was like, how old was I? I think I was
we're
like
supposed to have
10?
motels on the moon by 70.
Yeah, and I remember them saying that we were gonna be going to Mars by like 2022 or something like that, or 2021. Oh, but COVID happened. Like, get out of here. You said we're going to be there in 2021, not the mission wasn't going to start in 2021 or 2022 or whatever.
Right? Okay, there's a movie about the cure. There's a cure for some stuff, and these guys go to the Amazon. They literally drop them off in the middle of the Amazon for basically ever or whatever, or 10 years, 15, and they're just studying. Like one group is studying this ant. This little group of ants, another one's studying this ant, another one's studying this stuff. Like all these groups of people are all in the same area studying every little dot of every different thing that's all connected, right? But they leave you there.
Yeah.
They leave you there. They come back. So if somebody was supposed to be on the moon or building on the moon, how do you keep saying we're going to the moon to build if without leaving any material or leaving anything there to start doing it ever? Nothing's ever left. Like you gotta leave people there, man. You can't just like the ISS should be the moon. There should be.
We should know more. Like, wouldn't we know more too? Like about the moon?
Well, yeah. Here's the scariest thing, brother. Didn't they tell you in school all elements are made of one thing?
Yeah.
Now think what that means. So what's a diamond? What's gold? What's oxygen? All the elements are made of one thing, brother. But now they're going to tell you, oh, no, you're stupid. That's not energy. That's not this. This isn't that. Oh, no, you can't make gas with that. Oh, no, that's not. And you're like, what? Hold on a minute. The same person that told me you was a rock and everything evolves from one thing. All the gases are one thing. All the materials are one thing. But now when you go in the lab or you want to buy it or you want to do this, now it's not, and I'm stupid. See how that works? They'll tell all you as a kid that everything's one thing. But then when you grow up and talk to Globers and this and that, they'll tell you you're dumb. Everything's different. This isn't that, and that isn't this. And electricity's not energy, and oxygen's not hydrogen, and helium, and all of it in one container. A man-made container with a sticker on it. And I know it might be a lot, but I mean, it's honestly just trying to give you the little quick draw run of it. So you can't have any gas without a container. You can't call it anything without a container. They're all the same thing. It's called potential. Trap potential. And they just don't want you to understand this shit. Once you understand, I mean, it doesn't give you the idea for everything in the world, or you're not just the most. You just understand fuels a little more in different things. Like everything's supposedly one thing, whether you're religious and it comes from God, or whether you're non-religious and it comes from evolution. Do you see? Either way, they're trying to tell you that everything's coming from one source, no matter what that thing is.
Yeah, for real.
But then when you ask them what hydrogen is, they'll tell you it's not helium. You ask them if gold is dirt and metal and lead and iron and platinum and aluminum and titanium, they say, no, it's not that. That's gold. Well, hold on a minute. Do you have 100 million% gold, just 100% of it? That's 100% of itself? Oh, that doesn't exist for anything? Oh, now we're talking.
Welcome, Jack. Panel. Just noticed Jack had his mic open. Just wanted to welcome him.
What up, Jack?
What up, Jack?
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Nate. Yeah, so I mean, just think about it, man. So they tell you they got now any man-made idea of stuff like gold, get all this stuff that's like a man-made named thing from the earth, right? And then you have apple juice. Apple juice is 100% apple. The apple peel is 100% apple. Everything about an apple divided from itself is still 100% pure apple. But you can't say that for elements and gold and diamonds and whatever. They're all just stuff smashed at that point right now. They're all undergoing never-ending changes that could happen to them. And they're never 100% of anything. Like a diamond's always got coal in it. Gold's always got some other stuff in it. Slag and whatever. It was basically just a big cooking book of cooking cake stuff that's you need these ingredients and this time and this whatever, cool off this time, you know. And that's what happens. Everything's kind of liquefaction. And then gases are all just whatever this energy is. You wave your hand in and can feel it. You can feel it moving and stuff. You just can't see it that good most time unless something, you know, occurs like, I don't know, shadowing or heat off your car or something. You see the waving and the... So you can definitely see this thing that we're standing in called the air or whatever, you know.
Well, just remember this guy's new to the topic, DeMarc. Don't trip him out too much with too much.
No, I'm not, but I'm just saying it goes back. It just goes back to the idea of flat Earth, and that's the principle. And that when you talk about any of it, people don't understand. And then like when you try to get down and deep with any of the globers and say, hey, how do you know this? How can you? That's just my point of all that. They'll all get like goofy. They won't understand anything anymore. You're going to be crazy. And, you know, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird, man. But the Earth's still flat. I mean, it's not, you know. It all ties in to the misinformation.
NASA's live stream from Earth.
Yeah, and you can't see anything live ever.
It's no way. Like, what the fuck? Dude, it's like, what am I looking at? Like, they have like a tiny little screen in the corner. And they're just like, what are they even showing? And it's just like, it's just pure black. Like, there's just nothing.
Yeah, and when it's light, right? I took a screenshot, and when it's light, it just kind of shows. It's just uploading. Have a look in the side chat.
It goes dark. Like, I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Why would the sun still be like? Okay, like, I don't know if you've ever noticed, but like, sometimes, like, you know, it's hard to explain. Dang it. I don't want to sound like an idiot, so I'm gonna. That was the stream that I was looking at too. But if you look at the other stream too, it's like Let me take a picture. This is gonna eat my brain. So like,
Yeah, the more you look into it, my friend, it's gonna drive you a little crazy. But it's okay, bro. It's normal. All of us went through it, so it's gonna be all right. You know, the Earth's still not gonna go anywhere. You know, it's still flat and motionless. So
it's like it's just. So I'm gonna send you this photo. I don't know if you guys got it yet. Just give it a second. Like, do you see that part of the? I just sent it. Do you see that part of the International Space Station?
Mm-hmm.
Like, even when they go to the, like, for example, like it's nighttime in other countries right now, right? Like in the other side, like you know what I mean? So it's like when they go to when the sun is set and they're in that's like in a dark spot, that still stays light. I don't understand. We're like, why is it still bright if they're in a dark spot?
I don't know, man. There's so many contradictions in their footage. It's just laughable. I mean, even if half the time you look at the footage and there's all these like stitch lines on the Earth, there's like clouds like chopped in half, and I'm just trying to find some screenshots of it now.
Oh, they got this. Listen to this freaking terrible music they got playing in the background too.
Oh, it's annoying. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I gotta mute that. Just give me 2 seconds, boys. All right, enough of that. But yeah, I'm watching it right now. Yeah, everything's like, it doesn't like. And then they say that they go around the Earth 16 times a day. Like, sunset in 4 minutes.
Yeah, have a look at these images here.
Oh wow. Why does it look like that? What the fuck?
So it seems like half the time they're showing you just like some animation that they've put together and still just running it.
That looks like an.
Yeah,
it looks like a line,
CGI.
like an added, like they added it to the.
Or it's just to stitch together Earth, right?
Yeah, like they took like one frame and then like another one and then stitched it together. Yeah. Another one. Wow. That's like 3 that you. That's like wait. Yeah, it's like you just found like 3 of them that quick. Crazy. Because I want to see they're good. It says that like they're going into a sunset spot. So I want to see if this thing stays bright or if it goes dark. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. I just need to. I may be. What's it called? Maybe sinking into a hole right now, but I just want to see. What in God's name is going on in my house? My cats fight too much. Excuse me. Okay. Those don't even look like clouds. Looks like it's just like a big pile of snow. I've always like another thing too. Even when like I was, because right now I'm like I'm not changing my opinion overnight. It's obviously going to take me some more time to, you know, get to like get the information that I like, get some more information and
yeah, you got a ton of stuff to look into. It's you shouldn't get it overnight. It shouldn't be something that you just hear, you know, for a few days or a few weeks and then get convinced, right? Like that would, I mean, that would be stupid to do that. You got to look into it all. Yeah, the main thing is not to fall for the bullshit, right? Because there's a lot of videos out there that are like flat Earth debunking videos, but they're disingenuous, right? They make like straw man arguments, and they're aimed at people that don't know the true flat Earth arguments, right? So Professor Dave or Simon Dan or someone like that, right? They'll find a flat earther that makes a bad argument, which we would all agree, even us flat earthers, that that's a bad argument. And that person's an idiot that made the argument, right? But then they'll make a video about it and they'll say, oh, flat earthers claim this, right? And then they'll debunk it. And then people watch it and they think that all flat earthers claim that, right? Or they'll think that, oh, this is the flat earth map that flat earthers claim is the map of the flat earth, right? When no flat earthers are claiming that that's a map, or maybe just a few. They found an idiot, they cherry picked a video of some dumb new flat earther that doesn't know his arguments. And then they're debunking it's like straw man arguments. So, got to be careful of that kind of thing as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, you find lots of information in the home server, right? And then we're always around, right? There's always people here. You can always hit me up and I can send you video links or anything like that. But yeah, lots of research to be done before you should be convinced.
Yeah, but look, man, if you want to, I mean, the stuff that I sent you, right, which is yesterday or the day before that I sent you, yeah, you can check that out, bro. That have basic flat Earth 101. It's very simple, straight to the point, you know what I mean? And also, if you want to look at NASA footage, right, I send you 6 hours of NASA failed compilation, bro. Like 6 hours, dude, so you won't miss none of these stuff. It's like right there, and see the good things about it. If you're trying to go online and search for it, man, it's gonna be really hard for you. So the reason why we're here, we want to make it easy for people. You know, if they want to check it out, we got it. You know what I mean? So you don't have to do all the hard work. We got the stuff ready for you. So basically, we hand spoon you in a sense, right? But maybe not everything. So, but you just got to figure it out on your own because no, none of us are here to convince you or trying to force the information down your throat at all. So everything is up to you, you know. I would say good luck on your journey.
Appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I was just on the live, like I'm still on the live stream, and they were over the Indian Ocean and it was completely blacked out, right? And then they cut the camera off and now they're on like a now they're showing like a different view, and all of a sudden it's bright. Like you can see stars in the background and there's clouds, but it was literally pitch black. I don't understand what the heck just happened. Like I don't understand. Oh man.
Yeah, man, there's so many things you gotta check it out, bro. You gotta do your research and you gotta analyze it, man. So it's not easy. I wouldn't say it's easy. And plus, you still got the globe idea in your head too. So you're gonna be fighting with yourself for like who knows how long, right?
Yeah.
Or like let's say for example, like you go to different VC, all of a sudden you ran into like anti-flat earthers. They're trying to convince you everything that like all the argument is wrong, don't listen to us and stuff like that. And it happened so many times with different people too. They come in here and talk to us about it, you know what I mean? And a lot of them also, don't like the anti-flat earthers behavior either. The way to go about it, right? I mean, if you want to believe in the globe, we don't care. You can go on, do what you got to do. But the problem is this, they come in here and start chat skanking, trying to give us a hard time, calling us name, all that stuff. But I don't know why they do that. But for the most part, man, just do what you got to do. You on your own.
Anti-flat earthers, like what he means by anti-flat earthers is like there's this group of people that absolutely hates flat earthers, right? And they've been following us around for years, trying to derail conversations. They'll get into people's DMs, right? If like they'll just sit in here and they'll wait for someone new to come in, and then they'll start trying to coach them in their messages, or ask them this, ask them that. Oh, they're lying about that, right? And they've gone to the extent where they'll try to dox flat earthers, or they'll try to like get people fired from their jobs if they can find out where they work. Right, and they just follow us around everywhere we go, and it's really crazy behavior. And they'll try to like derail conversations, right? They got their own little servers where they'll like organize raids, right? But not like this is like grown men doing raids, right? So they'll come in and they'll try to get a flat earther upset, right? They'll pretend to be nice, and then they'll just start acting like an asshole, and that's their little plans, right? So yeah, there's a bunch of crazy people getting around. So we try not to happen. Every day, yeah, every day.
They every try day to raid you guys. They try to raid you guys every day.
Pretty much. I mean, more or less. Sometimes not much, but sometimes the 5 or 6 of them will all pop in at once. Sometimes it's more. Wow. Sometimes it's. But yeah, I mean, I had to kick.
Freaking World of Warcraft situation right there.
Yeah. Like two dudes kept coming in here yesterday. I had to kick them out about 10 times each. Right? They just kept coming back all day. It's crazy. Yeah, crazy stuff. I mean, there's one in here right now. Hey, this Heyoka guy, right? He's anti-flat.
The Earth is flat, like it or not, bro. That's the truth.
So that's in the Bible. He's just planted right now, just like
a guy pretending to be this Heyoka character, where he puts on like this like little Irish like accent, but it's a completely different person. So it's nuts. We got some crazy people basically stalking us because and
like that's the thing too. Like I can also understand why my behavior as well would have maybe thrown you guys like off, because you're dealing with all that, right? And it's like having somebody come in, it's just like here's another one, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we get a lot of trolls coming in as well, like just people that just want to come in and troll. But that's to be expected, right? A lot of people, they have a very false idea of what flat Earth is in their head, right? They think we're a bunch of crazy people that think it's a flat disc floating around in space, that Australia doesn't exist.
Sorry to interrupt you. So the ones, in the chat, the ones that have like the red mic, are they the anti ones?
Sometimes, right? Sometimes it'll just be a troll. Someone will just come in and they'll start shouting the N-word or something like that, right? And we just have to put them on.
Oh man, I'm not trying to go off topic, of course, but with so I'm in some religious servers because I'm a Christian. And, we talk to atheists and Muslims and Jews and a whole bunch of people, right? Hindus, Sikhs, etc. And like you guys, we try to keep it very, very, very respectful, Don't swear, like, that's a big thing. Like if you're going to come into the religious chat that we have, it's got to be very, I've sworn a couple times in that chat, and I've been told right away, hey, like, Seth, like, I get it, you're passionate right now, but like, don't be like, just use a different word instead of that word. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So, because there are ways that we can curb our swearing. Like we can use like crap instead of the other word, right? Like there's ways that we can curb it, right? So, anyways, the point is that, but we do have people who come into the chat who will come in and start, shouting like racial slurs, and then they'll start shouting like slurs against whoever. Like for example, so I'm in a Christian one, so they'll shout slurs against Jesus, and then they'll say some really negative things about like our parents, which is really weird, like that you would even bring someone's parents up. Don't really find that. I don't really understand that at all. But anyways, yeah, we get it a lot too.
Channel, yeah, it happens in every channel. But yeah, flat Earth's an extra triggering topic for people.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel like I think the most triggering, the most triggering topic.
Not everyone that's server muted is like a. Sometimes people just server mute themselves, right? Like Alpha Veritas up the top, right? He's one of our guys, but he keeps himself on the red mic because sometimes people have like certain types of phones, right? And when you get a phone call and then you hang up the phone call, it just unmutes your mic, right? In Discord for some reason. So people happens all the time. So that's why some people are muted as well.
But listen, old dude want to say something. Old dude, I know you trying to chime in earlier, but go for it, please.
No worries.
Wait, sorry?
No, I was only going to say that given time, you'll see people throw themselves on the gears of this thing at every level. They'll come in like like you say, and other channels, on Christian channels, they will just come in and rage against the machine just for the hell of it. And yeah, given time, you'll see it on every level. The admin have had to like jam 3 bots together and make a Frankenstein bot to stop the constant onslaught of posts that would get us torn down for TOS violation. There's a whole side of it that you don't even see anymore, and it's kind of been like that since day one. It's really interesting to watch, but yeah, give it time, man. You'll see all manner of attempt to, diverge or divulge from the topic or just tear it apart, and people aim at, as DJ said earlier on, or that they go for our personalities and who we are, and it's crazy. It's absolutely bizarre. In a world of alleged free speech, there's that many people from so-called normal society trying to tear this down that you wonder what the fuck's going on, man. It's mental.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. It's like everyone's like, not everyone, sorry, but a lot of people are always like, going on about free speech and how everyone should have the right to, say what they want to say what they believe in, and then as soon as some topics, like for example, like we just discussed how flat Earth is, obviously it's a controversial topic, right? And some people do get their panties in a twist over that. But they always talk about free speech and stuff like that, and like it's just like, okay, but like at the end of the day, you believe in free speech, so let's have the discussion. Let's not shut people down because we disagree with them, right? It doesn't help anybody. It literally does not help anybody.
Yeah, it's not conducive to progress, dude. I mean, I understand that it can get heated, it can be a debate, it can be a flat-out argument at the end of the day, but it's still got to be conducive to progress. Otherwise,
exactly.
Go and do something else. Go and have an ice cream or a cup of tea or a dance in the house or something. You know what I mean?
And I love a good argument. Like, trust me. Like when I hear two people like not like yelling at each other, but raising their voices to the extent like where they're both really into it. You know what I mean? But they're not going after each other. They're going after the subject. Yeah, but they're not insulting. They're not
appreciated. Yeah, passion is appreciated. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, that's why like I do get passionate. Like, especially when I'm in because my favorite topics to discuss are like foreign policy discussions. And I do get a little passionate when I'm in those chats, but like I try to, again, like sometimes I go off the rails, but I try to maintain, my, just because like sometimes you meet people who are like for example, I can't remember who mentioned it, but someone mentioned you'll have a flat earther who just learned about the subject, and then is coming in and spewing a bunch of arguments that they don't really have any knowledge on yet. That happens a lot with like foreign policy discussions. Like somebody will like read an article or they'll watch a documentary and then they'll just come in thinking they know everything, and then it kind of gets a little frustrating because you're trying to give them the actual history of something that happened and all that kind of stuff, and then all of a sudden they're just like, no, you're going against this, you're a conspiracy theorist. It's like, no, I'm giving you the actual like knowledge that you need to understand what you're even remotely talking about. You know, like there was like
for good reason, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a crazy world we live in. I'll tell you that one.
You sound like a concave earther.
What do you mean? Sorry?
A world that you live in?
Sorry,
You sound like a concave earther. That's what he said. You sound like a concave earther.
What's that?
What's this world that you live in? Sounds like you're living inside of a ball, dude. Don't mind me, I'm just being sarcastic.
Yeah, he's just being funny.
No, that's fine, but I just couldn't understand that first. Sorry about that, man.
Yeah.
Are you from Scotland?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I could tell. I'm not from the UK. Like I wasn't born there, but like pretty much my whole family was born in the UK. They're born in England and Scotland and stuff like that. So I could tell by the accent right away. I was like, this guy kind of sounds like my grandfather.
It's not easy to hide. It's like you might hear me as Irish, but that's the West Coast in my accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not all that easy to hide. One can adopt a somewhat of an English approach to the language, but I tend not to.
You know, I love a good old Scottish accent, my brother.
People are people, and they should be relaxed to speak in their own tongue. I think sometimes it's hard because of the language barrier, and the people don't understand what's being said. So yeah, it's like all us sort of Europeans have to kind of modulate our language when it comes to.
Oh yeah, trust me. Oh yeah, I know about those ones. Speak like very, very like I love when they're trying to make a point and they go It's just so funny. Is the YouTube thing on right now?
And here, yes, there's a live stream. Whose is it? It's I'm not sure whose it is.
Hello YouTube. If you saw the last time I was in here, I want to apologize.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We move on already. Don't bring it. Stop bringing it up. If you bring it up again, yeah, we might have to ban you. No, I'm just kidding.
No, for real though. Actually, I won't bring it up anymore though because it's gonna be like.
Yeah, we're good, bro. We moved past that. Don't worry about it.
We moved on. I'm just gonna go subscribe to the YouTube channel right now.
Yeah, awesome, man. Go for it.
Gonna add some love. I hate hearing my own voice though, so I just can't do the whole. I have to sign in. Why can't it just send me to the app? That doesn't make any sense. My phone just died. That's why. Wow, that was that was very convenient.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right.
What? Why am I yelling? What's going on?
Someone should unmute Brenda.
Keep telling you, Brenda, it's outside. Go measure outside. You won't find it in an internet chat room. Well, you might find links to it, and we've already given you those. Go measure reality.
Perfect example, Seth, of what I was talking about before. Every day comes in here, right? These people.
Oh wait, somebody joined in.
Yeah, Brenda. Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Says how horrible we are, and we're abusive, and that we're grooming people, and
we call them
trying to
Michael Myers.
keeps saying, "We're gonna shut it, get your channel shut down," but comes in every single day. crazy obsessed people.
Like the whole point of joining, like the whole point of me joining a chat like this is to escape indoctrination, is to escape the status quo for once in my life. You know what I mean? Like, especially with this, and it's like coming in here, it's like no one's grooming anybody. Like, trying to learn here, like trying to, like that's right. You guys aren't bad people. Like I literally was like, no, like again, I'm only bringing this up just to prove a point here. I literally was being a like sorry for my language, but I was being an asshole, like a full on, you know what? And it just kept on, and like, but you guys welcomed me back with open arms and said, hey, you know what? Like he's sincere about his apology, and he came back, and give him another chance. So it's like, no, like you guys are good people. If you were abusive, you guys would have probably let me in to just make fun of me or make me feel like crap or whatever. You know, it's like, no, you're not doing that. So I don't know why.
We don't care about that, brother. We don't care about that. You know what I mean? What we care about is to be able to share information with new people who's really interested, about this topic. Any other than that, man, we don't care, even with the troll and stuff. You know what I mean?
But you said it yourself, man. If you want to believe that the Earth is a globe, believe the Earth is a globe. If you want to believe it's flat, then that's fine too. Just don't,
But yeah, you want to believe it's flat, go for it. But if you want to know it's flat, then that's when you look into the information.
Exactly.
Yeah. And when you know this is flat, it doesn't require any other beliefs. Not like the globe. The globe, you can't feel, you can't touch it, you can't see the curvature, you can't measure, but it's there. You got to close your eyes and imagine. Use your imagination. Right? That's when you experience the globe. It's in your mind. That's it. Reality, it's the opposite.
Just close your eyes.
Well, I just want to say good morning or good afternoon or good evening to all the brothers in here, and if there's sister in here, just want to say hello. I hope you guys doing well. It's Sunday, man. Anybody want to speculate about anything? Let's go.
Yes,
Hey, what's up, Kimbo?
usually on Sundays we have like speculation Sundays, we call it. Usually we try to keep the topic, but if anyone wants to speculate about anything on Sundays, right, things that aren't empirical, that sort of thing, then today's the day to ask questions.
Sunday.
Yeah, I think there's unicorn floating in outer space somewhere, bro. Sooner or later, we're gonna capture them. Yeah, that would be my speculation Sunday, bro.
Well, a speculation I think I brought up once before was, are they able to trick astronauts into thinking that they went to space, right? Because the astronauts, right, they did say, oh, we can't tell the difference between the simulation and the real thing, right? They've mentioned that in the past. And back in 2005, they did a TV show, right, called Space Cadets. And that was just on a TV show budget, and they tricked like 10 people into thinking that they went to space. It's an interesting TV show, right? They legitimately thought they were in space, looking at the globe outside, you know, the windows, which was just a capsule that was still on the Earth that had screens that wrapped around the windows. So if they could do that with like hardly any budget back in 2005 with that level of technology, imagine what they could potentially do to trick their own people into thinking things that weren't true.
That's a very interesting point. That's a good point right there.
Yeah, man. And some of the astronauts, like, are these astronauts that they're hiring really, really dumb? Or are they, like, really, like, why are they hiring such dumb people like Don Pettit, right? Clearly the guy's barely there, right? But he's, like, their head spokesperson, right? Don Pettit, right? He can't barely form a sentence. He can't even get words out, right? So maybe they're purposely hiring, like, really, really dumb people so they're easier to trick them. I don't know. I have no idea. Just speculating.
Yeah, and like another thing too, it's like, and then sending, like, and then Katy Perry is gonna be your front person to go to space. Like, I think she called herself an astronaut.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, apparently they're getting sued. They're getting sued for like making space travel look bad or something like that.
Yeah, it's just like, oh man, like it's just, but it's so easy to manipulate people that way too. Having her go up or allegedly go up there, right? So much easier for them to manipulate people because you have a whole fan base, like you have a whole base of ignorant people who are just going to be like, oh yeah, she definitely went. Oh yeah, she definitely went to space, and she definitely.
She's an astronaut now.
Yeah, like, oh, she can definitely be considered an astronaut now. She went to space. Have you ever been to space? She's been to space. You've never been to space. Why? Like, oh gosh, like it's just going to be a whole.
Yeah,
I've been in an airplane, and I'm a pilot now.
Oh yeah, no, for real. I've been in a what's it called? I've been in a race car. I'm now a certified NASCAR race driver.
That's right.
Just want you guys to know that. So put some respect on my name. Oh man.
Also a what's it called?
Like, could you imagine though?
Software engineer now.
Like, and then like,
up.
Like, and then they got like, do you guys really believe Elon Musk is as smart as hey, when it comes to making money, obviously we can agree. Thank you.
No, he's dumb.
Thank you. So
he's a
that's a he's
about my Elon like that.
He's a plan.
Well, ask him to take a test in front of you. Ask him to answer some jaywalk questions.
He's a plan.
I bet you he'll be like, somebody, oh no. Like the NASA dude. Like you ask the director of all the stuff, hey, what's this something? Oh, well, you'll have to ask Bob. I don't really know. Okay, well, you'll have to ask Sue. Bob and me don't know anything about that either. Oh, well, you'll have to have Mark about the speed. Oh, Tom about the seats. Oh, Chuck about the seat belts. Like, these guys are all retarded. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, and they all sound like they have autism.
Look at Don Pettit. I'd go in a nanosecond if I had the technology.
Yeah,
well, they're all just actors anyway.
So easy to manipulate people that way, though. Like, you have all these, like, these are your spokespeople. Like, these are the people you put you have talking to all the young generation and all that kind of stuff. Just more people to indoctrinate, right?
Elon says some cool stuff. I mean, he said, I want to restore freedom of speech in America, and I don't care if I lose money. And someone asked him if it's flat, and he goes, look, I don't know.
I don't know. I just know we've been to the moon like 7 or 8 times, and then we forgot how to do it. We can't go to the moon because of the Van Allen belt, right? They just forgot, like,
one of the
that they already went to the moon several times. It's a little sus.
Those guys would, if they actually went to space or went past the Van Allen belt, they would have gotten radiated to shreds. You're gonna tell me that they have the technology to go to the frickin' moon with all the things that they were saying about it?
I just don't think they ever went to the moon. I think they lied about it, and then they realized, like, oh, you actually can't go to the moon because of this. And then the lies continued.
Yeah, you put 2 and 2 together after they said that as well. Wait a minute. Because look at the technology we have now. Come on. Really? Like, those Teslas that they have, man, I know comparing a Tesla to a rocket ship and all that kind of stuff is different, but listen, those Teslas, bro, they sound like spaceships. Okay? Like, you're telling me we can't go back to the moon? Like, come on, stop it. Stop it. Can't do it anymore, guys. Can't do it. But why would 400,000 people lie about the moon landing? You know that
my grandfather worked on the space shuttles, but, like, he didn't go to the moon. I don't know. Like, he doesn't know. He just was doing a job.
Yeah, but like that's the main argument that people throw at people who don't believe in the moon landing is, why would 400,000 people lie about that?
I mean, they got paid a lot of money, and then they didn't go, and then they just said they went to, like, cover their ass. Like, yeah, we're there, dude.
It's easy for them. You could say that a lot of them didn't have any knowledge that they weren't going to go in the first place, that they were working on this experiment, and they weren't even going to go in the first place. Because they weren't like in the rocket ship with them.
Yeah.
They didn't, like, They weren't.
Only a couple people really had to lie about it.
Really,
exactly.
That's the point that I'm trying to make. So that's like,
now, if you were getting paid like a lot of money, and all you had to do is tell like one little lie.
People sell their souls and make a lot of money. So it's like it's not out of the realm of possibility that somebody would lie for money.
Well, they obviously lied. I believe they lied. I don't know, like, for sure.
You ever heard of the oldest profession on Earth?
Sounds familiar, but no.
Well, the oldest profession on Earth is prostitution. And how often do you think they lie for money? So, yes, it is very much in the realm of possibility.
Yes, absolutely.
Especially if you have something more to gain than...
That's honest work. I don't know.
A little bit.
What are they lying
Wait,
about?
say that again?
That's honest work. I don't know what they're lying about.
When they say, "Hey, Mr. Fat Man, you're so sexy. I'm so happy you came. I'm so happy I get to be with you." As someone who's gone to a strip club, I love strip clubs, but let's be honest, like, there's a lot of lying going on there.
Yeah, those are white lies, though. Those are just...
I do not make the distinction. I enjoy being like 99.99% honest on Discord. In fact, I can't remember the last time I told a lie. You know?
I only lie if it benefits me to get something that I...
Yes, in real life, yes.
Get.
But I have no benefit in Discord to lie. It's more, I want honesty, you know? I want honest reactions to who I am. So, if you waste your time lying, you get dishonest reactions and poor information on the world and how it works. And how you fit in.
Cool. Well, yeah, at the end of the day, since we're speculating, but yeah, like when people speculate that, you know, why would 400,000 people
speculate?
Like when 400,000 people would lie about the moon landing, I say back to them, well, I don't believe that 400,000 people knew that they weren't going to go. So
I mean, they watched it on TV. So,
all right, so what do you mean 400,000 people lied about the moon landing?
No, I'm saying that's like, so I'm saying that like when, like they say, or NASA says that 400,000 people worked on the mission. And then when I say I don't believe that the moon landing happened, they say, well, why would 400,000 people that worked on the mission lie? And I say, well, not everybody knew that they were not going to go, and you didn't have to pay off 400,000 people to lie.
Yes. No, I don't think you even had to pay 20 people to lie.
Exactly. It was very tight. Only
a few people knew, really. I think.
Exactly.
I mean, that's just speculation. Still, like maybe they fucking.
I mean, I honestly have zero. I have zero knowledge of what actually happened outside of news sources.
This is what I know happened. They claim there's a video of them going there. Then there's also a video of them practicing on video going there. And then they said they went there so many times, right? There's videos, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then they lose all of the information on how to get there and just can't go back there anymore. And then they say that they can't go there because of the Van Allen belt, or whatever it's called. Van Allen, whatever belt. Radiation belt. So, like, what the fuck?
All right, well, let me ask you this. Do you think humanity has been to the moon at least once or no?
I don't think they actually went physically.
Okay.
Maybe they sent something there. I think they could send something there, but I don't know.
If that is the case, dude, we're fucked. I just want you to know that. We are so fucked.
Oh, I'm not fucked.
Oh, I'm sorry, not you
fucked.
personally. I meant humanity is fucked.
Yeah, humanity.
What do you mean by we're fucked?
If we can't even get to the moon, a lot of scientists say that if humanity cannot leave Earth and colonize, they have to leave Earth and colonize another planet, or we will literally
or go
eat ourselves into extinction. You know, we'll overpopulate so much that every single ounce of food will be consumed, and the people that are left will die due to disease because there's not enough population.
The world population is actually balancing out at about 10 billion. It's actually kind of leveling out right now. Like as we speak, it's hitting like the top.
We're going to hit 9 billion people in 2050. The Earth can support 1 billion year over year. So we're going to be at 9 billion by 2050. What do you and they said they need another 900 years. So they said they need another 900 years for reasonable space travel. So yeah, what do you think our population size is going to be in 900 years? And just think of how large mega corporations will be at that time. So I don't know.
So I don't know. I don't know where the 900 years comes from at all. I never heard that before. But the world population, according to the UN, is about to level off at about 9 to 10 billion, and stay that way or decrease actually in the next few decades.
I find that
I don't think that we can't go to the moon. I don't think we can't go there. I just don't believe that NASA went there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
So how do you feel about SpaceX
rockets? Really believe in the moon, but
do you think SpaceX is complete bullshit or no?
I don't think they are. No, I don't think SpaceX has done anything that I've seen where it's what the fuck?
SpaceX is BS.
Basically, what I'm asking is that do you believe in the SpaceX reusable rocket to go to the moon and Mars? You think we're capable and we can do that?
And we
did you guys not see the footage where they said they sent the Tesla into space? The fakest
I did not see that footage. I did not see that footage.
Yeah, I'll post some stuff for you in the side chat.
Yeah, please.
All right, so they sent a Tesla to space, and what happened?
It's the fakest looking footage you've ever seen in your life, right?
They put the Tesla into a heliocentric orbit. It's on a weird elliptical orbit around the sun.
Background, there's a studio, right? So they set up a Tesla inside a studio with big giant green screens, right? And they've got studio lights around. And there's parts of the actual SpaceX footage where you can see lights, flash in places where the studio lights were when they set it up in the studio. There's so much to it. Right, and Elon even said, we know it's real because it looks so fake."
Yeah, he did.
I remember that.
What you're saying it's a green screen, but what actually happened is when the fairing deployed around the Tesla and the guy in the suit in the driver's seat of that Tesla, when the fairing disengaged and that Tesla was exposed to space, the camera that was on the Tesla had to quickly correct itself to fix the exposure. That's what happened, but you can believe it's green screens or whatever. I'm just telling you that's the story. That's the reason why.
Yeah, obviously they're going to have some sort of damage control for when they make these blunders.
Yeah, whatever.
I'll just say, I don't know. I just don't know. I will say, Trump. Not Trump. Fucking Elon Musk was like, "Hey guys, there's gonna be these huge Doge checks coming out, possibly. So they're not coming. That's almost confirmed. And I don't know if I don't know if he's quoted as saying $5,000 checks. I don't think he's quoted as saying $5,000 checks.
Oh, he's not.
I just think he was referring to someone who said that.
Doge has done nothing whatsoever, and they'll never do anything. Elon Musk is incapable and useless.
Well, he's definitely gotten thousands of people fired, so he's doing something.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
No, he hasn't.
A lot of people took voluntary retirement, dude.
Not through Elon Musk. Musk has done nothing. Doge is
good argument, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying Doge has done a lot, but Elon Musk hasn't done much.
Doge has done nothing either.
Oh, okay.
Find me a citation where Doge has got people fired.
His argument
NPR,
is no. It's no. Right?
Fox News.
You're wrong.
You got a citation where Doge got people fired? Or not?
Just to refer here, you're saying that Doge did not send thousands of letters across federal organizations throughout the U.S. Allowing for voluntary retirement with pay, and you're telling me thousands of people did not take them up on their offer. Is that correct?
I'm not convinced Doge did anything. The federal government could have done. What did Doge do? What did Doge specifically do? What did Doge do?
Oh, well, I guess I have to admit I can't be sure about that. I just hear in the news, so maybe Doge is like a marketing campaign, but some part of the federal government was the one sending out these letters. I don't know, but I feel like the effect is still the same.
It's just the residual effect of Elon Musk buying the presidency.
I love it. I don't want to.
Well, I will say someone definitely bought the presidency, so that's not it. That's not, like someone bought it. There's no question about that.
Name rhymes with Elon Tusk,
or it could be Trump. Could rhyme with Trump.
Well, Trump's just kind of garbage, but that doesn't mean.
Yeah, but he's known Hillary Clinton since he's like in his 20s, so who knows?
Well, yeah, I don't like any of
them. That's a fair bet, considering the guy who increased the debt more than any other president is the same fucking piece of shit who's like, oh, I guess we got to go austerity right now, and I'm also going to cut all your benefits as citizens at the same time. So that seems like a total piece of human cancer, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So you guys are anti-Trump in here as well? I'm very good.
I have a degree in economics, and I am not knowledgeable enough to know whether Trump is the fucking Antichrist or a possible savior. But I should read more news. I read some news, but not enough.
All I know is the economy was doing absolutely great, and then that COVID thing happened, and it's been really bad ever since.
And then Biden.
Yeah. So, do you find it out of the dozens of presidents we've had? Do you find it just a teensy-weensy bit odd that a complete fucking outsider with billions of dollars just so happened to have to oversee one of the most politicized fucking next level pseudo martial law fucking shutdown of fucking government businesses, restaurant apocalypse? Do you find it a little bit odd? Price gouging? Does that sound like someone who might, just be like a corporate guy who'll do what it takes to get a little extra dollar? You find that a little odd, don't you think? Did we ever have pseudo martial law before Trump? Did we? I've never heard so many fucking Trump supporters be like, well, it's COVID's fault. When has a fucking pandemic ever been handled like Trump handled it? Tell me that.
Honestly, they should have ignored it. That would have been the best scenario.
Yeah, but he's on camera, telling his supporters, oh, it's not real, pretending. But at the end of the fucking day, when has the United States government in the past 100...
The whole world did it.
Guys, try to keep the topic on the subject of the room, right, or something like that. We don't talk about what happened in 2020 ever in this channel. So just because it's like TOS sketchy area, right? We're recorded on YouTube as well. So yeah, just try to keep it on topic. Yeah, TOS.
Amen to that.
What's the terms of service? I never read this.
I apologize for breaking terms of service. Just so I don't do it again, what rule did I break? Because I really
No, he didn't say you broke terms of service. He said
right. Okay, put it this way, right? There's the room topic, right? That's what we talk about in here. We don't talk about the pandemic or anything like that, all right? Because we have a lot of butthurt people that hate the Flat Earth channel. They want to get it shut down, right? So they will report it for anything they possibly can, right? So there's certain things that we don't push the boundaries on, right? When it comes to certain topics that can get strikes on the YouTube channel or get reported to Discord.
Is this channel being like recorded and streamed somewhere?
Yeah, it's on. It's live.
Yeah. This is being recorded
YouTube,
live
bro.
on YouTube now. Links in the.
It is. Yes, it's live on YouTube.
Live stream. 1.3
So, okie dokie.
Let's go. Give it a subscribe.
Yeah. So, if I get close to a topic like that, I appreciate the short mute. Let me know.
Cool. No worries, bro.
I still don't know which topic button I hit, but just give me a warning in the future. I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna stop talking about
anything medical related. You know what I mean?
He just told you twice, dude, what the problem was. So
Totally told you completely.
fuck.
Let's get back to the discussion.
Right. So I'm not sure if anyone wants to present any evidence for the globe or ask questions about Flat Earth.
Oh, so we're supposed to talk about Flat Earth only.
That's the name of the Discord chat, my brother.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know if you've been on Discord long, but when you have a bunch of intellectuals debating, the topic doesn't stay the same.
Hey, it just got off topic a little bit. It started on there.
Yeah.
We just
that's
strayed
just
away.
what we do in this room. So other rooms, talk about whatever you want. Yeah.
Anywho, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little embarrassed. I did not realize our Google overlords are listening, even though they're always listening. But you have a great day. And if you believe in the flat Earth, I really fucking pity you. And you should climb a mountain. Take like a little time out of your day, climb a fucking mountain, and you can see the horizon. And you can.
Here we go.
There's a very expensive tool where it measures distance.
Mutant ban.
Does it measure?
I call this intellectuals, and this is what happens. It'll be 2 minutes.
No, we need the tool that measures water.
So let's clear some things up real quick, bro. Like, you saying that whoever believe in flat Earth, bro? Flat Earth is not belief. It's not a belief. It's something we experience. All of us experience the same shit, unless you experience something different. So we observe and experience a flat, motionless Earth. That's all we experience, dude. So it doesn't require any belief at all. So what are you talking about, my friend? So I just want to correct you on that part. It's not a belief. So the globe is the belief because you don't see it, you can't touch it, you can't feel it, you can't measure the curvature, but it's there. You have to believe in it when you close your eyes, using your imagination. But yeah, so the globe is the belief.
I was feeling this flat Earth thing, and I don't know. Last night I was thinking like, it just don't make any sense. It just don't make any sense that it's flat.
The water's flat?
It may be, but it just doesn't make any sense.
But it don't make sense. Well, who cares?
I look up and that's why. Well, that's why we're in here, though.
I know, but
that's why we're in here.
Yeah, so I mean, you agree that water needs a container and that the water is flat on the surface, right, of the container. But
yeah, it's all. It appears flat to me. Yes, everything appears flat to me. But
everyone.
Like I was kind of feeling the flat Earth thing for a while, but then last night I was just laying in bed. I'm thinking to myself, like, it just don't make any goddamn sense.
Right. What doesn't make sense about it?
That there would be just an endless flat, or we're on some kind of, what is it? Like like I look up and I see a circle. It's a moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a sphere. I could see the curve of whatever, when it's cresting and whatever. And
so resemblance does the
moon,
that. So you can, the logic. Let me finish quickly.
I'm looking
right?
up there, and I could, you could see like it's always the same face facing us. I'll give you that.
Yeah, that's odd, isn't it? But look, you've never seen the Earth the moon as a full sphere, right? Anyway, I grant you, it looks like
it's
spherical.
It's a circle. Regardless, it's a circle up there.
Okay,
and it appears
you're also on a circle.
It appears that it's going around, us.
You see it moving across the sky. Yeah,
moving across the sky, and like it kind of like east, it goes up and then it goes back west, whatever, and then it just doesn't make any sense that it's just making a circle in the sky up there. None of that makes sense to me.
What the globe's doing, making a circle in the sky.
Do I have to explain like how that doesn't make sense? The circle, like it just what is it? It's just circling for what reason? Like what's making it do that? Like that's what doesn't make any sense.
What's the purpose in the globe model? Why is it circling for no reason in the globe?
Well, you just see other things do that. That's kind of like a natural movement of
right. So that's
like
what we experience, right? So we experience a flat Earth, right? And we see the celestial bodies move in patterns in the sky in cycles, right? But there's
what's the explanation for what keeps the moon up there then? If the Earth is flat, why doesn't that just?
We don't even know what the moon is, what medium it's in, what size it is, how far away it is. There's no way to test that, but we can test the Earth, right? And there's no curvature over vast distances on the Earth. It cannot be a globe. It's been validated 100%.
What is the validation? Where has that been validated?
Long distance observations, right? Countless amounts of them. And long-distance laser tests over huge bodies of water and ice lakes and salt lakes, right? All sorts of different areas where if the Earth was a globe, you would have to have hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. But the laser manages to travel perfectly across the surface of the water and hit the target on the other side. Right?
I've seen tests where they verify that the Earth is flat, and then I see tests where they debunk the Earth is flat like that.
You might have seen one test on a Netflix mockumentary, but
it's all about refraction.
One was definitely on Netflix. I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. That was just
a YouTube
documentary piece.
I'm not out doing experiments myself.
Yeah, and they didn't even use the laser in the Netflix one, right? They've laser broke, right? And then they used a freaking flashlight. So this is the dumbest test ever. Apparently, everyone walked away from that saying that didn't prove anything. But we've had teams of engineers go out, PhDs go out with like $30,000 lasers and conduct like really, really high level tests over huge bodies of water in all different locations, right? We've got footage that's just impossible on a globe where we can see 20, 30, 40 times further than you would be able to see if the Earth was a globe, right? And these have been... Sorry? They're all black swans. You could consider them all black swans, I guess, right? I don't really use that particular term. But, I mean, they're just observations that are impossible on a globe, right? There's no type of refraction or anything like that that can account for this type of observations.
Except there always is. But
oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Okay, so shall I present an observation and then you can debunk it?
Well, I guess.
Well, what are you saying is the explanation for being able to see, say, 20 times further than you would be able to see if the Earth was a globe?
I don't know, but it's 20 times further. But
sorry?
I don't know, but it's 20 times further. But because you're just making a claim.
Okay,
right?
we can confirm that because we have the confirmation, to go along with the video, the location, distance markers, that sort of thing.
Well, everything off. Like that's the argument I heard, and I'm just hearing like a different different information here from you. I mean, that's what I've heard. Like I heard that you do see the bottom start dropping off before the and then you'll just be able to see the top, right? And I heard that the reason you see that is because the light is bending. It's not.
Yeah, so,
and then you're saying that you can just see the whole thing the whole time.
Well, no. I mean, there's certain situations where things can appear to be obstructed bottom up, right? But we can explain those away easily with mainstream explanations and citations, and we can recreate that on small scale on a flat surface. So, I mean, it's not good evidence of Earth curvature. If we can recreate it on a small scale and there are explanations for it, right? Like different types of mirage effects, right? What the globe side calls atmospheric refraction.
I just think the experiment is too grandiose.
You haven't even seen the experiment. So yeah, if you haven't seen the experiments I'm talking about, you can't really judge them. That would be illogical. I find it interesting that when we say we have these experiments, people don't say, oh wow, can we see them? Let's go over them. Or, oh, we have our own experiments that counter you flat earthers' experiments. Let me present this globe proof, empirical evidence that shows that the Earth's a globe that's been repeated. They don't exist.
I went out there for a sec.
You're right.
DJ, of all the like the long distance, what do you call it? Long distance observations. Do you have one in particular that you enjoy the most? And if so, which one?
Yeah, I've got two that I enjoy the most. This one in the side chat is probably the one I would usually start people with, right? Because it's so clear, and we have distance markers and that sort of thing, and it's been repeated many times at this location. So yeah, in this one we have an 8-foot observer height, and we have 2 oil platforms. Second oil platform is at 10.1 miles. Horizon is well beyond the 10.1 mile platform. Right, the geometric horizon distance on a globe is 3.46 miles. It's not there. Right, and there's no type of bending of light or atmospheric refraction, mirage effect that can account for this, right? And also there's no signs of any mirage happening in this video footage. It's very clear.
How is the 3.46 miles determined?
So the formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's basically just calculated off the radius value. Okay. Right, so the horizon distance will be a certain distance from you depending on the height of the observer.
And does that account for atmospheric refraction?
How close is this to the equator?
This is in Santa Barbara, California, right? And it's a negligible difference if it's here or at the equator, right? Over that distance, it would be like a decimal point, like the tiniest little bit different, like 3.42 or 3.425 or something like that. Taking into account the oblate spheroid claim. But yeah, so yeah, what we're talking about is the physical distance to the horizon, right?
Yeah.
So,
but you understand.
You want to talk about atmospheric refraction, right? Do you know what atmospheric refraction is?
Yeah, the atmosphere.
I mean, could this be argued? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. So
the atmosphere distorts the way light travels through the medium. The medium of the atmosphere changes the direction of light, essentially, refracted light.
Yeah. Okay, right. So we have different types of mirages that explain the different effects that can happen due to different temperature gradients that will cause different effects, right? Like hot near the surface to cold.
Right. I mean, it's all refraction still, but yeah.
Well, that's all classified. Well, it's a particular category of refraction called atmospheric refraction, right? Which is basically explained in different types of mirage effects. Right. None of the mirage effects explain what we're seeing in these observations.
But what I'm saying is, you're just hand waving the atmospheric refraction. You're saying it's negligible. How do you know it's negligible?
I'm saying there's no type of atmospheric refraction that hides a horizon that has to be at 3.46 miles, right? And makes it. Because I've studied refraction, I've studied atmospheric refraction, I've studied different types of mirage effects. Right, and I've looked at small and large scale demonstrations. There is no type of mirage effect that does what you're claiming right now. That's why if I ask you what type of mirage is happening here, that explains the horizon not being present, right, and then being present 10 times further away, right, and you're not going to be able to say, oh, it's a superior mirage, oh, it's looming. No, they don't do this.
I have no idea. Yeah, you're right.
Isn't the summer solstice something like this that happens? Like where the sun goes down and up and back down again?
No, this is just to do with temperature and air and how light travels through it.
Well, without a definitive data on, the temperature gradients, like the refractive index, we need those to have a proper data points, so we can,
Yes, exactly. So you're gonna have to.
And instead, you're just telling me, "Oh, we don't need that." And you understand how it's difficult to follow.
No. Okay, so what we claim is the horizon, right? Is the apparent location where the sky and the ground meets, right? So we don't need those points, right? Because we claim that exactly what we're seeing in these observations is an apparent horizon, right? It's not the Earth curvature. Right, correct. Because you guys actually claim to know the shape of the Earth and tell us the size it is, right? You have to have a physical horizon at 3.46 miles.
No.
Yes, it's a physical. Let me explain.
If Earth had no atmosphere.
Hold on a second. You just said no, right? So yeah, let me go through it. Trust me, I'll get to your point. I know what you're going to say. Right. So let's do a hypothetical. Right. Let's say we remove the atmosphere. Just for the hypothetical, right? You have a horizon at 3.46 miles, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, it can't move if the observer height doesn't move. It's physical. Anything that goes beyond it is behind it.
Right. I mean, I don't know the numbers. I haven't done that equation myself. I'm just taking your word for it.
Okay. So that, right? You can double check that afterward. It's correct, I guarantee you. So anything that goes beyond the physical horizon, right, becomes obstructed behind the horizon, right? So the second oil platform, for example, should be obstructed behind the horizon by about 30 foot. The entire 30 foot of the bottom should be missing, right? But we don't have a horizon at 3.46 miles, right? So what we're going to do now, right, is add the atmosphere back in. Okay, that physical geometric horizon is still there at 3.46 miles, right? It's not going to go anywhere, right? But now you have some air to contend with, right? And it's going to change the way light travels through it, right? So now what you're in is atmospheric refraction is something that you have to contend with. Okay, so if you look into atmospheric refraction, right, you'll find that it's pretty much as you defined, right? It's due to having different temperatures, different temperature gradient, right, which creates different refractive index in different layers of air, right? And that will cause different types of mirages, right? So if you look into the different types of mirages, right, they're very easy to spot, right, when each one's taking place, right? None of those mirage effects account for us seeing the horizon 10 times further away, popping up behind the oil platform that it has to be in front of on the globe, right? So that's the problem that you guys have. This is us challenging that there is no horizon.
This is the light bending due to gravity, right?
No.
That's why you can see that far. Then.
No, they don't make that. Not due to gravity. Yeah.
That is, you need something like a black hole to actually bend, like make light bend. Something I don't know. You're a robot. Say that again. Say that again. I didn't hear you, robot.
I just thought it was light bending. That's why you could see further. It's because the light bends due to gravity.
It doesn't bend from gravity. It bends because the medium changes the direction of light, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's why you'd be able to see further like that.
No.
You have to come in here like strong. These guys we're getting seal clothes if you're a Glober in here. Right?
When you have different types of mirages, right? So you'll have different vertical temperature gradients on different days, different times of the day, right? And it'll make things appear higher or lower, right? Or stretched or compressed, basically, right? That's the different types of mirage effects that you see combinations of throughout, like time-lapse footage, for example, of a horizon. Okay, none of those all of a sudden make a horizon be at 3 miles and then all of a sudden it's behind an oil platform at 10 miles out and there's no visible miraging going on, right? There's no characteristics of any type of mirage that exists in the footage, right? What we have is a horizon that has to be at 3.46 miles somehow being hidden, right? And they'll say that the light is refracting up behind the physical horizon and making it look like it's flat all the way out to where we actually see the apparent horizon behind the oil platform, right? There is no type of situation that allows for that to happen when it comes to atmospheric refraction. So,
this is early morning. This is early morning. This video is taken in, and the sun.
Afternoon.
The sun is like behind all that, right? So that's definitely what's happening. It looks to me. I don't know. Like I'm not a scientist, but like it looks like the light is coming from that angle where the guy's aiming at towards those two oil rigs, and then the light's just simply bending around the Earth, and you could see further.
No,
that's exactly what that looks like to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look into it, that's not how it's even claimed to be happening. And this is late in the afternoon, by the way, not in the morning.
Well, regardless, that's the sun's over there, you know.
What's in contention here is the horizon, right? You have to have a horizon at 3.46 miles on a globe. It's called a geometric horizon. It has to be there. Right, so guys can try to reverse engineer it, right, to make an excuse for why it's not there, right? It's not present. It's not even detectable at all in this footage, right? And there's no footage that you guys can present that shows there is such a thing as a geometric horizon. I would say there's no such thing as a geometric horizon because the Earth's not a globe. And these types of observations have been done on different days, different times of the day, different observer heights, completely different locations, right? Like these have been done on lakes in snowy areas where it's like dead still, right? There's no type of refraction that's going to hide the geometric horizon in all of these different scenarios. So yeah, that's...
To me, that video proves that light is affected by gravity. That's kind of what that looks like to me.
Dude, even according to the extreme side, right? Gravity doesn't bend light over this distance. The amount that gravity would even bend light would be like the tiniest amount it would be.
Exactly. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I mean, as a guy,
no one's going to agree with you. Even no globe earther is going to agree with you on that point.
Yeah, as a guy who thinks flat earthers are generally not. Oh, okay. I want to insult. Sorry, but that's just not correct. It's the thing that they're not understanding is that the temperature gradient and we need that data, and they don't have that data, but they don't think they need it. That's the whole point.
The thing is, you guys don't have that data, so you're not able to say that it's doing what you're claiming it's doing, and you guys don't have any observations that does have that data that validates a geometric horizon existing.
Oh, well, there's observations with the data. but this one is not one of them.
There isn't. No, there isn't any with the data, right? I guarantee you that. I mean, I'd love it if you would present some. I'd be happy to go over them, but there aren't any. They would have been presented by now. And there is no type of atmospheric refraction that can do what you're claiming it does, right? You're not going to be able to give me a citation or a practical demonstration on a smaller scale, right? Where I can go through
videos about how light bends, but I don't know, maybe not.
So even if I were to grant you, right, standard atmospheric refraction or high atmospheric refraction, right, even if I granted you the strawman version of that, which includes the R value in it, right? So sometimes they account for that, and it would make the horizon, instead of being at 3.46 miles, it would make it like 3.8 miles or something like that with extreme refraction, right? It's not going to all of a sudden make it pop up 10 times further away. So it doesn't.
I just found videos of Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I hate that guy. I think he's full of shit.
He's hilarious.
That guy. I don't even want to argue it with. He's arguing. That's just.
Well, ask Neil, what's gravity? Neil will say, we have no idea. But anyway, like, look, all I'm saying, you probably need to look into it further on the technical side. There's no type of atmospheric refraction that has this effect.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about the long distance thing. You'll just say, "Oh, it's refraction." I'll say, "No, it's not," and then we get nowhere. So, I mean,
no. You guys.
I feel like that's a bad argument because of like they just disagree with the refraction thing, whatever.
You don't even know what refraction means, bro. You don't even know what refraction means.
That's the whole thing. Is it's this? No, it's not.
I have a general idea what it is.
The observation debate is it's this way, and then someone on the other side says no, it's not, and then and then we talk about it for 4 hours.
That's not how this is going. We can see the horizon is beyond 10.1 miles.
Yes,
right. We can see that in the video. Yeah, so there is no type of refraction, right? There is no type of mirage.
Yes, there is. You're just wrong.
Okay, so present your evidence. Present me a citation, right, with the definition of atmospheric refraction, and then present me the type of mirage effect, right, that explains this. There isn't one, right? And you're just going to hand wave dismiss that comment, right? You're not going to provide it. You're not going to provide small scale demonstrations, right? The difference is I can explain how every single type of mirage effect works, right? I can show you small, medium, and large. Don't interrupt. I can show you small, medium, and large scale demonstrations of all of those mirage effects, mainstream mirage effects, right? You're claiming some type of mirage that doesn't even exist, right? Just so you can cling on to your globe mathematics. I'm asking you.
Types of mirages. I care about is there atmospheric refraction, and if so, how much? That's all matters.
What do you mean, how much?
I don't give two shits about that.
Doesn't work like that. Yeah, that's because you don't know that much about atmospheric refraction. Then that's all you're doing right now is you're showing me that you don't know what different types of mirages are, because that's what atmospheric refraction is, right? So what type of scenario would allow you to be able to have this type of situation, right? Do you need to have much cooler air closer to the surface, drastically cooler air, going drastically warmer as it goes up in the vertical heat flux, or would you have the opposite of that, right? Just saying the word refraction explains it isn't a rebuttal, right? It gets more technical than that. You need to be able to present evidence to back your claim up.
The problem is we don't have enough information to come to a conclusion on that specific observation.
What do you mean? What information is lacking?
Temperature gradient.
Temperature gradient? So what type of temperature gradient would explain this observation?
We don't have the data, so I don't know.
Okay, well, what type of temperature gradient, if you did have the data, would explain this, right? Because there isn't one.
I don't know.
Well, maybe you should look into that before you say that, this is possible to explain if the Earth's...
Do you disagree that the temperature gradient is important when making a long-distance observation?
Different temperature gradients explain different types of mirage effects. They're very well known.
Do you agree that the temperature gradient is important when determining distances of long-distance observations?
It depends what the claim is, right? If you're claiming there's a geometric horizon at X distance, right? If that's your claim in the observation, yeah, the temperature gradient would be very important, right? Without knowing that, you wouldn't be able to make your claim of the geometric horizon being at X distance. We're not making that claim with this observation. We're saying the horizon's an apparent location, right? It doesn't always appear behind the oil platforms. Sometimes it appears. Huh?
So yes or no?
It's not as simple as yes or no. You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to atmospheric refraction. You just proved that.
When you make an observation, a long distance specifically, you're telling me sometimes you don't need a temperature gradient.
If you don't, it depends what the purpose of the observation is.
If it's to prove flat Earth, you don't need it.
I'm not presenting this to prove flat Earth. I'm not presenting this
that you see, then you do need it.
I'm not presenting this as proof of a flat Earth. Never said that. I'm saying the horizon is the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, right? That's what flat earthers say the horizon is. That's also what the definition of a horizon is, right? If you take time-lapse footage of a horizon right? Or
so we can agree that this video doesn't really prove anything then.
It disproves the globe radius, yeah. That's what it does.
Well, then you are using it as evidence of flat Earth.
It's not a flat Earth debunk, but it gets on the globe radius.
Yeah, this debunks the globe radius because you have to have a horizon, a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles, right? But you don't have one. You don't have a geometric horizon, right? There is no type of refraction that will cause this effect where you're seeing a horizon 10 times further away, right? And you're not able to provide any information otherwise other than just chanting the word refraction because you heard it on some debunking video once upon a time.
No, you need a temperature gradient. You don't have that.
You always have a temperature gradient.
Oh, what is it for this observation?
We don't know what the temperature gradient is for this observation because we're not claiming a geometric horizon. You're claiming it, right? So if you wanted to try to debunk it and say, this is what's really going on and this type of temperature gradient allows this effect to happen, right? And this math shows that, yeah, the horizon really would be at 3.46 miles due to X temperature gradient, right? You don't have that information in any observation that you guys don't have a single observation that proves such a thing as a geometric horizon, right? Okay. These observations destroy your geometric horizon. They show you, no, there is no geometric horizon at 3.46 miles.
No, it doesn't.
Right? You're trying to reverse engineer it.
Yes or no. The temperature gradient could change the distance of the horizon.
It can make it closer? Yes.
No, just yes or no. The temperature gradient could change the distance to the horizon. Could change.
No, it couldn't make it further. It can make it closer. Yes, really.
So stupid.
You want citations? You want citations, smart guy?
Please.
Okay, right. So sinking is a form of inferior mirage, right? Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
A lower temperature.
You know what you're talking about. Don't chime in. You're out of your league in this conversation.
Okay.
Right. Do you know what yeah. Thank you. Right, so Zenoda, what's an inferior mirage? How does that happen?
I don't know.
Really? Wait, you're here trying to debate me on mirages where you don't even know what, like, the main type of mirage is.
Yeah, because the Earth obviously isn't flat, but it's, I don't care about that.
Yeah, good rebuttal to my question.
I care about the aperture.
Yeah, you're starting to just spiral now. What the aperture? What the hell are you talking? What does that have to do with this?
Hey,
atmosphere.
Hey, DJ, can I take over for a little bit, if you don't mind?
Yeah, that's right, bro.
All right, Zonda, is that your name? Zenonda?
Close enough.
You think the Earth's a globe, right?
All the available evidence suggests the Earth is a globe.
Okay, what evidence are you speaking of?
I could go, everything from celestial navigation to seismology to...
Okay, well, just pick one out of those and let's talk about it and see if you wind up with the same conclusion after you're done. Pick one.
You pick one. What evidence is
dealer's choice. I'd rather you do it and surprise me.
Are you making the positive claim that the Earth is flat?
No, I want you to make a positive claim that the Earth is a globe and substantiate it, which is what you're trying to do right now, instead of shifting the burden onto me. So go ahead and please do that.
Well, we both
gimmicks
have
don't, by the way, gimmicks don't work on me, so continue, please. Provide evidence that the Earth is a globe.
We both have burden of proof, correct?
No, you do.
Oh, okay. Do you think the Earth is flat?
You do.
I do? No, I don't.
Yes, yes, you do.
Do you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Burden of proof reversals aren't going to work on me, sir. I've been doing this for 10 years. I know exactly how to operate. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it because you'd be able to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's a positive claim.
Hang on. All right. Just answer this one question.
Nope, I'm not going to until you produce evidence that the Earth is a globe. Otherwise, you're going to capitulate, and then you're not going to be able to do it if you don't. So I need you to do what you said you were going to do and provide evidence that the Earth is a globe.
I don't think I did that.
Yeah.
Can you answer my question?
No, you need to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, man.
Oh, can't do it, can you?
Yeah,
I thought so. No, I thought so. See, you were just all smoke and mirrors. You sounded like you thought you knew what you were saying, but when it comes right down to it, you don't have any evidence, do you? That's the real truth.
Flat Earther in disguise.
I don't think so. So, no evidence that the Earth is a globe, which is amazing. See, when you say that you're a flat earther in disguise, that's just a shield for me to go, oh, you're a flat earther? Nothing works, dude. You've been exposed. You don't know that the evidence of the Earth being a globe has any, because there isn't.
I mean, there's like, I don't know. Well, there's a couple niche things.
All right, go ahead. Produce one. Let's talk about it.
Do you know what retrograde motion is?
Yes.
What is it?
I don't need to tell you unless you're going to tell me what it is. It's up to you. You have something that you wanted to bring forward. Now I need you to go ahead and produce how that correlates to the Earth's geometric shape. Retrograde. How does that produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Well, so when Mars, like let's say the Sun, Earth, and Mars, Mars, or Earth rather, starts catching up to Mars. Earth is closer to the Sun than Mars, so it has a faster orbit around the Sun.
Yes.
So when it's in the night sky, you'll see Mars going in one direction, and as Earth gets in line with the Sun, Earth, Mars line, the motion of Mars appears to stop in the sky, and as it supersedes Mars in its orbit, Mars appears to go backwards for a little while until it catapults back forward again.
Okay.
That's apparent retrograde motion. And the reason that happens because of what I just described.
That happens because of what?
Because of the reasons I just described. Earth catches up to Mars, passes Mars, and then it resumes normally.
Well, that's a bold claim. So you've already assumed that the Earth is a globe in the vacuum of space. Is that true?
That would be a prerequisite, yeah.
Okay. Well, we're trying not to assume anything. We're trying to produce evidence that the Earth is an actual globe without assuming first.
Well,
so that doesn't actually cut the mustard in the order of actually producing empirical evidence. That's more of what your credulity would be speaking to, as far as like what you think the Earth is according to your bias. So let's go to perhaps something a bit more.
Maybe we can talk about that some more before you just.
Yeah, well, I'm looking for something that doesn't have an assumption at its foundation.
Oh, sure. Well, so the heliocentric model explains this phenomenon perfectly. What mechanism causes the retrograde motion to happen on a flat Earth model?
Yeah, we're not talking about retrograde motion on the flat Earth model. We're talking about how retrograde motion produces the Earth to be a geometric shape in some way. Does it do that for you? Because it doesn't seem like it.
Can a flat Earth model explain why that happens? Or does it have a mechanism?
We're still not getting to the fact that you're producing evidence for the Earth as a globe, which is what the task that you were supposed to be doing.
Yeah. So, but the heliocentric model can explain this phenomenon.
Yeah, we're still not talking about the Earth as a globe. You're kind of going somewhere else.
Do you not have a model?
Do you listen to yourself going to another point instead of actually producing evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No, I'm still on the same point. Retrograde motion.
No, that's okay. So retrograde motion. You're still on the same point. How does it show that the Earth is a geometric shape?
Because we it's like a scientific method, right? We experience an observation. We observe Mars go backwards and then forwards. How could that happen? One possible explanation is that Earth is catching up with Mars in our solar orbits, and when they get in line, the retrograde stops. And when Earth gets in front of Mars, we would see an apparent acceleration of Mars in our sky, and that's exactly what we experience. It fits the heliocentric model.
Yes, but how does this produce that the Earth is a geometric shape? How do we know that the Earth is a globe, an oblate spheroid, if you will, by way of this?
The prerequisites. Right?
Yeah, a prerequisite doesn't give us a foundation that we understand the Earth's a geometric shape. Do we get radius, diameter, and circumference from this?
Not from this specifically, no.
Okay, well, that's what we're looking for. We need something with a little more cowbell, sir.
Do you have any explanation for this on your model?
No, I don't need to have an explanation for something that we obviously see.
Well, yeah,
that's
but why
an observation. Retrograde motion is an observation.
Yes,
it doesn't. You don't need to be asking why has it happened. You need to be asking how can I prove that this shows that the Earth is a geometric shape, which you're not doing. So what we found out over the course of you trying to describe retrograde motions is that it has no appeal to geometry whatsoever of the Earth. So we need to look for outside of retrograde how we're going to be able to detail that the Earth is a geometric shape. So can we look for something that gives us that empirical evidence, sir?
And don't back the question, because what you did about the retrograde.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Necros, just let me handle this, please.
That's not backing the question.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want you to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's all. I'm asking for empirical evidence.
Effective results.
That's great. I still need empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir.
What about parallax of local stars? That's kind of fun to talk about.
It does, to me, dealer's choice. Whatever you're bringing forward, so long as it substantiates the geometry, I think we're good to go. If it doesn't do that, I think I would ask you to search for something that does.
What if it suggests that Earth is orbiting a star?
No.
Okay, well, you're pretty boring.
No, it's not boring, sir. I'm asking for the evidence that the Earth is an actual geometric shape.
So
it's not about being boring. It's about producing the evidence that substantiates the Earth as a globe. Now, if you can't do that, perhaps somebody else can. But it seems like at this time you're not able to. Is that correct?
So if I have evidence that the heliocentric model is correct, you don't give a shit, right?
No, it's not about heliocentric. We're not talking about the idea that the Earth is going around a sun already as a globe. We're talking about substantiating the claim that the Earth is a globe. Can you do that?
Yes, I have.
Then do that, sir.
I've
please do that. No, you haven't.
Earth is.
No, you haven't.
Okay.
You're just assuming that it's one. You haven't provided evidence empirically that it's one. And that's the task that's up to you right now. And you can go anywhere you want. Think of anything that you can think of. But I need empirical evidence that it's actually a geometric shape with a radius, diameter, and circumference. Think very hard. Search the internet. Ask a friend.
I think he left.
Wow.
You guys want?
Is there anybody else that questions whether or not they're able to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe? Because I would challenge them. And it seems like
you're not going to count anything outside of what you could see right here on. Oh no, not even what you could see. So you're discounting anything that's observable in space, and discounting anything. What else are we discounting?
Okay, so can you produce evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape? Whatever your name is.
Well, I mean, what kind of evidence you want? What kind of evidence do you want? Like, because I think he had a good argument.
Yes, no, he didn't. I require a measurement of the geometry of the Earth. Any way that you can.
I'm
to be able to place a ruler. I still wasn't done.
Okay.
So basically, the geometry of the Earth, as in the radius, the diameter, and circumference. So if the numbers that we have right now, according to the size of the Earth, then you would be able to produce or replicate some method by which we could measure those same numbers again. We have values, sir, by the way. If you didn't know that, you should.
I just don't think you're
What?
gonna allow anyone to.
Well, I'm allowing you to do it, but you're not doing it, sir. Yeah. How funny.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, I do too.
I like the way you argue. I like it.
Me too. I've been doing this for quite some time, so people usually skedaddle.
Yeah, I know it's like you're basically seal clubbing. I love it.
No, yeah, well, yeah, sort of. But what I do is I allow the person. I allow the person to actually get into their own mind and figure out if they know what they know, and if not, that's also exposed. So we're gonna do this together, whether or not you know what you know.
You're not really arguing though. You're just trying to prove that they don't know everything about that subject that they brought up.
Well, it's important because everybody's walking around thinking that they know that the Earth is a globe. That seems to be the case when people come in here. They're very confident, and I actually want their confidence to be certain.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Right.
I like what you're doing.
So the approach.
I'm going to join you guys now. I'm a flat earther now.
Yeah, you can do that because I guarantee you there isn't any evidence for this cartoon globe that everybody thinks exists. Otherwise, over the years that I've been doing this, the information that I'm requesting should have been substantiated long ago. And see, I don't find it used to be where I would argue to the point where I would overtalk the person. I don't find that's feasible anymore. I want the person to actually search for the information that they think is there and then produce it so that everybody can hear, because we're live streaming on YouTube. So our audience must hear as well. It's fair, isn't it? I'm allowing you to search wherever you want, bring whatever information, so long as it substantiates the geometry that they think exists.
Sounds good.
Excellent. All right, I guess I'm going to turn it over to DJ. All right, DJ.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff, Alpha.
Yeah, bro. I'll just be sitting here listening. The other guy had peak confidence that I just wanted to put him on display on.
Yeah, good. It needed to happen. I mean, look at just before you jumped in, right? He was saying, he was arguing with me about mirages, right? And he didn't even know what basic mirages were, so it was just a waste of time. I prefer the way that you handled him.
Yeah, usually sophists, whenever I deal with them, they take off because they're not playing their game anymore. It's not fun for them, and I expose them because it's this is a serious topic. If you think this is all fun and games, you stop laughing when I come in here. You know what I mean? That's exactly what these sophists, because they just want to be pretender clowns.
Yeah.
But then when it's time to pony up and show if they have any evidence, they don't have it. I mean, seriously,
me personally,
motion, that's silly.
Me personally, I'm more interested in the idea of if it's flat, what does that mean? What is that? How does that work?
What do you
That's
mean?
what I'm more interested in.
It's basically the obvious truth. It's common sense.
Well,
it's logic.
You're saying that, but I'm not. I'm not trying to flip it on you. I'm just asking. I want to know what you think it is. It's flat. Okay, I'll agree. It's flat. Then it looks flat, right? But what am I observing then?
You're observing a horizontal plane that extends out as far as the eye can see.
I just don't get how that doesn't make sense in my mind.
But
my mind's eye, I guess.
You're trying to put this into. In other words, you're shoehorning this idea into a cosmology where it doesn't belong.
The only way it makes sense to me.
You're trying to think about space and the vacuum of space and planets and all that, and then putting a flat Earth in all of that. And it doesn't fit in that cosmology. So it's the wrong kind of idea already. That's why it doesn't make sense to you, because you're trying to shoehorn it into that cosmology.
I'm feeling like I'm a baby laying in a cradle, and I'm watching like the little toys go around above the crib there, Like that's what the flat Earth model looks like to me.
Well, things like what we see in observations, like phenomena that occurs, these are just mysteries, right? People like to have their explanations that go along with them, but they have been doing it for thousands of years. A long time ago, the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse used to happen, and they said that it was like, these giant, beings that would consume the moon and the sun when these eclipses would occur. And then today's world, we have them thinking that giant balls are getting in the way. It's no different than a long time ago. They had stories back then. They have stories today. None of it makes sense because you can't provide evidence or substantiate that this is actually the case.
Well, I mean, I've seen solar eclipses. I've seen lunar eclipses, and
yeah, good. Can you tell me what's causing those eclipses? What's the cause for the eclipse?
I mean, from what the Earth is blocking the light.
Yep. How do you know that?
It's getting in the way.
How do you know that?
Oh, I can see that. That's happening.
You can't see the Earth getting in. Can you see the Earth getting in the way?
I could see I watched the lunar eclipse.
Yeah, I know.
Can you see the moon, the light go curve?
He means
a curved light beam go across the moon.
Yes.
Do you have your own satellite videoing this that you can actually, watch it yourself?
Yeah, this needs to be something that
I watched it.
Okay,
with a telescope. With my
hold on.
I don't know.
Wait, let me explain something to you. There's something called syzygy, and that means when everything's in alignment, then you would see the three bodies that are like causing this phenomena, which would be the sun, moon, and the Earth, right? So the Earth is getting in the lunar eclipse. The Earth is getting in the way of the sunlight. Now, in order for you to make that claim that that's true, you're going to have to see the syzygy, the alignment of the sun, Earth, and the moon. Do you see this actually happening?
I mean, that's
hold on a minute. Hold on. Do you see this actually happen?
Okay.
Hold on. Do you see this actually happening, or you're lagging? That's probably what's going on. Do you see this actually happening, or do you think that's what's happening?
I physically seen the curved light on the moon go across.
That's not what. Listen to what I'm saying very carefully. Do you see the sun, Earth, and moon in alignment where the Earth is causing the shadow? Or are you thinking that the Earth is causing the shadow?
Well, I couldn't physically see the sun. I could only see the light reflecting off the moon. And then I seen the light interrupt, like the Earth interrupt that light and block.
How do you know
it's going through the moon?
How do you know it's the Earth?
I couldn't physically see the sun, but I'm standing on the Earth, and it was at nighttime when a globe model, the sun should be on the other side, right?
Sir, how do you know it's the Earth? How do you know it's the Earth?
I'm on it.
I know that you're on it. How do you know the Earth is causing the shadow on the moon?
What else would it be?
Don't ask me the question. I'm asking for the affirmation of how it's actually the Earth causing the shadow. How do you know that's the case?
I couldn't think of anything else that it would be. So I'm making an assumption.
There you go.
That, like the most logical assumption, unless you have something better.
Yeah, no, but we don't make assumptions. See, a knowledge-based claim is always established by something empirical. It's a phenomenon. Sir.
Okay, all right, my bad.
So it's a phenomena that occurs that you can see, right? But also that you can detail what's going on. So in this case, You're making an assumption of what's occurring. You don't actually make an observation of the sun interrupting the sun, the earth interrupting the sun's light, causing the shadow on the moon. You're not witnessing that. You're making an assumption.
That's fair.
Right. Right.
I've seen 2 solar eclipses now, once in Florida and once, I believe, in Missouri. And the one I seen while I was in Florida, I saw only a half of solar eclipse. So I could see, I'm on Earth, I can see the sun, and I could see the moon. I could see that
on a solar eclipse?
see that I wasn't. It was a solar eclipse. I saw 2 different solar eclipses from 2 different angles.
Okay, you saw
the
something.
first solar eclipse.
You saw something interrupt the sun's light. How do you know it's the moon?
It was the moon.
How do
I
you
could
know?
see it.
How do you know?
I could see the moon.
You cannot. No one can see the moon, sir. You think it's the moon.
What?
It's just like the idea that you think it's the Earth getting in the way of the sunlight, causing the shadow.
I'm not gonna lie. I just looked around and just in case I could see the moon right now during the daytime, but
no.
I don't know.
What I'm asking
What do you
what I'm asking you is, how do you know it's the moon interrupting the sun's light on a solar eclipse? It's the same like the way you think about the Earth interrupting the sun's light, causing the lunar eclipse. How do you think, for you, do you know it's the moon? Did you identify that it's the moon?
I'm like 99.99 whatever infinity% sure it was the moon.
Yeah,
because
so you don't. So that means that what you're telling
like that it was that's the moon was over there, like it disappears.
I know, sir. I know.
In the light, and what else could it be?
You're still making an assumption.
You're discounting the existence of the moon blocking the sun?
No,
in that
I'm not
scenario?
discounting. What I'm saying is, in order for you to identify that it's the moon, it would have to be the moon actually getting in the way. Now, you didn't see the actual moon. You couldn't tell its features. You saw something interrupt the sun's light. That's what you've seen. Something interrupted the sun's light. And your assumption is it's the moon doing that.
Yes. That is, I guess. I mean,
That's
because
correct.
I could see it. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't see the moon. You saw something.
It definitely looked like the moon.
How do you know?
And it was where the moon was supposed to be.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of what people say, but that's not proven. That's not proven in the way. That's not proven.
I feel like that's an extraordinary claim that it's not the moon.
No,
and I feel like that's something that you would have to prove because I could see that it's the moon.
No, let me tell you something. It's a law of identity violation because you're saying it's the moon when we don't recognize it being the moon. It's a law of identity violation. You're identifying the thing as the moon when it doesn't look like the moon.
What am I supposed to call this? Not moon.
You don't have to say not moon. You could just say, I see a solar eclipse. That's it. Doesn't have to be where you make it to be the moon. That's going off of a particular model that you've been thinking about. But it has nothing to do with an observation that's empirical.
Well, what model would you use to explain this solar eclipse?
Oh, all of these are built on a Saros cycle. The Saros cycle is a very ancient cycle of the heavenly bodies. But at the same time, these are just like, this is it's conceptual. Yeah. So that's the same as a celestial sphere. These are conceptual models that are drawn up so that you can have predictions of the heavenly bodies. Excuse me.
I just don't feel like you're. I feel like you're stretching on this one. This is not.
No, it's not stretching. You've been. You've been believing in an idea for such a long time.
I don't need to believe this because I've seen it, and then I've seen a full solar eclipse as well.
You keep saying that, but you don't identify that the thing's causing the interruption of the sun's light. If that is the case, you don't know what's going on. You're assuming a lot. And then claiming, you're claiming that because, yes, I do know so. Because number one, you can't identify the moon in a solar eclipse. Number two, you don't identify the Earth causing the interruption of light to make a shadow on the moon. You don't notice this. You're proclaiming it as if it's true based on a particular model that's been given to you. And so you think that's the absolute truth, and it's not, because you didn't identify.
That's what I've observed.
No, you don't make an observation of the Earth.
Observed this.
You don't make an
With my own
observation of
eyes.
the. Yeah, that's great. You see a phenomena, and then you assume what happens in the phenomena. Does that make sense? You see something happen, and then you make all these assumptions of what's happening. Yeah.
I don't know what you're. I don't know how you explain it. If
I don't
that's the
need
case.
to,
Like,
because it's an observation. I don't need to tell you the mysteries of the universe.
That's only true. That's only true if your assumption is the Earth is flat.
No, listen to me, dude. When you witness,
you're
No,
doing the
no,
exact
no.
opposite of what
no,
I'm doing.
No, you're spiraling right now because you can't reconcile the
I'm
fact.
not spiraling.
You are. You are.
I'm not.
So here's
I'm
the
not
problem.
spiraling.
Here's the problem. You need to identify the fact that you don't know what's causing these things to happen. You just witness them. You see things happening, and then you make all these notions of ideas based on something that's been told to you. This has been told to you because you don't go outside and witness a solar eclipse and then just all of a sudden think it's the moon. Somebody had to tell you that. So you're taking this worldview that somebody told you, and then you're believing it because it sounds like it makes sense.
You're telling me it's not the moon, but you won't present any contrary information.
I'm telling you, yeah, I am. I'm telling you, how did you identify that it's the moon?
I already told you because I could see it.
You did not see the moon. You saw something interrupt the sun's light.
Well, in the different eclipses that I've seen between lunar and solar eclipses, I could definitely see the moon during a lunar eclipse, and then I could definitely see the sun in a solar eclipse.
Yes, but you did not see the moon interrupt the sun's light in a solar eclipse, and you did not see the earth interrupt the sun's light in a lunar eclipse. These are things that have been told as to what causes them, not the phenomena itself. You can see that, but you don't know the cause of it.
Well, I have seen all three of these different events, and then
there's only two.
The only argument that you're giving me back is that I can't identify the moon. That's not a very good argument.
It is. Then go ahead and provide. Then go ahead and provide evidence that it's the moon, sir. What is the evidence that it's the actual moon in front of the sun causing that solar eclipse? How did you see that it's the moon? Did you identify the moon's features when you saw the sun's light being interrupted? Hello?
I just don't understand how, why that's even important. Why
it's important
why
because
wouldn't it be the moon?
there's something that's being told to you as a story, and you're believing it.
Well, I could see the moon in the days before in the sky near.
So what?
Well, I mean, it's headed in the right direction. It's probably the moon.
Okay. So
I guess that's all I could say.
Yeah, it's probably most likely assumption based. It's probably the moon. But did you identify it's the actual moon? And the answer should be no.
I identified it good enough for me to determine that it's the moon.
No. It's still an assumption. It's still an assumption. You're trying to make it sound like it's. You're trying to make it sound like it's not an assumption.
I don't know why you're so adamant that it's not the moon.
No, I'm adamant.
I don't understand why you're arguing that it's not the moon.
I'm adamant.
What's the importance of that?
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. You're making a claim that it's the moon. I'm asking for the direct identification of the moon actually interrupting the sun's light. You can't do it. So you think it's the most likely answer, which doesn't equate to you identifying the moon. Doesn't equate
You're not
to
providing me with an alternative to my theory then of what I've witnessed.
I don't need to replace the thing I'm telling you that it's not. I don't need to replace that.
Your response is no. It's not that.
Yeah, can you? No, my response
That's
is
just not
can
it.
you,
That's a
my
lazy
resp-
argument.
No, it's not lazy. What I'm telling you is, can you identify it's the moon? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I identified it well enough for my own.
No, well enough is a suggestive way of you saying you're assuming that it's the moon. Well enough is an assumption. It's an assumption.
I can't prove to you that it's the moon from my observation, I guess.
No,
But
you can't prove. No, you can't prove to yourself that it's the moon when it's happening. You can't
Well,
prove
I know it's the moon.
No, you don't. No, you
on the
don't.
lunar eclipse because I could see the moon.
I know that, but
I'm guessing that it's the sun.
No, what's causing the
Earth
interruption?
causing the light.
What's causing the shadow on the moon is the problem. You're thinking it's the Earth. So you can go back from lunar and solar eclipse. It doesn't matter. When you go back and forth,
I can only identify two of the objects at a time because one is always obscured.
No, you can't identify two at a time. On a lunar eclipse, how many things can you identify?
I'm on the Earth, and I could see the moon.
Yeah, how do you know it's the Earth getting in the way?
And my assumption
There
is
you
that
go.
the sun is behind the Earth.
There you go.
And the curve that I see on the moon is, that's the curve that you guys are trying to see.
I know. At least what you're honest with is that you're making these assumptions, which is what the audience...
I chose this argument because it's not scientific. It's an observation that anyone can do. And that's what I'm most knowledgeable about because I've witnessed multiple lunar eclipses and 2 solar eclipses. So
yeah, and your story about it being that the Earth is getting in the way of the sun's light is only just that, a story and an assumption.
Well,
you don't know
your
that
argument is just no, it's not.
My argument, no, incorrect. My argument is I want you to prove that it's the Earth causing that.
My observations aren't proof enough for you.
No, it's not proof enough for me. It's not proof enough for me. It's either it is the Earth or it's not the Earth. I need you to identify that it is the Earth causing the lunar eclipse. How did you do that? Show me the method by which...
I don't know what else to say. If you're not going to provide any information, what else an alternative, then
I don't need to provide...
argument. You said
I don't need to provide an alternative to something that you can identify is the case, sir. You didn't identify it's the Earth causing the lunar eclipse. You didn't identify that it's the moon causing the solar eclipse.
I can't identify it for you.
No, you're assuming, and that's what you're replacing identify with assume. You can't. That doesn't work. You didn't identify it's the Earth causing it.
I couldn't imagine what else it would be.
You
could
that's
just
not the
provide
question.
anything.
That's not the question.
In an alternative for what I witnessed.
No, I don't need to.
Maybe I can say maybe you're right.
No,
but you're
I
not
don't
doing
need to.
that.
Yeah, because I don't need to replace the things.
I feel like
you can. You're just getting spirally right now. What I don't need to do, I don't. Yeah, you're doing it now. You're interrupting me right now. You're interrupting me right now. You're interrupting me right now. So what you do? What I'm telling you? Yeah, you are. So what you need to do is recognize that you haven't provided any evidence whatsoever to substantiate that the positive claim that the Earth is causing the lunar eclipse or that the moon is what's causing the solar eclipse. The positive affirmation that it's these things identifiably you cannot do. So therefore, you cannot prove it to yourself. So you didn't identify it's the Earth or the moon getting in the way. You didn't do that.
I feel like I did, but you do not accept those.
No, your assumption-based claim is not going to do it.
You're not providing an alternative, my friend.
I don't need to, my friend. I don't need to. I can just tell.
You're saying that I'm spiraling, but
yeah,
I don't know. Like
I do.
You're standing very strong. I'm not going to say it again. You're not providing an alternative to my.
I don't need to.
Observation.
I don't need to. Okay. You didn't prove it, so I don't need to substantiate any evidence outside of what you can't do. So all we witness.
How is one to argue against that stance that you're providing? Like
it's simple.
How do I argue against it? What evidence do you need?
Yeah, I need you
for
to
me to say.
identify.
Like, what?
I need you to.
what
I need you to
possible thing could I
identify.
say?
I need you to identify that it's the actual Earth getting in the way of the sun's light, causing the lunar eclipse and solar eclipse. I need you to identify that it's the moon causing the solar eclipse. So
Well,
those two things.
if you're gonna
you need
want me to
substantiate.
take, okay. If you're going to want me to take you seriously on this, you have to provide an alternative. That's all.
No, you don't need an alternative. You just need to provide evidence that it's the case as you say it is. That's all.
I don't know. I just feel like you're.
No, it's
you're
not
just
me, sir. It's
holding
you.
your ground too strong.
It's not me. It's not me. It's you. You need to.
I don't even have a strong opinion on this. That's my observation.
Well, then that's the thing. Yeah, your observation is when you see a phenomena happening, you supply a cause for the effect. You're supplying the cause.
Have you ever seen one? Have you?
It doesn't matter. I witnessed this phenomena. It doesn't matter because I'm not supplying a cause. You are. You're saying it's the Earth getting in the way of the sun's light, causing a lunar eclipse. I'm asking you to identify that it's the actual Earth, and you can't do it. You say, well, that's the best assumption we got.
No, you're just saying no. That's you explained
I'm
something
not
better.
saying no. I'm telling you to provide the evidence. This is about the 5th time I told you. If
I told you I don't want to repeat myself again, but I just refer to what I said before because
right. So
you're
we're
not
back
providing an alternative.
I don't
That's
need
all
to.
it is.
I don't need to. That's all it is.
We're done.
Didn't
We're done here.
Well, you didn't substantiate it. We're done. How about that?
You didn't give an alternative. We're done. How about that?
You didn't substantiate that it's the moon.
You did an alternative, Nate.
Yeah,
that's where we're at a standstill.
Yeah, the standstill is because you want to live in an assumption-based idea that things are the cause to an effect. You want to live in a world
my
where that's the
observations.
case. Yeah, no, there are assumptions.
There could be another explanation, please. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, well, you can keep asking.
I guess you haven't heard of Hitchens' razor.
Yeah, you can
Does
keep
anyone
asking,
else in here have an alternative?
No, you're not going to appeal to the group. You're not going to appeal to the group, dude, and the group's going to be like, oh, I got an
play their
alternative.
word games, Steinmarkle. You have to play their word games.
Yeah, you're just upset.
Alpha.
You guys are upset because you can't substantiate your claims. That's all there is to it. You're upset. You're
there you go.
in your feelings.
You're not even trying to.
I don't need to.
So,
you didn't substantiate. You didn't substantiate it, so I don't need to. How about that?
Alpha,
I don't know what to say.
I know you don't.
You've decided you've won this argument, so congratulations.
So
Alpha,
that's correct.
I guess he hasn't heard of Hitchens' razor.
What is it?
Yep. Hitchens' razor.
So that was correct. Falsifying your claim, the guy falsified your claim.
Hold on, Necro.
Sorry?
Yeah, Hitchens' razor. Anything that's come forward without any evidence can be dismissed without any evidence. So I can easily hand-wave dismiss your cause that you say is causing these things, these lunar and solar eclipses, because you didn't substantiate it in any way. So I can easily hand-wave dismiss any causal effect for the effect because you didn't provide the cause for the effect. These are assumption-based. So I can hand-wave dismiss it.
All right. I don't know how to argue with that.
You can't because you didn't substantiate it. If you would have substantiated it, then it wouldn't be hand-wave dismissed. But you didn't do that.
If you refuse to talk about what you think it is, then we're done. I don't know. There's no reason to talk about that.
That's bullshit.
Anymore.
You're roboting.
If you're just going to deny that.
Yeah, you're roboting.
We can understand you.
My bad.
So listen, that's bullshit. Listen, Thymorkel, you're asking Alpha to give a replacement for something that you haven't provided. Do you see how illogical that is? You haven't provided proof, yet you're asking for a replacement for your non-proof. Period. Thank you.
Basically, yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah,
or am I right?
That's fine.
Well, do you
I
understand? Do you
accept
understand?
that that's the stance that you guys have. That's fine.
No. Listen, do you understand how that's not logical?
I mean, it's called a Discord channel. I figured that you guys would rebuttal.
Oh, you can't
With
answer my
something other
question.
than no.
You can't answer a very simple question. Do you see how that is not logical? You asking for a replacement for a proof that you don't have.
You guys do not believe that.
Okay, now
That's
you're
the
going
way
to
it
believe.
happens.
So I will interrupt you. Belief. You just said belief.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Oh,
don't
I
have to
said I said a bad word. Okay, I won't say
No,
believe.
no.
My bad. I
That's what- no,
apologize for
that's-
using that word.
Listen,
I made an observation, and that's
you
all
made
it
an
is. It's an
observation that you have a
observation.
belief about. You just said it yourself. You have a belief about an observation you made. That's
I said that
exactly
you
what we
guys
said.
have a belief about it.
No,
That's
we
what I
don't.
meant to say.
No, I don't believe shit. We don't have to have a belief. That's what
Well,
you have.
your answer is no. It's not. You don't have.
No,
whatever. Then
now you're avoiding the topic again about how you're asking for replacement for something you don't have proof of. You're interrupting. So you're asking for proof once again of something you haven't provided proof for. Do you get that part?
Yes, I understand.
Okay,
I
good.
understand
And
your
then-
guys' strategy here.
And then, no, it's not a strategy. You're the one that has strategy because you have belief. So the other
I have
thing you're
no
trying
strategy.
to do is, I'm still talking. So the other thing you're trying to do, sir, is you have a belief. You admitted it yourself. You're trying to force that on us as well. So you're
do not have a
basically saying, I have a belief in Santa Claus, and you guys are ridiculous for not having the same belief in Santa Claus that I do. That's what you're saying.
I never accused you guys of saying of being ridiculous on that. I just don't agree with the way we're arguing about it.
We're not arguing. The argument's been over since 2015. Please.
What's
When
the
you guys-
2015?
Yeah, when you guys gave up your geometric horizon, you gave it up. You walked away from it.
I
haven't been keeping
don't know
up
why
on
you're
current-
clumping me into a
you
category
are.
here.
You have the same belief they do. So yeah, we are.
Okay.
I'm not the one putting you in that category. You're putting yourself in that category. You have the
I
same
just
belief.
wanted to know. All I wanted to know was what you guys thought.
Okay.
And you guys will not tell me. So
Okay.
if we're
so
saying you
we don't-
guys, I'm saying you guys back.
So we don't have to make decisions or assumptions on things we see in the sky. We're not
So
doing
nothing
that
in the
at
sky is
all.
relevant.
It doesn't
That's
have
what you're
anything to
telling
do with the surface. It doesn't have anything to do with the surface of Earth.
All right, that's the ground rules. I got it then. Ground rules.
Okay. So you're disagreeing. I can tell by your sarcasm. So why don't you tell
I
me?
I do disagree, but I'm accepting your rules of this
Okay,
Discord.
you
like that.
disagree. It's not rules. It's just logic. So now, since you're claiming that the things in the sky have something to do with the ground we stand on,
I just think they're relevant. Yeah, I think they're a little relevant.
I want you to walk us through with a logical syllogism. In other words, step by step. What is the first step in linking the things in the sky to the ground or the surface condition? What's the first step?
I just told you my observation, so it's like, and
How
you guys
is
just say
how
no,
is
so
that-
it doesn't matter.
Wait a minute. You're missing the whole. How is that linking the things in the sky to the surface condition?
I know that's the way it is. I don't know. Like, if you guys are going to disagree with my observation, then
There's no disagreeing with something that you don't have proof for. Once again, thanks.
it's an observation. It's just what I've
Yeah.
seen.
And observation plus what? What else is there?
Like, what do
in
you
your
want as
observation?
proof?
Yeah, you don't have proof for anything. So once again, you're asking for proof of something you haven't provided proof for.
I can only tell you what I've seen.
You admitted that you made assumptions, bro. You admitted that yourself.
Yeah, so you have an
There
observation.
are assumptions made, yes.
Hold
There
on,
is
you-
assumptions made, but it's from observation.
Okay, observations don't equate to assumptions. So you have two things going on. You have observation, just like we do, and then your observation, you've
Yes.
included another part, which is the assumption or the story that goes with it. And Alpha was trying to tell you, you didn't make this story up. Somebody else told you this story. You just believe it that you actually admitted to. You believe it. So you have a belief in something, not proof of something. Do you see the difference? Crickets, I rest my case. Thanks. Thanks, Your Honor.
What was the observation?
He saw an eclipse. And Alpha
And how
asked
do
him,
we-
what's
sorry.
his best proof of the globe? And he said, I saw an eclipse. And then he wasn't able to provide any empirical evidence that backed up his assumptions that were within the eclipse proving a globe.
Oh, I see. Oh, thanks.
Anything else? Thymorical? Any other globe proofs? The eclipse one didn't quite cut it, but do you have something else? Perhaps something here on Earth and not like filled with assumptions. Oh, he's gone? He's gone.
Yeah, maybe we can talk. If the guy's gone, maybe we can talk to Mark, because Mark seems like he's been a keyboard warrior for a while. Maybe we can talk to him.
I think I've spoken to Mark a bunch. I mean, he's a nice guy, but I mean, Mark's globe proof is that he has a telescope and he looks through and he sees things moving in the sky, and that therefore that means that the Earth's a globe. I mean,
oh, one of those.
if Mark's there, dude. If you're there, yeah, feel free to unmute. You know, we generally get along pretty well. So, but I think he's watching football. He said he was watching some soccer match.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm back.
Oh shit!
Internet. Shitty.
Welcome
My
back.
bad.
You're right.
Okay, any other globe proofs? Maybe this one, anything that actually is talking about the surface of Earth and how they measure curvature, anything like that. Okie dokie. Because some of us have been here as long as 10 years, a whole decade, waiting for someone to provide proof. We've talked to PhDs in all different fields, doctorates, PhD is a doctorate, but we've talked to high level educated people in all these different fields, astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics. We've talked to them all here. And none of them have any more proof than you do. That's why we're still here. That's part of the reason why we're still here. Besides that, we have gone out, most of us have gone out, like myself, out to nature itself and done these metric observations over water with the dimensions that we were given, and we tested the metrics of the supposed globe, and we found it doesn't match reality in any way. Like, there's no curvature over water. Like, I can be on a hill here and I can see islands 30 miles offshore. Just yesterday I did this.
Measure things regardless in either model idea.
Why do we have to have a model? We don't have a model. You know why? Because we don't have to use our imagination like you do with a model. We just go out to nature itself. So Earth is the model. We don't have to claim a model. It's outside. It's right out there for everybody to view themselves. But the thing is, we don't make up stories like the Globe Earth does with their model. And we would like to see the Globe Earth model. If you actually have a model, can you post that in the chat for us? We'd like to see it so we can all review it together. Can you put the Globe Earth model in the chat, Time Oracle?
Oh, I don't really care about if it's globe or flat.
Oh,
I just wanted to know what you guys thought, honestly.
Let's just recap. So when asked for an actual model of your Globe Earth, then you go, you don't really care.
I came in here several days ago and I told you guys that. I just wanted to know what you guys thought it was. That's all I really
We don't have to think about it. Earth measures flat, is practically used as flat by everybody. Even yourself. If you were to build something, let's say you're building a building. If you're building a building, let's say you're building a building like 100 feet long. How would you make sure it was level? And then I would have to ask, what is level?
I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah.
A very valid point. Very valid point.
Yeah, there's no different levels on Earth. Like if you could do a level in Japan, then I could do a level on the west coast of California here, and then someone else in England can do another level. And the perpendicular to all those levels is straight up. There's no angular difference. The up is the same up for everybody. The reason we know this is true is because water always attains its level when undisturbed. Now, of course, the oceans have mean highs and lows, the wave height, peaks and dips, right? But we know generally it's level. So when we look over long distances, the water is level. So all water has the same level.
Crest and troughs are relative to horizontal.
Exactly. So if the globe Earth were true, when someone did a level in Australia and someone did a level in North America, those levels would almost be 180 degrees opposed to themselves, to each other. That's a cartoon globe. And then like DJ is upside down in Australia, but yet the water isn't falling off. His up has the same up as I do.
I thought that was you playing there for a second, Sonny.
Hey guys, just letting you guys know, I think we have an event going on. Start in less than 1 hour. It's a flat Earth event, but I think Quartzo Code. I think he has more information. Q, are you here, my friend?
Are you sure there's an event going on? Wasn't he just saying that we have the opportunity to make the events?
Yeah, but he says start in 1 hour. I think.
Really? Yeah, I'll double check.
Yeah, maybe you guys can can join the event like Sunny, Flatsy, Alpha Veritas, APOC. If you guys still here, and the rest of the crew, if you guys would like to join.
What's the event?
I think what's it called? Ask Me Anything. It's in the mods room. I tagged you guys. Well, the whole PNR. Go check.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just found out about it not too long ago either. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, I'll see if I can post an invitation in the side chat.
In the meantime, crocodile fuel. It's that young fossil fuel. Young dinosaurs. Let's get that gas.
What?
I'm just saying, let's grow some crocodiles, make some fossil fuel, you know what I mean? That young fossil fuel, that brand new stuff. I mean, lizards, right? Lizard gas from lizard bones and fossils, liquid filled leaves and bones. And so it's really the liquid in the dirt that we're going to make into the gas, not the bone, because the bone's gone. But I mean, don't tell anybody about it. Like, don't tell them. I'm just saying, like, if big lizards make all of our gas, what are the little lizards doing right now? I'm gonna start me a crocodile farm. People don't like them. They kill them in Florida to get rid of them. They're too evasive. Let's make some
I love
crocodile gas.
crocodiles in Florida.
Alligators?
Alligators.
Hey man, put them all in the same bucket. They're reptiles. Let's make some gas.
I'd eat them.
Well, eat the meat and make the gas out of the fossils.
That's silly. Well,
Chicken
I'll
of the
be back
crocodile.
tomorrow, probably. I'll talk to you guys later.
Today's fuel, tomorrow's crocodile.
Catch you later, man.
Later, hater.
And then the birds evolve into dinosaurs. So we got bird fossil fuel too, them little bird legs. It's not gonna be much, but bird fuel. It'll be protected under bird law.
My check. Hello.
Good.
Yep.
All right. I guess did Q come back yet? Oh, Q, you here? Yeah. So guys, I guess the event is actually the VC event. We're gonna have the event in here. Yeah, we just talked a bit and we just found out. So, the flat Earth event. Let's see how many people are gonna show up. And I guess the whole event is about ask me anything. So ask us anything about flat Earth, and we'll try our best to answer the question.
Yo, Spartan, are you here? Spartan. Anyone knows this guy, Spartan? He has a room operator. Doesn't show which channel though. Is it this one?
No.
Yeah, he's from 300.
Oh, wait, he's part of this VC? Who's this guy? He's a moderator of this VC as well? I don't know this guy even. Anyone know Spartan at all? No one?
I don't recall knowing him.
Weird. Interesting.
Is his name Art?
No, it says Spartan 302. Spartan.
Yeah, but he does have a capital A.
Yeah, capital A. No, I was just checking if he's here because he did some kind of something he typed in the chat to unban someone. Oh.
Well, we see Uncle Larry's in here and Sunny.
Uncle Larry.
How you guys doing? And the rest of Flat Earthers in here and the brothers.
Very good, very good. Good to see Larry as well.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm doing great, man. I've been working a lot and doing a lot of research on geopolitics. I'll try not to mix the two, so I'll try not to bring it up.
All right.
Well, thank you for the link that you sent me. I'll check it out. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to analyze events as they happen, but, you know, just waiting for the next one. But please continue. Any questions?
What's the shape of the Earth?
Kind of a topographical, you know, plane, right? You still got people arguing because there's mountains out to the west that, you know, the Earth's not flat. That's my favorite one.
Yeah, that's pretty hilarious. I'm standing on a hill, so obviously Earth is not flat.
But then when you say, well, wait a minute, there's mountains, so it can't be a sphere either, they're like, no, that's not how that works.
Oh, man.
We have a question in the chat. Do zodiac signs exist in a flat Earth? By Het Heru.
No, they exist in the sky. I've never seen any zodiac signs in the earth. Have you guys? Like in the dirt?
No.
Yeah, I've always seen
Yeah.
them in the sky.
Yeah, astrology is a flat Earth designated.
There was
There's a
this
flat
one time
plane.
when somebody drew a zodiac sign on the floor.
Did you ask them why are they gay?
Yo, Heru, why don't you open your mic and ask the questions? You can speak up. Yeah, mic broke. Yeah, classic.
Broken my game.
Yeah, usual. Too scared to talk.
You know, that would have been slightly believable in like 2001. But it's like, come on, man. You ain't got a microphone? How do you talk on the phone? And who would spend money on a computer but not a phone first?
Howdy.
You reckon these Globers are going to come on in?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Hey,
Should
Mr.
we take question?
Hmm?
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask. Should we take question in the side chat too, or maybe we should do it only on the microphone?
I'd say both, right?
Yeah, we can do both at the moment, I guess, until we get someone who
Just read
speaks
the
up.
question. Read the question before we answer it. It'll be good. I mean, unless the VC is just popping off, then the side chat might have to wait.
Yeah.
I haven't heard any flat Earth debates in a while. I come to check in every now and then, but what I'm mostly doing is analyzing patterns in their tactics because they seem to do the same thing. They say that's not what I'm talking about whenever you make an argument. Interrupt your crescendo when your point is being drawn together with the conclusion, and accuse you of change the subject and then change the subject. That's like the three tactics I've noticed recently. Has anybody else noticed anything different?
Like, sorry, Uncle Larry. I just came back and I heard only the last part.
Yeah, we're just talking about their tactics. It's like they all do the same thing. That's not what I'm talking about. Whenever you make a point, does anybody else hear that like all the time? They'll say, "Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about."
Oh yeah, Rap Scuttle.
Rabbity. Rascal.
Yeah, a lot of them do that. Yeah, a lot of them do that.
All right, cool.
Any other tactics anybody notice? Like, top 5 tactics that they use. Obviously, a plethora of fallacies and biases, but I'm talking about the tactics that they use.
I mean, where to start? Which tactics don't they use? That would be a shorter list.
There you go.
Let me think about that. Yeah, like you ask them to prove something, right? Like, what's your best evidence the Earth's a globe? And they'll just reverse it mid-conversation into you having to prove the point that they were making, right? So Alpha was having a conversation with a guy before, right? He said, what's your best proof of a globe? And the guy said, eclipses, right? And then halfway through the conversation, when the guy couldn't provide any empirical evidence to back up the assumptions made for his eclipse claim, he tried to just reverse the conversation around into Alpha having to prove exactly what eclipses are. And he said that he won't continue the conversation unless Alpha can provide a replacement for his claim. So I don't know what the name of that tactic is. I guess it's sort of reversing the burden, but yeah, so many tactics. I don't even think they know that they're doing it half the time either.
Oh, I point it out when they do it to me. When they say that's not what I'm talking about, I instantly reply, yeah, that's why it's coming out of my mouth and not yours. What that means is it's like when you start, flexing your rights in front of a cop, and the cop goes, "I don't want to debate." That's what they're saying, right? They're saying that they can't contend with your, knowledge base, right? They can't argue against what you're saying. So they say, that's not what I'm talking about. Like they're insinuating that you're straw manning them or putting words in their mouth. So that they're kind of Tai Chi in that shit. Or that's what they do to me all the time, all the freaking time. That's not what I'm talking about. And then they accuse you of changing the subject or interrupt when you're tying your point together, your crescendo of your argument. And my favorite is when they, rumpus all over you and don't want you to speak. And then if, the room's not being moderated properly, then you could say, "Why are you such a yellow belly coward? Why are you afraid to let me speak?"
Oh, that's the most annoying tactic. They do that a lot here. They'll push you into having to mute them, right? They'll just keep interrupting you, talking over you, doing whatever they can to get you to have to mute them, right? And then as soon as you mute them, and then you make your point, and then when you unmute them, they say to the audience, oh, I'm unmuted, am I? Right? To try to portray to the audience that you're an unfair moderator and that you're power tripping. They do that all the time. It really pisses me off, right? But they force you into having to mute them by derailing the conversation to that point. Or they'll mute and then they'll leave and then they'll say, oh, he had to mute me, I won, right? These guys are scared of me.
Yep. If that's the only way that they can win is to just completely unmoderate themselves to the point to where the room has to moderate them, and that's how they win, that is the lowest bar of integrity that you could possibly ask for in a discussion. Often ask them how come their dad didn't teach them how to have a conversation and be respectful, when they do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or I'll say something like, act like your father raised you right. Come on, chill out, relax. Let other people speak.
Another tactic, some of the younger guys, I guess they do this, right? You ask them a question, right? Once they realize they're out of their depth in the conversation, they all of a sudden they start to pause for much longer each time you ask them a question, right? And they've brought up ChatGPT, right? But they don't let you know that they've brought it up, right? And they think they're being very undercover about the whole thing. And you ask them a question, they'll say, and they'll pause and they'll say, well, what did you say again? Say that again. And then that gives them time to type it in. And then they'll try to pretend that they knew the answer when it's very, very obvious to everyone that they're just reading out the ChatGPT response, but they're pretending like they actually knew the answer. That's
yeah, instant experts, right? They just learned about chemtrails 2 minutes ago, and they're schooling you on chemtrails like they've known about it for 10 years like you have. Of course, for the non-researchers that might be hearing my voice, cloud seeding is the correct term. Don't search chemtrails, because Wikipedia is a very powerful tool, and anybody can change it. Anybody seen Lemon Bird in a while?
Not for a long time.
Lemon Bird, who's that?
one of the most like anti-communist flat earthers to ever come across my feed. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the voice.
And the blinkers too, right? Or the non-seatbelt button or whatever you had going on.
We had a few other people come back though after a long absence. Mary Mum, Dandelion came back, being active.
Very cool.
And Truth Prevails dropped in here yesterday.
Nice. Yeah, I just remember a lemon bird driving around with no seatbelt on. I hope he's okay.
Welcome back, Seth. We had an awesome conversation with Seth earlier. Seth is now very much on the fence.
Hi.
Welcome. Yeah, so we got some some OGs in here, man. If you have any questions about anything in particular that's keeping you on the fence or anything like that, or about anything that you can think of related to the topic, feel free to jump in and throw a question out there. Give us something to talk about. Or, yeah.
Well, I think that geometry is a form of proof. And for that reason, I think that the fact that we can, in certain ways, prove that the Earth has properties not from, say, space or whatever, you don't have to trust NASA, but you can prove that it has properties that are spherical, does in fact redound to a geometrical proof. And I guess epistemologically, the ultimate question is going to boil down to, how do I know that geometrical figures are proofs, right? But I guess we'll get there eventually.
All right. Well, I was asking Seth the question, but you jumped in, so that's fine. That's good. Right. So, would you say that the globe, right? They give us the exact size of the globe, right? They give us the radius value. So certain characteristics would have to go along with that radius value. Do you agree with that? Like, for example, let me give you an example. A horizon, right? A geometric horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer, and drop over distance, curvature over distance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when we actually go out and test the Earth for these things, we can't find the geometric horizon anywhere close to the location it must be at, depending on the size of the Earth, and we can't find any drop over distance. In fact, we can see magnitudes further than what you would possibly be able to see on a globe. And in many of these observations, we're seeing the horizon 10, 20 plus times further than it would be.
Okay, yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, so I mean, we've got many high definition videos showing these long distance observations. We've had people go out using high powered lasers, right, to reconfirm the observations in different locations over different distances. Huge bodies of water, lakes, like frozen lakes, salt lakes, all sorts of different tests have been done, and we can't find any curvature, right? So when we're talking about flat Earth, right, we're not claiming to know the entirety of how this place works. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, but we cannot find any curvature over distance, right? So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about a flat Earth. It's the description of a surface, not a shape claim. Right. So are you aware of anything that's been done that validates that the Earth is actually curving over distance?
So I discovered the flat Earth thing when I was like 16 years old, when I saw a Mark Sargent video on YouTube and stuff, and I saw the videos where they would look at a ship going down the horizon and they would zoom in, and they'll see that, oh, it's still there. But later on, I think that there were lots of debunking videos that kind of repeated that same experiment. And when you zoomed in and then you waited a little longer, the ship did in fact go over the horizon. It's just that the problem was more, it's not that the ship didn't disappear and would never disappear, and if you just kept zooming in infinitely, it will never disappear. Rather, it's that the density of the water, the density of the what do you call it, the humid water above the surface is such that it scatters light in a way that you aren't able to, easily see the ship all the way for the full duration as it becomes more distant until it eventually does go over the horizon, right? And more importantly, as the ship begins to go down the horizon curve, more of the ship, sort of the amount of the ship that you're able to see, a greater amount of that image is obscured by the humidity layer. So,
Right, but it wouldn't be necessarily validation that the Earth is a globe and that the ship is going behind a physical horizon, right? Because like you said, we have different scenarios, like different factors that we would have to deal with that can create that same effect or that same appearance from happening, right? Like we can recreate this situation on a small, flat local surface with the ship, right? Showing that it's not actually going over a curvature. It's an object.
What I understand we observed, as I said, when these experiments were redone by people who understand sort of a bit more about the factors that need to be factored in, they do in fact see it go over the horizon and disappear. But more importantly, you asked, so you're correct in saying that, well, disproving one thing, that me pointing out that it does go over some barrier of some sort, whether that's a horizon or not. Maybe you could argue it's, there are waves in the way, and the waves just kind of aggregately over distance make it difficult to see the ship or something. Sure.
Can someone post the Skunk Bay GIF for me real fast? And
I'll let out now. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I guess you're asking for positive proof that the Earth is a sphere, right? And that's probably a better direction to go anyway, right?
Right. So you're mentioning things like, disappearing because of other factors or disappearing because it's going over the curve. See, the thing is, when you saw the Mark Sargent video and they zoomed in and you could see the entire ship, that's when, everybody should have known, wait a minute, it's not just about things disappearing over a curve, right? There's also other factors like optics, right? So if you understand the Rayleigh criterion, that things disappear, right, at a certain distance, depending on how big they are, they don't really disappear in the sense that they magically disappear, but you can't resolve them with the aperture of your eye. So a lot of people pull out like a telescope, binoculars, zoom cameras, right? But then again, there's a limit again, right? So these people have made the algorithm to where if you search flat Earth, you're going to find 99-to-1 anti-flat Earth videos to maybe one flat Earth video. So the algorithm has kind of, brainwashed you back into the globe a little bit. And it was actually the United States government that told the social media companies to do something about these flat earthers. And that's why when you type in flat Earth, the Wikipedia article pops up, and it's going to tell you that it's been scientifically disproven, right? How do you scientifically prove the shape of something? That's geometry, right? So they're trying to trick you with rhetoric, is what they're doing. But I'm trying to tell you to do research on the Rayleigh criterion and see how things merge, right? Like if you got two bricks at 100 feet away, no problem. You can resolve two bricks. But if you go a mile away, you can't resolve two bricks anymore, even if it's perfectly flat. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Larry, thank you very much. Can you look in chat? I have a few things to you if you look there. Um, yeah, so at the start of you talked about geometric proof, and you appear to be saying that you think that geometrical proof is the standard here, that you would accept a geometrical proof if one was provided. That I think that's what you said, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you got proof, I'll accept proof. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And so yeah, at the start of this conversation, I kind of came in talking about geometrical proof. So let's begin with an epistemological validator for why geometrical proof is probative, right? Why do we care about geometrical proof, and why should we accept it as a standard? Well, the thing about geometrical proof is that geometrical proofs reduce down to enclosed shapes, right? And then we apply the properties of these enclosed shapes to open shapes and so on. But more importantly, let's say you want to prove something about an open curve, which is not enclosed into the form of a circle. It's just kind of a curved line. What you would do is you would apply the properties of the circumference of a circle to that curved line to apply partial proofs about circles to the curved line. The important thing is that you are ultimately reducing proofs down to enclosed shapes. Enclosed shapes have what we call invariant properties. They have invariant properties such that the particular lengths or the particular magnitudes of the properties of that enclosed shape do not matter. So you can have a circle that has a circumference of 5 meters or a circumference of 20 meters or whatever. The magnitude of the circumference is not important. It is the properties of the sphericality of the circumference itself. Other such things. You have a square, and you can talk about the inward angles being 90 degrees each, and it doesn't really matter whether the square has sides of length 5 meters or 20 meters or whatever. There's an invariant property that you can rely upon for every such enclosed shape known as a square, that the inward angles will be 90 degrees each, that kind of thing. And so geometry is probative. It acts as proof. It is an epistemological validator because it reduces itself down to invariance based on the properties of enclosed shapes. Does everyone think that they understand and accept this fact?
Not really sure exactly what you mean by this. I mean, did you have something empirical that you wanted to present? I mean, you kind of came off into the weeds here.
Let me see if I could still man the guy. So you're saying that if an object has shapes, the properties will be abundantly obvious. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh. So what are you saying?
We are discussing the reason why geometric proof is probative. In other words, I'm trying to have everyone here accept geometric proof as an epistemological standard. I want everyone to buy into epistemological proof. I have to prove first abstractly that geometrical proof about enclosed shapes scales to all such enclosed shapes. In other words, and what I'm trying to prove is that geometrical proofs about enclosed shapes specifically are universal. Particular squares have different magnitudes of measurement. Particular squares let's have sides of say 5 meters or 20 meters or 100 meters. But squareness as such, the properties you prove about squareness are universal to all squares irrespective of the magnitude of their measurements, because enclosed shapes have invariant internal properties. Within the boundaries of the enclosed shape, the properties of the enclosed shape internally are invariant irrespective of magnitude. So I'm setting up the standard of proof before we move into proof. See?
Isn't that what I said, guys? Isn't he saying what I said? That if an object has certain dimensions, it's going to be abundantly obvious and provable.
You didn't say provable, you said abundantly obvious. And you also didn't say exactly
abundantly obvious means that you can't say that it's not proof because it's obvious.
Obviousness is not the same as proof. There are many things that people think are obvious, that appear obvious, that are wrong. For example, this whole room is filled with people who think that it is obvious that the earth is flat. Anyway, so the point of this was to set up the epistemological standard of proof and explain why it is probative, why we should accept it. So is there anyone who disagrees with geometrical proof as probative, as universally probative?
You saying prohibitive or probative?
Probative, P-R-O-B-A-T-I-V. I'll type it in chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Look, I mean, did you have something that you wanted to present and we could go over it?
There's no point in me presenting specific, particular empirical proofs until we first accept the universal standard of proof. Because otherwise, if we don't accept the universal standard of proof before I present particular empirical proofs, people will not accept that I have met my burden of proof. People will weasel out of it. So I want to have buy-in before.
So I understand that you're afraid that people are going to weasel out. But you said there's a room full of people here that say that it's obvious that the earth is flat. When you go outside, do you observe a globe?
No.
Okay, so it's obviously not a globe when you go outside, right?
Yes.
What secondary knowledge? What secondary knowledge has convinced you otherwise?
Geometry. So I would like you to accept, if you will, you don't have to, but I would like to see whether you will accept the universal standard of proof, which is geometry.
Yeah, but you also have to take into perspective too, right? I mean, it's not just geometry is the end-all be-all. There's also the Rayleigh criterion, where things converge at distance, right?
Okay. If you don't accept geometry as a proof, you can ask me why you should accept geometry as proof, and I can explain that.
Okay, I don't think you get it. If a car is 10 miles away, you might see one light, right? But if it's 1 mile away, you'll see two headlights, right?
Sure.
Okay. Even though the geometry says that, I'm looking across a lake, there's a light over there, but reality, there's two lights. So there's geometry and then there's also perspective too, right? So that would be the limitation to your geometry being a proof. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense. The difference there is that even geometry is used when calculating. Geometry is how we factor in the fact that at a distance, two lights appear to be one. We do that by using geometrical proofs about generally, we usually use calculus, which is usually just geometrical proofs about triangles. We actually reduce everything to triangles in calculus, and that's how we calculate over distance, long distances, or time. Exponentially or what do you call this thing? Exponentially or logarithmically reducing effects, such as something weakening over the square of the distance, that sort of thing. And so with respect to perspective and merging of lights, the lights have a diminishing effect over distance. And so over distance, they will begin to appear to be one, and then over further distance, they will vanish altogether. That's just the magnitude of the strength of the wave diminishing over distance. We have calculus mechanisms to calculate for that, and it's just the geometry involved that enables us to factor that in. So I don't think you can escape geometry.
So are you saying that you have a geometric horizon that you could prove? Like a physical geometric horizon using geometry?
Could you repeat?
Are you saying that the horizon is geometric and you have proof of this?
No. I didn't say that, no.
What do you have proof of?
Yeah, what evidence do you have? And then we can go through it.
I think we should talk about the standard of proof first, and then we can talk about empirical, particular geometrical proofs after.
Taking you 20 minutes to get to the point, my friend. It's dragging on and on. Maybe we could just okay. Let's just say we accept your standard of proof. Would you like to present something now?
Let him explain it all over again. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, you need to explain it all again. Just kidding. Good one, Flatsy.
Okay.
So the thing is, when you're talking about an object, right? Obviously, geometry is going to be 100% flawless, right? An object in your hand, like a bowling ball or a pyramid, right? But when you're talking about the Earth as an object, the Earth is not an object, right? So I don't want you to conflate the two. So when you say geometry proves things, yes, absolutely. In your bedroom, like, yeah. But as far as like the Earth, like, I don't know, man. The thing is that you don't have a geometric horizon. And that's why the flat earth, the anti-flat earthers are always talking about refraction. It's because they've given up on their geometric horizon. So you're in here trying to make an argument about geometry. Let's hear it. Spit it out.
Did he leave?
He's acting like we don't accept geometry, like in a classroom setting. Like, of course we do. But if you're talking about, so he was just wasting our time.
He maybe got a phone call or something like that. Let's
I'm
hope
sorry,
so. Otherwise,
guys. I just couldn't help myself.
You're right. All right, so that's one on the globe side. Anyone else want to present some globe evidence? 3691215. Welcome. Seth, not sure. Oh, we already spoke to you. You're cool. You don't have any globe proofs, I don't think. What about Drippy Luffy? Welcome to the channel.
Do you have any questions?
We got an angry guy who changed his name to Fuck Flat Earthers. How cute.
How dare you talk about observable reality?
He hates us so much that he would join the very VC to be amongst us.
So, fuck flat earthers. You got a microphone, do you?
What was he muted for, Kembo?
Oh,
Is
he's
he?
muted. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can unmute him. But I don't know. I never spoken to him.
Yeah, I didn't mute him either. I think somebody did mute him, but he changed. I think he got Says Who and Indio, like Avatar or something, right? And got their name on it. It's just some funky stuff, right? Like, yeah, but somebody muted him, one of the mods. But I don't think he wants to jump on the mic, man. He's scared.
Well, I muted you, Vivas. Coins, whatever your name is. If you want to speak up, say something about the topic. Now's your chance. The shy one.
You know, since we're on the subject of the horizon, it's amazing to me how they'll like say there's geometrical proofs, but don't forget to factor in refraction, right? What about perspective? Like they ignore perspective so hard. Like the laws of perspective just don't exist when you're trying to prove a globe.
Well, that's when you get the we can see forever thing come along. They don't understand the perspective part of it.
That's where they hide Earth curve behind perspective. Pretty much. Kind of hijacked.
They hijacked the Rayleigh criterion and made the model based on perspective, and then ignore perspective.
Yeah. Some sneaky shit, man.
Hey, on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, how far should the horizon be at 1 foot observer height?
.22. 1.2. Correct.
Right, and with the Rayleigh criterion, at what distance do things begin to merge?
1.2.
That's just a coincidence.
It
you
is.
coincidence
It's just
theorist.
don't start drawing crazy conspiracy theories. Jeez, Larry. What are you freaking going off the rails?
I wonder if that guy left here like, these guys don't believe in geometry. Like, is that what he's telling himself right now? Like these flat earthers don't believe in geometry?
Well, that's why I was asking if he thought the horizon was geometric, because it seemed like he had proof, but he wasn't willing to show the proof unless we accepted it first, before even seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, I get trying to nail people down and then present your evidence so that they don't have wiggle room. But at a certain point, you got to present the evidence and let that be weighed out, and instead of whether or not something can be considered geometrical proof at 273 miles away.
Yeah.
Was he new? Was he a new guy or? I wasn't here. I mean, you know how new guys, and like all of a sudden they find out some shit, and then they start kind of losing their mind, or they just think everything we say is a lie, and we're just trying to like scam them into some freaking cult.
It's funny. You talk about them saying that we're trying to scam them into a cult. We're not asking for $68 million a day, but NASA and the IRS, they're forcing you at gunpoint. Like, you either pay this or we'll come take everything you own, including your body. So, you might want to think about that. If any Globers are out there thinking that we're a cult, we're not forcing you to pay anything. The Globe is. Can you imagine how pissed off you would be, like, if you were NASA and Werner von Braun, the great Nazi, gave you great Nazi technology, and then you had Jack Parsons that taught you all kinds of dark sorcery from L. Ron Hubbard, and all these people that are like connected. Aleister Crowley, the wickedest man, the beast, 666. Yeah, so they got dark Nazi magic, and they got all kinds of money to, use the television, the tele vision, to convince people that their primary senses are incorrect, and actually what you see on TV is the reality. And some people broke through the programming, the television programming, tele-vision programming. Can you imagine how pissed off these Nazis are?
wonder if it's like that, or maybe it's like, maybe they're just like, I can't believe they fell for it. Maybe they're like that. Maybe they're just like, I can't believe so many of them fell for it.
It's easy to trick people. Magicians have always made money once they've gained a little bit of skill. In fact, I think a lot of people want to be tricked. They want to be bamboozled. They want to be led. They want to be bled dry. That's my opinion.
That's freaking terrible. It's funny how you're like, they had this, they had that, they had they had the satanic guy, they had all this stuff behind them, but it's fun just to think that when it all comes down to it, it's pretty much just the hijacking of perspective, which obviously that's not just it. It's a big part of it, man. I mean, boats go over curve, and stuff disappears. I don't know. Maybe it's just a lot simpler than then again, the magic tricks do get pretty freaking involved.
It's a proof of the deception that in 2015 they kept saying over and over again that you can see forever. Like it was part of their mantra. You can see forever, right? Because they think that they can see 13.8 billion light years away, right? That's what they've been tricked into believing. But then you start talking about inverse square law, and all of a sudden they stop saying it, right? Yeah, they used to say that to me all the time, all the time.
They stop saying it until they come to a flat Earth server, and then they say, "Oh, if the Earth was flat, you could see from New York to Paris." So they're still using the same fallacy that their sight is infinite.
Yeah, they think they have like eagle vision times 10 or some shit, and that fog and rain clouds don't exist. I mean, think about that. Like seeing from New York to Paris. What is that, like 3,000 miles? is the atmosphere like perfectly see-through, or is there like fog and shit? Come on, man.
Yeah, and you can bring up the point that, like on a hazy day, you can't even see like 8 blocks on perfectly flat ground in the city.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, there's some days I can't see the mountains at all. And then there's some days I can see really good. But to think that, the weather, atmosphere, climate, what have you, is going to be like perfectly clear for like 3,000 miles. I mean, that takes some really strong confirmation bias to believe that. And, shout out to Dennis, wherever he's at. Hope he's doing great. Haven't heard from him in a while. But, one of the most favorite things that he taught me is to ask this question: who told you this? Like, I love that question. Like, who told you that you would be able to see an Eiffel Tower from 3,000 miles away and that objects don't shrink in the distance? Like, who told you this?
Exactly.
Well, I guess I should say appear to shrink. Please continue.
Yeah, a lot of times in questioning that, They don't have an answer as to who told them. Like, literally, nobody told them. They just watch TV. They watch too many movies. They think what's happening in the movies is reality.
Another one of my favorite things that he says, why are you here? Because they'll start complaining or talking crap about stuff related. Just directly ask them, why are you here?
Yeah, why are you here? And the answer is, oh, it doesn't really matter to me what Earth is, but you're still here. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Helio's got a couple of good one-liners, like, it do what it do.
Yeah, has anybody seen Helio in a while?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking that you were talking about. I guess I was wrong. That's what I was thinking you were talking about. Was Helio. Yeah, he was on earlier the other day.
Yeah, I haven't seen that dude in over 6 months, bro.
He was posting in the text yesterday, actually.
Yeah. He's still around.
But yeah, I just want to, talk about neuron mirroring, right? When the dog sees you eating lunch and he starts salivating, like the Pavlovian effect or whatever. Yeah, this neuron mirroring, like it happens with the television too. Like you see and hear things on TV, and you might, start to believe that these things that you're seeing and hearing, because it's two or more senses confirming your reality, right? But and the time that TV's been out, what less than 100 years, about 100 years, something like that, a little over 100 years. People haven't really caught up to the fact that, it's really easy to be tricked if you're seeing and hearing audio and visual hallucinations through technology, right? And they can't tell that the food is not in their mouth because the saliva and the neuron mirroring.
And we are live.
How many times you guys saw a pizza commercial and then went and made dinner or something? It's that easy to be tricked into thinking that you're hungry just by watching commercials. Had the television been off and you would have been working or doing something productive, you probably would have only gotten something to drink. But because the TV was on and your brain couldn't differentiate between those are just pixels and sounds, your brain tricked you into thinking, man, I sure could go for a pizza right now. I better call the pizza guy.
How about the patents for devices like that have to do with influencing people's state of being, like their emotional state or their psychology? There are actually patents for this in relation to television and computers. And people think mind control isn't real. There's patents for it.
Yeah, if you search mass formation psychosis, you're going to find like a bunch of debunking articles that, oh, no, that's not probable. But, all these people could think the same thing, even though it has nothing to do with reality. Like, that's not possible. Like, really? Like, it's not possible that an entire people could be, confused about their reality.
They talk out both sides of their mouth. Say one thing one way and contradict themselves saying it the other direction.
I'll be right back.
Yep. All right.
We got CB in the house.
Are we live?
Wait, I guess before I say it, are we live?
Oh, we're live.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's confirm. And we are live.
saw Helio. I seen him in the text. Has anybody heard him? Come on, say hey.
Is he roboting
Going
Plus
on?
Yappuccino right now? Or is that me?
Probably. Sorry, I'm on the porch. I'll
Just wheel yourself over closer to the router.
He's on the porch. I guess the satellites can't reach him there on the porch because he's outside. What the hell?
We'll just take your tinfoil hat off and flip it upside down. Maybe you'll bounce off some extra waves off the satellites or something. If you crease your tinfoil hat at 90 degrees, that should give you a good signal. All right. What the hell? There's a lot of people here. Chat, what's going on? Let's get some W's in the chat if you're here. If you're listening. We can kind of gauge who's active right now, who's AFK. We're gonna ban anyone that's AFK, by the way. And if we don't see any W's in the chat, we might have to ban you as well. Let's get the chat flying with W's, guys. Shout out to KC. Shout out to Lats DJ. Double U. See what you did there. Shout out to Vitali Z. Shout out to Ethergrid. Shout out to T. Hell yeah. Good stuff right here, boys and girls. Wait, do we have any 304s in the panel? Nah, I'm just kidding. Shout out to Overfences as well.
Wow, it no longer allows me to post in the chat. How weird.
Well,
I'm due.
No, that's an excuse. That's an excuse. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you should be able to post. You got the community role.
Boomer detected.
Maybe it's bugging out. Bugging out.
Okay, Boomer.
Okay, Boomer.
All right. Did you guys cook somebody, or what's everybody doing?
Yeah, there was this guy named Thymoracol a little while ago. Alpha was on, and he didn't have anything but presuppositions, assumptions, talking about eclipses. Yeah, he got bludgeoned.
Bludgeoned. Nice. It's a hell of a word right there. What would QE say? That's a $10,000 word or some shit.
Am I still
Right.
roboting here?
No, you sound good. Did you wheel over to the router?
I'm literally freaking 10 feet away from where I was. I got freaking stuff outside. It's always right near the carport. Just doesn't. I don't know what it is. Satellite just doesn't freaking like the carporters. I was asking about Helio. Was Helio in here live, or was he just in chat?
Just in chat.
My question.
Yeah, I've seen him in the chat a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
Helio.
Wish he'd come in and say hi.
You know we're not going to let him leave if he does that, right?
Bother.
Who's on the chat?
Bothered him on text.
Yeah, if he hops
Chat
in
right
here,
now.
if he hops in here, he better chat with us for at least an hour.
Helio, come on.
Yeah, and we're not going to let him leave. If he joins, he ain't leaving.
It's this guy. Look,
Helio.
it's like 20 minutes, Helio. We want to make sure you're okay. I'm at almost.
Yeah, we want to make sure that your baseline is still intact. We need to check out your baseline. Get in here, Dennis.
Baseline. Oh my.
Yeah, come
Yeah,
in
you
and
know-
say hello, Helio. Come in and say hi. So yeah, like Larry said.
You know, when the cops first start interrogating people, they start off by like, "What's your name? Where do you live? How long have you lived there?" That's the baseline.
Okay.
He said he's shy. Sure. That's not the Helio I know. I think he's been taken over. The body snatchers got him.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite. Most of my favorite bitch, dude.
That's a good one.
Yo, deal with your child, yeah. The sound clip's really good too. All right, chat. Hey, BPC, did you hear me plug your coffee last night? That was shilling last night.
I'll chill for that coffee. My wife and my son, we're all coffee connoisseurs. We got rare
Not sure what
coffee
time it was.
paraphernalia.
Probably not.
Hey man, I'm trying to plug your coffee. Shut your mouth when I'm plugging your coffee.
I think his satellites are a little delayed today.
So yeah, the coffee was amazing. Paraplegic coffee. It was really good. If I had some money, I'd buy some more.
I was waiting for you to say it was really good, but
No, I really want more. It was really good.
nice, good shit. Which blend did you get?
The female, what's her name? Paraplegic, you're breaking up. But what's the female's name? Helen Keller. That was the
Helen Keller.
Oh my god, the 304. Yeah.
Helen Keller roast. How dare you?
Wait, can someone explain that? Who is Helen Keller?
She was a blind deaf woman. She had something to do with them creating Braille, the language that blind people use.
Dude, blind
when they
and
go-
deaf?
Blind and deaf, yeah.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, she learned how to speak and everything, I think. Pretty sure.
What do you mean, Tony? You mean speak like this? How is he speaking? Does he sound like this? No, I'm sorry.
Y'all seen that meme? I'm getting death threats.
No, is that
Let's
funny.
see the meme, folks. Yeah, really. Put it up there, paraplegic. Let's see your
Wait,
little,
but paraplegic, can you explain how does it relate to coffee?
All right, now I'm back inside. Clear. Jeez.
My coffee's fucking dank.
Yeah. So CB said, explain your Helen Keller roast. How did you come up with that? What does that mean? Paraplegic.
It's coffee so good, Helen asked for it by name, and then Scott are saying, like, kind of, you know what I mean.
But what's the lore? How does she? You're just trolling? Are we just roasting 304s? I'm here for
No,
that.
Helen Keller's deaf and dumb, deaf and can't speak. So
right, but
I thought it was
good.
I thought it was that the coffee's so good that it'll cause Helen Keller to hear and speak.
That's funny. That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, even Helen Keller asked for it by name. That's the joke.
After hearing about it, Helen Keller asked
After hearing about it, oh,
tasted it.
You dirty dog.
Pretty good, man.
Real savages.
Huh?
Savages.
Paraplegic, I was plugging your coffee and you were interrupting me with robots.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Shut your fucking mouth, yeah.
I was watering this on the wheelchair.
Watering the coffee beans.
Nah, I got my started a little late here, so it's all right. Rainbow Swiss chard coming up.
Couple of myths about coffee. Who is that? Folgers, mountain grown. Coffee only grows in the mountains. Thank you very much.
Mountain grown. You fuck Folgers.
I know exactly. That's the coffee that they sweep up off the floor.
Yeah, exactly, Sonny. Exactly, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of like Starbucks when the guy
Mm-hmm.
you read I don't know where I read it or heard it, but the story goes he goes down to the farm, says, "What do you got for sale?" And the guy gives him his the main crop he sells. And he's like, "Nah, too expensive." Like, "Well, we got this other stuff. It's a little bit cheaper, but it's still good." Like, "Nah, it's too expensive." Like, "Well, head on down the road. There's some more farms down there. Maybe you can, So he's like walking out, and he sees a pile, and like in the corner, he's like, "What's that?" He's like, "It's just stuff we throw in the in the fire to the roasters to roast our coffee." He's like, "I'll take that. I'll take that."
That's the
we make a deal
Starbucks.
for that. Yeah, the trash you were throwing out, and pretty much probably made a deal where he gets paid to take it.
That's the real story?
That I swear is it's something like that. I make it sound worse, but it's the stuff that he bought was like the inferior like green, either too green or not not far enough along.
Yeah, if you want to do a deep dive into Starbucks and the chemicals that they use, they don't want you repopulating the earth. I'll probably go with that. I'll probably go with that argument because it seems to me that there are certain people that want to populate the earth with cheap labor, and there's other people that want to depopulate the earth and sacrifice to Satan or something.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
It's a mess. I don't know too much about that, but I do know that when you over roast coffee, it creates acrylamide. Acrylamide is not.
Oh shit!
When you burn it, when you get let's say, for instance, if you bought a bunch of green coffee that were kind of like super high moisture content because they're just not far enough along, or they're what do you call a bean that doesn't grow old? I don't.
Retarded?
I was thinking retarded.
It just doesn't get to its full ripeness and all that. So, all right. So you sit there with a big pile of some coffee. Some coffee beans are okay, kind of okay. Some are old and icky. Probably got all trashy, and some are green. So you can't grind green ones once you roast them. You'd have to over roast the green ones, right? Get them dry enough to grind. Roast enough to put through the grinder. So the other ones that are in there, they're getting obliterated like Holla coffee, and then you got the regular ones. So some of them are just getting basically burnt, just really bad. So the oils are catching on fire, and that's where you get the acrylamide.
Oh damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, believe me, I've seen it happen. You know, like if you're looking the other way when your roast is going, and you have a coffee, you know, some beans like almost catch fire, smell it like it's freaking gnarly.
Damn.
Like if you ever go to Starbucks, look at their look at them. They're in the at least the last time I saw them, they're really black.
Fucking, that's
gnarly.
racist. Yeah, bro, you racist
Well,
or something?
they're so bitter. I mean, no wonder they put so much sticky, icky stuff.
Dude, one time I drank a Starbucks. It was on the way home from Children's Hospital, and it was an iced coffee. It was so freaking bitter that I vomited. I've never vomited on coffee before. You're right about it being bitter. It tasted like burnt rock.
Yeah. So I don't know what's. And he'll even say, it's not about good coffee. It's about making what I'm like, what? It's about having an environment, a family environment for blah blah blah, some other stuff. So he wasn't interested in bringing anybody like amazing coffee or anything.
I can kind of see where he's coming from because not everyone can appreciate good coffee. You know what I'm saying? The coffee is coffee. They'll just dump a bunch of fucking sugar and milk in it anyway. So I can kind of get from a capitalistic standpoint why you would say, I don't give a shit if it's like the best beans ever. Although I'd notice a difference, but your average Joe not gonna fucking notice.
Yeah, they literally, and look how busy they are. You know, I mean,
No swearing.
Nah, this is demon time, bro.
Oh, good grief. About coffee, really?
So, I wouldn't.
Actually, about coffee.
Oh shit!
Yo, listen, dude. I found where the edge of the universe is, dude. I found that on NASA.
Fine.
So I'm gonna post up.
Here we go.
So when you run out of search items on NASA's website, you reach the edge of the universe.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
That's what it says. Look at the screenshot, man.
Wait.
I took a screenshot. I searched their visualization studio and it ran out. When I got to the end, it said I reached the edge of the universe. When I got to the end of their cartoons.
Wow. You were looking through this, or somebody sent it to you?
No, I was looking through it because I said to someone on X, I was like, dude, there's no one has ever observed an orbit. And then he posted a GIF, and then I reverse image search to where that came from, and it came from NASA's visualization studio, which is just like animations, cartoons, and shit. But in the process, I found this. I found the edge of the universe while looking for fake orbits.
Damn.
One of my favorite things to show them is when they ask about the disk planet, right? I love to show them the protoplanets that are actually disk in space in their paradigm. It's like, you're the one that believes this stupid shit, not me. I love that shit. By the way, the R36S, my son loves it. Thank you so much, India.
Oh, that's fucking awesome, man. It's awesome. It's a freaking great little machine, man. It's freaking great, dude. Like, for the price and, like, what it does, it's freaking... You don't get a good bargain nowadays in very many places, but that is actually a pretty good bargain for what you're getting.
What's an R36?
Is it a calculator or some shit?
No, it's like a handheld. It's a handheld game console, but it's all the old games, right? So it's got like 15,000 games, like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Sega Saturn, and it plays it all on like a little handheld, dude. It's pretty awesome.
Wow. Dope.
And it's like $36 or $30 or something.
Yeah, the R36 something, R36S, like a Game Boy Color.
Yeah.
$69.
Well, that's because you're trying to be special and get the purple one, man.
The sky blue one's the coolest. That's also.
If you look at it, but like a whole bunch of different companies, if you go on Alibaba, is that what the name of it is? A lot of different companies sell it, so you gotta like look around for the cheapest one because obviously some people are just gonna sell for twice the normal price.
The real thing that I enjoy is that I tried and I enjoy now, and I don't think that I will change this type of materials. Is the handheld PCs.
Like a phone?
Nah, like those consoles, like a PSP or something like that. I'll show you an example in the side chat. So it's a PC, full-fledged PC, a powerful one, and you have a small screen integrated on it, and some controllers.
Tablet?
No. It's called handheld PC. My handheld PC is an Asus, a ROG. It's called ROG Ally. Asus ROG Ally.
Nice.
Here it is. I got just a photo to show you how it looks like. And since the moment I tried it, I enjoyed it fully, and I don't think that now I can go back to laptop or tower PC. Here it is in the side chat.
Let's take a look, Jack. Damn.
And it's using a Windows 11. You can play any game you want. Every the game that works today, you can play it very easy. And I have because I enjoy playing retro games. I have more than 1,000 retro games from different platforms.
Dope, dude. Sick.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but back to the protoplanetary discs. I love the fact that you just totally reversed their shit and hit them with draw 4.
Yeah. Can you post that?
Just type up protoplanetary discs.
All right, let's take a look, chat. Because that's some good shit right there. Because they're the ones who think that flat planets, discs, or whatever are a thing, not us. Protoplanet. What? Disc?
Yeah, they believe in disc-shaped planets in space.
Oh my
The
god.
protoplanet.
A protoplanetary disk is a rotating circumstellar disk of dense gas and dust. The fuck?
You ever heard of a disk of gas? Me neither.
Hell no. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this in the chat. Dude, they have so much lore. It's insane.
I think it's hilarious when these people try and act like flat Earth is some kind of fringe conspiracy theory, and it's like the horizon is literally horizontal, and it's a fucking observation that anyone can make. To act like there's not a shred of evidence anywhere out there for flat Earth is the dumbest take in the world.
Facts. Facts, bro.
You're talking about hitting them with a cog disc red pill, bro.
Yeah, an Uno reverse card for sure.
Do we just want to do a quick look through the panel? See if we got any new people maybe that joined that want to maybe speak up or ask some questions?
For sure. We have Ludwig. There's also Indio and who? What the fuck?
Oh, that's a troll guy. Ignore him.
Vive coins. Damn you, Indio! Did you break this guy completely? Like holy shit!
Yeah, I break what?
The guy right above you. Pause. I think you broke him in two. You split him into a million pieces, bro. Crying. What is this? Indio and who says are a couple?
Couple of what?
Dude, how badly did you hurt this guy on a scale of 1 to 10? Yes or yes?
Oh, Vivace, he cooked himself. Like you don't even have to hurt him; he just cooks himself.
Somebody send that guy a crate of preparation 8.
Where is that from? Where do I know that from? Is that from a movie? Vive, you're up, dude. Huh?
We got Democles. Democles.
Hello.
Hello there, sir.
Welcome.
Damocles, the sword of Damocles.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. I butchered the name.
You're not hip on your Greek mythology.
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good. You guys sound very reasonable, but are you really flat earthers?
Yeah, man, this is for real.
Wow.
Fuck is that?
Well, you seem reasonable too, but if you didn't have a TV, would you really be a glober? Do you experience the globe when you go outside?
That's a good point, but so you think we are just a part of a conspiracy theory?
Oh, here we
the
go.
Physicist and.
Well, I think that a man of your intellect would realize that the term conspiracy theory is weaponized words used to dismiss claims without hearing them first. But, intelligent man and honorable man such as yourself would know that you should hear the claim and weigh it out against what you already know, first-hand primary knowledge, experience, second-hand knowledge and experience, if there is such a thing. And you would listen to the argument rather than just dismissing it with word weapons.
Oh, that was poetic. Thank you.
Is this going to be your shtick, hand wave dismissals?
Yeah, I follow the masses. I'm gonna admit that.
Oh, okay. Well, have fun, Lemming.
Yeah, I'm what you call.
Following the masses.
Yeah. I'm what you call. Yeah, I was going to say that exactly.
Yeah, I just heard it come down from NIH, man. You need 10 more boosters.
God damn.
I don't have that confident to say that.
You follow the masses, dude. Everyone else is getting one. Go ahead.
Yeah, like every 8 weeks, which is the exact same time that your white blood cells reproduce.
Are you going to engage us properly and intellectually, honestly? You're going to continue this. Just going to act.
No, are you seriously saying you're a flat earther? You're just trolling me right now.
Yeah, we are. Why wouldn't we be? Give us a reason why not to be a flat earther.
I believe in science and believe in scientists.
You believe in science. What does that mean? Believe? What is it to believe in science? What does that even mean?
I believe that people of knowledge who study nature, right?
So science is people.
Yeah, are capable.
Science is people.
Yeah, scientists.
So your evaluation of the scientific method is to say who said it, and then it's true. If you evaluate the people that's saying it.
I mean, I go by the consensus. Yes.
Yeah, so basically you've outsourced your intellect to other people. Like I said, have fun
No,
with
it's
that.
not outsourced. I mean, I don't have the
Yeah,
capability nor the time to study
you don't have the
astrophysics or
capability?
cosmology or all of these things that are very complicated, and I have different interests. So I go
What makes
with
you
what they
think they're
say.
complicated? What makes you think they're complicated? Why do you have to believe what they say?
There are a lot of
Like,
things.
I don't get this. Like, why do you have to believe what they say? They say a bunch of shit. You're saying you don't understand it because it's too complicated. Well, why would you believe it?
No, because there is a lot of the body of knowledge is infinite.
But you don't know that because you said,
Yeah, but let
bro,
me
you
finish.
said you don't know that. You said you don't know that because you can't evaluate it.
But there are a lot of disciplines, and you cannot study all of them. So you have to choose and to pick what you're gonna focus on.
You don't have to believe any of it, though.
So no, why not?
You don't have to believe any of it, right?
Well, if you believe in scientific evidence of the globe, which one do you believe in? What have you got?
This scientific evidence was the scientist said something.
Yeah, I don't have for you an argument why the Earth is round. If you're looking for that kind of argument, I don't. But it seems to me that the consensus is, I don't know of any scientist or cosmologist who's going to say the Earth is flat, and that's enough for me.
Can you name
Obviously, that's not
one
enough for you, but
Can you even name a single scientist?
name a single scientist. A cosmologist, I don't have a name.
You're like, why can't
Maybe.
the scientists would say the Earth is flat? Well, name us the scientist can you even name one?
Well,
Just
if
in
there
general?
was one, I mean, we live in.
If there was one, you can't even name one that thinks the Earth is a globe.
One second.
If there's,
Let me
listen,
explain.
if there's a lot of scientists that say that are aligning with consensus, name one of them.
I don't have names for you, but
Then what the fuck are we talking about?
Well, but it's very easy because we live in a globalist world. We have media to
How do you
inform
know
us what's
that,
going
though?
on. What do you mean?
How do you know that?
I know what that the consensus is.
How do you know what scientists think when you can't name a single fucking scientist?
You don't have to name or to know them or to read them.
Bro,
you just have to.
then how are you saying all these scientists say this? We say, well, name one of the scientists.
That was
Like,
my
well, I don't know.
education.
This is called phantom expert syndrome. You have a panel of big brains, experts in your head. It's like imaginary friends that have the answers.
And I promise you, Damocles, that was not education, that was indoctrination.
Yeah, because
So your teacher told you there's a bunch of. So let's just review. Your teachers in school told you there's a bunch of scientists that believe X, and you were just like, okay. My teacher said there's a bunch of scientists that believe X. I believed her when she said that this is what they believe, so I'm going to believe what they believe. Even though I don't know who they are, I don't even know if these people even exist. I'm going to believe what she says they believe. This is crazy talk. This is crazy talk.
That's not crazy.
It is,
actually
dude.
normal. It's actually very normal.
If that's normal, that's scary.
That's not normal.
It is because I can even make it work for you. I can even make it work for you. Most of my knowledge when it comes to history, for example, or biology, or psychology, or sociology, is also just by believing other people who I think are experts.
Who?
So that's even worse, right?
You know what that's called? That's called a logical fallacy. You know that, right?
That's not a logical fallacy. I'm just.
It is. It's called an appeal to authority fallacy or an appeal to credentials fallacy. X is true because X said something's true. So it's fallacious reasoning.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, if something is not verified by you and studied by you, you should not.
No.
You ought not to. You ought
No
not
one
to
said
repeat
that,
what other
dude.
people.
That's a straw man. So you're gonna pile on logical
Are
fallacy.
you not saying that? I'm asking you the question.
No, I'm not saying that. Listen,
Okay, what are you saying?
The evidence that a proposition is true is the evidence for the proposition. It's not based upon who said it.
Yeah, I'm not making any argument though.
Dude, you said
I didn't make any argument.
Didn't you just say that you believe it because scientists believe it?
I didn't make that an argument of why you ought to believe it. You just asked me a question and I answered the question.
Yeah, you said why you believe
That's
it.
not an argument.
Well,
Yeah,
so
why
what
I
you're
believe
telling me, well, it's fallacious reasoning, whether I believe it or whether you believe it. Your reasoning is fallacious. It doesn't matter. Your reasoning is fallacious. That is not a justification for believing that thing.
Okay, so if I'm gonna tell you that the Second World War caused the death of 60 million people, I'm gonna tell you that I'm just somebody told me that. It's a historian probably. You're gonna say that's a fallacious reasoning. You don't know that.
It is. It is fallacious reasoning.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Now, if
I'm
those
gonna
people
just
that
tell
said
you.
it, right? Okay, authorities have to prove their contentions just like everybody else. Just like everybody else. Just like me, you, and everybody else. Some fucking authority says, hey, 60 million people died in World War II. They should be able to produce the evidence that substantiates that claim.
Are you agnostic about the Holocaust, by the way?
We can't JQ
Not
on
me,
YouTube.
dude. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
We're not
Every time,
man.
dude.
It's fucking
It's a
non
bailout,
sequitur
right?
to begin with.
Oh, you muted him. Never mind.
Yeah, dude. Like, where we're gonna go? He's just gonna double down on that shit, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, don't talk about the fucking Holocaust. What the hell's wrong with you, dude?
Bro, you need to avoid the hot topics and the censorship and the TOS breakers. Okay. Please.
Well, I was going to make an example on why.
Yeah, but it's a bad example, and you know that.
Yeah, and they need to demonstrate it too, dude. All claims need evidence to back them up on an individual, one by one basis. We just don't say, hey, this person said XYZ, therefore we believe it. No, the person that says XYZ, they need to substantiate their claim.
So everything that you believe is not a belief, but something that you actually verified yourself. Every single point.
I didn't say verify yourself. I said substantiate it. Substantiate their claim.
Yeah, so you have a substantiation of everything that you're gonna put forward.
No,
right?
so no. Okay, so I claim, hey, so check this out. I say, hey, the Earth's the globe. Okay, substantiate that. Oh, here are measurements of curvature. This was the instrumentation we used. This is the units we used. This is the instrument. This is the methodology. These are the assumptions. These are the margins of error, right? Real simple. They're substantiating their claim. Okay? Doesn't mean I have to go out and do it.
Oh, so you just want a proposition that you ought not to verify. You just take it, right?
No.
Well, that's what you're
That's
saying.
exactly what you just said.
That's not what I said. That's why you said, oh, so you said. That means a straw man inevitably follows. How about I just said the words I said and not the words you think I said? Ever think of that? Yeah, giggle all you want. You're exposed to debate tactics. Listen, Dave,
I'm not debating. I'm just asking you questions.
Tactics will not work in here. Tactics won't work in here. You actually need to come up with something of substance. Okay? So gimmicks, straw man, logical fallacies, moving the goalposts, red herrings, all that shit isn't going to work in here.
Yeah, you need to calm down, my friend. I'm just having a conversation.
I am calm. I am calm. Believe me, I'm calm.
First, I'm not debating you. I'm not debating you. Maybe you're debating me. I'm not debating you.
It's not a debate.
Just asking you questions.
It's not a debate.
Yeah,
dude.
but
the question.
Yeah, so I'm
saying you can't justify your belief. That's what we're saying right now. Your belief.
Oh yeah, I said that earlier.
So you have an unjustified true belief, right?
It's a belief. I said that.
Yeah, and it's unjustified.
Okay. I gave you my reason. I said that because
no, you didn't have an reason implies there's logic to it, right? If there was a reason, you would have.
Not necessarily, no. Not necessarily. I can say I love my friend because I love my friend. I have an emotional attachment to him. That's not a logical reason. That's just an attachment.
That would be a tautology. Oh no,
that's not a tautology.
You said what your logical reason was. I have an attachment, so that would be an emotional state, right?
Okay, I have a reason. When I said
which causes you to want to be near, to love that person, right? That's a reason.
Great, fantastic. I have an emotional attachment to scientists when they say something.
An emotional, but the scientists that you can't name.
How do you have an
It doesn't
emotional
matter.
attachment to an
When you
imaginary
imagine,
flag?
when you think of a scientist, what do you think in your head? You just like imagine like this nebulous, faceless group of people in lab coats.
Okay. By the way, do you watch the news? By the way.
Fuck.
Occasionally, I try not to watch TV. It's brain rot.
He's a science slut.
Wait a minute, are you talking about the news like Monarch Mind Control, mainstream media, Operation Mockingbird? What are you talking about? The news?
Dan, the question to you would be the scientists that you don't know the name of, what did they say?
Exactly.
Well, as far as I know, forgive me, guys, I'm not a scientist, but they say that the Earth is round, and there are space and there are planets, and the Earth is illuminated by the sun.
Do they say that?
They say that the Earth is turning around.
Now you have to be a scientist. Now you have to be a scientist to know a scientist.
That's what they say. I mean, if you have a
Hold on, time out. Just for a second.
Hold on.
That's
When
not
did you hear them
actually-
say that?
that's-
Hold on.
Hold on, it's not actually what they say, right? Einstein says that all motion is relative. So for you to say that no, motion is absolute and the Earth absolutely orbits the sun, you're not
Who
even
said that, me?
parroting the correct. Yeah, you just said scientists say the Earth orbits the sun.
I never said anything about motion and relativity. You're dreaming.
I know you didn't. You said absolutely the Earth orbits the sun. Is that what you said?
I said that's what scientists say, and I believe them.
Right, but,
that's it.
But actually, they say that all motion is relative. They haven't said that since 20.
Yeah, if they say that, I also
since
believe that.
1915, when Einstein came up with his theory of relativity.
Okay, how do you know that, by the way? Do you verify that?
Yeah, but damn, you're the one saying you have acceptance without evidence when you say belief.
No.
Yeah, we can verify that. They wrote it
But
down
he
in
just
books
said,
that
he
we
just
can
said,
read.
one sec. I mean, you are not allowing me to respond in anything. You just said Einstein.
No, you asked a question, and I'm answering your question. Can you verify that?
Yeah, the other guy. It's not you who said it. It's not you who said it. Are you guys answering for each other or what?
No, I'm answering your question. You said, did you verify that? Yeah, they wrote it down.
I'm not asking you, by the way. I'm asking the other guy. So.
Yeah. So yeah, they wrote it down though. Good try deflecting again.
No. Okay. So you read it somewhere that Einstein created or came up with this theory, and you believe that, right? Why do you believe that?
I believe that he came up with the theory, but I think he was wrong because, unlike you.
Yeah, but why do you believe he came up with it?
Hold on. Because the perihelion of Mercury, it doesn't work out. The orbit of Mercury, it doesn't work out with Newtonian physics. But my point is, unlike you, I don't only have received ideas from someone else, I actually have my own ideas, and because I've independently researched the crisis in cosmology, I think Einstein's wrong. Please continue.
Yeah, but you're not seeing my point, though. You're not being charitable. You said you read that, but you believe what you read, right?
No, I think Einstein was wrong.
I'm not saying Einstein was right or wrong. You believe that Einstein came up with the theory, right?
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's attributed to him. So you're not understanding.
Okay,
like we're
and you
talking
believe that. Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that, by the way?
Because I've seen evidence.
You seen Einstein writing it down?
No, I wasn't there in 1915.
So you're getting it from second-hand sources?
Yeah, exactly. There's
So you're a
nothing
believer.
wrong with. Yeah, I believe Einstein wrote it down, but you're not understanding that.
Extraordinary claim doesn't require extraordinary evidence for that
This is his
claim.
fucking stupid tactic, just like Indio pointed out. He just wants because he can't support his claims, he wants you to not be able to support your claims either. And he's looking for any out in order to divert the attention away from his incompetence.
No, that's not the point. I'm showing you the
That's
inconsistency.
exactly what you're doing.
It is. It's not equivalent because it's not. It's not equivalent because it's not an extraordinary claim. So it doesn't require extraordinary evidence.
That's not the point, though.
Yeah, it is the point. So you got any extraordinary evidence that Earth is a ball in a vacuum? Thank you.
Well, I'm responding to something that was said earlier, which is that in order for you to say anything, any proposition, any affirmation, you need to have a reason, and this reason cannot be "I just believe," because they said that that's a fallacy, that's an appeal to authority. So you need to
you have to understand.
evidence,
I'm not
the
saying.
arguments. Okay, let me finish. It's one more sentence. Let me finish. So. We're talking, and I mentioned Einstein, and he said Einstein wrote this or came up with this theory. He made just an affirmation. He made a proposition. So according to that standard, he needs to give me the evidence or the argument on why he believed Einstein came up with this theory.
No, it's not him. It's you. It's you, the guy who believes that Einstein believed that shit and said that thing.
You didn't get the point.
It's you, the Globers. It's not us. So
the difference is, I don't believe Einstein, right? The difference is, I don't believe Einstein, and I'm not saying it's true because he said it. You, on the other hand, you're saying these nameless... Dude, it's my point. Let me finish my point, right? You didn't want to be interrupted? So I know it's not your point. That's why it's coming out of my mouth and not yours. So the point is, the difference is... I don't believe in Einstein, and I'm not telling you to believe him because I believe him, because he said it. That's the difference.
Yeah, but do you think the appeal to authority is intrinsically fallacious? You cannot appeal to it in any way.
Yes, you can't say it's correct because he said it.
Okay,
Which
thank you.
I'm not doing.
Great, fantastic. You just said Albert
You're the only one
Einstein.
appealing to it, dude.
One sec, let me finish my thought though. Then you
He
can
really wants us to be like
him. We're not like you, dude.
Yeah,
Okay.
you had a claim, you were appealing to authority, right? And then Larry debunked your claim with your own guy.
Yeah, your claim was, I believe what the scientists said, and scientists say X, Y, Z, and you didn't even know what the science actually says. So you
That's, by the way,
believe
not a
something
claim.
in your... Why are you interrupting me? So you believed what you believe scientists say, not what they actually say.
By the way, that's not a claim. That's just stating a fact.
No, what fact? You said, I believe
the
what
fact that
scientists say, but they don't say that. Your teacher said scientists said that.
Okay, so scientists don't say the Earth is round. That's interesting.
No, the orbit, dumbass. Like I said, I even predicted you were going to do this.
The
Move
Earth
the
is orbiting
goalpost.
around the sun. Okay.
Yeah, they don't say the Earth is orbiting around the sun. They say all motion is relative. You could just as easily claim the sun goes around the Earth.
He wouldn't even know what the scientists say. He said, I know scientists. I don't know what they say. And then he proceeds to tell us what they fucking say.
And he was like, I can't think of one flat Earth scientist. Bro, you don't even think one scientist at all.
So what this illustrates is you're the flaw in your method of determination of the truth. Because if you think scientists say one thing and they've updated their narrative and they think another thing, you've put all your eggs in that basket of your own belief in what you think scientists say. But your belief in what they believe is erroneous. So you haven't determined the truth. Okay, because you don't know what they think.
Well, he thinks they're scientists for a start.
That's deep.
Wrong. They're not
But they're
scientists.
not even actual people. These are just like nebulous, faceless people he's imagined in lab coats that are out there somewhere doing something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's called Phantom Expert Syndrome.
Yeah, bingo. That's the one.
How are you ever going to figure out the truth this way, Damocles? To be fair, how are you ever going to figure out the truth this way?
Repeat the question. I didn't hear you. The last part.
How are you ever going to figure out the truth with this methodology of reasoning?
Appeal to consensus?
You don't know what the consensus is.
Okay.
You think it's an appeal to consensus, but you don't actually know what the consensus is. It's really appeal to yourself and what you believe the consensus is, and appeal to yourself on what you believe the scientists think. Because you can't tell us what the scientists think. You can't tell us what the consensus actually is. I could say, hey, yeah, I know what consensus is. Why don't you post a survey of the consensus where they surveyed scientists and they show us what the consensus actually is? Post a survey.
Okay, let me learn. let me learn from you. What's the consensus when it comes to the Earth and?
I don't know.
Okay.
No one's done
What
that
do you know?
survey. I don't know.
Is that something you can know that you do know that you can teach me?
Yeah, if someone goes and does the survey, you could know it. Yes.
Okay. So if I go
That's how we know what people think, right? Listen, how do we know what people think? We take a survey, and they answer the survey, right? And then we can quantify how many people think one thing versus how many people think another thing. But to just say there's a consensus without any evidence is just making shit up.
Maybe someone in the room is able or willing to look for the survey. You know,
It don't exist, dude.
So to help you out, you know.
Okay. Why would we need help? It's your claim.
You need to help yourself. You need that survey because you are the consensus.
Help yourself to help us.
And even if you got the consensus, and let's say 99.99999% of scientists thought the Earth was round.
I want somebody
What does
in the
that
room
tell
to help
you?
you guys
What
out
is
so
that?
you can help me out.
Okay, what does that tell you if you even have a consensus? It only tells you what people think. It doesn't tell you the truth of what they think is true.
What's the truth? Quid veritas.
Do you believe in truth? Is that an actual thing?
I mean, you tell me. You know. I don't know. You're the person with knowledge. Remember? You don't believe. You only know. So tell me.
When it comes to this, yes.
What's the
knowledge can be gained through knowledge, but when it comes to belief, you can evaluate. Okay, I have a belief, but it is what exactly are you believing in? Are you believing in fucking leprechauns? Are you believing in that you're gonna wake up tomorrow? Like, it's like the belief is correlated to how outrageous the belief is, right, relative to experience, right? I've woken up, hundreds of days in a row. It is reasonable for me to believe I'm going to wake up tomorrow, right? But I've never seen a leprechaun. It would be unreasonable for me to believe that I'm going to see a leprechaun tomorrow, even though leprechauns may exist. So there's the extraordinariness of the claim, right? So there's claims which are crazy outrageous. So that's how you evaluate it. You just don't say, you can't just draw a broad brush, say all claims are the same. So I say water is wet if it's fucking 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's not an outrageous claim, dude. It's just a normal claim. But if I say, hey, I go into fucking 300 miles above the earth to a place where things don't fall, that is an outrageous claim.
I mean, what's outrageous and what's normal?
When it's out, the farther it is outside of the common human experience, that designates whether it's outrageous.
By the way, but
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, that's a good point. I usually ask like some people. I ask in one word.
No tanks.
What's up, buddy? I mean, I would ask like the guy who probably believes in the globe. Something falls. Like, give me one reason why something falls, and they usually give me that one word. Then I ask them if you want to chime in to mock us. I saw you light up.
I mean, he just made a claim that this is the common human experience, and he didn't provide any evidence. And I don't think he made a survey either, because he never asked me. So I'm not part of that survey. So how can he make the claim?
Survey of what? What are you talking about?
You're a fucking idiot, aren't you?
He said.
Fucking idiot.
I mean, you guys not following?
So anecdotal evidence is what we experience, yeah? So do you need a survey for anecdotal evidence?
Okay, you said when you make, or the other guy, or whatever, because you're speaking as a one person, which is very odd. One being but 5 persons. It's like a different kind of a trinity going on here. But okay, so he said that in order if you make
Trinity
a claim,
with 5 people, that would be weird.
yeah, that's because I'm talking to 5 people and a person is answering for another person. It's very weird. This is not how
It's
you
an
conduct a
open forum.
competition.
It's an open forum, dude.
Yeah, it's no debate, so it's open here. Open forum right now.
Yeah, that's not an open forum. When you ask somebody
listen, my bad, Democles. I only chimed in because it was like a quiet, it was just nobody was talking, so I just chimed in. But you had something to say, go ahead.
No, I'm not talking just about you. It was happening all the time, so I'm not attacking you personally. I have nothing against you.
You're saying the extraordinary claim of going up and into an area where things don't fall down. You need a survey for that, do you?
Yeah, I mean, you're making a claim. You're saying this is not a common human experience. One second.
That wasn't a claim.
One finish. That's a claim,
It's
actually.
outside
You're
the
saying this is
human
not
experience.
Oh,
right?
1 sec. I'm not.
When people drop things and they fall, is that a normal human experience, or are you going to deny that is the normal human experience?
Well, it's not. It's not. You need to prove that claim.
It's not.
So, yeah, it's not.
When you let something go, it falls to the ground. That isn't the common experience.
You need to know about the replica.
You're being dishonest. Shut up, dude.
Yeah. You need to prove that what you experience.
Now we got a Glover saying drop something. Drop something isn't a thing anymore.
Hey, he's giving good content though, that's for sure. Okay.
Crazy dude. Like it's
Absolutely
crazy.
Insane, man.
Yeah, you don't have to come in here trying to pretend that you're smarter than you are. Just be yourself. Just have a conversation. Just talk about it. If you're not equipped to be able to support one way or another, then don't. It's that simple.
See, what we're trying to say is, like what I started out with, when you go outside, we all have firsthand primary knowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary. And if you stay outside for 3 days and 3 nights, you'll see the sun, moon, and stars make a circuit overhead roughly once over 24 hours. Like, this is objective reality. You can't say that it's not what you experience, because we all experience the same thing. So the question is, what secondhand information have you received that has convinced you that your firsthand primary knowledge is incorrect about the Earth?
Yeah, what convinced you of the opposite?
I think you might need a survey for that, Larry.
The survey that doesn't exist that convinced them.
I was thinking about that one, Timbo. It was in my head.
I mean, the lack of inconsistency is astonishing, but it seems nobody is seeing it for some reason.
You are a flat earther. You just don't know it yet.
Really? Oh no! Why?
No, you are. Because you were born on this Earth. You just don't know it yet.
Oh, okay. You mean I'm born on a flat surface? Okay.
You were born in a world where the horizon is horizontal. Yes.
Great. That's a great point. Okay, thank you. By the way, do we need a survey for that? By the way,
according to you.
Well, not according to me. According to you. What?
According to you, you can just make up the consensus in your own mind.
No, that's not my claim. Oh my god. Okay.
Well, that's what you said.
That's the other guy who was asking me for the paper. He told me.
What does he mean? Lack of inconsistency, though.
What I mean by lack of consistency is this: you're saying if I say anything, any proposition about anything about nature, I need to give you some kind of argument, or if I appeal to the consensus, I need to give you the papers or give you the names, etc., etc.
Yeah,
but
give us evidence.
You guys, I don't have it. I don't
claim anyway. You just need the evidence for the claim. So if you're wasting.
Okay, first of all, that's a straw man, though, heretic.
Okay.
He said he knows what scientists think. He knows what they believe. That isn't a statement about nature, bro. That's a statement about what is in the minds of men that you can't even name one.
Okay, let me Google it for you.
So look, there's a whole group of people. You're claiming you know the minds of, but you can't name any individual of them.
Yeah. I mean, this is basic education, you know.
Yeah, you're a Google Earther. We get it.
Basic education.
He's gonna go Insta expert.
Google Earth, yeah.
I'm calling it right now.
Yeah.
That's good. I accept that name, by the way. Google
Do you know
Earth.
any specific?
I accept that.
Cartoon Earther, Google Earther, same thing.
Well, do you know any?
I'm learning through Google. That's true. That's a fact.
Let's cross on this guy's tattoo. Google Earth.
No, you're being indoctrinated through Google because Google has a blacklist, and all the things that are on the blacklist.
Hey guys, I told you from the beginning I follow the masses.
Can I finish speaking, please, and thank you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Google has a blacklist that was published by a whistleblower who immediately got the cops sent to his house. But the point is that you're not learning from Google. You're being indoctrinated by what they allow you to see.
I think that's a good thing, by the way.
What? Yeah, so what you said, but hold on, dude. What you said is you follow the masses, but you don't know that that's true. That you actually are following the masses. You're consuming a media that's saying the masses think this. And then you're believing that and saying, yes, the masses think that, but you don't know if that's actually true or not.
Well, I have low.
You think you're following the masses. No, you just think you're following the masses. That's it. There's nothing beyond that.
That's enough for me.
Well, you have no empirical evidence you're following the masses, right? You don't have a survey.
A survey? No, I don't have a survey for you right now. Maybe I can find something for you, but I'm lazy. I don't want to do that right now. So.
You're lazy right now?
Well, you can tell me.
Right now? Maybe it started, a long time ago.
So, do you concede that you have a belief about the glow part, or do you know it?
I said that from the beginning.
Belief, then, okay?
Yeah. I said I believe the Earth is round because I trust the people who told me that. They are credible to me, and yes.
What? You don't have any people.
How would you know that?
Who's your people, man? Which tribe?
Well, when I mean by people, I don't mean I did.
Who told you that? Who told you that? How'd you evaluate?
I was told that in school. I was told that in school, guys. School is a building with the teachers.
Did they give you any evidence?
It's a government education system. So the government taught you something, and then you said that you're down for censorship, but you trust people to tell the truth, even though you know they're censoring the truth. That's crazy, bro. That's a crazy.
Yeah, I trust people.
What men say. I trust people to tell the fucking lie. That's what I trust people to do. I trust them to lie.
I'm not nihilistic about people. I don't think people
trust people to tell the truth. That is crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's like.
Yeah, listen, dude. If your teacher said, "Hey, listen, I might be late today," I believe them, right? But if they tell you that your reality is antithetical to your experience, haven't you questioned it even once? Like it's a totally different genre of.
No, actually.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Damocles. Now imagine all these people that told you the world is one way, and you believe them. And you said, "Hey, I trust them to tell me the truth." How do they know the truth? What if they applied the same methodology? What if they applied the same methodology for determining the truth that you applied, and trusting somebody that told them, and that there's an endless chain of people just believing each other?
Yeah,
what's the alternative for you?
Empirical evidence, dude. Go out and test it.
Yeah. So, do you want me to verify everything? I mean, from history to
no, that's an all or nothing fallacy. Try again, dude. That's an all or nothing fallacy.
Well, that's not a fallacy. That's
I already gave you the criteria. I already gave you the criteria.
Why are you chiming in? I'm talking to the other guy. Why are you chiming in?
Yeah. So I already gave you the criteria, right? On the extraordinariness of the claim. Whether you have to test it yourself.
Well,
it's independent
let me tell you,
of anything else.
If somebody
you don't, hey man, you don't have to if you don't want to. If you want to continue to just to believe, like you admitted, then go for it.
Yeah.
Being told how you would go about it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Knowledge.
Appreciate that.
You know what you could also say? I don't know. You do that.
Mm. Well, I said I believe. Is that fine with you if I say I believe? Is that okay?
As an American, we believe in freedom of religion.
Great.
Yeah, you can believe whatever you want, right? Just don't make people.
Not because I was being, attacked.
No, it's not an attack. Calling you a blind believer is not an attack. It's just something real. It's not an attack. Don't consider it personal.
No, not about the blind believer part. About
some people don't like it. If you, some people don't like it. I don't like to be a blind believer. You like it. It's dependent to you. No one is asking you to stop being a blind believer.
Yeah, I'm a blind believer and I like it.
Yeah, I know.
You like doing what you're told. That's what I was talking about before you got here. There's a great group of people that want to be led. They want to be tricked. They want to be deceived. As long as they don't have authority and control and responsibility for their own life and actions and reactions, just as long as they can divvy and give away their autonomy away, they're happy.
How do you know that?
To be a believer is not something that I will have to wait for you to just admit it. It's something that I can detect on you without you saying it or admitting it. I can detect on you if you are a believer, and I can know if you are someone who knows. So you don't know, you want to be able to validate the thing that you will say. So yeah, you're a believer.
And obviously, if something, a subject doesn't interest me, I'm not going to go and spend years studying it. I'm not going to spend years studying cosmology to know if the Earth is round or not, or it
No, you don't have
turns
to do all
around the
that.
sun. One second, let me finish. Because I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in something else. I'm going to study what I am interested in because we have limited time on this Earth. And we need to invest our limited times in the things that we would like to do, not the everything. It's too much.
That's fine. So when you ask us a question, and we answer it, stop being so fucking defensive, bro.
Yeah, is that why you are here? Because you're not interested? So you're coming here?
I just saw the Flat Earth Discord room, so I said, okay, what's going on here? Joined, and I said, you guys are serious, Flat Earthers? And they said yes. And then people start asking me questions. I responded. I said, I just believe that the Earth is round, and that's it. Then people start attacking me for some reason.
Oh, no, I actually accept your concession that it's a belief. That's fine. I'm cool with that.
You make claims on top of it, bro.
Yeah, that part was something else.
Thank you.
But I accept your concession that you have a belief.
It wouldn't take you a lifetime to figure out, to measure Earth. It wouldn't take you like a lifetime to measure Earth. Just go outside and measure Earth. You can do it in like an afternoon.
Yeah, and you can, at that moment, you can get rid of the both belief and ignorance. Believe in something that is not real and being ignorant of the thing that is real. So it's that just two things: belief and ignorance.
No, I'm a Kantian, I believe in Kant philosophy, so you can make reality.
Oh, shit. Okay, so are you in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right now? Is it objectively true that you are not in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean underwater?
That was a joke, guys.
Just answer the question. Is it objectively true that you're not in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean?
That was a joke. No, I'm not in the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, so. just making sure there's objective truths, because you did say that you like censorship, right? So in the court in America, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because there's three ways to lie. A lie by omission is a lie nonetheless, and you said that you are for Google censoring certain things and creating a blacklist and lying by omission. So you want to be tricked.
I never said that, by the way.
Wait a minute. When I brought up the Google blacklist, you said that's a good thing.
No. You never said that. You said that you told me I am a Google. What did you used to call me? A flat Googler or something like that.
Earther.
Google Earther, yes. So I'm getting my knowledge from Google. Yeah, I said yes to that. I never said anything about the blacklist.
I'm pretty sure when I brought up the blacklist, you said that's a good thing. Maybe you misspoke. Maybe I misheard. But you're
Maybe I
saying that
misheard you.
censorship. Yeah, maybe censorship is bad, right? Is censorship bad?
And by the way, when it comes to censorship, I don't think all censorship is bad. No.
Yeah, obviously we don't want to see CP or anything like that, but just regular people having regular ideas, and maybe ideas that are a little bit different than what most of the people believe. That's okay for that to be shared, right? Okay, so
what you mean by regular ideas?
You know, like flat Earth. There's nothing harmful. Nobody's dying because I said flat Earth on the internet, right?
I mean, also it depends what we mean by harmful. To be honest.
Okay. Is there any financial loss, contracts being broken, injury, harm, injury, or loss?
I think there is maybe intellectual harm.
Really?
Well, it does hurt the believers. Cognitive dissonance, the one who believes something else, when he heard about the thing that is challenging his beliefs, or flat Earth, it challenges his belief about globe Earth, so cognitive dissonance is triggered. Is that the harm?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe if you allow people to advocate for flat Earth, their brain gonna turn flat.
Allow. I'm free, motherfucker. Nobody allows me to speak. I was born with the God-given right to speak.
You said your brain's going to turn flat, chap.
Right.
Damn, man. Did flat Earth hurt you?
I'm gonna go have something to eat. You guys enjoy yourself. And,
Okay, well, I'm glad someone is allowing you to eat.
What?
I'm glad that someone is allowing, your government allows you to eat.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, me too.
Here, go eat your soup off of a ball.
That dude's going to go eat a soup sandwich.
Slobberness is going to feed him.
That was
Soup
painful.
sandwich.
That was kind of painful to listen to.
Yeah, shout out to QE.
Yeah, he's got a slobber nurses with him.
Let's face it, guys. He's rolling up some crayons in a burrito right now.
Rolling up some crayons. You know what? I think it was the kangaroo guy that chimed in. He said, I was picking up exactly what you were putting down. I think that was, holy fuck, Tim Dub or whatever, same thing. But he just wanted to be like, well, you guys did it. So, he wanted to do that whole, well, I know you are, but what about you? Like, no, don't worry about us. You're the one getting cooked right now.
Did I not predict that guy before he came in? Those of you who've been in here for a little bit, I was talking about their tactics, and he was like, "That's not my point." So he was saying, "That's not what I'm saying." That's exactly what I said that they were going to say. And then, okay, maybe I was wrong about the Google censorship thing.
Yeah, because I think when someone called him a Google Earther, he's like, "Yeah, I like that. That's good."
We could go back and listen to it. It was recorded, so if we catch him in a lie, that would be funny.
Well, all that happened, like all that started because, like, yeah, fine, he has a belief, but so we asked him, he was asked, well, what makes you believe it, right? And he then added claim onto his belief, which is that, well, scientists say, right? Oh, is that so? He's stating that as a matter of fact. That's his basis for his belief because of the fact that scientists say Earth is a globe. Now,
well, I know my book is true.
He's got to support that claim, and that when he was put on the spot to support the claim on top of his belief, he didn't like it, and he had to try and make it sound like that's what we have too, right? Just like CB was just talking about.
But I know that my priest would never lie to me. He must be telling the truth. It's in the book.
He doesn't even know who the priest is.
Yeah, he couldn't even list one.
Yeah, that's why he said, "Oh, let me Google one for you. For me, it's for you." What the hell?
Exactly.
So yeah, anything the mainstream tells him, that guy will just blindly go along with it. That's it's dangerous.
Dude, my fucking dad taught me when I was like 3 or 5 years old that if everybody else jumped off the bridge, would you do it too? He made sure to instill that one in me. Don't follow the crowd.
Yeah, the scientist said it was a good idea.
Yeah. But these days, it feels like parents are teaching their children to be mindless lemmings. Just go with the flow and follow the crowd, and you'll be fine.
How many times do people say, if you just do what the officer says, then he could violate your rights with your permission?
Yep.
That way it's all legal, because you gave consent.
And most folks don't know that deprivation of rights under color of law can be punished by fine, imprisonment, or even death.
Woo! Most people forget about that last part. It is written right there in the law, though, so you can't really argue against that one.
That's one thing I taught my children, along with everything. You know what's funny is this guy was trying to act like flat earthers must be the dumbest fucks in the world. But all pilots treat the Earth as a flat and stationary, non-rotating planar surface for all flight dynamics, regardless of altitude. I guess pilots are dumb.
Have you been to space? Have you been to space?
Yeah. To me, those type of flexes are dumb. I have actually flown a plane, but I'm not going to go bragging about, like, have you flown a plane? Have you flown a plane? It doesn't fucking matter. Because you can do everything you do from the ground.
We got to get that on the soundboard. Have you been to space?
Yeah. It's like they try and move the goalposts way out into the void.
Tell me y'all heard that clip, the Have You Been to Space clip. That shit is hilarious.
Funny story. I was on a flight this weekend, and I sat next to one of the pilots for that type of aircraft as he was being deadheaded to another city for his flight. But I didn't want to ask him about, did you know you're flying on a flat plane?
They all innately know. They probably just don't all talk about it with normies. You know, like a lot of people say that the wise man is hiding, right? Don't cast the pearls before the swine. So a lot of people know. They're just, not going to openly talk about it because, trying to explain it to someone who's never thought about it, they're not going to get it because not everybody's a pilot. Like, what does the chef know about chemistry, right? Now, the chemist might know about, what the chef is doing.
Yeah, the race car driver doesn't need to know exactly how they build the race car bolt by bolt.
But some of the best race car drivers have, been mechanics and engineers and engineered faster cars and got the, I don't know what they're called, race car companies to say, oh, we can't do that anymore. I think they used to put something on the bottom of their car. I forget what it was.
Yeah, there was an Indy car that had a fan that would suck the air from underneath the car, giving it better grip. They had to ban that.
There any more Globers in here? I can hear Alpha thinking it. Any more new people?
Not in the moment.
Yeah, I think there was one in here, but he just left. How about this M guy?
Well, since nobody's talking, back to the R36S. I think I paid $40, and it's such a good device. Indio is so correct. My son loves it. 20,000 games plus. It's ridiculous. So I ordered one for myself because y'all know that I'm a gamer.
It takes you longer to find the game you want to play than it does to play it.
Yeah, you got to build a favorites list for sure. After doing some research, I bought some higher end memory cards, and as soon as I switch that out, the thing should be ready to go. So, all in all, I'm probably paying like $50. So, I mean,
Can you play against other players?
if you get a wired remote and you plug it in, because it's not wireless unless you make it wireless. So yes and no. Like I have a high-end controller for my Switch, and it has like a Bluetooth or wired mode. You can turn it on wired mode, and you can plug it in with a C2C connection. Or at least that's what I saw on the internet. I haven't had it but a day, so I haven't actually got to test that theory out.
You believe everything you see on the internet? Come on.
Well, I was pretty skeptical about his link that Indio sent me, but I'm a believer now.
Yeah, we're in the same boat. That's the first time I ever ordered anything off that site. And I was like, man, I'm going to get a frickin' brick in a box or something.
That's what I thought too.
I've heard bad things about them, and I've heard good things about them. So my experience with them was okay. It was in between. So I'd order products going way back in the day, like fucking almost 20 years ago. Alibaba, they were called, right? And you'd some shit you get from them was shady, and some shit was legit, right? And that's exactly what you hear today, right? And I think they changed it to AliExpress or something they call it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, AliExpress.
Yeah, you can get ripped off. You do have to be careful. But like, I've heard.
I went through the reviews, so I like the people that reviewed the products. It was like 27,000 people saying they got it. I mean, I guess you could fake that because you got gazillions of Chinese people, but you know.
Exactly.
I figure it's only $36. I'll take a shot.
The same thing's true with Walmart. If you go to Walmart and you buy them ONN products, whatever the fuck those things are, it's gonna break in like a week.
I used to buy DVDs, and I used to try and run a little bit of a eBay DVD business, and when postage was affordable, and so I just trying to, because you can't just like get into the industry straight up, like going to major distributors and shit. So you've got to work your way up, right? And so you got to rely on shit like that. And a couple of times I got some like burned CDs that were just like filmed at the cinema, and it was all advertised as legit and proper. You get ripped off sometimes.
That Latin phrase, I don't know what it is in Latin, but in English it's buyer beware. It's a tough lesson to learn for some people.
Caveat emptor.
Yeah, it's a popular phrase to this day. Just because I can't remember it. But yeah, that's that's definitely one that stuck around for a reason.
Of retards.
Do we got a projector in here?
Welcome, sir. What you got hiding that?
Is Crit my favorite here?
Is he?
Oh, it looks like he is. Is he too pussy to unmute? Probably.
Well,
somebody got me. Hey, TCAP, can you give us like your post office box so we can send you some preparation H because of what Crit did to you?
Yeah, for sure, brother. I'm just wondering why he's so pussy when I join these. He never unmutes. Is there a reason?
That must be the reason why he's not unmuting. There can be no other reason that he would stay on mute.
Well, how badly did he hurt you on a scale of 1 to 10?
Well, no, about a 0, but I'm saying he's been DMing
That's fucking cap, bro. Obviously, you're coming in here trying to call him out. He scarred you.
When's the last DM you got, dude?
Today, like an hour ago.
What? An hour ago?
Yeah.
Post a screenshot, dude.
Say no more.
Everyone, I have a hate mourner for Crit. I just want to announce that to everybody.
Yeah, and DM him back, dude, to take a screenshot of his last post here so we can see what
Is it a hate motor to ask? My bad. Is it a hate motor to ask why he's not unmuting and being a pussy? That doesn't
Yeah,
sound
it
like
is,
much of it.
because there's lots of reasons. Maybe he's doing something.
Yeah, so maybe I just think you're a pussy.
Yeah, but maybe you're also a retard.
Does Crit sound like he is afraid to talk to people?
He can also be a pussy, right?
Does Crit seem like he's afraid to talk to people?
I mean, it sounds like he's being a pussy right now. That's what it sounds like.
He's lived on Gem Panda server, which is just a bunch of crazy Globe zealots, for fucking 8 years. Why would he be intimidated by you? You're a sped.
Oh no, you tell me. He doesn't want to unmute.
You're a sped.
Instead of being a pussy.
You
Then
ride
why'd
the
you block
fucking
him?
short bus. Why would he be scared of you?
I don't know. You got to ask him. I mean, if he unmuted, maybe we know.
You're the one who blocked him.
Oh, because he's not. That's why.
20 messages a day. It's annoying.
Why'd you message him to begin with? Then? Don't message him to begin with.
If you look at my first messages were him is to get unmuted because you guys muted me in here. You like to censor my beliefs.
He is not afraid of your effeminate.
Yo, I don't even know your beliefs, man. Like,
oh no, I'm just saying if you can look at the DMs, if he shows them to you, whatever, I don't care. First
Hey,
ones
let's
were.
talk to this guy about his beliefs rather. Let's talk to this guy about his beliefs rather than talking about people, because that's what bitches do.
Yeah.
So real men talk about ideas. So let's talk about your beliefs, TCAP.
I was in here for over 10 hours talking about ideas and beliefs. I think T-Dub was a witness to a lot of it, actually, if he's here.
Well, I wasn't. So let me guess. You believe the government wouldn't lie, right?
Yeah, everything
Is that
you'd
right?
assume, whatever you would assume, because assuming is really smart. That's what I believe.
Well, I was asking.
Well, he's asking you, and you're not answering, dude.
You instantly start with assumptions, but I'm not so interested
How
in
about you
having
just spit it out and stop fucking dancing around like a girl?
Well, believe it or not, I had that discussion with y'all on record. You guys probably can find
There's
it.
no y'all.
I wasn't here, bro. I was away.
I just really came back to check in on my pal Crit and just make sure he was still a pussy.
So you just came in here to peacock, play fake it till you make it, and just be a douche. Yeah, great. Thanks.
That sounds about right. Yeah, thank you for coming in here and projecting all of your feels. and you can go and put yourself on mute now.
So I can't wait till Crit when he does unmute and he fucking cooks you.
I've been waiting for like 2 days. He hasn't. He's DM me. He's like, "Come in channels. I'm in a big channel." I'm like, "Okay, I'm here." This is like the third time I've joined one.
Well, where were you when he DM'd you? Were you pussying out?
No, I joined in immediately, and then he wouldn't unmute. This happened multiple times.
Oh, take it in the DMs, please. Stop whining over here.
I don't believe you.
No, that's fine. I'll take it to the DMs and I'll leave. I'm sorry to bother you guys. I just wanted the record to know that he's a fucking pussy. Okay?
Well,
Nobody gives a fuck. Get the fuck out of here.
What a guy.
Alpha comes off mute. Nobody gives a fuck. Bye-bye.
What a bitch.
That was perfect timing, Alpha.
Hey, what's up, Hyperion? Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you.
Alpha, you been listening for a while?
Yeah.
You heard that train wreck earlier, Damocles?
Yeah, he was sound like an Indian fellow, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so, maybe.
It sounded like he was educated. I was like, man, I'd like to get a piece of that.
He's still here if he wants to talk to you.
Yeah, let's go. Again, it's often that I don't hear people that or not often, sorry. Not often that I hear people that sound educated. Those are my favorite kind. Got to have me an argument like that. This
His education
morning-
was, they said so.
Oh, yeah.
Still working on who they is.
I think he's happy in his belief system, though, isn't he?
He'll be back later. He did say he was getting something to eat, I think, so he'll
Oh,
probably
he's
be
back already. He's up there.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I assumed he was just listening in.
So to answer that question, they stands for the hierarchy enslaving you.
Oh, Damocles.
Democles.
How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, man. Sounded like you were trying to figure out if you know what you know about the Earth being a globe, or you just trust and believe all the fantasy globe ideas.
No, I was having dinner, my friend. That's your issue.
Before, dude, when you were having conversation in here, not while you were eating. Hello?
These are hardball questions.
I feel like I know why he has trouble comprehending. He doesn't follow.
Oh, he follows well. He follows very well.
No, you guys are too intelligent for me. I'm gonna admit that. You guys are too high level. I'm too low.
Yeah,
I need to lower the bar.
I could hear that you're it sounds to me like you have some type of education. Is this true?
No.
Yes, you do.
I have nothing, my friend. You have everything.
Don't lie to us.
I am just your humble.
Yeah, I can see right through you, man. So check this out. You think that because people are saying that the Earth is a globe, and you adopt that epistemology, that all of a sudden the Earth is what everybody's saying it is? Because, there's intelligent people that are figuring it out?
Close enough. I take it, yeah.
Yeah, but why would you be comfortable in that situation when you can actually realize that it's not what you've been told? I feel like you find comfort.
It's like saying, why are you It's like saying, why are you comfortable breathing air?
Well, air is
because
something
I
that
can breathe air.
yeah, air is something that it's almost involuntary because it's all around you. So when you're breathing it, it's not like you choose to. It's just what keeps you alive. So when you're talking about the Earth being a globe, yeah, but the Earth being a globe and not having to think about the Earth being a globe, I think that's the comfort you find, right? That you can rest in somebody else's knowledge that they're claiming that they know that the Earth's a globe, but you don't have to think about it.
I don't have the time to look into it, so I'm gonna take them from their word. Like most things, when it comes to history, for example, I do the same thing.
You have time
I'm also
right now.
interested in. I'm also interested. Let me finish. I'm also interested in psychology.
Do you make any effort
and
in
I read
life at all?
psychologists.
Do you make
You're
any
what?
effort in life at all?
You're a psychologist?
Or just sitting in a
What did you
chair?
say?
What'd you say?
What are you saying?
I didn't hear what he said.
No, I'm trying to. You said you were a psychologist. Is that what you're saying?
I said he said he's interested in psychology.
No, I said I'm interested in some things. Other things I'm not interested in. Cosmology is one of the things I am not interested in. I'm not going to read a book about cosmology. That's not happening, right? But a book about psychology, I'm going to read that. History, I'm going to read that.
It
Right?
doesn't interest you.
Philosophy, perhaps, yeah.
So you're interested in psychology because that's something fascinating to you, but yet the mind of somebody who's believing something that's not real is not fascinating to you, like your own mind. The psychological implications of you believing something that doesn't exist, I think that's kind of crazy.
I disconnected. I didn't hear a word you said, by the way. Sorry.
I said you're interested in psychology, but yet the psychological implications of you believing something that's not real is not fascinating to you?
Well, if you're saying it's not real,
yeah,
okay. But I think it is real, so
yeah, but
that's the whole point.
That's psychology. So how can the mind actually make something real that's not? It's like you talking to your imaginary friend and thinking that everybody can see and hear the person that you're talking to, but it's imaginary, so it doesn't.
I don't think it's imaginary.
Right, but that's the problem. That's the problem.
You're affirming.
No, just like the person that thinks their imaginary friend is real and says, "Hey, I'm talking to a person," and you're like, "No, you're not." You're like, "Yeah, I kind of am." Doesn't make it real, dude.
I don't understand what you're saying. Dude.
Well, you're trying to
told
put
you
it.
You should lower the bar.
You know, the bar is where it is, but like the thing about like what the Earth as a globe is just an imagination of men. And you're taking this imagination and thinking that it's real because somebody said so.
Yeah, I think the flat Earth is a imagination.
Yeah,
it's a projection of your psyche.
I know you do.
It's a need. No, wait. You just made the psychological. You made the psychological analysis of me. I am allowed to do the same, right?
No, because you're wrong.
Come on.
Yeah, but
right?
It's not observable. Flat Earth is observable. The Earth as a globe is not. So it's not the same.
Okay.
I'm not imagining the Earth as flat. I can see it flat. You're imagining the Earth as a globe.
So if you cannot see it, it doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, according to
it's not real, right?
According to people that make things up, the thing that's imaginary is only something in your mind. It doesn't exist in the physical and natural world. Just
Well,
like
that's
the
a
globe.
claim, by the way. Do you have a paper that says that it's a claim? It's a
The paper, no, sir. It's a observation of the physical and natural world. You know what an observation is, right? Or you don't? Because I think that's a problem if you don't know what that is.
He wants a peer-reviewed paper on this.
I mean, you guys know. Tell me.
I mean, so when you walk outside, you see nature.
I want
it's beautiful,
consensus.
isn't it? So consensus, you don't need that. So when you go to the beach, right, you look upon the watery parts of the earth like an ocean, and you look upon the earth. That's an observation, and you can see the earth. It looks like a flat horizon when you look upon the water. Now that's
Alpha,
interesting, right?
What is induction?
All right, sit down, sir. So
What
when
is
you look
induction?
upon, I'm gonna mute your dumbass.
Wait, Doc, wait your turn, man. Talking to the Moguls.
I'm gonna mute him because he's not gonna contain himself. Anyway, when you're out the watery parts of the earth and you see a flat horizon, that's an observation. You don't have to imagine the earth being any kind of way. You've already observed it being one way. So you think that my position is like what you have. You think I have an imaginary position. Well, I see the earth this way. I'm not imagining it. And when you go over there to the beach, you can see the same thing. However, you don't see a globe. I don't either. So who has the imaginary position? You do.
Well, I never saw Japan. I still believe that Japan exists. So
Yeah, but you can go to Japan, sir. Womp womp.
How do you know that can go to Japan? Are you assuming it exists?
I'm not assuming it exists.
Oh
People have
my
shown
gosh.
evidence that it exists so that I can go travel there. There's evidence.
Oh, what kind of evidence? What kind of evidence? Do you know that photos and
Yeah,
images are not evidence, right?
geographic evidence that the place called Japan exists. All I have to do to test the claim.
Who made this geography you're talking about?
All I have to do, just
Where
relax.
did you find
all
it?
I have to do is to test the claim is to arrive in a location called Japan, and Bob's your uncle. I'm there.
Did you go to Japan?
I can test the claim. Can you?
How did you test the claim that Japan exists without going to Japan?
It's
You
not
can
an
go-
extraordinary
You
claim.
can go there.
So what? It's still a claim that needs to be verified.
Yeah. Yes, I know that. We can verify a location on the Earth because it's on the Earth. Now you have to verify things that are not on the Earth, like getting
great,
in a rocket.
fantastic.
Yeah, can you do the thing that's extraordinary, sir?
Okay, let me ask you. Let me tell you another story.
No,
I
you're not
believe
going to
that
ask anymore.
Atlantis-
You're not going to ask anymore. Now you're going to have to answer some questions. Can you go to
Come
the
on, let me ask
extraordinary?
questions.
Yeah, nope. Can you go to the extraordinary place called space?
I believe so. Yeah,
Yeah, you believe so. How do you know you can go there?
because I believe so.
Okay, but a belief is only part of it. Now the other part is going to have to be to test that claim, right?
I think Elon Musk said he sent some people to space. So I take him on his word.
So you imagine he sent some people.
He's
to an
rich, so he
imaginary
must
place.
be right.
Yeah, he's rich, so he must be right. That's your logic.
Yeah, that's an axiom. I think it's called. It's
All right.
the axiom of.
So the
yeah.
Earth, so the
I don't
Earth
know what
as a
he's
globe, so the Earth as a globe exists in a realm at which you don't understand even is there, and on top of that, you can't validate the claim of geometry. So you're standing on the thing. You're standing right now on top of the thing that's supposed to be a ball, right? This thing that you're standing on is supposed to be a ball, and you can't even test that to be true. And you're standing on it. You're on top of it. That's interesting,
I mean,
isn't
you
it?
cannot. No, it's not. It's actually very true. But you cannot test that Japan exists. So you're the same.
Yeah,
boat.
yeah, but I have to travel to Japan. You're actually standing on the
Did
Earth.
you?
You're standing on the Earth right now. So the problem
Did you
is,
do that though?
the problem is you're standing on the
No,
Earth.
you're not
Yeah,
getting
no,
the
I
point.
haven't done that, but I have to travel there. But you're standing on the Earth. Do you understand? You're standing
So
on the
you
Earth.
believe that you can verify?
Shut your
but you
mouth,
didn't
dude.
verify.
Listen to what I have to tell you. You're standing on the Earth, and you can't test the claim that the Earth is a globe geometrically, even though you're on top of it. You don't have to travel anywhere. You're already on the thing that you think is a globe. So you don't have to go anywhere. It's not an extraordinary claim. The Earth as a globe should exist because you should be able to test the claim because you're on top of it right now. You don't have to go anywhere. You could do it right where you're at. Whatever area that you live in,
Listen,
you could test it.
I think this.
You think what?
This
The
shape
Earth
of
isn't
the
a
Earth
globe?
issue, I think it will be saved by Katy Perry, because we are fans.
We're not
of Katy
talking
Perry,
about
and I
Katy
think
Perry. We're
is
talking
just-
about you. We're talking about you not validating your claim. See, this is the problem. You,
but
the thing that you're standing. No,
Yeah, listen,
but listen.
but Katy Perry
No,
is the.
no,
Katy
we're
Perry
not
will
worried
be the
about Katy
evidence.
Perry. We're not worried about Katy
She's
Perry.
the evidence. She's the evidence.
Yeah, we're
She's
worried
gonna tell
about
us.
your inability to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe geometrically, and you're standing on the thing that's supposed to be a ball. How is that possible that you imagine the Earth to be a globe and you're standing on the thing that should be testable, and you're on it right now? You don't got to go anywhere. It should be a globe geometrically, and you can't provide evidence that it is. That's called imagination, sir.
Damn.
Damn, imagination, yeah. Cartoon ball, you look at pictures and videos, and you're thoroughly convinced that the cartoon ball exists, and you're standing on the thing. You could test it right now and verify whether it is or isn't a globe. And you don't even want
So
to do
guys,
it.
why do you think? Where do you think Katy Perry is going?
I don't give a shit about Katy Perry. I care about this conversation, however, that you want
I'm
to
just asking a question. Just asking.
Yeah, you know why you want to ask that question? Because you want to take us off the point that you don't know that the Earth is a globe. This is a red herring. You want to divert away, so it's misdirection. You don't want the audience to know that you don't have the answer to the Earth being a globe geometrically. So you want to talk about something else other than this. It's a clear tactic, dude, and you don't fool anybody. Everybody knows what you're doing.
Oh, I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, so am I. I'm enjoying the fact that you can't produce evidence that the Earth is a globe. Hence the reason why people are now.
I'm just wondering where Katy Perry is going. That's it.
Yeah, a red herring is what you're doing. Nobody cares.
I care. I like Katy Perry.
Yeah, that's good for you. Then go listen to her music and leave the big boys to have intellectual conversations. Yeah.
All right, you guys have an intellectual conversation.
Excellent. So no evidence for the Earth as a globe. We thank you for your concession.
Thank you very much. You're welcome, by the way.
Oh yeah. Well, that was easy. How about the other guy?
Booger would say, "Are you welcome, full?"
Yep. All right, Mr. Duck, mixed stuff. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm good.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys tuck tail, don't you? Every time I come here, you just don't want to ask, because I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked the other guy.
What does it mean to tuck tail?
Yeah, hide in the shadows, because there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe in 2025. Yeah, you know what's good for you, man. That's why you don't want to chime in. Because easily, if the Earth was a globe, you'd produce some evidence right now. Can't do it, can you?
Well, what is a globe? What is a globe?
Really? So you don't advocate for the position that the Earth is a globe?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, but that's not what you're claiming either, is it? You're running away from the Earth being a globe, sir. Can you see this? If the other guy at least believed it was a globe, you don't even believe that. You don't even know what it is.
No, he's
you're
asking
running
a
away.
question.
You're running. Yeah, so you're running away from the claim, which is fine. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole either, man. So. He left, didn't he?
He left?
Yeah, he left.
Wow.
Second one today.
Boot scooted fast.
Yes, sir.
You guys are dominating. Wow.
Like you wouldn't even believe, bro.
Yeah, this the level is very high, guys. You need to lower it
yours
for,
is very
people
low.
like us.
Yours is very low, and you make more flat earthers when you actually speak, because everybody hears that you're so unintellectual when you speak. So they're like, "Dude, this guy has no evidence that the Earth is a globe." This flat Earth,
I just said.
Yeah, this flat Earth thing must really be something. The guy couldn't argue for it. He just ran away, conceded. Amazing. So keep giving us props. We'll accept it. We'll keep dominating. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Excellent.
All right, who's next, chat? Is that
hit him high, hit him high, hit him high, hit him low, hit him low?
Is that Dumbo Clue still here?
Yeah, he's here.
I'm listening. I'm enjoying this. Let's stay for a moment and leave.
So am I.
I hope I'm not bothering you guys.
Nope.
Okay, great.
Right.
Let me get my popcorn. One sec.
Alrighty. Wait, Democulals or whatever. Do you feel like you understand the flat Earth at all, or you're still learning?
No. Neither understand, neither care. I think you guys are crazy, but let's leave that aside.
You gotta stop doing this. We're not alike at all. Every time we call you out for something, you're like, "Yeah, but you're like that too." No, we're not.
It's funny.
That's my belief, though.
You have
That's
a
my
belief.
I'm just expressing my belief.
There's something called the Globus Cruciger. You have a religious belief based off of the bling of kings.
I just want to point out that, he's calling us crazy, but he has to turn on his TV to see what he believes. All we have to do is go outside.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Wait, but he can't call us crazy because he doesn't even know what we think or say. So what you're calling crazy are your own ideas that you came up with, that you think we think, bro. It's insane.
He's really
You're
just showing us how crazy he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't believe what I think without evidence scientists believe, then you're crazy.
I mean, sanity is for the craziness. That's how it works.
Dude, you're like three people removed from knowledge.
Okay, that's fine.
This guy still? Somebody deafened me.
I know, right? Am I gonna ban you?
It's okay. He'll just talk about Katy Perry again, thinking he's funny to the room, but everybody's really not laughing at him. We're laughing at him, not with him.
Okay, question. Where do you think she's going, honestly?
Up your arse.
She went up into the air. Like she. Damn, where did she land, Damocles? How far away from the launch site did she land?
Did she land? Did she already start? I don't.
Yeah, where did they land from where they started? How far away was she?
I have no idea. I just saw it in the news. Katy Perry is going to space. That's all.
2 miles. 2 miles.
Mm.
What is that?
What does that mean, 2
What is
miles?
that? What is that in kilometers? So 0.6. What is it? 0.6 kilometers per 1 mile, or 1.6 kilometers per 1 mile. So 3 kilometers away from where she took off is where she landed.
What
yeah, do you think she went? Did you think she went to space?
I mean, yeah. Why not?
Yeah, because that's what the headline said.
Yes, obviously.
Did you read the other headlines where everybody else, astronauts, the FAA, everybody else said, no, she didn't really go to space?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Not yet.
So, what did you watch? Like Inside Edition or something?
Yeah, I watched, France 24. It's called a news channel, and they talked about Katy Perry going to space. I said, oh, wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Must be very rich.
Yeah, so check this out. Blue Origin, they have a press department, right? And their press department went around to all the media and said, we did this launch with all these famous people, and they went to space. And then all the people that, are professionals said they didn't go to space. So what do you believe, Blue Origin's press department or the scientists that you don't know whose name they are?
I don't know. Has this guy ever heard of a parabolic flight? Because that's pretty much what they did.
They didn't even take it. They just went up like a pogo stick. That was basically like a rocket-powered pogo stick. They went straight up in the air and came back down.
I know, but it's still equivalent to like what happens on a parabolic flight. That's what they did.
Yeah. I mean, you're being generous with parabolic flight flats, to be honest. You just.
I know, but I know. I wanted. It gives people a better idea of what really happened. You can go watch a music video by OK Go. They have a parabolic flight that they go on, and they shoot an entire music video in one take on this parabolic flight.
Here we go, here we go, here we go again.
It's not
Did
that
you guys
song.
think about? Did you guys think about making this a public event? When people can attend and ask questions, and
Why you wouldn't even care about it? You don't care about it now. Why would you care?
Just asking a question. I mean, a lot of people.
Why
I
would you
say,
care? I'm asking
not
you.
me, but there would be people who care probably.
Yeah, but why do we have to answer you? Let those people ask. You don't care. Why would you need to ask?
I'm just making a suggestion.
Yeah, you don't need to. We don't need your suggestion in the suggestion box. We're good.
Okay, throw out my suggestion. I apologize.
That's fine.
Yeah, you're bad.
Retract the confirmed.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, you're bad, bro.
So you observe the horizon to be horizontal, yet you believe it to be curved. That's kind of weird.
It's weird, dude.
Facts.
Facts, bro.
But that's something worse than blue pill.
I like you guys.
Whatever. No one cares.
I do.
Well, then good.
You change your mind that quickly? I thought you didn't care.
I care about you guys, not about what you guys are espousing.
Oh, I love you too.
Thank you.
Pause.
Pause. Big pause. I love this shit, guys.
So since you're a default believer, how far do they have to go where you don't believe them? When do you start questioning the shit they say?
That's a good question. I don't know. I never thought about it. I need time to think about this.
Did you question Fauci ouchie?
What is that? I never heard of the term. I'm not American, guys.
Dude. Okay, the jab, dude. The jab. Did you question that?
The jab?
The jab. Needle.
He sounds like he did not question it.
The Coco situation from a couple years ago, bro.
Pandemic,
Yeah,
dude.
guys. I don't know how to tell you this, but America is not the center of the world. So
yes, it is, bro.
Yeah, we know. The pandemic. Did you question that?
Oh, the pandemic. No, of course not. It would be stupid.
What?
That would be stupid?
Be serious.
Yeah.
Be serious,
Kind of retarded to do that.
You gotta be trolling.
Is he dead ass?
What do you mean? Are you saying there was no pandemic?
No, I'm talking about... Dude, well, that's debatable. I'm not going to get into the it was or wasn't. The consequences is what I'm talking about. Or the consequences.
Are?
What were they?
Oh, death, people dying.
Not that, dude. Consequences on you.
On me? Oh, of course. There was, you have to work from home. There was less movement. Social life slowing down. You have to be protect yourself.
And
you
why,
need to be careful.
Why'd all that?
Daily life.
Why'd all that? Okay, and why'd all that happen? Why did they say you needed to do all that?
To protect yourself, obviously.
And did it work?
Yes, I'm alive. Thank God.
You're fucking cooked, bro. You're fucking cooked. You're cooked, man.
Facts.
I don't see the issue, guys.
Okay, you're not keeping up on current events, dude, because all the contemporary data says none of that shit worked.
Mm-hmm.
And that it was going to run its course, and that it was going to run its course regardless of what people did.
What data are you talking about?
The published data in the scientific literature.
And did
where
you
they
verify it?
reevaluate, did it?
Huh?
Public data. They're using public data.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to figure out where you draw the line. Like, that's all. When do you draw the line? You go, oh shit, this is way too far out there. What if NASA?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know when to draw the line.
What if NASA said, "Hey, dude, we got a video with our time camera of Jesus Christ walking across water"? Would you believe that?
No, I wouldn't believe that. No.
Oh, why? Why?
Because that's not a scientific matter. That's more
So how do you know? No, I said they have a time machine camera, dude, where they can take photographs of the past.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you believe it? What if all the scientists said, "Yeah, this is legit"?
Well, if the scientist said this is legit, it would be legit, obviously.
Dude, am I talking to a real person right now?
Yes.
Well, I got a question.
AI. It's a Chinese AI in a box.
So if one group of scientists say it's legit and another group of scientists says that it isn't, who are you going to trust?
Then I'm gonna be agnostic.
And how are you determining whether there is a consensus or a 51% majority? Well, actually,
I think,
is truth determined by voting?
Of course not.
Okay, so but that's what you're saying. Truth is determined by voting. You just don't realize you're saying it. Yeah, yeah.
That's
You're
not what I'm saying.
if the
What I'm saying,
majority
as
believes this, right? So we count the number of people that believe something. Oh, there's more people that believe this than believe that. So this is the truth. That's truth by voting, dude.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, as a layman, right? There are two propositions that are being made, and I'm saying the majority or the consensus is more probable to be true than the minority. Yeah. So as a layman, I'm gonna go with
why?
The
how did you come up with? Okay, how did you come up with the idea that it's more probable to be true if there's more people that believe something?
Well, if
what is the evidence for that? I want to know what is the evidence for that.
The evidence that these people are capable of discerning and making these judgments?
Dude, no. You didn't even answer what I said. How did you come up with the idea that it's more probable that a proposition is true because of the majority of people believe it?
Oh, that's not what I said.
It is exactly what you said.
I said as a layman, if I had to make a choice, right? You give me two options, option A and option B, and I am not very well studied on this discipline, cosmology.
And then you said the probability
let me
that
finish.
the proposition is true is based upon the number of people that believe it. Yeah, you did say it.
As a layman. Oh, God. Anyway, it was fun, guys.
Later, dude.
Yeah, backpedal. Run backwards as fast as you can.
He sounded like Cole Murray, though.
Gingerbread man.
Didn't he sound like Cole Murray?
I wanted to ask
a little bit.
Psychology question.
That would have been perfect for Matrix to play the skedaddle noise.
I don't think he actually believes anything he's saying. Actually, there's no one that can be that cooked.
Yeah, he was just being contrarian.
We found one. That sucker's cooked.
Well, I mean, you know, you said you detected that he was an intellectual, and I think he was LARPing as a layman. I don't think he was a layman. I agree with you. Because he brought up Kant. He brought up, what's your worldview? He said Kant. Like, a layman would never cite Kant as informing their worldview.
Yeah.
Like, laymen aren't familiar with philosophical figures, right?
I heard him earlier. So I picked up on it. It was like what he was saying. I would say he's incognito, but he's something to do with a high level he's into something, man. I don't know what. I feel like he's doing something important. Like if I could put my finger, I want to go so far as to say he's either he's with NASA or CERN or he's. I know that's a big leap, but I feel
probably
like
a government official, dude.
Yeah, he's something. Because he sounds intellectual. Plus, he came in on like the name that he picked. Look at the name he picked.
Something important, and you just said NASA. Yeah. Damn it, Mickey! What's wrong with you?
Because they are. It's someone who's completely sold out. Like their soul is gone, and it's completely given over to whatever he's working for. That's what it is.
He should have called himself Gollum then.
Yeah, it was a little bit bizarre because I tried when I jumped and said to him that being believer, it's just being blind believer, and at the same time being ignorant, and he agreed with that.
Yeah.
That's him, and he agreed with that. So that sounded bizarre to me.
You conspiracy theorist. Good grief.
Well, he sold out, man. That's all there is to it. That somebody that like, oh, I just trust completely. No, not even ballers do that.
He also said it shouldn't be taught in school because it's harmful or something. Didn't he say something like that?
Yeah.
So he admits that he has a blind belief. And then if you teach something contrary to his blind belief, it's harmful. How the hell does that work?
Yeah, he admitted it because I asked him, so is it harmful because people are suffering from cognitive dissonance, and when you challenge their belief with a new idea, they got triggered, and he said, yes, that's harmful. He agreed that challenging people with cognitive dissonance, challenging their beliefs with ideas that triggers them, he agreed that it is harmful. Like I told you, that was really bizarre, and I just tested him. I wasn't trying to debate or anything. Not that I didn't want. I didn't have any translation for the word, but I will try to find it because we have a word for that kind of people. But nothing triggers them, nothing challenge their, like being a man and someone says something that triggers you, insult you, you'll just be triggered and you will even hit him. So that guy seems to not have that thing. You can even take his wife and do anything to her in front of him and he wouldn't say anything. Oh, okay. He, like reacting the same way.
We call that cuckold. You know, after the cuckoo bird, because the cuckoo bird will have some other bird's eggs in its nest, and it'll raise those cuckoo birds, and they're parasites.
Larry, your phone's under the car seat. Can't hear you.
It might be you, Heretic. I don't know, because he sounded okay to me.
Oh, I sound like shit? Okay, maybe it's a me thing. Sorry.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you sounded a bit tinny, but now you sound a bit clearer. Yeah.
Okay, maybe it was, yeah, could be my setup.
Yeah, I was talking about the cuckoo birds. Because he said some other dude could sleep with your wife and you wouldn't care.
That sounds good.
You guys can hear him? Okay, I'll just let it go. I can't tell what he's saying at all.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
He sounds a bit muffled, but I can understand what he's saying.
Yeah, a little bit muffled. The only thing I could hear is a name of a bird, and I couldn't even pick the name. Pickle bird or something like that.
Sorry about that. I took my Bluetooth headphones off. Because the gentleman said, are you the type of guy or something along the lines of a dude sleeps with your wife and you're okay with it? I said, yeah, we call it cuckold. It's what they call it when some other dude's sleeping with your wife. And it's after cuckoo bird. Because the cuckoo bird will kick out the original eggs in the nest, lay their own eggs, and the other bird will come back home and raise the other bird's eggs as if it was their own. Anyway, it's a bit off topic. I hope you understood me that time. Cuckoo bird, cuck bird. We got a mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I heard you.
Just making sure I came through that time. Sorry.
We still live, chat?
I think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
Yeah, Matrix must be here.
God damn.
Matrix here?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. You're making noise.
Who is Hawk Jungle?
I don't
Hawk Tour, spit on that thing.
know.
Oh.
Flat. But he's Flat Earth.
Maybe, I don't know. Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah.
100%.
All right, guys, put your pitchforks away.
Damn.
Oh, man, I just lit me torch.
What?
What about Teflon Don?
Doesn't sound like much will stick to him.
Batter up.
Yep, I think he's going to join. Teflon Don.
Line him up.
Guys, relight the torches. Get the pitchforks back out.
Get him, boys.
looking to fry.
Go get him. Get him. Laser fried.
I swear, I don't understand how people can stay in the channel even if they are muted for a long time. I can't understand what they are doing. And they are really coming every time, like Blue Thicker, Hyoka too.
It's called desperation. They got nowhere else to go.
I'm just here to ask questions.
Yeah, but the guy is muted for a long time. Is he just collecting information? Learning? I don't think.
Doesn't matter. To be honest. He can sit there quietly.
Yeah, true. I'm just asking it. I found it intriguing.
There's nothing intriguing with these kind of people. Once you're in this realm of flat earth, man, you stumble upon every kind of fucking people. Every kind of people. And it doesn't surprise me anymore. Over the years, I've seen what I've seen.
Politics and religion.
Hey, what's up, John? Yes, sir. We're taking over. We're taking over, baby.
Because he told me to.
I'm not sure he realizes his mic.
Oh, he has alt mic. I thought he was talking to us.
Hello, John.
John M900.
Yeah, she's on Discord.
What am I doing that?
Wow.
Do you hear us?
He's probably
Yo, John.
listening on YouTube.
Okay.
John.
I'm on
John,
there already.
we can hear you. We can hear you, John.
They can hear me.
Oh boy.
John, if you can hear us and you wish to be a part of the conversation, just type in text chat that you're good to go again.
Yeah. You're in the VC with us. You don't need to listen through the YouTube channel. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's probably what he's doing is listening through YouTube. It took him about 10 seconds to realise that we could hear him. So that's about what the delay is.
Maybe he's new to Discord.
Yeah. Let me take off.
He just responded. John, are you aware that you're in the VC with us right now?
John, your call is open.
John, are you on Discord right now?
Yo, your nickies are down.
A bit early.
Oh.
Bro.
Cha-cha.
Get me off this elevator right now.
Take me to floor 9.
Oh, in that case.
Oh, yeah.
Classic.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, I love the elevator songs.
Dude, Mickey cracked me up. I was like dying there for a second. I literally hopped in the shower, and then I think dumb Oculals or whatever the hell was talking, and Mickey popped in. He's like, "Dude, shut the fuck up!" Like that shit. I don't know if you guys caught that. That was so funny. He's like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Telling you, man, we're on demon time now. We're not playing nice. All this playing nice stuff, them days are over. We're here to cook, roast, fry, broil.
Broil.
Yeah, man.
Speak for yourself. Gah.
Nah, we already know you're cooking, Flatsy.
Oh, yeah. One way or the other, I'm cooking.
She's got her whole desk set up in the kitchen, microphone, all that. Just in case we need sandwiches on the fly. Nurse! Ham and Swiss, stat!
Well, since all y'all Northerners are cooking, I'll just be smoking them.
All right, nice.
It's like a slow cook for those of you.
Oh, yeah, a little roast. You were funny earlier. You said something about, and then you talked to the pizza man. I was like, this guy really just self-plug over here.
I don't even remember saying that. That's funny.
Yeah, I kind of forget the overall point, but you did bring it up. You were like, making an example. Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, I was plugging Paraplegic Coffee earlier. He interrupts me. after giving a good review on his company. It was hilarious.
Oh no, that was funny. That boy got that bad signal sometimes.
Me and Bear believes it.
Uh-huh.
I think it's mostly my headphones and not my signal, but whatever.
I hear you.
We got Monkey Mo that just arrived. Welcome, sir. How are you doing?
What's happening?
What?
Well, we don't care about what's happening. Really, you don't have to answer. What we really want to know is, do you ever experience the Earth as a globe when you go outside, or is it only when you turn on your TV, open a magazine, etc.?
Yeah, but yeah, probably just when I, turn on a TV or something. I guess I don't. I'm not really tall enough to see.
Huh?
So the Earth is like a digital. Oh, that's the Snoop Dogg fallacy. You're not high enough.
Snoop Dogg. How high do you need to be? Snoop Dogg high, or
I have no idea, man. That's why I'm here.
You gotta be yee high.
If you guys can educate me, that's great.
Anyway, what was bro saying?
You gotta at least have knees.
What made you think that if you go high, you will see some curvature?
I just assume if if I was able to see far enough, I was tall enough that I might be able to see the curvature of the Earth if it's there.
No, it's cat.
You think I'm a flat earther because I'm only 5 foot tall?
Oh, hold on.
It's hilarious.
I have no idea why you're a flat earther. And I have no
Because the
problems with
Earth
you being a
measures
flat earther.
flat. I can give you the answer. Yeah, because the Earth measures flat. We use it as flat. We observe it as flat.
Sure.
Oh damn, she's cooking.
But my uncle, who's a I forget the word for it. What's the word for when people like study?
Your uncle? How am I supposed to know?
Yeah, so I was about to ask you. So what's the word for people who is it? It starts with a G. It's people who like study weather patterns, etc.
No, that would be a meteorologist.
Meteorologist, not a G. That's right. He's a meteorologist, and he thinks that if the world was flat, some of the way the weather moves and stuff wouldn't translate to a flat Earth.
See, that's the problem. All the people that say that the Earth is a globe, right? They always point to the sky, right? They always say, "Look at what's going on in the sky. That's how you know what's going on down at your feet." And me, I'm the type of person, right? My philosophy is, if I want to know if my shoes are tied, I look directly at my shoes. I don't look at the ceiling fan, right?
Plus, your statement's nonsense. You're saying it can't. The meteorologists.
Look, ma'am, I already told you I don't know anything about anything.
Yeah, but think about your line of reasoning. Yeah, you. Okay.
Someone who's educated tells me something, and I'm willing to listen.
Yeah, but just because of a meteorologist, if the Earth were flat, then no meteorologist. What are you talking about? How about you just give us the globe evidence?
I'm not arguing for a globe Earth. You came in here and asked me a question.
Yeah, but your statement was my uncle is a meteorologist.
I'm really not like that. Is not. There's no statement.
Interrupting me, please, dude.
You're putting words in my mouth.
We're talking about your uncle being a meteorologist and that the weather patterns or whatever wouldn't comport to a flat Earth. So it's pretty much saying if the Earth were flat, then no meteorologist.
That's not at all what I meant by that. I was saying somebody who actually has had a conversation. This is my first time coming into a flat Earth discussion, and I was saying somebody who has talked to me about it, and somebody who advocates for a global Earth told me that the subject he's studied in and worked in for years he's saying it wouldn't translate to a globe Earth, and I don't know if it does or doesn't. That's just what I've heard.
Yeah, but
Welcome to the conversation. Welcome. But also, we have a meteorologist that comes in here, Brennan, right? Or Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan.
There was somebody that I forget which program it was that would it overlaid like the weather patterns over the Gleason's map, I think, or something like that, and then they erased it. I don't know, a few years back. A Flat Earth dude was here. He'd know what I'm talking about. Hate to say it, I think Jaren put it up, but the globe, when it's put over the globe, you know, whole patterns up and down all around. But when you saw it on the Gleason map, it's kind of all went around in like one big circle. Kind of neat.
So what would be the point in lying about a global Earth?
It is Sunday. So, yeah, you're asking us why liars lie, which is something that we have to speculate about, which is something we try to regulate to only Sundays. So, why do liars lie? Well, usually it's so that they have control, right? Like a narcissist lies to his girlfriend and gaslights her. Yeah, I was out all night because I was drunk and arrested. Oh, what do you mean you want to see my arrest record? What are you, crazy? Like, that's usually why liars lie, to gain power, right?
Okay.
So why would they lie to you? I mean, a lot of different people are going to have a lot of different answers, but wouldn't you want to know first that you're being lied to?
Sure.
Like if you're being lied to about the Earth,
if you've already figured out that you're being lied to, has anybody gone to figure out why?
Well,
that'd be the second step.
To figure out that we've been lied to, it's you.
There is many speculations about the reason. So, for example, because it's not all who believe globe Earth is lying. Like for you, you're not lying. You believe a globe Earth. So you are telling us the truth about the thing that you believe in. Doesn't mean that what you are saying is correct. It's just you are not lying. So many globers are just like that. And if you claim that someone is lying, yeah, there is many things that you can speculate about that. Building a trust, for example, creating that he or she of knowledge so they know you don't, and they will push ideas like feminism, and the mother will go to work to pay those taxes, so they could take the taxes from only half the population. Now they take the taxes from the entire population, women and men, and you trust them for your children. You give them your children since a young age to let them just indoctrinate the kids however they want. That will be an assumption from a million ones.
Repeal the 19th.
But the point is about lying. The only people that would be lying for sure would be the astronauts. And if you're asking why would government employees lie, non-disclosure agreements. Like
I already know the government lies. You don't have to convince me of that.
Why would they do that?
Because, yeah, it's their job. Their job to consolidate power and continuity of government. Like it's literally their job to lie to you, outright lie by addition, and lie by omission.
Wait, but why would they lie?
And it doesn't necessarily mean...
Why would they tell you the truth?
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying about the shape of the Earth, because someone could lie about being able to have a vantage point that others can't achieve, right? And still believe that the Earth is a globe, right?
I'm sorry. You said
someone that believes the Earth is a globe could actually lie about being able to achieve a vantage point, which gives them the privilege of being able to see Earth as a whole, as a globe, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying about the shape of the Earth. They're lying about the position, the ability to achieve that vantage point.
Okay.
So, for instance, like, for instance, if you saw some evidence which suggested that that they're not telling the truth, right? You could still believe that you're on a ball, the Earth's a ball, but also think that they're lying about what they're telling you or showing you, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right. So then, to establish if the Earth is a ball or not, you can't rely on that, right? So what would you rely on in order to tell you that the Earth is a ball?
I'm not sure. Maybe speculation or what somebody else says.
Right. Okay. So you're not too up to speed with why, with the origins of the idea that the Earth is a sphere.
No, I have no idea about anything. That's why I'm here.
Oh, that's fair enough, man. Fair enough. Well, we looked into it all. I mean, like, going back into history, who first proposed that we're living on a sphere? Like from
probably some scientist against the church, I assume.
Well, it actually goes back. There was some ancient Greek philosophers that suggested Earth was a ball. Going back like over 2,000 years. Plato comes to mind. You've got Archimedes, Aristotle, Eratosthenes, Pythagoras, right? Yeah, a bunch of them guys. But not that was a mainstream view then, but that seems to be where the idea first originated that we can find in history, right? So you got to look at, and a lot of people will appeal to those guys, especially Eratosthenes, because when you type into Google, who measured the Earth? He's your top result. So yeah, but yeah, I guess it's pretty hard to sort of have the discussion with you about. Like, I guess we know where we're at with you and your level.
No, yeah, I'm completely
understanding.
ignorant.
Yeah, so yeah, the guys could like go into some reasons why we say what we say and the Globers say what they say, right?
Yeah.
Well, I got to mute up because I'm being a bit noisy here and I got people asleep, so I better shut up. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Maybe a question I've got. I work on a boat, or I did work on a boat during the summer. And land just seems to kind of drop off or disappear the further I go out. Why does that happen if the Earth is flat and it's, everything should be level?
So the Rayleigh criterion is how we know that if you increase the aperture, things tend to converge less, right?
I'm sorry, your mic, I can't understand you very well.
When you first started speaking, Larry, you were good. What
Yeah,
you do at the start, do that.
Yeah, but it's too hot to roll around the windows up, so.
Ah.
Wait, so does anybody else happen to know, or is he coming back?
Where'd you work on the boat? Atlantic?
I worked in the Atlantic Ocean, on the Gulf Stream.
Like when I go deep sea fishing off of Maryland, off of Ocean City, you could see the buildings and the boardwalk. And then we were like, it was either 30 or 40 miles out off the wrecks.
Yeah, that's about where I about how deep I would go. Sometimes further.
All right, now on a clear day, you should still be able to see all the buildings that like you left. Sometimes you can see all the way down to the boardwalk, depending on how clear.
30 or 40 miles out.
Yeah, you could see pretty damn far. Now, if you pay attention, I mean, not every day. It's different. It's different on.
Yeah, I mean,
days.
I don't really buy into that. I've worked on the boat about 3 consecutive summers, 9 months straight, and I have not seen shore from that far out. I mean, maybe you have, but I'm just saying my personal, experience with that is I can't see shore when I'm that far out.
Are you talking with the naked eye or with an eye?
Even with the binoculars, I mean, you can take binoculars and see the weather. You can see the weather buoy. To be fair, you can see about 20 miles in, but I couldn't see shore.
How tall is the weather buoy?
I'm not. I don't have that readily available.
This is the problem. If you're on a ball, there'd be associated mathematics with how far you can see, given your elevation, your eye viewing elevation. So, if you can
if I had to guess, the weather buoy was I would say between 13 and 18 feet.
13 and 18 feet. So if you jump on Google, I don't know if you've got your computer open or not.
Yeah, I'm on my
just
computer.
Punch in Earth curve calculator. Just grab one. I don't know, just grab the first one. Something at GitHub.io. Real basic. I like it because it's got metric and material.
So it's what my eye height and then how
your
far.
Eye height. So how tall are you? So when you're on the ship, what do you reckon? You're about 10 foot off the water level. What do they have?
Yeah, I'd say about 13 feet.
13 feet. So punch in 13 foot, and then how far do you want to see? What do you reckon it is? 20 miles.
Yeah, 20 miles.
Press calculate. Now your buoy at the other end has to be where it says target hidden height. It has to be 161 feet tall in order for you to see it. That's if you live on a ball.
Oh. Yeah, that doesn't really add up, does it?
So,
well, I guess I would have to calculate it from the well health.
As you can see, well, no, you calculate it from your eye line. That's it. So, yeah, as you can see, if you scroll down a tiny little bit, how it all works, eye height, that's a
yeah. Even from the top of my boat, the buoy would have to have been 130 feet tall.
Correct. So that just shows you're not living on a ball, doesn't it? Of a radius of 59 miles.
Well, see, it's not like the astronauts where you have to take their word for it. You can go to the beach and test it for yourself.
I'm sorry, Larry. You're completely
Larry, your
unintelligible.
microphone is just distorted out, mate. It sounds like you've
Put me on mute.
Got it underwater. Yeah, all I heard out of that was astronauts, and yeah, that was it.
I mean, you sounded fine earlier. What was the difference?
By driving. When you drive, you hit hot spots and cold spots. You hit Space Invader, Stephen Hawking, pull your cord, see and say spots, and you're like,
So, do you guys believe in space with flat Earth, or is space also a conspiracy?
Well, I mean, space what? You know, what do you mean?
Like infinite stars, infinitely expanding. No.
Well, I don't know about the word infinite. I wouldn't worry about the word infinite because we could have infinite existence. But I mean the word space. You know, the word space means nothing.
Yeah, lack of.
So how can you have? Yeah, how can you have infinite?
The idea of outer. I don't know.
How can you have
planets
nothing
and
at all?
stars?
Well, that's stuff. They tell you the vacuum of space has nothing in it. You know that, right? And then when you go,
I learned that's not true. I learned that the vacuum of space has hydrogen in it.
No, it's got nothing.
Just
there's no gas in the vacuum. No, there's no far apart. What's that mean?
Well, you wouldn't be able to see light if there was nothing in it.
Far apart from who?
From other hydrogen or
light from what? When you go up in the high altitude, stars disappear. They don't exist anymore. Look at the ISS live feed. There are no stars, buddy. It's all black. It's no joke. It's not a funny game. It's all black. So where are the stars at? They can't infinitely be anywhere.
So if the higher you go in altitude, there's less, I don't know, molecules or whatever. And if air molecules act like little lenses, according to the definition of a lens, would that mean that, like you said, the higher you go, the less you'll even be able to see the stars because the light's not scattered through the different atmospheric lensing effect, I guess you'd call it. So the higher you go, I guess if there is like a ceiling around 70,000 feet where there's really not enough molecules above that, like when we see sprites going up, they have to discharge in something, but it looks like they mushroom out because they can't go higher, so they spread left and right so they can discharge in the what's left of the atmosphere up there. So, but yeah, like you said, whenever you go up in an airplane and stuff like that, you really don't see the stars like you do when the closer you get to the ocean, floor. Or even better when you get somewhere where there's like a valley that's even lower than the ocean, where the atmosphere is even more dense. You know what I mean? It acts like a lens.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting when they interviewed a bunch of different astronauts, right? And they put the compilation of the interviews together, and all the astronauts were contradicting each other with whether you can see stars from space or not. Right, like Neil Armstrong said he doesn't remember ever seeing a single star the entire time he was in space, and it was like the blackest void that you could ever imagine. Right, and then they'll interview a different astronaut, right, like Don Pettit, and they'll say, "Oh, it's the most amazing thing you've ever seen. You can see more stars than you could ever imagine, like never seen before." Right, and then they keep showing interviews from different astronauts, and they're just contradicting each other like crazy. So that's odd.
That wouldn't fly in an interrogation when you get all of the witnesses together to see if their testimonies line up. See, theirs doesn't.
Well, if you set your aperture to expose sunlight bouncing off of something like the moon or the ground, right? You would actually wipe out the aperture that you'd even be able to see stars. So if you go to space,
Are you trying to apologize for them for not having their testimonies line up right now? Is that what you're doing?
No, why are you saying that? I'm just saying what we see, as a photographer, like I'm a
yeah, but they're not looking through a camera, mate. That's the problem.
No, I'm
Put
saying
the
that the only way
and use your eyes.
No,
You know
what
what
I'm
saying
saying
about the camera. You can adjust the aperture and you can white out anything or darken it to the point where you
Right.
can see nothing. We know
So
how cameras work.
well, what I'm saying is, like when you're in an airplane, right?
You missed the point. You missed the
hear
point.
me out. If you can just listen for a
hold up,
second,
just
then I'll
breathe
let
a
you.
second, Sonny. Just breathe. You can
I'll let
do
you
it.
talk. So,
Just-
like in
you're
an
gonna let me
airplane, you.
talk. Oh, I am so privileged that I've been allowed to talk. Thank you very much. Anyways, as we were going to say, you missed the point. The astronauts weren't using cameras and talking about their photos. They were talking about what they saw directly. Some of them say they saw lots and lots of stars. Others say they saw SFA. Now that I've said that, please tell us all about the cameras.
So as I was trying to say, I mean, I don't know if this is how it is on this server or not, but if I'm talking over somebody who's important, let me know. But if you don't have to have a camera, I'm talking about I was mentioning the camera because of how the iris works and aperture. So if the eye kind of works like that and you're in an airplane, right, you'd have to have the airplane completely dark. I mean, it'd have to be so dark if you're up that high so that your eyes can actually pick up on the starlight. So I don't even know how you'd even be able to, if you're in space, to even see
so how do you explain the contradiction with them saying how beautiful it is, the starlight up there, and then the others
that's
saying,
the weird
well,
part.
you can't. Did I finish? And then them saying you can't see any stars up there.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is very weird.
So
that
why are you trying to
a
explain
group.
away something that's already a contradiction, and you're
I wasn't.
already explaining away the contradiction, but then agreeing with the contradiction?
I wasn't trying to explain away
Yes, you
anything.
were.
I don't. What are you talking about? How did I do that?
You would
Explain.
started talking about the aperture of the eye. You won't be able to
Okay.
see it, but they say they see it, and they say they don't see it. So you don't need to explain that, do you?
Well, if you're
We're talking about the contradiction, not how it can be.
Well, I'm not saying that they could or couldn't.
You're
I'm
not
just trying
saying
to.
anything. You're not saying
I'm just
anything.
saying that from what I saw.
No, you're not saying anything. You're not
It
saying
sounds like
anything.
you're not saying anything either. You're just spitting out
Yes,
stuff that I'm not even
talking
trying
about
to
the
do.
contradiction. I'm talking about the contradiction.
I don't know. I'm not trying to play I gotcha moment. I'm just saying, as a photographer and as somebody that can see out of an airplane window, I could see
Great.
how they couldn't see anything. But if some of them
What
saying that
about
they
when they can see something?
right, if they are seeing something, how in the world are they seeing it?
You're in orbit behind the planet, away from the sun, and it's dark.
It'd have to be super dark then, right? And then the inside of the whatever shuttle they're in would have to be dark as well. There should be no sunlight and then no ambient light from the shuttle.
I'm a little confused, Mr. Reality. Are you agreeing with them, or are you?
No,
are you asking a question?
No, because I saw
Yeah, he doesn't. As I said
saw the
before, he
video.
doesn't know what he's saying.
No, I'm
That's why
saying
everyone's confused.
Well, he might know.
Did
I'm
you
just
hear
a
that?
little confused.
I'm trying.
Yeah,
I'm trying to answer you.
confused.
He's trying to
Yeah,
answer
we're
it
all
for
confused.
me, but
Yeah, we're all
I'm
confused
saying that
because he's not saying anything.
I don't see how they could say it, but I'm saying that if they could, they'd have to do those things. Be in super dark.
Yeah, low care factor. The fact of the matter is,
so you're just playing a
some say
hypothetical.
Yes, some say don't.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing. I'm not. This isn't
Okay,
like a.
yeah,
I don't. I'm not
Actually,
saying
Matt,
they
what
did
he
go
is
up there. They
doing-
didn't. I don't know. I'm just trying to have
What
the
he is doing,
conversation.
Matt.
I'm sorry?
What he is doing, Matt, is called running interference. Whenever there's someone new that comes in here that we are ever so calmly explaining shit to, all of a sudden you get these anti-FE dickheads that'll come in here and run amok and make noise and make it exceptionally difficult for us to converse with nice people like yourself.
Yeah, and then start an argument that's not based on the original topic, like the contradiction, right?
So that's all.
The argument was
Pretty
the
simple.
contradiction. Yeah.
Who was the young chap we were talking to?
That's me. My name's Matt.
Okay. So I'll just put it to you straight, mate. So outer space, as you've been taught, doesn't exist. And we deny its existence due to a little thing called the second law of thermodynamics, which dictates the way matter and energy is going to distribute itself, right? And so you've got a gas pressure system that we're breathing, right?
Sure.
Okay. So gas pressure is defined as the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas molecules, right?
Yes.
So that's how you achieve gas pressure, right? So what we're told is that we're breathing gas pressure, which is adjacent to an ever expanding vacuum, right? That would be an available space, which if existed,
Gas should take up.
the gas should fill up, right?
Yeah.
Yep. There you go, mate. So the other guys could probably go into more depth about entropy and the second law of thermodynamics, more versed in it than I am. But that's basically a summary of why we deny the existence of the vacuum of outer space.
Well, wouldn't, playing devil's advocate, like I said, I'm ignorant. Wouldn't gravity be the reason it doesn't escape into the nothingness?
Well, gravity is another unproven theory, right? But I mean, just say we granted you gravity. I mean, you can still look up the definition of gas particle movement, and you'll find it. Every definition clearly states that gas particles move at random in all directions, right? They don't have like a downward bias, right? As if they're being pulled down to the earth, by gravity.
Well, I was always taught that air does have weight, that it is being pulled down.
Right. So
let me just get in real quick if I can be heard. Super quick.
Jump in, Larry.
I'll be super quick. Okay, so the thing about gravity, right? It's theoretical, right? But we like to deal with like the applied sciences, right? So let's go to the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest. Now, let's say you got a propane tank, 250 psi. The nozzle's facing up away from the so-called direction of gravity. What's going to happen?
It's going to fly up because of the pressure.
Until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Sure.
So we can give you both gravities times 10. It still has nothing to do with the way the gas moves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
If we give you both gravities times 10, so you can have Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity, like we'll just give it to you, it's still not going to hold the propane down. As soon as you open the nozzle, it's going to spew out, right?
Yeah, because of the pressure of the propane tank, though. Oh, well, you're saying if it's...
Yeah, there's no demonstration showing that gravity is pulling gas particles downward, right? Gas particles move in straight lines between collisions, right? And they move indefinitely to fill the available space, right? So they only change direction if they bounce off each other or off the walls of their container, right? Otherwise, they'll just continue in a straight line. So they don't make like parabolic arcs and all get pulled back down to the ground. Right, so they say gravity is strongest, right, at ground level if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah. Okay, so I see.
The gas particles are being created at ground level. Right, like pretty much all the gases in the air, right, are created at ground level or in the ocean. You know, so I mean. You've got some problems being able to demonstrate the claim, right? We understand that that's the claim, right? And you've just sort of regurgitated the claim, which is fine. But if you actually look further into it, it does break gas laws, right? And the second law of thermodynamics as well. Like you can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum, right? To begin with, right? Especially a gas pressure system inside a vacuum, like without a physical barrier, stopping the high pressure from equalizing with the low pressure from the gas filling the space. And that's essentially what they're claiming that the universe is, right? A 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum chamber, essentially, right? And we're just a little tiny blop inside that, right? A tiny little planet, right? Allegedly, with covered in gas, right, inside the space vacuum. But yeah, if you want to claim that gravity, I mean, is pulling the gas particles down, right, and acting as a container, right, I mean, you'd have to be able to demonstrate that. But as far as, like, no one's been able to demonstrate that that's come in here that I've seen for the last 8 years.
Would you say then that it's not gravity, it's just buoyancy and density? Because it seems like the scientific claim it's gravity which causes things to be pushed into their buoyancy and density position. Or would you say it's just buoyancy and density?
Well, it's like a dynamic system. Well, gas particles move at random in all directions because they have kinetic energy, right? So when they're heated up, they move at like 500 plus meters per second. And then they bounce around, right? So the kinetic energy is what is causing the gas particles to move around, right? So you've got like a dynamic system where the gas particles are constantly being produced at ground level, right? And then we've got a whole bunch of energy within the dynamic system. We've got gas cycles, temperature cycles, all sorts of different cycles, right? So things are being distributed, used, created constantly. There's constantly energy within the system. It's like that's why they call it an ecosystem. And we have a similar thing happens, right? If you have an enclosed ecosystem on a small scale, right? If you make like a terrarium or a vivarium or something like that.
Right.
Right. It's the same thing, just on a smaller scale, right? So obviously you need a container once again to have one of those self-contained ecosystems. It's a closed system, and it can only let like energy in and out of the system. Nothing physical goes in and out of the system. And some of these like self-contained ecosystems have been contained for like 50, 60 years, right? And they just look after themselves, right? And that's a good example of what we're dealing with here on Earth, just on a larger scale.
Do you say that how like gases or like oil and water and all this stuff, how it will go to, you know, it'll float or sink according to how dense it is? Do you think that that gravity doesn't need to exist for that to happen? Everything would just kind of.
This is my view on that, right? So yeah, relative density will sort out why things rise or sink, right? Like something will rise or sink based on its density in relationship to the density of the surrounding medium, right? Most things are more dense than the air, so they're going to sink if they're lifted and dropped, right? But nothing's going to move really unless some outside source of energy, right, forces that object out of equilibrium in one way or another, right? Some energy needs to be exchanged, for example, to pick up, let's say, a rock, right? Yeah. So you've exchanged some of your energy and you've displaced that rock. It's out of equilibrium and it's more dense than the air. So when you release it, it's going to re-seek equilibrium again. And that pretty much explains why everything like rises or sinks within nature, right?
So then,
but yep. So, but why does it go up? Why does it go down? Could be potentially like the next question that you should ask in that situation, right? And nobody has the answer why there are two primary bias, right, up and down, two primary directions, I guess you could call them, up and down, and we can test that they exist. Right. For example, I mean, just dropping something or lighting an incense stick in a room that has no wind in it. Right. The smoke will go up in a perfect straight line. It's pretty cool. Right. So we can validate there's two primary directions, but nobody knows the exact reason why there is two primary directions on either side.
Do you think that we could take these? There was a video, like oils, different types of minerals or whatever that separate according to their density, and create a glass vacuum system to where, like in a teardrop or something, and send up a weather balloon and make it to where the teardrop's going to always be, going in one direction due to friction. Would those minerals and oils and stuff stay in the density levels, or would they get mixed up in free fall from 140,000 feet? Like, how would, you know what I mean? If they're just in free fall at that altitude, if it's just buoyancy and density and not gravity.
Well, you're talking about ideal systems of free fall, right? This whole ideal system of free fall doesn't really happen in nature. Everything is usually at rest unless it is disturbed by the sun or wind currents. Correct? So why don't we look at things in nature rather than dropping something from 140,000 feet?
Well, I'm thinking, because if it's a free fall, like you said, it probably need to be the perfect thing. That's why I was thinking like a glass vacuum, vacuum piece of glass, or an airplane, so it's surrounded by, nothing but an empty chamber. You know what I mean? So there's no air, resistance and air movement. Would it mix up?
Brother, we're talking about natural science. We're talking about natural science, my friend. Airplanes aren't really natural science, right? So in nature, everything is seeking equilibrium, correct?
Yeah, so I'm saying that should do that. I mean, kind of like, things fall. That's pretty natural. It's just we're trying to see if gravity doesn't have anything to do with it, then it should stay in its buoyancy and density because it's going.
Okay, let's go over it. Okay, so you say gravity. What's that?
Well, it's the claim that they say that Earth, the mass of Earth is pulling everything towards it due to.
Okay, so you said mass. So you're talking about mass attracting mass. That's Newtonian. So that would be the fundamentalist belief that gravity is a force when there is no reconciliation of the four fundamental forces. It doesn't work. So I just need a scientific experiment to show that gravity is mass attracting mass. While I wait for you to provide yours, I'll go ahead and provide mine. If you manipulate the buoyancy and density of an object or the medium that it's in, you can make it go up and down. For example, you can boil ocean water. So what is the cause of the ocean water sticking to the surface of the earth? You might say gravity, and I might say, well, specifically what kind of gravity? Because my claim is that it is specific gravity, because if you manipulate the temperature and or pressure, you can make it turn into vapor. Once the phase change happens, liquid water is really dense compared to the atmosphere, whereas when it's a gas, that water is very buoyant compared to the rest of the atmosphere. So, my cause is established. Now you do your independent variable, which is your presumed cause, manipulate the water, or whatever, sorry, manipulate your cause and make the water go up and down like I can.
I'm sorry, I was gone for a second. Are you saying that gravity, instead of it being mass attracts mass, is just heavier things go to the bottom? Or would you say buoyancy and density? So like the heavier something is,
relative density. Just Google the term specific gravity.
Archimedes principle.
That's why I was saying if it's not gravity, then in an airplane that's falling at free fall by a man making it do that, and then having a glass tube and a vacuum falling along, it free fall in the middle of that plane, not touching anything, then that the density should remain, all the different levels should remain separate due to buoyancy and density. If not, then it should mix up if there is no gravity. I mean, if there is gravity, I guess you'd say. It should mix up.
Again, you're talking about an ideal system, right, of something falling in a vacuum, right? We're talking about experimental science. That's empirical. I can empirically show you the rain cycle, right, by taking all the gas pressure away or adding a lot of heat to the water. So if I take the gas pressure away from the atmosphere, so-called, or add heat to the water, it's no longer going to stick to the surface. This is an idea system. This is nature.
Well, let's just say let's say that we did test that idea system. What would we see? Would we see it separate, or should we see it just continue to do what it naturally does, which is buoyancy and density?
What would it prove?
He said it's not an idea.
That it doesn't matter where the object is and whatever it's doing. It could be free falling, which is really in that environment would be sitting still, because if gravity doesn't exist, it wouldn't matter, because it's just sitting there, because if there's no gravity, then nothing's pulling down on it, right? They're saying that it's the force of gravity that causes buoyancy and density.
No. There's no unified field theory when it comes to the forces. Gravity's not a force unless you can describe it, right? Some sort of experiment that I could do to show that mass attracts mass, right? And we would have to define mass, right? Whatever that is. So all we have to do is look at my experiment. Okay, that works. So specific gravity is scientifically verifiable, right? All you have to do is use my presumed cause as your control variables. So you don't manipulate those, and you only manipulate your presumed cause, whatever you think it is, whether it's mass attracting mass or the bending or warping of space-time. But if you go with Newton's razor, if it's not scientifically verifiable, it's not really worth talking about. So until you give us the science for your gravity, or their presumed gravity, it's not even really worth mentioning.
Yeah, so claims without proof can be dismissed out of hand at the onset, at the very beginning.
So did I speak clearly? Was I understood?
Yep, quite clear.
Does anybody have any questions about what I said about? Because, we say gravity, but that's the effect. What's the cause? What's the cause of things going up and down? My presumed cause is relative density. You can manipulate that. If the apple would have fell in a pail of water that was full to the brim, it would have floated. If somebody would have shot a crossbow and a bolt would have hit it, knocked a hole in it, the water would have went down and the apple would have went down. If somebody would repair the hole, put a cork in it, fill it back up with water, the apple goes up. So why does the apple go up and down? The relative density between the object and the medium that it's in. So it's not just mass and volume. I mean, anybody who's played with a rubber ducky or drank a glass of ice water knows what I'm saying is 100% true, and you can't debate it. It's not debatable.
The science is settled.
No, the science is not settled. If someone else has a new presumed cause, I'm willing to look at it. Go ahead and show me. But you got to do it without manipulating buoyancy or density, because that's my claim. So that's going to be your control variables.
That's a good point. They're going to have to find a way to rule out buoyancy, density as variables. Good luck.
Well, you just keep it constant. So, like with the egg and the water versus egg and the salt water. Okay. So you just got to keep that medium at a constant. You could have it like you could have your egg neutrally buoyant, right? Just floating in within the center of the body of liquid. And then he could manipulate his gravity and make the egg rise or fall.
Yeah.
Change.
Maybe use a salt shaker with a pinch of gravity. You know, you can't use salt. You have to use a pinch of gravity.
Well, in the way that...
Yeah, we all experience things falling down. That's the effect. What's the cause?
Could just be centrifugal force. Maybe there's flat, but we're being slung like David and Goliath, the sling. The rock's staying in the sling. Stuff goes down because we're in a sling.
Okay, I'm sure you're willing to provide proof of the sling or motion of Earth.
That was an allegory. It wasn't literal.
Okay. Yeah, there's no proof that we're in motion, so...
Just 1 second. Can I ask Matt, do you see the side chat of this VC? Matt, you're still there? All right, never mind. Continue.
Okay, so space isn't real. What are stars? Like the lights in the sky, maybe is a better term.
How do you think one would test such a thing?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, same with us. It's they're interesting, that's for sure. Spectacular. What are they? Where are they? What medium are they in? What medium are they made of? We don't know. Nobody knows that.
Yeah, and when we say space isn't real, we're saying what they're telling you the space is. It's what they say it's a vacuum of space. That couldn't happen next to a gas pressure. Yeah, length, width, and height, volume, it's definitely possible. I mean, you live in it, right?
I'm sorry, I live inside of what? Volume?
Yeah, I mean, there's space around you.
length, width, and height.
Yeah.
Right. So that we consider that being space. There's space around us everywhere. But outer space, what they call the vacuum of space, next to gas pressure cannot exist. That's what we call fake.
Yeah, I understand that.
So the whole thing about a star is, like, if you had cancer, right? So let's say you got cancer and the doctor says, we're going to have surgery tomorrow. We're going to chop off one of your you-know-what.
Okay.
X, Y, Z, whatever, right? Wouldn't you want a biopsy first? Like, wouldn't you want to know for sure that, it's actually a malignant tumor that's going to spread and possibly kill you? Or maybe it's just a cyst and you don't have to cut off your appendage.
Okay, yeah.
So you can't biopsy the sky. You can't science the sky at all. So if you can't science the sky, then at best it would be philosophy, right?
Yeah, I guess it's the only science you have left.
Well, all science is born out of philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as science in the same way that all Texans are Americans, but not all Americans qualify as Texans. Some of them are Canadian and Mexican, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we understand that, we're dealing with philosophy whenever we're talking about the sky. We can't manipulate the variables, which is what you need for something to be the science or derived from the scientific method. And the definition of pseudoscience is the belief that something is derived from the scientific method when it's not. So everybody that tells you that cosmology, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysics are sciences, they're pseudoscientists.
So that would mean paleontology, archaeology, geology, parts of biology, astrophysics, cosmology, and astronomy, all pseudoscience.
Paleontology, and yes, I'm still laughing. Is that it?
Yeah.
Whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing.
Evolutionary biology, and yes, I'm still laughing.
Right. There you go. Evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's some other belly laughers in there. How about astrozoology?
No, I mean, just if you take a look, astrobiology is a thing. Like, it's something you can get a degree in astrobiology, the study of life from the astros, from space. Come on. I mean, it's a joke, right? You go $100,000 in unforgivable debt, and who's going to hire you? What do you study? Climate change? The climate changes like underwear. Like, it just changes. Like, did we cause the Ice Age? Or did the Ice Age cause us? Come on. But seriously, the whole thing is that we were told that Big Bang cosmology is scientifically proven when you can't even observe the naturally observed phenomenon of the Big Bang, so it doesn't qualify at the first step. So if it doesn't qualify as science, that would make it pseudoscience or philosophy, if we're being honest.
Hey, can I ask you a question before we move on?
Ask away.
You just did. Ask another.
I wasn't sure if y'all can hear me. So if Earth is flat, right, and then you have these engineers that build these giant structures. I was looking up, and it said that the Eurotunnel, they started on both sides and went under some big old some lake or some water over in Europe, over 30, I think it was 31 miles, and it said that they actually had to calculate into the curvature of Earth because they started from both ends, and it was over 600 something feet difference, and they met in the middle under the water. And they said, and so I'm like, my question is, if the Earth was flat and they actually did calculate over 600 something feet of curvature in order to line up and meet in the middle, if the Earth was actually flat and they actually did put those calculations in, would they actually even align in the middle?
Here's a
She
question.
used the word actually one more time.
Yeah, here's a question for you. The water on the English Channel, the top surface of the English Channel, was that curving? Because that would be the determining factor.
No, they have to go under. Yeah, they're going under the English Channel, and then under that dirt that's supposed to be curving under the English Channel. The top of the channel was flat, but underneath it, the surface was curved, according to what they say.
That makes no sense at all. So, the question is, would they be able to show that at the beginning of the English Channel, the top surface of the water was equal, and then the top surface in the middle was equal to the tunnel, and then the top surface at the end was equal to the tunnel?
Yeah, that's a crazy idea.
Well, but wouldn't you still say that if they actually either they're lying about adding in the calculations because they actually did meet? They did meet perfectly.
Hold on.
Flatsy.
That would be your claim to evidence, right? I mean, at the moment, it's just your anecdotal claim that someone has claimed this. I mean, we've seen orthogonal views and, the views that they give you side on of the Eurotunnel, and there's no curvature included in it. If you want to claim they were accounting for curvature, you're going to have to evidence that somehow. Otherwise,
no, I can't. That's on.
Well, there you go. That's the problem.
They were lying about it, maybe?
They don't rely on... I mean, even when they say things like, oh, we accounted for X amount of curvature over this amount, it's always so small that it's just negligible and wouldn't actually be factored into anything practical. You might have done a mental calculation, but there's no actual accounting for it, measuring it, or doing anything that physically involves it. So, I mean, you just saying you can't actually find anything that evidences that. That's the end of it.
So pretty much you're saying I should go find the actual AutoCAD drawing.
For any claim you make, for any claim that's presented to you, find the evidence. If there's no evidence that you can find, why would you believe it?
No,
you might not have the story right. You might have heard it through somebody, and maybe they said.
Well, it doesn't matter. No time. So I just addressed it to him. If you can't find the evidence of the claim, why would you believe it?
No, I'm not saying that it's true. I'm saying that if they actually did that and the Earth was flat, would they actually line up?
Well, I mean, at that point we can say if anything. If the Earth is a globe and we could see it, then the Earth would be a globe. I mean, doesn't mean anything.
Well, I'm sure some of y'all in here know how to connect two lines together, and I'm saying if they did what they said, if they're telling the truth, and they did, it doesn't seem like to me that they would align. It was some the whoever the people that made it.
Show us.
I'm okay. I'm sitting in the driveway at somebody's house. I'll find it, and when I get back in my car,
well, when you've got the claim, you can send it through. We can discuss it.
All right, it's called the Eurotunnel. If somebody else can find it quicker.
I thought the Eurotunnel. We discussed the Eurotunnel. There's no curve taken into account.
Exactly. Right through in a towel. I thought he said that.
It's exactly what they do with the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. They just say it is because if the Earth was curving, then it would meet up this way. So there's no evidence.
You can look at the profile views that they drew up for the Eurotunnel. There's certainly no curvature in there. It's all in reference to a horizontal datum, like everything else that they build.
Yeah, and I posted one of them in the chat right now, and it's from geolsoc.org.uk, a science policy. So it's a geological group. And obviously, they show the sea level as being flat.
Look at that straight line, sea level. Oh, boy.
Yeah. And then the tunnel is going down and then back up. So does that mean Earth is concave? But the water on top is still flat. Amazing. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't have to trust them. This isn't something where, oh, he's not Neil Armstrong. You just have to believe him because you can't go to the moon. You can't go to space. Right? What we're saying is, go check it out for yourself. Large body of water at rest, Earth curve calculator, make some observations. You can use the naked eye. You can use a telescope. But if that curve is there, then there's going to be a consistent geometric horizon. But what you're going to find out if you stick around long enough is that once we point out that there is no consistent geometric horizon, because the geometric horizon could be closer than the given dimensions of the globe components, but it could not be further than. And when we see further than, that's when they start making excuses. Oh, well, you didn't take into consideration refraction. Well, refraction happens, right? If you have two different mediums and there's a boundary and a certain angle that the light travels through, yeah, refraction happens. But they're talking about the reason that the Earth looks flat is because what's actually happening is the light is bending down around the curvature of the Earth, making it look flat, but it's actually a globe. How do you falsify that? And according to Karl Popper, if it's not falsifiable, it's not science. So how does one falsify that? Anybody want to tell me how? I can't figure it out. Maybe I'm slow or you're smart. Please tell me how. Yeah, me neither. So you just have to believe people when they say, actually, it's refraction. And I'm not making an excuse of why it looks flat, but it's actually curved. You just can't see it because of refraction. So those are the people that are asking you to take what they're saying on faith. Whereas we're saying, don't believe us or anybody else. Go outside and figure it out for yourself. And whatever you come away with, we don't care. We just want you to know that you can think for yourself, question authority, and get your own autonomy back by doing observations and or experiments yourself. Instead of giving away your agency to someone else and having received ideas, you can have your own ideas from your firsthand primary experience.
Do it, Globies. Test those lakes. Yeah, we got any other new people in here? Want to ask questions? Or go really daring and present an argument for the globe? That'd be crazy.
I don't think. I mean, Larry set himself up there. And nobody jumped on it. Like, oh, I'm stupid. And nobody did the typical. Nobody jumped on him.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm asking for is, curvable. I mean, a measurable curve, right? Axial rotation, or demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density. That should be a piece of cake if you live on a globe, right?
If that was reality, yeah, then it would show itself in reality. Yeah, I don't know what the Globers are, holding back for.
Yeah, facts are shadows of the truth, according to one wise man. So show me the shadows of the globe. Show me these truths.
Guys
Who
are
was the
being
guy
shy
who's going to
today.
get the? Sorry, I was just going to ask who was the guy who was going to get the documentation. I wasn't looking to see who it was.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah,
It's the reality.
I'm back on the road. I'll see if I can find maybe. I've never seen it. I've never seen like a blueprint or whatever they call it. But maybe they put it out.
Yeah, they have, but it just shows that it's flat, not a curved one.
No, I mean they have an AutoCAD drawing or what? What are they showing?
No,
Yeah,
just
no,
like
the
side-on
itself?
view of like the scale, the channel from the British side to the French side. No curve though.
The reason I said it would be crazy, like initially, like just my first reaction was that would be crazy. That would mean that put two basketballs on either end, they would roll to the center or something. It'd just be crazy. That'd be ridiculous.
Well, the thing I read, it said it was 31 miles, so they actually had to put it in there, or they wouldn't align in the middle because they were starting at both ends. Two different countries meeting in the middle underwater.
I guarantee you, in practice, they didn't do anything to do with curvature.
And if they did, just prove it.
That's probably some journalist.
Well, and the fact that you mentioned that the tunnels go down and then straight, right? They kind of go down under the water.
What they have to do.
I got
Can you actually show where they said they used curvature?
No, he said he's driving. He said he can't.
No, I'll be done driving in a minute, and I'll find it.
And who said it as well? That'd be great.
It's like with the CERN argument that they make. They're like, oh, they had to account for curvature of the Earth, and you say, okay, where's the evidence for this? And then they just refer to some paragraph on a website that has no other information other than the claim.
That's called a baseless assertion.
Yep. But they think, because they found it on a website, that it's evidence rather than a claim somehow.
Yeah, so I mean, we're willing to look at the evidence. Show us. We like proofsies. Proof that you can see. See, the difference between flat earthers and globe earthers, or should I say anti-flat earthers, is flat earthers think that you can prove things, right? Things can be proven. Whereas anti-flat earthers, they have this mantra. They say, science doesn't prove anything. Really? Science doesn't prove anything. Then why in the fuck have we been using it for so long? Like, okay, so that means that the laws of logic are not true. The law of cause and effect has to be false, right? Because you can never prove a cause to an effect if you can't prove things. So they're the ones going against natural law and going against science and saying that you don't actually have to use the scientific method, aka the experiment, aka the hypothesis test. You don't have to use that. You can just observe the sky, and that's doing science. Well, that same logic, watching birds humping is doing science. Watching a pornographic movie is doing science. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Does that mean there's a world full of mad scientists watching porn? So would you say that instead of gravity, going back to the gravity part until I can find that article, do you think that it might be, being that they claim that Earth, all matter is held together by electromagnetism, do you think that Earth is creating a giant electromagnetic field and things are stuck in it like a magnetic river is why things are attracted, or what we call downwards? Even on a flat Earth?
No one knows the cause. No one knows the cause.
Oh, gotcha.
Even on the globe side. That's why they're coming up with bullshit like the bending and warping of space-time, because they've got no fucking idea.
Well, has anybody explained the claim that Ken Wheeler made about putting the two magnets together? Squeezing them together. Reversing the polarity and as you move it up and down, that it slows down, like almost like you're going through honey. If you go to fast rate, faster than like free fall, he says that if you go up quickly, it slows down, it like pushes on your hand. And if you go down quickly, it pushes on your hand. And what would cause that?
I'm not going to speculate on that being like the cause of all things, but those are things that can be physically measured and generated from physical objects and can be quantified. You can know that thing. Yeah, so
what do you think?
That would be better than something. Do
you think that that's messing with Earth's electromagnetic field, or the ether, or what they claim is what they thought was there? You know what I mean? Like, what's causing it to slow down in midair while you pull it down quickly?
Yeah, no one's manipulating the causes of these passive effects that we see on Earth, these large-scale constants like directionality in general. Like, you can't pull those apart, you can't turn them off and turn them on to see what's actually causing it, so it's just speculation, really. Well, at this point.
Yeah. I've always wanted to try that test. And he was also claiming that science says that using a magnetometer, that a 1-inch neodymium magnet, it has a fall off rate according to science that disappears over like so many inches, according to how big the magnet is. And his claim was that you can hold a magnet up to 100 feet or so away from a tube TV that's down the road and just wave it and it will affect the the TV screen. You know what I mean? He says that that's just another example of the ether, and science cannot explain how in the world that it's causing an effect at that distance if a magnet only reaches inches.
One thing, yeah, I don't know the answer. One thing that I think that he said that kind of resonated with me, right, was that you can think of it. It's just like a way you can think of things, like in that you can think of it as that the magnet is causing a field, or you can think of it as there's always a field there, and the thing that you're putting like an object within the field is causing a distortion within the field that's always there. So there's two ways to kind of think about it.
That's what he was claiming the field was. He says the field is the ether, and all the material world is in the field, affecting, causing pressure. Like throwing a rock in a wave pool. I don't know.
That's beyond the position that we're taking here. We're just simply humbly pointing out that the lakes aren't curving, the oceans aren't curving, so we can't be living on a big giant spinning ball like they're telling us. Once we're all on the same page, then I'm sure people will start really diving into what it is, since it's not the bending and warping of space-time or mass attracting mass. But at the moment, we're having trouble enough just having people recognize that large bodies of water are laying flat. So we need to take it one step at a time,
Beautifully said, Cyclone.
What about Sprightly? Is he on board? Like, we got to get everybody on board first. Sprightly, you look like the odd man out. Are you on board with Earth is flat, or you still hold it? You're like agnostic, or?
I just said it's flat 3 times.
All right, he's on board.
Sorry.
Hey, you came too close, man. Relax. Scared the shit out of me.
That was great.
Is there any other one else in here with questions, points for the globe? Anyone who thinks they live in a galaxy far away?
Me.
Oh, you think you live in a galaxy?
I live in something out there. Yeah, I don't know what you want to call it. I guess they call it a galaxy. I'll call it a galaxy, I guess.
So like when they show those pictures of loads of stars and they just draw an arrow and they say you are here.
Oh, from like the satellite pictures? They're supposed to be out there.
That's what they say, isn't it? So there's a big bunch of stars and you are in this random little bit over on the left corner or wherever. You've been shown those images?
Yeah, I've seen those, yeah.
So do you think that's where you are?
Probably. I can't. I mean, I've never been higher than.
What would make you say probably? What would make you say probably?
Because I don't see what they're getting out of lying about it.
Huh.
Maybe money.
So if you present that image and you can't imagine why anyone would lie to you, that makes you just accept that image and you're right, that's where I live.
Well, that's what I do with most people. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt until they prove it wrong, or I can't trust them. And I know the governments around the world have done a lot of lying. Yes, I do, but I still think they're.
Do you think that's a smart thing to do when it comes to your entire worldview and where you think you live, though?
Well, I mean, I don't really
just
think
present a random image and then say you are here, and then you go, I guess I'm there.
Yeah, I look at it and go, oh, that's pretty cool. Is the surf up today? Let's go surfing. That's about where how I am. I'm like, kids, let's get in the car. Let's go have some fun.
And that's good. That's good. You should have fun. But, what if your kids are like, Daddy, where do we live? And you're like, well, son, the government showed me this cartoon and said we live here. So I guess that's where we live. You're not going to say to him, well, we're shown this image, but do we really know we're there? How do we know we're there?
Yeah, I've already told him that. Yeah, I explained that to him. Of course, I was a flat earther for years and years. But yeah, I mean, I've told him that. And even now,
Okay, you were a flat earther until what evidence came along of the globe?
Just evidence of the globe. No, I just kind of realized that people are just stupid. I guess you'd say a lot of people are very stupid. So therefore, I don't think.
The hell does that mean you live on a globe? Because people are stupid.
Because I don't think that the government is smart enough to pull it off that long. Maybe they are.
Pull what off? Give you space cartoons? Doesn't take that much, bro.
Everything that it's all just fake. I don't know. Maybe they are. Every person that I've met.
Sounds like a wild position to take. You used to be a flat earther, but then you started believing in the globe because everyone's an idiot. I mean, that's just incomprehensible.
No. Just the people who are supposed to be keeping it, the flat earth a secret and using propaganda and stuff like that.
Right, but that's not how you judge whether or not what they're saying is true. You would have to find some curvature, some motion of the earth, some evidence for the globe.
Well, it'd be really hard because
I think you're stupid. Therefore, what you're telling me is the truth. I mean, listen to yourself. You're saying because the government are so stupid, what they're telling you has to be true. That's crazy.
No, I'm not saying what they're telling me has to be true. I'm just saying that not everything they're saying.
You said they couldn't lie about it. So what they have to be saying is true.
Not everything they're saying is a lie. Now that I kind of understand how light works, and if the Earth isn't as big as they say it is, and I can only see so far due to the atmosphere and the atmospheric lensing, I don't know how in the world without a spaceship, molar rocket that I could ever be able to tell. Because even if the Earth was flat, how far can I go? Like how far can I see? Right, before the illuming and all this atmospheric lensing. Is it messing up?
Depends on the conditions, depends on your observer height and all this stuff.
Well, then let's say the Earth's curve and all of a sudden I can see buildings and then they say, oh, it's looming, right? But then all of a sudden I don't see boats, right, that are supposed to be below the horizon.
Well, if Earth was curved, then someone would have measured it by now. No.
Look, the whole boats disappearing over the horizon, it's basically dead because you don't have a geometric horizon once you start saying refraction. Once you start saying refraction, then the cause of you seeing something is refraction and not the Earth curve.
All those refractive property, all those refractive effects, looming, stooping, sinking, they're all in relation to the horizon. They're not talking about moving the horizon itself. They're talking about objects in relation to the horizon. So it was never an argument for the globe to begin with.
Basically, flat earthers ignore refraction.
Well, what do we ignore?
Wait a minute. You're saying you're coming up with an excuse of refraction as to why it looks flat, and you can't falsify that claim, and you somehow think that that's like a legitimate excuse for why it looks flat? And you're saying we're ignoring your baseless assertion, unfalsifiable claim? Do you often ignore baseless assertion, unfalsifiable claims? Because I do, especially when it sounds like an excuse as to why the Earth presents itself as flat.
Yeah, this guy thinks the horizon is not geometric because we're ignoring refraction. Doesn't make sense.
All you got to do is show us how we can falsify your claim. Because if you're making a scientific claim, it has to be falsifiable according to Karl Popper. So he's a philosopher of science. I'm not. So we'll go with what he's saying. Because how are we going to tell the difference between just a baseless assertion fallacy and a legitimate scientific claim? It's falsifiability. That's the difference. So how do you falsify this concept of, well, it looks flat because what's actually happening is the light's bending down around the curve? How do we falsify that?
I guess that was the limit of his argument.
Yeah, if this guy was using for his proof of globe Earth that the government couldn't be that stupid to fool him with imagery, if that was his reasoning for being a glober, I want to know what he was using when he said he was a flat earther. He only believed Earth was flat.
Unmute your mic, Crazy, if you're about.
Yo, I hope you guys are being ironic.
About what?
Are you guys actually flat earthers?
Well, the Earth is flat, so we all are.
All of you?
I'm Santa Claus.
Everyone in the call?
I just thought I'd.
Yeah, you included. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm the only globe earther.
Well, see,
No,
the thing
you're a
is,
flat earther.
you're laughing. You're laughing because we're calling you a flat earther, but you don't ever experience the globe unless you open up a TV, magazine, or computer website, right? Like when you go outside, where the real world is, where the dirt is, where the earthworms live, you don't experience the curved Earth at all, do you?
Not all of
In a
us
plane,
are,
you do, yeah.
Not all of us are flat earthers. Some of us are here just to enjoy the show.
So, does anybody experience the Earth as a globe when they go outside without their phone?
Yeah, I do.
Magazine?
On a plane, very high up, you can see the curvature.
I was on a plane the other week. I didn't see any.
What about Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Maybe it wasn't high enough. I don't know.
Hold on, can I be heard? What about Neil deGrasse Tyson when he was talking about Felix Baumgartner, who was 128,000 feet? So that's 100,000 feet higher than you were, probably. He said you can't see the curvature from that height. So was he lying, or?
I just saw Katy Perry go up, and I saw the curvature from Katy Perry's window. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, you guys got the Katy Perry
so, like,
evidence now.
Whoa!
So like, how does the map work? Like, how does the land mass? How do the land masses like work on the Earth?
No, you're going for the wrong.
Like,
you're going for the wrong thing. You're going for the wrong thing.
is the North Pole like in the middle? What kind of shape is the Earth? Is it like a pizza?
Okay, time to scatter gun questions because you couldn't back up your baseless claim of seeing curve from an airplane.
Yeah, before we get into all that, could you just provide some evidence that it's a ball?
That's a ball, yeah. So like, in the North Pole, right? If you look at
you've never been to the North Pole,
you observe the stars.
You've never been to the North Pole, so why start there?
Yeah, but there's footage.
Of what?
In the North Pole, people in the North Pole, when they take footage of the stars and they time lapse it, the stars will rotate in a certain direction, and then the South Pole will be the other way around.
Okay, so the stars are
Wait a minute,
rotating.
are you saying the stars are rotating in the opposite direction in the South Pole?
Well, they appear to.
So the Earth is
depending
swiveled
on
in the middle. So the
which
Earth is
pole you're
swiveled.
at.
So the Earth is swiveled in the middle, then.
What?
You're already going to go out your depth trying to argue this point. Start with the stars rotating.
The Earth swivels in the middle.
So we're looking for curvature instead of looking at the Earth, the thing that we're directly on. You're looking at the sky, for some reason.
Yeah, we agree that the stars
No,
are moving.
I meant
you're trying
if
to
you're
prove
in the
that the
North
Earth is
Pole, right?
moving.
If you're in the North Pole and you look at the stars, when you time lapse it, the stars will rotate in a certain direction. While if you're in the South Pole, they'll appear to rotate in the other direction. How does that work on a flat?
Well, I guess your globe would have to be spinning in opposite directions in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, that there's a northern and a southern hemisphere.
So you claim that the Earth is rotating clockwise and counterclockwise, but in opposite directions.
No, the Earth isn't. The Earth isn't rotating clockwise and
Try to imagine
counterclockwise.
that you're
The
standing
stars
on a ball.
appear to rotate clockwise and counterclockwise, depending on the pole that you're observing from.
Why are the stars appearing to rotate?
Because the Earth is rotating.
Okay.
They appear to
how'd you
rotate.
prove
They're
that?
not actually the ones that are rotating. It's the Earth.
Okay, well, all we're seeing is the stars moving, though. So how do you prove that it's actually the ground moving?
Well, okay, so let's just pretend that if there is a flat Earth, right?
Could we not do pretend? Could you just tell us how we prove the ground is moving?
If you claim that the ground is the one that's rotating, right?
No, that's
then
what
on
you're
a flat
claiming.
Earth, how does that work?
That's what you're
I'm not claiming that. I'm just stating an observation.
Claiming the ground. No, your observation is the stars are rotating. You're claiming the ground is rotating.
Yeah. So I made an observation that the stars are rotating in different directions.
But then you claim that the ground is actually rotating. So how do you prove that?
I never claimed that the ground is rotating. What?
Okay, so the ground isn't rotating.
Classic bad faith debate from the flat Earth.
So the ground isn't. So the ground isn't rotating.
Well, I'm not making an assumption yet whether the ground is rotating or the stars are rotating.
Okay, well then at this point we just have the stars rotating above the Earth.
Yes, that's my observation, right?
Okay, welcome to flat Earth.
Let's hypothesize, right? If it is the ground that is rotating, how does that work on a?
Yeah, there's no need to hypothesize. We're on the same page.
The
stars are moving. The ground is not.
Okay, so it's either the stars that are rotating or the ground that is rotating, right?
Yeah, you only observe the stars moving. Yep, and you don't have any evidence that the ground is the thing moving, right?
Well, I don't know, right? We don't know yet if it's the ground that's rotating or the stars.
Well, if you don't have any evidence for that, then we don't need to consider it. Well, we don't need to consider it. If you don't have any evidence, we can just dismiss it.
Well, we can just observe and we can make a prediction. So,
well, no, we can only observe the stars moving.
So let's look at the two possibilities, right? If the ground is the one that's rotating, then
you would need evidence.
What shape do you believe the Earth to be?
It's a nonsense question.
Do you think it's like a square, or do you think it's like a circle?
No. We're not doing the imagination. If the ground is rotating, no, you would have to evidence that. And if you can't, we don't need to consider it.
But you're a flat earther, right?
What does that have to do with your claim that the ground is rotating?
Okay, so what possible shapes could the Earth be?
I'm not making a claim about a shape of the Earth. That would be a foolish thing to claim.
But you claim it's flat, right?
Is flat a shape?
I'm not saying that it is a shape. I'm saying there's certain shapes.
Well, then I'm not claiming it's a shape, am I?
Okay, so if you think that it's flat, right? Can you explain to me how that works, where if the ground is rotating...
No, the ground is not rotating. Why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep saying the ground is rotating?
I'm not saying... Well, I'm just trying two different possibilities here.
No, we don't need to. We don't need to. We've got the observation. No, we've got the observation, remember, which is the stars rotating. Okay. Now, if you want to try and claim that anything else is occurring, that would be on you to evidence. And if you can't, then we're just left with the stars rotating, not the Earth.
But can't you hypothesize with what you observe?
There's no need for me to imagine. We've got what we've got. The stars are rotating. You got anything else?
Okay.
Seems
but how does that saying that the stars are rotating? That we have to move from.
That's what we observe.
We can't just
That's what we observe.
That. We have to.
That's just the reality.
So let's hypothesize from the observation. Then.
Well, why are you trying to go? Why are you trying to go somewhere else other than the observation?
Because we're trying to debate whether the Earth is flat or not.
No, you're talking about the stars rotating. So far, you haven't said anything about the Earth's shape or dimensions. You've just said the stars rotate. We agree.
Okay. Yeah, the stars are rotating. That's what we observe, right?
Yeah, so that would be a flat Earth
hypothesize
proof.
Whether it's flat or not. How do we do this?
So if you want to talk about the flat side of it, then you're going to have to talk about curvature. So has anyone ever measured curvature?
We don't have to talk about curvature. We can just talk about.
Well, you do. If you want to talk about if it's flat or curved, well, we observe it to be flat. So then what? Do we actually measure it to be curved?
I want to move from here because, I want to move from just observing. I want to actually use the observation.
So go for a measurement.
Prediction about the shape, right?
Okay. So go beyond observation. We observe it to be flat.
So do you agree that
has it measured anything else?
Okay. So do you agree that the stars rotating in different directions, right?
I thought you were trying to figure out if the surface was flat.
No, I'm not.
Confusing yourself.
I just made an observation.
You just said I want to talk about if it's flat.
No, I made an observation and let's work from there, right?
Right, well, you already did. Your observation was that the stars are moving. Your observation was that the stars are moving.
Let's just say I don't know the shape of the Earth, right? And I want to figure out what the shape of the Earth is. And then I observe.
You would start with your observation of the Earth.
Different directions.
Right, so you would start with, okay, let's pretend you've never been told anything about the Earth. You're just experiencing it and going from there. So let's say you go to the beach. You see a flat horizon and a motionless surface, and the luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars, appear to move above you. So far you've got flat, motionless, luminaries moving above you. Okay. What else are you going to do? Now go from there.
So we observe that the horizon is flat at the surface, right?
Yep.
Okay. So it could be possible that the Earth is flat in shape with that observation. But it can also be possible that it actually is spherical if the Earth is massive in size.
Okay, how do you prove that? Okay, so then you would have to prove that bit. You would have to evidence that bit to have it be
We need more observations.
Okay. So what observation are you going to do to try and figure out if it's actually a big spinning ball?
So my second observation is why do the stars in the sky appear to rotate in different directions?
So that's
just you looking at the stars moving and then asking, why are they moving? Okay, then what?
Okay, so we observe that the stars are rotating in different directions at the different poles, right? At the North and the South Pole. We don't know the shape of the Earth yet. But we can hypothesize that either it's because the stars in the sky themselves are moving, or the Earth itself is a big ball.
Okay, so how are you going to determine? So how are you going to determine that if it's actually a ball that's spinning, or if it's just what it looks like?
So from that, since there's two of those, let's take the stars one first. If that is true, that the stars are the ones that are rotating in different directions on a flat world, that must mean that the sky well,
if it's a flat world,
sky are rotating in different directions.
Well, if it's a flat world, then the stars are not what you think they are, so you don't know what they are. So they could appear to do essentially anything, and you wouldn't have any better idea about why they should be doing that. That's just what they do. But that's all you've got so far.
So you want more observations? So we can have more observations then, if you want.
Well, all of the observations, though, are just going to show us the same thing: flat horizon, motionless surface, moving luminaries. So how do you go beyond this? This is what you're trying to do. You need to get to looks flat, but is curved. Looks motionless, but is in motion. Like, that's what you need to get to for anything else other than flat and motionless.
Okay. So let me think. Okay. So how come? So then I have another question. So you believe in day and night, right? Like, do you believe that exactly in day and night of the Earth? Like, do you believe in do you believe that in exactly half of when you're in exactly half, or anywhere in exactly half of the Earth's surface?
Well, dude, if you're trying to come up with your additional evidence,
you believe?
I mean, you asking me what I believe isn't going to get us to curvature, motion, anything else that you're trying to get to. You're just asking what I believe. What you need to be doing is saying, all right, it looks flat, but they must have measured some curvature. Who measured it? How did they measure it? Can we measure it? That kind of thing. Instead of asking me what I believe, which isn't going to get you anywhere.
Yeah, so I'm trying to what we should do is try to make several different observations, and then from those...
Well, that's what I'm waiting for. Observation, measurement,
the shape,
of something other than what we've got.
If all the different observations add up to the fact that the Earth is spherical, then it's probably
right. But that's already been tested. That's already been tested, and it doesn't add up. In fact, the observations debunk the claimed math of the globe. We see too far.
So, how come you can't see? Like, if you're in Chicago, how come you can't see the Shanghai skyline on a clear day?
Well, now it feels like you've just kind of brushed past that. We see too far.
But you said we can see too far, right?
Surface. Yeah. So why would we be able to see further than the geometric limit of the sphere if it's a sphere?
What?
How would we be able to see further than the geometric limit of the sphere? Right? Imagine you're an ant on a basketball, when you see another ant walking away from
It
you?
depends on how big the sphere is, where the geometric.
Well, how big do they tell us the ball Earth is? Do you know?
The circumference is around 40,000 kilometers.
Okay, so they've given us a size, so that's what we work with. And we can see further than that.
Assuming you're about like how tall?
So let's say you're about 6. Let's say you're about 6 foot standing on the beach.
6 foot.
Yeah, how far away is that horizon going to be if we're on this ball?
Oh no, I don't want to do the calculation.
Why not? That's your belief, isn't it?
Just don't want to do a calculation. You do it.
Okay, well, I can tell you. They say it's about 2.5, 3 miles should be your horizon distance for a 6-foot observer. But when we go and we check, we can see the horizon at 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles.
So I'm curious then. So if you believe, or I'm not going to say believe.
It's not about belief. That's just the horizon distance.
Based off your observations, if things add up to you that the Earth is flat in shape.
Well, that just means that when they've said that there's going to be a horizon at 3 miles because the surface is curving down at a rate that's matching this 39, 59 mile radius ball, that just means that that's not true. The horizon isn't at 3 miles. It's way further, meaning that curve that has to be there to make that horizon doesn't exist. Right? Because the distance, if we're seeing, we've got observations from like 1 foot, where you just put the camera tripod right on the ground, and he's seeing a horizon at 10 miles away. Now, if that horizon, a 1 foot observer, 10-mile horizon, if that's a geometric globe horizon, that makes the radius around 250,000 miles. Wait. That makes the radius about 250,000 miles versus the less than 4,000 that they tell us it is. So it's way off.
So so you say that you can see too far on the horizon. When you observe the hot horizon, are they looking for like features on the horizon that are too far and they shouldn't be able to be seen?
Yeah, well, they use some distance markers in the example that we could go through. They're using oil rigs, which are fixed platforms.
So, for example, they can see an oil rig that should be underneath the horizon, but they can see it.
In this example, it would be that the horizon should be in front of the oil rigs, blocking a portion of their lower section. But it's actually way beyond them, behind them. I'm sure people are posting it in the chat.
So they can see the surface of the water. They can see the bottom of the
So where they say the horizon should be at 1, where they say the horizon should be at 1 mile, and you shouldn't see, because the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet to get the geometric horizon distance. They're saying anything past that 1.2 miles, all that water we're seeing going up to the rigs, beyond the rigs, they're saying all of that can't actually be there. But we're seeing it. It's there.
So they're saying it's looming?
No, they'll usually just say refraction, but looming is in reference to objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself.
Okay, so
but that's just an excuse, right? Because it's unfalsifiable, right?
Yeah, and that would just be a concession that the horizon isn't this geometric curve of a ball that boats are going over. You're saying now it's optical. It's a refracted effect. So either way you do that, it's a concession against the globe.
It kind of reminds me of NASA's, they claim is, I think they call it like moon setting or something. And as it gets near the horizon, the top of the moon is a normal shape, but the bottom, which you know is much.
We're not talking about the moon right now. We're not talking about the moon right now.
Well, I'm just talking about how you see it. You know what I mean? But it's like squished up in itself, like it's lifted up. It's not allowing it to go down.
There's definitely optical effects going on when we're observing things at a long distance. The point is, what we're supposed to be seeing for these observers of a horizon is a geometric horizon that's more or less conforming with the globe model. I mean, I'd even give you like a percentage of difference for optical effects, but not the difference that we're seeing. It's
all the oil
orders of magnitudes off.
Are the oil rigs? Are they clear? Or are they all like inverted or wobbly or?
No, they're not inverted. They're clear. I mean, you can see some hazing and things, but they're not inverted like a mirage.
I put up a video of it for you. It's crystal clear at night in the video.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different observations of the same rig. People have gone to the same spots.
Even if the cranes are refractive, there's going to be different levels of density between 1 foot above the surface camera. Taking a look at cranes that are through multiple different layers, that's what would actually cause the cranes to look refracted, because that's how actual refraction works. But you guys are claiming that the light is bending down around the curve, which has nothing to do with Snell's law or what they call refraction. It's just a baseless assertion that you're making to explain away why the Earth looks flat.
Yeah, so who is it? I was just explaining that to. What's your name?
What, me?
Was it you that I was just speaking to about the horizon distance?
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you. What's your name?
I'm Crazy Xenomorph.
Oh yeah, Crazy Xenomorph. Okay. So do you understand what we're saying when we say the horizon distance can be tested and compared to the globe model? And when we do this, reality is not matching the globe model. So then we have to ask ourselves, right, which one are we going to go with? Observable reality or this model we were taught in school as children? It's a big choice. What are you going to go with? Well, I'm interested in reality and what reality is telling me. That's the whole point of this endeavor. But some people are more interested in holding on to this story that they were told. So that's the choice you're going to have to make.
Prime example.
Okay, so you saw that the oil rigs you could see the bottom of the oil rigs where they should be too far away. They should be under the horizon.
The horizon should be in front of the oil rigs at about 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer. But it's beyond the oil rigs. It's behind them. It's not blocking them.
So you can see the oil rigs in full?
Yeah, you can see them going down into the water. When their bottoms should be cut off by a horizon, a curve. Right?
Okay. Very interesting then.
So then the question would be, why is the horizon not where they say it should be? Where's that curve?
What about the sun then? Like sunsets and stuff?
No, stay on the ground. We're on the ground still.
Well, again, the sun can't be going down behind a geometric horizon because we've just debunked that. The horizon is an optical phenomena. Goes away over a different part of the Earth. It's always overhead. It's never under your feet. Right? It's always over someone's head.
But like during sunrise and sunset, it moves towards the horizon and then it dips.
Yeah, that's just perspective. I mean, things converge into the vanishing point, the horizon line. That's just how our eyes work. Like if you're in a long corridor, you see the ground and the ceiling and the walls all seem to come together at the end, like in a point, because that's how we observe things. So that's just
sun
perspective.
would actually shrink into nothingness if the Earth were flat.
Well, it's not a question of if the Earth were flat. I mean, that's all it's observed and measured to be. Well, that it appears to be sinking down, yeah. Like, I mean, imagine you're on a long street with street lamps going down it. Towards the end of the street, those street lights look like they're getting lower when they're not in actuality. It's just perspective. But I'm not making any claims about what the sun is, or how far away it is, or how it's doing what it's doing. I just observe it. So, where's that curve? Why isn't that horizon in front of the oil rigs? What happened to it?
I thought you would mean like the sun would go under the flat disk.
Oh my gosh.
But no evidence that the sun is going beneath our feet. It's always above someone.
So it's like an optical phenomena.
Well, I just told you. In perspective, things over a distance appear to compress towards the vanishing point, which would be your horizon line. It's like perspective art. You ever seen perspective art? See how they draw all the lines towards the center point? Familiar?
So how long is that distance usually till they?
I've not measured a distance to the sun. Have you?
Do things like, do they converge in the sky as well? When you look up in the sky, do the stars like appear to converge into?
Well, they appear to rise up as they come towards you, and then as they pass you, they'll appear to go towards the horizon, yeah.
And
Depending where you are.
No one here thinks that Earth is a disk.
Yeah, it's not a disk in space. So if that's the idea that you've got in your head, get rid of that.
So you don't know what it actually is shaped, but what you're observing is that it's flat.
What we're observing, measuring, and using it as practically for navigation and aviation, that's all flat. We're not making a claim as to the totality of the system, its size, its shape, its dimensions, all that. We're not claiming that. We're just talking about what we have access to, which is the
Your
surface.
accent is retarded, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh wow, what good argument. What good argument.
Get him out of here.
Yeah,
That's all right.
I get, bro. You're all Discordian.
That's all right, August.
Is that globe proof? Oh.
Yeah, that's all right. He can present his globe argument. I'm sure
You sound like a faggot.
just as compelling.
Good job. Is that
Wow.
globe proof?
Yeah, I'm overwhelmed with all of the globe evidence right now.
Yeah, that's amazing.
You guys sound like you're in pain.
They're all on the globe side. Just remember that part.
Yeah, I'm
That
surprised they
doesn't come from
managed to
flat Earth.
contain. Surprised they managed to contain themselves that long.
I think it's hilarious that they came in here projecting.
Yeah, it always
Actually,
seems to
good
be.
conversation with you and Crazy Xenomorph. This is actually good. That's good stuff.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised they hadn't jumped in sooner. They hate it.
It'd be great if we could go back to that combo because that was doing pretty good until those assholes came in here.
Well, that's all right. Yeah, they're just always fantasizing about us, aren't they?
I guess so.
So where were we? The flat, motionless surface.
That. Yeah,
we're not making a claim about the entirety of it and the place of it. Yeah, we covered that. We were on to, we're not making a claim about its total shape or what it might be embedded in.
I see what you mean, though. No.
Yeah. Well, you do see what I mean,
But,
because
like,
you
if you have
see
two
exactly what
pillars-
everyone else sees.
And then you walk away from them, they appear to get closer together.
Yeah, well, perspective
Same
again.
thing. The same thing will happen with like two light sources in the distance. When they're far enough away, they look like one light. Are you okay, baby? They look like one light, and then when you get closer, it turns to two lights. Yeah, you can see that it's two instead of just one.
Yeah, so it's worthwhile you looking into perspective in general, if you haven't looked into it before. Because this is what I would say. If you're thinking about the Earth from this third party perspective, God's eye view, looking at it from outer space, that's how you've been taught to think about the Earth. That's how we're taught in school to think about it. We're shown these images, but you should at least go through the mental exercise of doing the opposite and approaching your understanding of the Earth from your perspective. Right, start there. Start with what you can actually know, and then see if you can prove a globe to yourself. You'll find eventually that you can't.
I still think the sunset observation can be like, it could also be a globe as well. It could be both flat or a globe with what you're saying.
You know, the oil rig observation can't both be flat and a globe. That just debunks globe. So the sun then can't work on a globe because we don't have a globe. We don't have that curvature that is a physical necessity for it.
What
So
about
it
the
takes
stars?
away the whole model.
The rotating.
Yeah, that's what the luminaries do. We have a
in different directions.
Field of stars. Well, when you say different directions, what do you mean? Like one's going east, some are going east to west, and some are going west to east? What are you talking about?
Counterclockwise and clockwise at the poles. I'm not saying that they're actually rotating
or in actuality.
The observer.
Right. So
no, it's just to the observer.
Right. So your perspective.
To the observer, they appear to rotate clockwise and anti-clockwise at the poles.
Well, whatever the stars are doing, they're doing it over a measurably flat surface. Again, I'm not making claims about all the millions of different factors that will be going into how we observe the luminaries. So that would all just be speculation. But in general, that's a perspective issue, not a being on the underside of a ball one.
You can't really blame the guy, right? Because when he looks up how do you prove that the Earth is a globe, right? The internet's going to tell him, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipses, look at everything but the surface of the Earth. So we really don't blame you for asking the same 10 questions when you guys get the top 10 Google results and you go through them. But you have to think about it logically. If I'm looking north and the sun, moon, and stars are going from east to west, meaning they rise in the east and set in the west, and then I turn around, do a 180, right? I'm at the equator. Now I'm looking at the south. The sun, moon, and stars are still rising in the east and setting in the west, but like you said, they appear to be rotating in clockwise and counterclockwise. How is that evidence of the surface of the Earth, though? That's the part that I don't get, other than the logical fallacy. This is a form of logical fallacy known as affirming the consequent. So if Larry went to a buffet on Monday, he's going to be full. Well, on Tuesday, Larry's full, so he must have went to the buffet. Well, what if I ate a whole extra large pizza by myself, right? So it's the same fallacy if you say, well, if the Earth is a globe, you would have stars rotating clockwise and counterclockwise. Well, we have, counterclockwise and clockwise rotation of the stars, therefore the Earth must be a globe. It's the exact same fallacy. It has to be a globe, right?
Yeah, they essentially teach you to think in this fallacious way about the Earth, that you can make these fallacious assumptions based on what you observe the luminaries to do, even though all you observe the luminaries to do is rotate above you, as you seem to be on a still surface. But they've made you think that you can look at those things and say, well, that must mean I'm on a ball. And you wouldn't even think to check.
I think in order to make a conclusion, though, about the shape, every single observation that you make, they all have to add up. There can't be something that doesn't really add up.
Well, yeah, if there's conflicting observations, I mean, again, you have to get into the details of what you mean by that. I mean, everyone's observation on Earth is of a flat, motionless Earth. We all go to a beach. We all go to a big lake. We're all just going to observe a flat, motionless surface. So that's consistent. That supports our side. What we don't have is any observation or measurement that contradicts that, which is what we need for there to be a globe. I mean, beyond the claimed high-altitude images from some of the governments, that they they tell us they're Photoshop composite images for the most part. They'll maybe claim one or two actual photographs, but even then, you can't verify them to be real. And even if they were real, then the curvature should be detectable on the surface, and it's not. So, where do you go from there? If you've got no curve, how do you somehow get to a ball? That's your foundational requirement.
What about the whole thing with daytime being on half the Earth at once, and nighttime being on the other half at all times?
Well, day and night would just be dictated by the sun's motion above the Earth and where it is above a particular time, and then where it's not at a particular time. It's not actually exactly 50-50.
It's not.
As well. No.
No. Definitely. You're basing that on an assumption, right? That the sun's 53 million miles away. Parallel light rays.
Yeah, because if the
Yeah, you're just thinking about it like, well, there's a ball that's rotating in a light source, so half the ball is going to be illuminated and half the ball isn't. But you got like nautical twilight and everything, so it's not exactly 50-50.
That's a good question. Why isn't it exactly 12 hours on, 12 hours off? That would be required on a ball.
Definitely, Sonny.
So you're saying that it's not 12 hours like from where you are, day and night?
It's not 50% of the sun, the Earth in sunlight at any given time, and then 50% in darkness. It's not like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's a simple question to ask it.
Yeah, it's higher sun than dark. If I'm not mistaken. Which
you ever seen the moon during the day?
So where you are right now, it's not 12 hours, and that's why it's not 50-50.
No, it's nothing like 50-50.
You can just check on like nightandday.com or SunCalc or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's worse than you think, because you can have some places in the north that have 10 hours of light, and the same time of the year, some places in the north that have 12 hours of light.
But then in the south, they'll have like 16 or 18 in the southern hemisphere.
On the same longitude, you can have places in the north and south be like
in the same longitude.
The same longitude. So they could have places in the south and the north at the same longitude, east and west, and have completely different amount of daylight.
Because the Earth has a tilt.
There's more time zones in the southern.
Oh, you said longitude. I thought you said latitude.
Longitude.
Here, the main point is that regardless of the lights in the sky and what they're doing, we all know that, and we're still flat earthers. We know about the phenomenon of what goes on in the sky, maybe a little better than your average Joe, because we've looked into it. We've had to discuss these topics, but we're still flat earthers because we all still observe those things in the sky doing what they do over a flat plane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's fine. It's natural to have these questions like, well, what's the sun doing? How's that working? But the real point, if you're getting into this, is like, well, that doesn't tell us that the Earth is a ball just because we have day and night. I mean, a moving luminary over the top of us is exactly what we experience, and that's all there is so far. So, yeah, it's just flat Earth still, until shown otherwise.
I'm more concerned about latitude. Like, if you told me that places in the same latitude had the same amount of sunlight per day at the same time of the year.
Let's talk about that a little bit. You have an idea of what the Earth is in your head and how something's going to operate with longitude and latitude on this particular idea of an Earth that you believe exists. So you're trying to factor what we're saying into that. You're trying to shoehorn this idea that we're telling you the Earth is flat at different places have light on a flat Earth, but you're trying to think about the Earth as a globe. So you're not really listening to what we're telling you. And I think that's where the confusion's happening. Because on top of that, there's no way that you can confirm that the Earth is getting 50% one way and 50% darkness in the other. Do you get what I mean? Like,
I do disagree with Sonny.
You don't know how to think about it if it's not like in a model form. Does that make sense?
I come into the argument based off that the Earth is a globe, not that.
No, but I'm saying, like, you think that there's 50% of the Earth getting light and 50% of the Earth not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then the positive claim, that one needs to be proved by you. You need to show how that's the case. Is there a way for you to do that? That the whole entire Earth that you know of is 50% light and 50% dark.
Yeah, the burden of proof on that would be yours. Well, the burden of proof is on you.
Yeah, hold on, gentlemen.
But I can point out some things. I can point out some things that could allude to that.
Yeah, no, but can you show that what you're claiming is absolutely true?
I can't show you with absolute certainty, no.
Okay, so that's the issue, right? So you're asking us to give you a counter to the thing that you can't prove. See how that doesn't make sense? It's illogical. We can't counter the thing that you can't prove because there's no way that you can prove it, admittedly, by you.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, then how come places at the equator have longer days than at the poles during winter?
That's the sun moving across the sky, and depending on the geographic location, the sun will be over that specific geographic location a lot longer than another place. But that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
So the sun's at that spot longer than another place.
Yeah, but it's a big so what, right? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't provide evidence that the Earth is of any shape. The shape consequent question is not even nobody's concerned with the idea that the Earth is anything just because the sun is over a specific region. That's not like a question for geometry. What you're asking is why is the sun over this area a lot longer or less? And that's not a question for geometry. It doesn't necessitate geometry. So you're asking like the wrong questions, essentially. Because we could give you an answer, but it's not going to give you an affirmation that the Earth is a globe. It doesn't do that. So you can't prove that 50% of the Earth is darkness and 50% is light, because admittedly by you, there's no way to prove it. So once again, how can we debunk that if you haven't proved it?
Yeah, just quickly, I'm gonna. A lot of these questions that you've got are a lot of the common intro questions. So I don't know if you're on our server where we've got the resource channels, but I'm just going to send you a link in your DMs. And we've got these channels that are all alphabetized, so you could go down to like the sun or seasons or whatever, and you can see a bunch of information. Just for your future research, if you feel so inclined.
But the biggest takeaway from this conversation is the fact that you can't prove the thing that you think is happening. That should leave you with the question like, wow, that's weird. I don't know that 50% of the Earth is light and 50% is dark. You should take that away from the conversation.
There's also another causal claim attached to this immediately, right? Like, obviously this is spoken about as this declination itself, the sun, right? The path of the sun itself. And so this actually hinges upon the idea of effectively it being on a tilt, right? It being on a tilt between a certain, degree basis, and then the change between the ratio and the change between those degrees, right? So effectively, like what's being described to you is that the sun itself, even as described, like for instance in the globe model, if you presuppose it, right? But again, remember, you're presupposing not only the globe at this point, you're also presupposing the Earth's tilt in order to actually make this point valid without also having the antecedent to the claim you originally made. So it's simply the fact that, the sun itself traverses across through the Tropic of Cancer, and then it basically, eventually, if you look at it again through the idea of the lens that the Earth itself is in fact flat, as opposed to the lens that you're looking at through, right, is that it traverses from the Tropic of Capricorn and through the Tropic of Cancer, right? So, and it depends on obviously the time of year as well. So there are like many different antecedent points that would need to be established first, right?
Let's give Zeno more of a chance. Yeah.
I think the problem here is that you guys need to give me a model so that we can compare the two. Because
we don't need to give you a model, though.
Assuming that it's a sphere. but you
No, we
guys
don't need
don't
to give you a
have.
model. Yeah, but you assumed it was a sphere, and then we went through the oil rigs and how there's no curvature where they're supposed to be. So we don't need to give you a model. We're just pointing out that there's no curvature. So it can't be the
I
model
mean, I do
you're
need
thinking
to
of.
know like a little more specifics about the oil rig thing, but
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. What about your model? Where's the globe model?
okay, so someone claimed, I don't
Where's the
remember
globe
who,
model?
someone claimed that the sun is at a spot.
Where's
or,
the
like, some
globe
places
model
longer than others.
at?
Hey, Xenomorph, do you hear QE? Quantum Eraser?
Hello.
Where is your globe model? You said you wanted to compare them. Let's see the globe
Well, no,
model.
I come in with the assumption that the Earth is a globe. That's my model.
No, that's not
the
an
observations-
assumption from your imagination. Is not a scientific model, son. You don't have one.
No, we'll come in with observations. And then
You don't have a model, so there'd be no model comparisons. You can't continue, CJ.
Is it not a model?
No, your imagination is not a model.
Yeah, no, you're probably thinking of like an image you've seen of a globe in space. That's not a model, that's just an image. You understand?
Oh snap! Kiwi's
Somebody
here.
post. Can somebody post Goddard where he talks about how he photoshopped the blue marble and how he made it the way that it looks? That's not a model. That's just sorcery. Just
A computer generated one of that.
Right,
All fake.
Because it's Goddard Space Agency, .gov. So you can't really argue against, Robert Simmons on that.
That wasn't his model anyway. He said he assumed an image, right? That's not a model. He assumed the globe and called it a model. So Goddard doesn't have anything to do with it. His imaginary assumption is not a model.
We don't have to just make the assumption. We can also do the observations as well, right?
So let's do
that.
the observation of a model. Let's see the model.
Okay, so someone said that the sun is at a spot at certain times longer than
So
others.
model, the globe model, you
means
don't
that-
have one. So let's just establish that. You don't have a globe model, correct?
Well, I'm coming in that you have to make a hypothesis before I start.
No, you don't.
Hypothesis?
You don't.
Serious, dude?
You don't make a hypothesis because this is not science. You just sacrificed your science acumen. Unsolicited.
That's how science works, right? You make
That's
a
how
hypothesis,
science
you do
works.
some tests.
Okay, what's the hypothesis? What's your bestest scientific evidence for your
Okay,
globe?
the hypothesis is that the Earth is a sphere.
That's not a hypothesis. You would fail 5th grade general science, son.
It is. It's a hypothesis.
No, it's not. What's the dependent variable? You abject idiot.
You don't need a dependent variable.
Oh, you
just
don't.
make a hypothesis.
What's the scientific hypothesis, Glue Sniffer?
Why do you need a dependent variable in your hypothesis?
Because a hypothesis is defined by it.
This doesn't have to be such a.
Yes, there it
doesn't have
does.
to be such
It
a
must
specific
have
research.
an independent and dependent variable. You would fail intro to
Doesn't have
3rd
to.
grade general science.
Yo, Xenomorph, let me give you a tip. Let me give you a tip, yeah?
Doesn't have
It's a very, very simple
Really?
experiment.
Okay, let's see.
All right.
Let's see.
Hypothesis is that the
Yeah,
Earth
let's
is
see.
spherical.
Let's see.
Let's make some
Let's see.
observations.
Let's see. We're going to define hypothesis. Let's see if you're right. So
someone said that the sun
no,
is in a
that doesn't
spot
mean you
longer than
talk.
others.
You shut up. Shut up.
Right?
Shut up.
And so,
So, time of death. 12 minutes after the Earth. Shut the fuck up. Scientific hypothesis. California State or Colorado State. Scientific hypothesis. Remember he said it doesn't contain a dependent variable? A special kind of prediction.
You don't need a
Shut
dependent
the
variable.
fuck up. Retard. You'll shut up now. He said a hypothesis does not contain a dependent variable. From Colorado State. A special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. Uh-oh. From Kristen McClellan, Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank is the dependent variable. That's death number 2. Then, California State University, Bakersfield. Formalized hypotheses contain 2 variables. One is the independent, the other is dependent. That's a trifecta. You're dead. You'd fail intro to third grade general science.
So, okay, forget the whole thing with the scientific hypothesis. Just hypothesis is just belief, right? A prediction.
No.
Let's say prediction.
No,
Just
Xenomorph.
a prediction
Oh my goodness.
that the Earth is spherical.
Now's the time not to feign scientific literacy. Just be
No,
taught.
this is very simple. This is a very simple prediction that the Earth is
Take
spherical.
over,
right?
CJ.
So, since we're predicting that it's spherical, all right.
No, we're not.
How come this?
Well, remember, we tested that prediction. Well, hold on. Hold on. No, he's not ready to talk about science. We already tested the prediction.
The observation thing about the stars wasn't science or anything either.
No.
It was just simple observation.
No, exactly. And we tested the observation earlier.
Need to be
remember?
Scientific.
Hold on, dude. We tested the observation earlier. The horizon was supposed to be in front of the oil rigs. It wasn't.
No,
So
I'm
it's
talking
contested.
about the rotating stars.
No, you're not. You're talking about the Earth. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, I'm talking about the rotating stars in the sky now.
No, we're not. We're not, because you still seem to be under the impression that you can have a globe with rotating stars when you don't have the geometric horizon that you require, because it wasn't in front of the oil rigs. So you can't go to the stars and say, but this could be a ball. No, because the horizon would be in front of the rigs. You understand?
I don't care about the rigs. All right, you didn't give me the specifics.
Then you're not being intellectually honest.
I
Because you
care
haven't
about.
addressed
I'm talking about a more simple observation, which is the stars.
No. This is as simple as it gets. The horizon is supposed to be your
The
curve.
rigs requires math. The stars doesn't.
Yeah, very
The stars is
simple
more
math.
simple one.
Very simple math. Your rig observation, your Earth's surface requires curvature, right?
Okay, let's look at the stars.
No, let's not
And
look
why
at
are
the
they rotating in
stars.
different
No,
directions?
no. Your Earth's surface requires curvature, doesn't it? Doesn't
Why are the stars rotating
Dude,
counterclockwise? and
why are you
clockwise
why are
depending
you
on the pole?
dodging this? This is very obvious what you're trying to do.
You're dodging mine.
No, your whole argument
You're
requires
dodging
a
the whole
surface
star
that's
thing.
curved. Your whole argument requires a surface that's curved, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. There's no argument. It's just an observation.
The globe doesn't need a curved surface.
There's no argument. Just the observation that the stars are rotating clockwise.
Well, if you've
or
got no
counterclockwise,
argument,
depending on the
dude,
pole.
no, if you've got no argument, then welcome to flat Earth, because what you see is what you get. You go outside, it's flat and motionless.
No, I just want you
If
to.
you don't
I
have
just
a
want you
most
to
argument,
explain.
that's it. No, I don't need to explain
Why are the
anything
stars
to you.
rotating
I've already explained it
clockwise
to
or
you.
counterclockwise depending on the pole?
No, I don't need to explain anything about the stars. I've already pointed out to you that there's no curve, so it's flat.
You're just
I'm not making
can
claims
you
about the
answer my
stars.
question.
No.
Why are the stars appearing to rotate clockwise and counterclockwise depending on the pole that you're at?
You tell me. Why are they?
I'll tell you. This makes sense, by the way. This is an explanation that makes sense.
Is your explanation going to assume some curvature of the Earth?
Yeah. So since the
You can't do that
the
then.
Earth is
Because you don't have
rotating
the curvature. No, you don't have
around
the
an
curvature.
axis
Remember?
where the poles are at the axis.
No, you don't have the curvature. for
Crazy
this argument.
Xenomorph. Crazy
Then what
Xenomorph.
we
Do you know what an
observe is the
antecedent
sky.
relationship is?
Hold on.
Crazy
Here
Xenomorph.
that the stars are.
Xenomorph. Your explanation can't assume a curvature because you don't have that. Remember?
Yeah, it can.
No,
You
it
can
can't because
assume that-
the horizon wasn't
How are we
in
going to
front
get
of the
anywhere
rigs
if
like
you
it would
make
have
an
to be.
assumption?
Because that assumption was debunked by the horizon in front not being in front of the oil rigs. Remember?
No, but I
That was
want
your
you to
curvature.
debunk. I want you
We've
to
already
debunk mine.
debunked it. I've already debunked it because you don't have the
I want you to
curvature.
debunk mine of the stars. Explain to me
Your
how the
star
flat Earth
argument.
model
Your star
correlates with the
argument.
stars
Your star
rotating in different
argument.
directions.
Xenomorph. See, now you're just being a pain in the ass. Now you've spazzed out. Your star argument requires that horizon to be in front of those rigs. And it's not. So your star
I'm
argument
not
doesn't work.
talking about the horizon and the rigs. I'm just talking
Dude, you
about the
can't
stars.
separate them.
tell
You
me
can't
how it
separate
works?
them. You can't
Yes, you
argue
can.
for the globe. You can't argue for the globe and say you don't need
But if you want to argue
geometric
for the
horizon.
flat, they both have to work, right?
No. I don't need to make an argument for the flat. That's what it already is by
Yeah,
default.
you do.
No,
How
that's
is
what
it
is
already
default.
by default?
Because go outside, that's what it is, remember?
No, you still need
Yeah.
to make more observations.
You see
can't-
the flat
it's like
horizon,
saying-
don't you? You see the flat horizon, don't you? You already
It's
agreed
like
to
saying,
this.
"Oh, I looked at the sea. The water appeared blue, so therefore water is blue." Like, no, you
Okay.
can't. You gotta.
What color is water?
You can't just keep that.
At the
there.
sea. Well, what is it?
The sea. Well, water
Is it red?
water is clear. Seawater is not perfectly clear because it has impurities in it.
This is high level stuff.
There's stuff in it.
So if you don't have curvature, you don't have a star argument about a globe.
I want you to explain me the star one.
Nah, you're boring now. You're
works with your
boring now.
flat Earth model.
We're not talking about a model. We're talking about you having no curvature. So it must be flat.
I'll explain it.
Okay, yeah. Explain how the stars are rotating in different directions.
The Earth is
And how that works with a flat Earth.
the Earth is flat and rotating around the flat Earth.
What?
Don't go away.
What
from
the fuck?
No.
What does that
Don't
mean?
go away from Cyclone's argument, Marsh. No.
Yeah, you're just doing that thing where you realize that it's already over, so you're just scrambling for anything non sequitur to discuss.
No, it's just this is the first thing I mentioned actually when I came on here. This is the most simple, basic observation. Can you explain to me how it works? If the Earth is flat,
I don't need to explain it. It's not an if the Earth is flat because you've got no curve. So what else is it? I don't need to explain anything. I only need to point out
How am I
that
supposed to
your
believe it's
curve
flat if
doesn't
you don't explain
exist.
it?
You don't need to believe it. You already experience it every day.
Explain why the water shows
So just because the Earth appears to be flat, let's all believe that it's flat without any.
Zeno, shut up.
You just take it.
Can I get in just for a second?
Yeah, go
I've
for
already
it.
went over the stars with you, and I've already explained how the stars aren't rising in the west and setting in the east, in the southern hemisphere. They're all rising in the east and setting in the west. You're changing your perspective
Because
when
the
you turn
Earth,
around.
I can work on a spherical Earth that's rotating in the same direction.
I'm speaking. You asked me to explain it, then you interrupted. Does that make sense to you?
I'm talking about poles. You're talking about You're talking about like near the equator where the stars go up the east
Larry's
and the
talking
west.
Xenomorph.
I want you to
Xenomorph.
explain the one of the poles.
Bro, why are you talking
Just
to me?
mute this fool.
Are you
Just mute
afraid
the
to hear
fool.
me speak? Are you afraid to hear me speak? I mean, hopefully not, right?
I want you to explain the poles, not. I want you to explain the poles, please.
Bro, I'm talking about it and you're interrupting. Act like your daddy raised you, bro. Please, let me speak. So, I've already went over this and explained it, how it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and it has nothing to do with the Earth rotating in opposite directions like a freaking Rubik's Cube. You're just turning around. And it doesn't matter if you're at the poles or at the equator. You're still going to observe the same thing. But it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So it doesn't follow the conversation. It's like asking what's your favorite color. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Thank you.
You just said you're just turning around. What do you mean by that?
When you're looking north, it's rotating counterclockwise, yes?
No, what I meant when you're on the North Pole and you look up at the sky. If you time lapse the sky over time.
Are you looking south? Are you looking south? No, you're looking north, right? You're looking at the northern side, right? 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 Brody's brick. You can't answer
Which alt is this? What was your previous name on this server? Because this is obviously some reject who's been coming in for months and it's just doing the same NPC reset every time.
I'm new to this server.
Sounds like the rest. This is the first time you've spoken to us?
Yes, this is the very first. You can literally check the chat logs on the server. You'll never find something from me.
Oh, well, you sound like
You sound
just
exactly like every other Glober.
brain dead Glober, yeah.
Okay, so
Crazy.
That on the poles, on the different poles, they appear
Bro,
to
you
rotate.
couldn't answer a simple question, and now
You
you
still
got
haven't explained that.
Okay, which way is the camera looking?
I don't know what you meant by you're rotating. Like, there's no. The ground below you could be rotating, or the stars in the sky could be rotating. Which one is it?
So you can't rotate 180 degrees, but the Earth can?
What's rotating you?
You can't turn around in a about face? Oh my God.
What's
You can't
rotating
about face, guys. That's not
Yeah,
possible.
he's just
That's
trolling.
Earth
What do you mean? What's rotating you?
Oh, he's too retarded.
It's like what you think
presupposing a spherical orbital model.
something is rotating you, right? When you're standing on the pole, something is rotating you.
I think he's
Cyclone is talking about rotation.
You're changing your
Cyclone is
azimuthal
talking about what's
orientation.
rotating, dude. He's telling you that there's no curved surface of the Earth, which you would require on a globe. So why are you going off the rotation?
Yeah, you can't do curve. You can't talk about curve, can you, Xenomorph? You can't talk about that the surface has no curve.
He keeps changing the goalpost.
I'm still on the same thing.
Yeah, you can't do it. They can't physically talk about the lack of curvature because it's so damning to his religion. Your religion is debunked, crazy Xenomorph. That's it. You have no curve.
Can I ask a question that's in the middle of these two here? So
we can't move from here if you don't.
Xenomorph wants to talk about the North and South Pole. Xenomorph wants to talk about the poles. You want to talk about the curve. Is there a reason you can't have poles without a curve?
Yeah, Marsh, let's speak to you. You sound like a more reasonable globe believer.
I assure you I'm not. No, I'm new in the server too. I don't, but I'm familiar with this discussion and many of you.
Okay, you're familiar. So what would you say your best evidence for the globe is if you were going to convince us?
Oh, that's easy. My favorite proof is very simple. Most people have heard of the 69 miles per degree of latitude. It's really easy to remember, right? So I like to work in numbers that are a little bigger than 1 degree. So say 10 degrees is 690 miles away. So to any time, daytime or night is better because you can see on a clear night. You phone a friend who's 690 miles away.
How do you know they are that distance?
Well, hold on, let's let him get through it.
Yes, just take a second. This won't be a long thing. So you phone a friend, someone you trust, who's 690 miles away. The sky that they see is going to be 10 degrees different from the sky that you see. And the important thing is that I didn't ask where you started on the globe, if you're on a pole or equator, and it doesn't matter what direction your friend is in either. If they're 690 miles away, the sky that they see is 10 degrees different, and there's only one shape that works on, and that is the surface of a sphere.
Oh, well, that's a cool claim. Just before anyone jumps in, I'm just going to say that, I'll pass it off because I'm about to sit on mute for a bit before I go off. So good hearing you all. And someone else.
Cool, Cyclone. I got this one.
That's my favorite proof. Thanks for asking.
Okay, your favorite proof. Okay, you said degrees. So that's an angle. What type of angle is that, by the way?
It's an angle relative to your up-down vector or any other vector that you want to use relative to. No, it's not. No,
it's not. No, it's an elevation angle. Can you define an elevation angle for everyone in here?
An elevation angle is 90 minus the zenith.
Wow, that's incorrect. Elevation. Yeah, it is. I'm going to do it. 27 minutes after the hour. You ready? You over in text chat?
Why don't you just say what you think it is? I gave you.
It's not what I think. We have
three astronomical horizon.
We have 3 citations on what an elevation angle is from radartutorial.eu.
Okay,
elevation angle is. I'm not done yet.
Don't prove things,
Just relax. Just relax. Okay. It's an elevation angle that you were appealing to, but of course you don't know what that is. But I'm going to tell you.
I did not say elevation angle.
Yes, well, it is an elevation angle. You just didn't know it.
I didn't say that.
Shut up. So, elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. From GCSE 2021 edition, angles of elevation. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal plane of the reference object. Bygest.com. The elevation angle, or angle of elevation, is a widely used concept related to height and distance, especially in trig. It is defined as an angle between the horizontal plane and an oblique line from the observer's eye to some object above his eye. So, how do you have a horizontal plane on a globe?
I didn't say anything.
All right, you didn't have to say it. It's implied in your argument because that's what an elevation angle